He died. Kale died. This man was the only meaning of her life in this world where she was so alone. Her bare feet, worn out from walking, stepped on the cold floor of the church. She didn't even notice how her feet hurt, worn out without shoes. Her lips were dry and trembling. Her eyes looked ahead, seeing nothing but the face of her late lover. Unable to bear the new wave of hysteria, she fell onto the cold floor of the empty church, a cry of despair escaping from her chest. No, he didn't die. Her Kale didn't die. They killed him. Tears of pain and indignation for such injustice flowed down her face. She looked forward and saw a picture of an angel piercing a maiden with a spear. The girl banged her fist on the floor in helpless despair, praying to all the saints, to God if he exists. If Kale was destined to die abandoned like this, then what reason did she have left to live in this world? She would have given her life just to save her dear and beloved person. The last thing the girl saw was a bright and unearthly white light. So, our heroine, suffering from the death of her lover from the novel she read, and who was the meaning of her life, was reborn as Hestia and ended up in that very novel. She didn't remember that last moment in the church on the cold floor and the oath to the higher powers. She thought that she must have fallen asleep because of the continuous reading of the book, and when she woke up, she turned out to be some kind of superfluous and unknown character who was not in the novel. This Hestia, into whom our heroine was reborn, was not only beautiful, but also very rich. Hestia had no family, and where her wealth came from is also unknown. In novels, such characters usually appear to save or kill someone. But who this Hestia is, about whom there is not a word in the novel, is simply a mystery. Well, it's still so cool to understand that you have a lot of money, and you can live freely and be a fan of your favorite hero. The first thing Hestia did was go to the right person to buy the status of a noblewoman. Any, but she needed to get to the ball, and without the status of a noblewoman, she couldn't get there. At first, the man wanted to drive her away, thinking that the girl was crazy. But she made him rich for the rest of his life, and she herself received the coveted status of an aristocrat. Afterwards, our heroine, who found herself in the novel, went to the ball in the hope of seeing her beloved hero. And here is the main character Diana, with her lovely pink hair that shimmers like pearls, and sparkling sea-green eyes. And this handsome guy has the status of crown prince since birth. The perfect combination of golden eyes with dark hair. Very smart and courageous. His name is Helios. Wow, here are her favorite characters, and she will see them in real life. Not in pictures in a book. It doesn't matter how it happened that she got into this novel, but it was a gift from God, that's for sure. And here he comes, sometimes heartless, and even cruel for the sake of a goal, but the best man that cannot be found in the entire universe. He is considered a minor character with an unfortunate fate, who will be rejected by the woman he loves and will be left with unrequited love. Yes, that's right. This is her favorite, the most handsome man in the world. You won't find anyone like him, and his appearance is a work of art. Kale himself. She spent a lot of money just to see them at this ball, and especially her favorite. As if in a museum where the best works of art are collected, these three look like a painting. But Kale is the best of them all. Probably everyone thinks so too, but Hestia didn't even dream of greeting them. There is an aura that cannot be reached. Since she was reborn as an extra character, she couldn't go up to them and greet them, but it was still cool just to look at them. The world in this novel moves according to its own laws, as intended, without problems. And Diana is a saint patronized by the great God. Always on the side of the weak, she was considered the only hope of the empire, where all kinds of vices raged. Naturally, according to the laws of the genre, Helios, the future husband and crown prince, and his best friend, and at the same time our heroine's favorite, Kale, falls in love with her. So, Diana is faced with a choice between two men in love with her. Charming Helios agrees with her in everything, and fulfills her every whim. Kale promises to be with her forever. Diana is at a loss for choice. Of course, the novel included the evil character Duke Orcus, the head of an aristocratic sect with his daughter Duchess Ratona. Ratona possessed such power that even the emperor himself feared her. She had ambitions to marry Helios and become empress, but for Diana, the favor of the crown prince was a thorn in the side. Ratona told her that she was just a low-class simpleton who was no match for the ruler of the empire. Diana's fans didn't pay attention to her status, but Ratona gave an ultimatum. Either her father creates a new principality with himself at the head, or Helios marries her. The imperial family depends on the opinion of the nobility, and Helios had no choice but to marry Ratona. Eventually, Kale took revenge for his friend and lover by poisoning Ratona and her father, forcing them to drink poisonous tea. And after that, The Trinity lived happily ever after until Diana found out what Kale had done. In the end, Diana accused him of cruelty. How could he destroy them like that? Kale became a cruel monster. He tried to apologize, begged for her mercy, but Diana considered that he had no right to do so. And the most terrible thing for Kale was Diana's order to leave her life forever, and she turned away from him forever. And he was left alone, abandoned by his friends, since Helios, understandably, took the side of his beloved. Helios and Diana got married. Everyone blessed them. But this wedding would not have happened if it weren't for Kale, who cleared the way for them. And the heroine herself, embodied in Hestia, has been living in this world for a year and sees live the events that she read in her world on the pages of the book. And now the finale has arrived, the wedding of the main characters. She's just an extra character, and now you can go back home to your world. Diana and Helios look so happy, but Hestia's soul is not completely happy. She really hopes that somewhere behind the scenes, Kale will also be happy. Oh, how she cried that day when she read the entire novel in one go. With every fiber of my soul, I sent words of support to Kale. He is a smart man. Let him not get hung up on fleeting love. Live proudly and sweep unhappy love from your heart. It was time to go back, but Kale still hadn't come, and I really wanted to see his face one last time. How she prayed for his happiness. And a year later, she met her beloved. He looked like a ghost and stood on the threshold of death. By some unprecedented twist of fate, the universe gave them the opportunity to see each other. But knowing the ending of the novel, you understand that it has come to its end. If you return to your real world, you may not even dream of your rich and unemployed life like here, but then you can see your family and friends. And if you tell me where you lived for a year, no one will believe you. The girl fell asleep and thought that she really missed her family and friends. But in the morning, she woke up again in the same place in the novel. She didn't return to her original world. It's strange. Okay, just a day has passed. Tomorrow I will definitely get to my world. Please, I pray, bring me home. 2 days passed, then 5, 8, and then weeks and months dragged on. She hasn't been able to get out of this affair for a year now. It's just some kind of déjà vu. Today, she again didn't get into her world. But why? Because the ending already happened. All of Hestia's wealth was given away to charity. So after the end of the novel, she was left to live in a mountain house without ever returning to her reality. Yes, but she is still alive, but she is alone in a strange world, without family, friends, acquaintances. The most terrible thing is the foggy future that she cannot influence. It tormented and tortured our heroine, but what tormented Kalos the most was the one who lost the will to live due to the shock of being abandoned by the woman he loved, for whom he made huge sacrifices, and his best friend. This whole year after the ending, he kept trying to die. Apparently he was constantly stopped and saved. How she wanted her hero to be happy. If only she could see him living happily ever after and praying every day. To wake up in the morning, to see my native ceiling, and if there was such a book where Kyle has a happy life. But there was still no awakening. It seemed like reality was mocking her. The girl walked sadly through the forest. Why was she suffering so much if she couldn't return home? Then, show her Kale, who lives happily ever after. Why and for what purpose she is in this world. Why is she undergoing such trials? If everything continues like this, then it would be better to disappear from this world. Crying in the forest, she heard someone's quiet steps. Raising her tear-stained eyes, she saw him. Yes, it was Kael, standing in front of her. She still couldn't understand whether it was a dream or reality. Perhaps her consciousness was so clouded that she couldn't distinguish reality from hallucinations. The man turned and started to walk away, when Hestia jumped up and called out to him. He turned around, somewhat irritated and displeased, asking what she needed. When the girl realized that it was really Kael's powers that suddenly returned to her, she frantically thought about what to tell him. Just as she was about to say his name, Kale covered her mouth with his hand. People combed the forest and said where could he have gone? They needed to find him immediately. So, what's happening now? Her beloved hugged her. Her heart was beating like crazy. She tried to tell him, but it came out as an inarticulate moan. And finally, he opened her mouth. He tried to apologize, but Hestia, blushing and stuttering, asked him not to apologize, and she would have stood in his arms for a day. Then, plucking up her courage, she said that she could help him. They seemed to be looking for him, so they ended up in her forest house. The girl apologized for the mess, since she lives here alone. Kale walked into the house and apologized for causing trouble. Our heroine barely restrained herself from screaming with happiness, but said so that he would feel at home. Of course, if she knew that everything would turn out like this, she would at least have cleaned up. But this is not a dream. Even when she was rich, she looked at Kale only from afar, and now he's sitting on her chair. It's much more than when she was his rich fan. Overcoming her embarrassment, she asked what he was doing in the forest. Kale looked at her, but she immediately spoke up, saying that there was no need to say anything if she didn't want to. Hestia was beaming. He wanted to disappear from this world. She was alone in this forest. Everything was obvious. She spoke, living in this house. For some reasons, she cannot return to her country. How could she understand him now, being thrown into a foreign reality? He listened silently as she told him that her last hope of returning home had faded. Suddenly, Kale responded how similar they were. His friend and dear person turned away from him, and he also cannot return to his normal life. So that's why he came to the forest. Then the man added that death is better than such a life, but even she was not free to choose. But the girl interrupted him, saying that there was no need to even think about such a thing. Even when it is very hard and difficult, she does not want to die. Kale sadly smiled and noted that in this case, she is stronger than him. Her beloved Kale, whom she liked so much, was cold and gentle, strong and kind, now an even sadder secondary character. Now, looking at him more closely, Hestia noticed that he was very emaciated, pale, and that he ate nothing at all. Although he is a minor character, he is like a guiding star for her. She already misses him seeing him here, when suddenly the girl turned around sharply and told him to wait for her here. She had been locked in the affair for a whole year. For this moment, the girl ran to the market to cook something tasty for her beloved. For him, for Kale, she will give him back his will to live. He will definitely feel better. And then she will cover him with a warm blanket and he will sleep. And then they will walk in a beautiful place and chat. Even though they are not the main characters, they can take care of each other. When she returned home, she saw Kale lying on the floor covered in blood, with a knife lying nearby. She looked and could not comprehend what was happening, and in a trembling voice she called his name. Just a minute ago, she dreamed of how they would live together. Covering her mouth with her hands, she suppressed the scream that was ready to break out. It can't be! How is that possible? She only just gained a clear understanding of why she was in this world. The girl was crying. It was terrible. Why did she have to go through this? Embracing the body of her dead lover, who had never known about it, she lamented bitterly. On the table lay a note from Kale, apologizing for dirtying the house, promising compensation for everything, with his signature at the end. Kale's death was the main news in the newspapers the next day, but only for a day. Even the death of the Marquis was forgotten because of the scandal between Diana and Helios. The newspapers wrote about the disagreements between His Majesty and his wife, where the empire was heading. And then they wrote something like, "Love cooled down so quickly, and only 2 years had passed." After Kale's death, our heroine's life became even more empty and gloomy. She was often angry. Her health was undermined. She had no strength to take care of herself, just life in emptiness without hope and regret. She sometimes came to church. Everyone avoided the gloomy girl with an empty look. She could push someone without even noticing. So much did the pain in her soul become her normal state. Someone said, looking after her, "She comes to church every day. It would be nice to talk to the Holy Father." Occasionally, snatches of voices could be heard talking about Helios, who had not come to the temple since he became crown prince. Well, he has status. Who would want to date commoners? There were times when they said something about Diana, but she didn't remember. Her new world had collapsed. Kale was no more. He died by his own hands. Again, that picture where the angel plunges a dagger into the maiden. He suffered so much that he did not want to live. She lies again on the cold floor. It was they who tortured him. It was they who killed Kale. And again, a prayer and an oath. If there was a God in this world, if Kale was destined to die abandoned, and if there was a reason for her life in this world, she would give her life for him. Like the soft and familiar ceiling, she was reborn as Hestia again when she had wealth before moving to the mountains. She was in the temple. So which of the saints transferred her here again? They apparently didn't know who she was. Otherwise, they would have moved her back to the mountain house. The girl sitting in bed looked at her hands. They were white and tender. Getting out of bed, she tossed and turned and realized that her headache was gone. She didn't feel tired. She was full of energy. The heroine of this story thought about it. She was reborn again, but already in the healthy body of Hestia. I jerked the window open and looked out into the street. It can't be. This view and decoration of the streets is familiar to her. After the wedding of Diana and Helios, there was a parade and a festival until late at night. This evening, the wedding of Diana and Helios will take place. So she was reborn again, but towards the end of the novel. But why here? Perhaps there is no time to worry yet, since today is the wedding of the main characters, and also, the day Kale made his first suicide attempt. the girl ran out into the street. Running up to the cabbie, she demanded that he immediately take her to Marquis Kale. What if she had another chance? No, she would not reconcile Kale with the already married Diana. If Helios, the main character, courted Diana with fiery passion, then Kale, like a summer breeze, gave her everything he had. And Diana never even thanked him once, taking everything for granted. The girl resolutely left the Carter and headed towards the gate, where the guards ordered her to stop. She wants to make sure that his devoted love for Diana is not wasted. Approaching the guards, Hestia said that she had an important message for the Marquis, but they told her that they didn't let just anyone see him. The girl looked like a witch. Her eyes were glowing. Her hair was disheveled. She screamed that she saw Saint Diana. While they turned away, she ran inside. She ran through the palace without remembering herself, the servants shouting after her who she was. Her thoughts were about Diana, about making her realize how much Kale had done for her. She flew into the Marquis's room, scaring away his guards at the door just as he raised a knife to his throat. In an indifferent and tired voice, he asked who else had arrived. She screamed, and the butler almost lost consciousness. She walked resolutely towards the already frightened Marquis, thinking about her plan of action. First of all, she wants Diana to regret breaking his heart. Before he could react, Hestia knocked the knife out of his hands, pushing Kale away, who hit his head. He scratched the sore spot and asked what she was doing. She screamed that her name was Hestia, internally vowing that she would do anything for her beloved. And she said out loud that she wanted to become his Marquise, decisively and categorically. This is Uros, the butler who took care of Kale after the previous Marquis. He replaced Kale's parents, was faithful and devoted, and respected his master. He believed that even though his master had been betrayed, he would be able to survive it and become his former self. And now he was looking at the pogrom in the room. In broad daylight, some girl bursts in, and he proposes to the Marquis to marry her. Euros's brain tried to digest all these events, but it didn't work. Hestia stood in front of him and said that she did it, but then she quickly spoke up, saying that she had no choice, thinking that she would have done even worse, just to prevent her lover from dying again. Now she can control the plot since she's here. Kale was sitting on the floor. He was in a lethargic and depressed state. He quietly said, "She wants to marry him." Hestia got nervous and tried to justify herself. She didn't quite mean it that way, but he lowered his head and covered his face with his hands, looking so pitiful and broken. Then, calling everything trifles, he clarified that perhaps he looked so frivolous. The girl tried to say that she just wanted to save him, but without letting her finish, he waved his hand and told her to do as she wanted. She and the butler standing behind her opened their mouths, expecting everything but this. And then Kale added that she wants to become a marquise, so let her do as she pleases. But could it really be that simple? No, of course, she was the one who proposed to him first. But still, even though he feels bad, we are still talking about marriage. The Marquis's last words were to discuss everything with the butler. Then he showed them the door. Our heroine's head was splitting. How could this even be possible? When the first shock had passed, they were sitting in the living room with Uros, to whom the girl introduced herself as Hestia, the daughter of Lord Ely. So the purchased status of the Baron's adopted daughter came in handy, and Uros introduced himself to her in turn. The man then apologized, and said that given the whole situation, he would have to ask her some impolite questions. His first comment was that she, Lady Hestia, had burst into the Marquis's room of her own free will, despite the guards who had failed to restrain her. And she didn't just burst in, she knocked the Marquis down, and as a result the Marquis fell. But these were already rude hints, the girl thought. However, if she had not intervened, the Marquis would have already left this world. So he is grateful to her from the bottom of his heart. In the previous version, wherever she appeared, Kale did not die in this mansion. Apparently, Euros tried the most to prevent Kale's death. Well, the butler's last question was why she was so eager to get into the Marquis's room, as if she knew what he was going to do, and Hestia had no choice but to blurt out that she had foreseen it. Well, what if she says that she was reborn in the novel and then reborn in time? He will send her to a mental hospital. Now she has become the main character of this novel, interfering in Kale's life. And then Hestia added to the butler that she could see the future. But apparently, he didn't believe her. And then she began to prove her abilities with facts that she knew in detail from the novel. For example, the Marquis had recently given him a pink diamond to present as a gift to Saint Diana. The butler broke out in a sweat, and a pleased Hestia added that he never handed over the diamond, so it was in the third drawer of the Marquis's office, and only the butler and the Marquis knew this secret. Euros stood in deep thought. She certainly amazed him, but there were still some doubts. The girl then said that Marquis Kale would continue to attempt suicide, and she could save him. After all, She can foresee the future, which will allow her to prevent the Marquis's mistake. But in order to save the Marquis, she must be nearby, and for this, she needs certain powers. In this way, the girl explained the reason why she wanted to become a Marquise. She suggested drawing up a receipt that she would never be the mistress of this house. Hestia spoke confidently and convincingly, also adding that she understood how all this sounded from a stranger. Uros could criticize her for taking advantage of the state of the Marquise, who was currently not entirely healthy morally and physically. But she would not do anything that could harm the Marquise. Uros listened to the girl. Yes, her words sounded convincing, but of course there were doubts. Hestia thought that the butler could throw her out right now, and then she would not be able to do anything. But the man replied that such matters were not his to decide. She needed to go and rest, since it was too late for the girl to return home, and in the morning there would be a conversation with the Marquis. The man bowed politely and invited the lady to go and rest. Our heroine was very tired, but she understood that she had gone too far. She needs to think of a plan to save her beloved and make him feel sorry for those who hurt him. I will definitely save you, Kale. I will not let you end your life. Left alone, the girl exhaled. She had not expected anything like this from herself today. Her inner self told her that she had acted very recklessly, too impulsively. She is sleeping, and is it a dream or not? She heard voices. Is it true that she wants to become Kale's wife? Well, marriage is a responsible step, even if she is inside a novel. In fact, at first she expected to become, well, at least his secretary. But the little devil, her real self, said that no, she did not want to become his secretary, but his wife. The girl in her dream ordered the voice to shut up, although when she saw him on the threshold of death, she realized that being just a secretary was not enough. In her sleep, she could give free rein to a stream of consciousness, justifying her actions. Even if she pretended to be a seer, she would become anyone, just to save Kale. That was her only goal in this world. Well then, we are at your service, Hestia heard. Remember this, we are close by. And then the girl saw herself in a nightgown, or rather her double standing opposite, and asked in surprise, "Who are you?" and opened her eyes. She looked around the room, stretched, and thought, what a strange dream I had. When Hestia had tidied herself up and left the room, the butler politely asked if she had been comfortable and if she had slept well. Our heroine smiled charmingly and said that she had slept well. They were going to the Marquis. They needed to get his answer. Uros told the girl that although she sees the future, she calmly awaits the Marquis's answer. Does she really look like that? She felt awkward and asked how the Marquis was feeling today. The butler teased the girl again. Why was she asking? She should be able to see the future. Nervously, with a trembling voice, Hestia justified herself by saying that she really does see the future, but she can't see such small events. The butler apologized and said that he was joking, but the girl was in no mood for jokes, that he wanted to finish her off. They walked down the long aisles of the palace, trying to ease the tension. Hestia noted that she was glad to see some of the boundaries between them being erased, to which Uros replied that he was still not sure what the right thing to do was, although it could not be denied that she had saved the Marquis's life. And then he stunned her with the fact that he had been preparing documents all night, since the Marquis had said something yesterday. The girl felt uncomfortable that she was sleeping off while Uros worked all night, but the man replied that she could look through the documents, but she should speak more carefully with the Marquis. He was better, but still he had not fully come to his senses. Hestia calmed him down and asked for fruit punch and brandy when they were done, which again amazed Uros. These were his favorite treats, and only he knew about them. Finally, they came to the door of the Marquis's room. Uros knocked and said that he and Lady Hestia had arrived. They entered. The Marquis sat and looked at those who entered. How exhausted Kale was. Pale, his long hair was disheveled. It seemed like she was ready to see him, but as soon as she saw that look, those memories immediately surfaced. Him lying on the floor in a pool of blood. But you can't give in. You won't make any progress with such internal blocks. And pulling herself together, the girl wished the Marquis a good morning in a cheerful voice. How nervous she was inside. She couldn't take a breath. The butler invited her to sit down. He pulled out 2 copies of the documents, offering to read them and discuss them with the Marquis. Uros handed out the documents to the Marquis and Hestia, and there was tension all around. So, according to the documents, Hestia can use the status of a Marquise, if not be independent, then in terms of powers she is equal to Kale, and as the wife of the Marquis, she can use his property. Uros composed everything correctly, albeit hastily. Our heroine, after reading it, said that she does not need the property and money of the Marquis. She is not a swindler who wants to steal his fortune. Uros looked at her for a moment and said that he would remove that part then. He then told his master that if he agreed to marry, but he did not finish the sentence, because Kale, without finishing reading, quickly signed. Hestia and Uros's jaws dropped. They hadn't even finished reading or edited the part about material property. The Marquis rubbed his head tiredly and said that he didn't care. Just let them not make noise. And again that look. Hestia tensed like a string. But instead, she stood up and, smiling, turned to her beloved. Having made a curtsy according to all the rules of ethics, the girl promised him that he would not regret it. Kale turned away tiredly and quietly told her to leave. When she and Uros went out into the corridor, he apologized for the owner, but the girl said that she needed to go to the temple. To his surprise, what was she doing there now? The girl, running away, shouted that she would return what was due to the Marquis. So let's start with Diana, who was prayed to and worshipped. Diana was a saint with divine powers. But because she was a commoner, her position in the temple was not secure. Kale donated his most fertile land, Ilion, to the temple for Diana's sake, which allowed Diana to achieve a solid position. She became the wife of the crown prince and lived happily ever after. Here's another thing. Kale gave her the land for free and she abandoned him so coldly. No, she won't leave it that easily. As Hestia left the carriage, she thought about how she would tell her everything to her face, how Kale had tried for her. One of the church servants ran up to her, out of breath, recognizing the Marquis's carriage. And where is the Marquis himself? He arrived without warning. The girl interrupted him by saying that today she was in his place. Smiling her charming smile, our heroine introduced herself as his wife, Lady Hestia. But instead of being surprised, he whistled and snorted, as if to say, "Yeah, tell me." Without hiding his irony, he advised the girl to lie more intelligently. What a wife! Everyone knows that he cannot forget Diana. She did not listen to his ridicule, and confidently went to the temple, declaring that she did not have time to explain anything to the idiots. He tried to stop her, but the girl took out a handful of gold coins and threw them at the servant's feet. Her generosity and money did their job. Hestia demanded to be taken to the high priest, who happily agreed to take her where she needed to go. The young church minister greeted her helpfully and said that he was at the young lady's service. Hestia irritably stated that he was not a high priest and would not be able to convey her words properly, but he noted that it was very difficult to get to the high priest. But let the lady not worry, he also has a high rank. He clarified that the lady introduced herself to the clergy as the Marquis's wife, and he understood correctly. He's checking her out, the girl thought, and taking out the letter, she handed it to the church minister, stating that they had just gotten married today, and that this was a document with the signature and seal of the Marquis. The attendant and his assistants were clearly taken aback, and the signature and seal were genuine, at least not looking like a forgery. Maintaining a saccharine smile, the young servant handed over the document and asked to check it. Hestia nodded in agreement, but silently cursed him as a bastard. Well, while the document is being checked, maybe she will tell what brought the lady to the temple. Our heroine clearly and directly said that she wants to return the land of Ilion once granted by the Marquis. The attendant shouted, "How dare she!" This made him angry. She asks to return what was given to God, but isn't she afraid of punishment? Trying to stay calm, Hestia drank tea, because her throat was dry, of course. But what did she expect? That they would just return such land? Smiling, the girl said that at one time the Marquis gave the land to the current wife of the crown prince, glorified as a saint, and not to God. Well, now that the saint is no longer in the temple, the earth is no longer needed here. It finished off the priest Hestia. Her piercing gaze pierced the temple minister. She knows perfectly well that the church, blinded by greed, appropriated Diana's property, and then, fearing Kale's wrath, generously accepted Diana. Regression is no joke. She read the novel from cover to cover. All the details are known, even the smallest ones. He stood up and said that it was not within his authority to decide such matters, and ran off so quickly that Hestia did not have time to come to her senses. So the words worked. If not, then it would have been necessary to threaten the image of Diana and the clergy. It's good that it didn't come to that. It's a pity she can't tell the world about Diana's cold-bloodedness. When will that come? Suddenly, a man's face appeared above her, and the girl almost fell out of her chair from surprise. The high priest, our heroine, looked at the man who said, with a sly smile, that everything had been reported to him. He stated that the authenticity of the documents had been checked, and also clarified that his children had not violated the borders. It won't be easy with him. The high priest had a frightening look, saying that he was sorry that the Marquis had come all this way, but it was impossible to return the land. After all, the Marquis knew that the land of Ilion would not belong entirely to Diana. So, the land now belongs to the temple, and not without reason. After these words, a shudder passed through Hestia's body. Internally, she reassured herself. She needed to remain confident. Raising her eyes confidently to the high priest, the girl declared that she was now a marquise. He wanted to end the conversation, but our heroine continued to cut straight, declaring that Diana, whom everyone considered a saint, showed extreme cruelty towards her current husband. She is a villain who used the marquis to maintain her position, and the temple used this to their advantage. I wonder what the reaction will be if such headlines appear on the front pages of all the newspapers in the empire. The high priest clenched his fists and seemed to be holding back with all his might from attacking Hestia. But putting his hand to his chest and pretending to be innocent, he said that he did not understand what the marquise was talking about. Yeah, okay, your clergy has pulled off worse tricks. Doesn't the temple do everything for its own benefit? He banged his fist on the table. He was nervous. He could barely contain himself. Yes, it was a shot at the corruption of the clergy. It would wipe the smile off his face. The girl continued to expose the truth about Diana, calling her a faithful dog of the clergy, exposing her duplicity by using the pure love of the marquis and seizing the land. If you think about it, some aristocrats still don't like the fact that the crown prince's wife was a commoner. Well, if we add these facts, who knows how people will react to this? Saint Diana has great support from the people, but not all aristocrats recognize her. If everyone knew that the saint and the temple were working together, Hestia saw the continuation of her words in the eyes of the high priest, which said that nothing good could happen. He angrily croaked that it was unworthy to say such words to an aristocrat, to which Hestia replied that he was discouraged by his straightforwardness, but she was not one of the nobles, so she did not care. Besides, if they don't return the land, she will make a lot of noise for the sake of her beloved. Then, getting into a rage, the girl continued to threaten that, in addition to this, she would immediately report everything to the emperor, and he would find out that the temple was stealing money. The high priest jumped up and yelled that she had no evidence. Hestia looked at him smugly and asked if he was sure about that. His gaze faded. She saw it. It worked. He stood up and went to confer with his assistants, telling her that she needed to wait. Smiling, Hestia finished her tea. If she carried out an inspection, a lot of things would be revealed here. A scandal would be inevitable. And she doesn't have any evidence, in fact, but the temple has illegally appropriated a lot of things, and if there is an inspection, they may fail. And she was bluffing. When the high priest approached the table, the girl said that she was telling them this out of concern for them. Taking his hand, she repeated that she was giving him a chance to settle everything quietly and peacefully, because he understood what she meant. He was on the verge of exhalation. No matter how much he thought about it, one thing remained. She squeezed his hands, and he stood and looked at her. Hestia returned to the marquis's mansion when it was already dark. Uros shouted where she had been all this time. She was in the temple all this time. What was she doing there? The girl held the bag and waited for him to calm down. Instead of words, Hestia showed him a document for the return of land to the marquis's possessions. The butler barely held back an exclamation. They took each other's hands, and like children, they started spinning. Uros lost control of himself with joy. She was able to return the land of the marquis. It was incredible. Kale watched their joy and happiness from the window of his room with some indifferent observation. Hestia was pleased to hear words of praise from Uros. She really tried her best. She felt Kale's gaze when she raised her head. He was already moving away from the window. Uros suggested that she tell the master everything, but the girl hesitated. But the butler encouraged her. She was the one who did it. To be honest, she already misses her beloved, and even if he is sad, she will be glad to just see him. But now she was still not ready. She generously offered to do this to Uros. He was happy with how she took care of the master. Here, our heroine fell on the bed. What bliss to fall asleep peacefully, knowing what a difficult task she successfully resolved. With such a start, she will quickly take revenge. Tomorrow, it will be necessary to check the condition of the returned land. She forgot herself and fell asleep. At that moment in the palace, Helios, clutching the document that the high priest brought, shouted, "What kind of lady the marquise is? Yes, this is complete nonsense." He won't believe it until he sees it for himself, the crown prince said incredulously. This incident had a butterfly effect. Looking at the land deed in the morning, Kale said that she had pulled off an interesting thing. Hestia sat tense, not knowing how he reacted, positively or angry. Why did everything turn out like this? She was already planning to go and inspect the land when Uros said that the master wanted to see her. He never looked at her, and now he calls her so unexpectedly. What if he didn't like that she returned the land that he gave to Diana? For the first time, he looked attentively and inquiringly at our heroine, asking her name. She is now sitting and also looking at him, trying to understand what he is thinking about. The girl added that she was the adopted daughter of Lord Ely. He read the newspaper that she brought for him and noticed that she had not been an aristocrat before. He then continued to look at the document on the ground, occasionally glancing at Hestia. Then he asked her point blank, addressing her by name for the first time, why she had married him. She hesitated, not knowing what to answer, and finally blurted out that she hated the crown prince and his wife. Then there was a pause. Kale looked at her without answering, and Hestia added that she wanted them to apologize to the Marquis, and she herself wanted to help him stop thinking about death. Kale clarified where exactly Helios and Diana crossed her path, to which our heroine honestly answered that not her, but the Marquis. She just wants them to regret what they did. This was said from the heart. She had already said enough. Helios looked thoughtfully at one point, trying to analyze what was said. Euros told him that this girl sees the future with such confidence, to which the Marquis replied that it was time for him to resign. How could one believe such a thing? But the butler insisted that it was true. He told how Hestia knew about the suicide and saved him in time, and also knew about the pink diamond. Euros reminded him of the marriage contract. He would have rewritten the page with the transfer of property to this girl just in case, but the gentleman himself refused to rewrite it. But now this girl has returned the land of Ilion to the master's possession. It seems that she really sincerely cares about him. Kale, remembering this conversation, thought about how he offered her the status of a marquise, but she was not interested in either status or wealth. She took the initiative to return the land to Ilion, and it was all for him, but they had never even met before. Hearing these last words that Kale said out loud, Hestia began to think what to answer. The meeting before the rebirth does not count. Well, how to explain the care from the one whom he did not know before? He added that this was of course strange. Maybe there was another reason why she chose him. The girl thought that she had no other choice, but instead, she nervously asked if he didn't like what she was doing. If so, then she would simply sign a divorce agreement and leave his house. Kale thought even more, but silently waited. Maybe she would say something else. Hestia decided that if he didn't like what she was doing, she would just back off. She was like a third wheel here anyway. But Kale told her that Helios had sent a letter, as he had already sent a letter. He then added that it was her business, so let her finish it herself. He was not going to interfere, in fact. He was even interested in how it would all end. And at the end, he added to the stunned Hestia that she should do as she saw fit. So that's how it is. Now we can breathe a sigh of relief. And as she leaves, she said that she will meet with the crown prince. The only thing she asked for was proof that she was not an imposter, to which Kale promised to write a handwritten letter. That would be enough for Helios, and now she could go. Euros took this news very seriously, informed all the servants. Lady Hestia must be at her best. The maids began to bustle about. Their mistress would meet with the crown prince himself. The best outfit, jewelry, cosmetics. They did a great job, Hestia gasped. She didn't even recognize herself right away. The maids looked at their mistress with admiration and said to each other that she was already pretty. But now she was simply a beauty. She had only recently become the Marquis's wife, and they were taking such good care of her. The servants simply loved the Marquis, and were glad that Hestia had returned the land to Ilion. It's so strange. They admire and trust her. Although according to the plot, the main favorite in this novel is Diana. All eyes and admiration are focused on her. If she's going to meet the two most beautiful people in the world, she definitely needs to be prepared and be on their equal. Having promised never to lose, she went to the meeting, and there the two of them stood before her, the main characters of the novel. Oh, she got carried away. Her legs were buckling. How beautiful they were! But the girl made a curtsy and greeted them, calling Diana and Helios the sun and moon of the empire. Helios could barely contain his anger and irritation, and Diana looked at the Marquis's wife with some fear and curiosity. Then Diana asked if they had ever met before. Hestia remembered well the first time she saw Diana, appearing on the pages of the novel. She was the embodiment of light. Dressed simply but elegantly, she smiled and healed people's wounds. She was truly a saint for everyone. It's no wonder that people simply idolized her. Hestia looked at Diana and thought that it was impossible not to love the main character. Now this saint, having thrown off her simple clothes, changed into luxurious outfits and appears only in luxurious places, became a member of the imperial family, and goes everywhere with her husband, the crown prince. Pretending to be innocent, Hestia smiled and said that she must have been mistaken for someone else. They sat down on the sofa in the living room. For some reason, our heroine found all this so amusing. She handed Helios and Diana the marriage document and a personal letter from Kale, claiming that her husband had said that this would be enough to prove that she was not an imposter. This clearly angered the crown prince. He realized that it was Kale's handwriting, which he knew well, and it infuriated him. Diana also took the letter and the document in her hands. She was tense as a string. The princess said in a somewhat dejected tone how Kale could marry so hastily. Apparently this hurt her pride. Her husband confirmed her words. Helios is not the type of person to make hasty decisions. But the letter is written in the Marquis's handwriting. This woman arrived in his carriage, and the marriage document is genuine. They understood everything. Well, what faces you guys have, no matter how you look at it, she is the wife of a marquis. Doubt it as much as you like. Finally, Helios began to talk about how even if she was a marquise, threatening the temple by demanding land was an abuse of power. Diana tried to stop her husband, and Hestia watched them thinking, if there are no holes in the facts, then where is he digging? Then, in a calm and cheerful voice, she answered that these were no threats. She was simply stating the facts to the Holy Fathers, that's all. The land that was dedicated to Diana, who was holy, was given to the temple. So this is extortion using the position of the high priest. Diana stood up and nervously declared that the temple has no private property. Everything that is dedicated to the temple and the priests belongs to the gods. Hestia smiled at this and noted that then everything is even stranger. Doesn't Her Majesty, the Crown Prince's wife, use her God-given power only for the sake of the imperial family? Diana turned pale. The Crown Prince sat angry and gloomy. They had nothing to counter with. Hestia remembered how, before her current reincarnation, when she was mortally ill, she ran and prayed to meet the saint at least once. However, the priest answered her that the saint no longer had time to deal with such a worthless person as she. Having become the wife of the Crown Prince, Diana no longer dealt with ordinary people. So is this really in accordance with God's will? She asked Diana. Diana blushed, tried to answer something but couldn't. Finally, Helios jumped up and in a sharp tone ordered them to watch their language. Hestia apologized, saying that she misspoke and thought that she needed to play on pity. Our heroine asked him if he would like the Marquis to donate land to the temple, and Diana jumped up. She continued, to be honest, the Marquis donated the land to the saint only because he had tender feelings for her. But they don't want her husband to be bound by old love. They froze in stupor. Helios could barely contain himself, and Diana blinked her eyes, not knowing what to answer. These two can even have a dispute. They need to make Kale forget about Diana forever, and for this, his past actions need to become clear to everyone. Hestia looked at these two and lied to them, saying that she was not offended by them because of her husband's past. But in her heart, she wanted to give them hell. The same hell that Kale had experienced and was experiencing. In a honeyed voice, the girl told how she and her husband were working hard on the future, building it together. Helios said harshly that the Marquise had no manners or respect. How the hell did she manage to become Kale's wife? And even the day after their wedding with Diana, Hestia looked at him with a direct, mocking gaze, motivating herself to repel the attack. She calmly and also cheerfully explained that the process of marriage is different for men and women, so it is not necessary to experience passionate love like Diana and Helios in order to get married. Helios flared up, saying that she was still going to teach them. But no, Hestia smiled. There was no need to take everything that way. He asked her point blank why Kale had chosen her when there were plenty of girls from noble families following him. Yes, because people are not things to choose, Hestia wanted to say. But lowering her voice, she added that she had not told them everything yet. She also has a superpower like Diana. She can see the future. Those two froze with their mouths open. But Helios, of course, didn't believe it, and Diana was in a stupor. But that was what was being counted on. And Diana sits in fear. Well, of course, she must have believed that she was the most special in the world, but this belief will be destroyed. Then, raising her index finger with enthusiasm, Hestia said that she would predict the future, since he did not believe her. She told all this to Kale in the evening, who asked what she had predicted for them. The girl replied that they would soon catch a major robber who was raising alarm in the capital of the empire. She means the same criminal who steals only jewelry at balls. Hestia confirmed this, and also that the Crown Prince still did not believe her. Then he asked how Diana reacted. The girl told how it all happened, that at first she asked to return the land to the temple, and she had to tell for what purpose the gentleman of the mark gave this land. But apparently, Diana understood everything. He wanted to ask something else, but hesitated. This means he is still grieving for her. It hurts him a lot. Then Kale said that it sounds strange, but he just gave this land away, then got it back and forgot about it. But it is surprisingly comforting. The next minute, he walked up to Hestia and thanked her by name. He was so close. Then he said that he would like to express his gratitude to her. What gratitude? She is grateful to the gods that she sees his face. His face is right in front of her. Is it reality or is it a dream? Kale looked at her and thought that the girl was going through the reward options. Hestia's eyes were shining. Finally, he asked, "She has so many desires that she can't choose." The girl took herself in her hand, wiped away the saliva rolling from the overwhelming happiness. Pulling herself together, she replied that she had done everything with all her heart, without expecting any reward. But if he didn't mind, she would like to hire a tutor. He was clearly surprised by this choice of reward, and asked if there was anyone in mind. Her words about wanting to bring Madame Harmony from the salon made Kale turn pale. He asked her specifically, to which the girl replied that it was only her. Why does Kale react this way to the tutor? Does he not like the idea of the tutor or Madame Harmony in particular? This is probably because Madame Harmonia is the closest aristocrat to Diana. After the two noblewomen who opposed Diana drank Kale's poisonous tea and died, the rest of the nobles immediately changed their position, and no one else spoke out against her. But that's not all. Not everyone in the novel loves Diana. It is precisely these dissatisfied nobles who need to be used. Of course, it sounds strange why she wants to hire a noblewoman who loves Diana and doesn't hate her. It's just because Madame Harmonia is the only noblewoman who is kind to Diana, a girl from the common people. She urged her not to give up on her love for Helios. She also taught her court etiquette. And if the temple is a political ally for Diana, then Madame Harmonia is a spiritual mentor. As a socialite, she can't pretend she doesn't know the whole situation, and Diana will certainly take steps to secure the support of the nobility in the near future. So she must be the first to get Madame Harmony on her side. He's probably wondering what kind of thoughts are in her head. And these are thoughts of revenge for you, my love. Kale stood up abruptly, and as he left, waved his hand, saying that he should just report everything to Uros and he would organize it. Finally, without turning around, the Marquis added that he did not know what she was carrying, but he was truly grateful to her. Kale is grateful to her. It's like balm for the soul. And he, her beloved, looked straight at her and today for the first time said to her, "You." As she fell asleep, the girl thought that this was real happiness. All her efforts had paid off in full. The next day, Hestia asked Uros to contact Madame Harmonia. It would have been more correct to invite her to his house, but the woman insisted that Hestia come to her. The deed is done. She got ready, reading the novel several times and noticing all the details. Our heroine knows the preferences of the characters, so she needs to get ready. But Hestia didn't expect that Madame would make an appointment so soon. Here she is in front of her house. A pleasant young butler opened the door for her. There were people inside. Everything was shining. The girl introduced herself and said that Madame Harmony was waiting for her. Here they are, the minor characters of the novel, and she is among them, but there is a sense of awkwardness. Are all eyes really focused on her? This is starting to become a burden. Maybe she said the title of Marquise too loudly. Or maybe everyone already knows what happened in the temple. The girl nervously pulled her hat over her face, wishing Madame would accept her sooner. She couldn't stand it any longer. Finally, the hostess, a pleasant woman, called out to her and was surprised that the Marchioness had actually come. When they were alone, the hostess honestly admitted that she did not expect the Marquise to visit her personally. Mostly highborn people invite her to their homes. Hestia smiled as widely as she could and said that she had come with the most serious intentions, so she could not help but visit Madame in person. The main reason Madame Harmony liked Diana was her honesty and sincerity, so Hestia chose the same strategy to win the favor of Madame. Suddenly, the girl started crying and saying that she needed help. The owner jumped up in alarm. Our heroine cried and thought that this move should not fail, and now the lady worriedly asks her to tell her her trouble. The girl said that her stepfather, Lord Ely, adopted her because he had no children of his own to send into high society. But due to her low social background, her place in the social circle was on the outskirts, and now she has the title of a marquise. But she lacks many things, so she thought that Madame could help her. The strategy for winning Madame Harmony was to play the role of a naive simpleton who suddenly got lucky, but at the same time, modest and sensible. But even if she doesn't reach Diana's level, she will show herself to be a compassionate person. But why is there awkwardness on Madame Harmony's face? What went wrong? What kind of reaction is this? Is she hesitant and not ready to help a modest and honest girl? Maybe she made a mistake somewhere, because the owner is one of those characters who helps the poor. The girl carefully asked if her request was a burden to the lady, but the woman began to deny it. Madame Harmony blushed and asked permission to ask something. Well, of course, let her ask. The question of how the Marquis had married her struck Hestia, and that was all that troubled her. Well, that's even better. It shows her interest, so let's continue to seduce the lady. And Having assumed a simple and naive appearance, our heroine began to tell the flattered hostess how she had long admired the Marquis. I was so worried when I heard about Diana's wedding with the Crown Prince, so that evening I approached him. He was heartbroken. The Marquis was devastated at the time, so he agreed without hesitation. So having received this incredible favor from him, that is, the consent to take her as his wife, she decided to repay for it. The effect was stunning. The girl watched her interlocutor out of the corner of her eye. The woman asked if that was why she visited the temple. The girl, wiping away a tear, nodded, adding that her husband generously gave land to the temple, but his generosity remained unanswered. The girl finished her explanation laconically. The hostess added that everyone knew that the Marquis paid special attention to Lady Diana, so everyone was worried about the Marquis. The girl replied that she knew her place well. Moreover, she was not fit to hold a candle to Saint Diana, she concluded confidently. But until Mr. Kale recovers his physical and mental state and gives her a divorce document, she wants to repay the favor. Shocked, Madame Harmony asked him not to say that. She has already proven her intentions by returning the land to the Marquis. She understands the girl perfectly, so she will be happy to help her, the hostess said passionately. After this, Madame Harmonia literally immediately began to teach Hestia in detail social etiquette, safety precautions, fashion, meticulously. It was very difficult to master such a large amount of information. But soon, rumors would start to spread, and she would start getting invited. A few days later, while Hestia was poring over her homework, the maid Clarice entered. She reported that the thief who had been troubling the capital for several months was caught today. The whole village has been buzzing about it since morning. Diana and Helios must have heard about it before. Well, they won't doubt her now. If only she could look at their faces. Well, who's laughing now? They started talking with Clarissa, with whom they had become close. She told them about the news at home. When asked about the Marquis's health, the woman fell silent. Hestia felt hot. Something happened, but the woman said that everything was fine. The Marquis just had a guest now. What kind of guest is this? Is he in a position to receive anyone now? Kale is not one to rush. Would he receive just anyone? She asked the maid if the guest's name was Hyperion, and she turned pale from such clairvoyance and nodded. Hyperion is the name under which the Crown Prince is hiding. We need to run to Kale urgently. The Crown Prince is her enemy, so Clarice did not tell her right away out of fear for her. He came right after the thief was caught. Having run to Kale's room, she saw a frightened Uros sitting by the door. He justified himself by saying that he was sitting there just in case something went wrong. The girl understood him like no one else, and they sat down to wait together. Uros reported that so far he only heard voices. Everything seemed to be fine, when suddenly they heard a loud crack. Without thinking, Hestia burst into the room. Kale stood by the window with a bloody hand. The window was broken. Helios was at a loss. The girl ran up to her lover screaming, followed by Uros. She asked how he was, if everything was okay, and that she would call the doctor now. Helios stood there looking guilty. He called his former friend by name, but Hestia, furious that he had driven Kale to this, yelled at him to get away. She hugged her beloved tenderly, like a child, wanting to protect him from all the sorrows of this world. Glaring at her and grunting in displeasure, Helios apologized, pulled up his hood, and left. Hestia calmed the Marquis, who was on the verge of a breakdown. The doctor was supposed to arrive very soon. She looked at him thinking that he was pretending not to care, but his face gave it away. Kale was lying in bed. The doctor bandaged the wound and left. Hestia stayed with him. The doctor reassured her, saying that the wound was not deep, that this happens in the heat of the moment, and that he just needed to rest. The girl was upset and didn't notice how she said out loud that she wished she knew what they were talking about. The Marquis answered her that she was curious. She knew that Helios would come. The girl, not expecting that Kale was not sleeping, jumped up. Then she assured him that such details were beyond her foresight. He told her that at first he did not want to accept Helios. If I could, I would have preferred to avoid it forever, but I still decided to accept it. Kale answered him whether Helios was enjoying his honeymoon, although he did not expect such pressure from the doorway. Helios then stated that he had come to ask questions, asking if he had really married the woman. The Marquis threw it to the one who also has every right to marry. Helios convinced him that Hestia was too suspicious, and it was not like the Marquis to do such things so quickly. Here Kale began to boil. What business did it have on him to marry? Besides, why should he be careful in life at all? Because of this caution, his voice trembled, as Diana was before his eyes. He then told Helios that on the day of his wedding to Diana, he decided to die. But this woman, using her providence, stopped him by bursting into the room. She wanted to marry him, he agreed, And anyway, it was none of his business. Helios asked if he was in so much pain. Why didn't he tell him earlier? Why was he silent? The words that they were friends made Kale smile wryly. Well, yes, he was guilty again. He fell in love, died, and ultimately suffered a terrible defeat. Helios asked why he was acting like this. He was never like this before. It would hurt Diana to see him like this. The words that Diana was worried about him and couldn't sleep at night from worrying made Kale angry. Why was she so worried that she didn't write a single letter? That's when he ordered them to stop talking nonsense and get out. And in a fit of anger, he smashed the glass with his hand. Hestia looked with pity at her beloved, who said, "Let those two be happy." It was only when he was pushed to the edge of the cliff that he was able to look into his heart, and he couldn't bear it. He added that he was even disappointed that he could not die, and that he was deprived of even that choice. But then he said that thanks to Hestia, he had gained something for himself. From now on, he would be honest with himself. Kale said now directly and openly, and at the end he thanked Hestia, and the girl beamed. She's about to cry. Kalis, the love of her life. She was resurrected for him. At this time, Helios, who had arrived at the palace, told the shocked Diana that Kale had wanted to commit suicide on their wedding day, and this girl stopped him, after which she became a marquise. Diana said with alarm. Maybe she really was a clairvoyant. The crown prince himself had already begun to suspect her of having foresight abilities. But he answered his wife that first he needed to understand the true purpose of her wedding. The day Kale opened his heart to Hestia, she decided to live for him again. But news came that someone was waiting for her for tea. None other than one of the most famous people in the empire. Here she is sitting with her and her friends at the table. How scary. This is not the situation she wanted, but she has to find a way out. A few days before, she told Madame Harmony that she was invited to tea with Countess Aranis. As usual, she was studying etiquette while sitting with Madame. But when she handed the invitation to the hostess, she screamed. She knew that they would start inviting her, but she didn't know that it would be so soon. And not just anyone, but Countess Aranis, an active person who is no less authoritative than Madame Harmonia. But why is Madame so worried about this invitation? Hestia understood that she was invited because they were curious to see the one they had never heard of, who became a marquise and took the lands from the temple. If she screws up, there will be big problems. In the novel, this Aranis was neutral towards Diana. The problem is that this countess doesn't look like a saint or Madame Harmony. But the biggest problem is that all that was known about her in the novel was that she was an active socialite, sarcastic and neutral towards Diana. She was not an important character, so what should I do now? How should I behave with her? Madame Harmonia looked at her with concern, thinking that, of course, poor Hestia was worried. After all, it was Countess Aranis herself. But in Hestia's thoughts, a plan for a future strategy was being built. Maybe to bribe that one. What topic to choose if she came to that one? The girl answered out loud that nothing could be done. It was for Kale's sake. Here, Madame Harmony became completely emotional. Even at such a moment, this girl thinks about her husband. She approached Hestia and confidently replied that she would help in any way she could. And now she is already with Countess Aranis, who thanked everyone who came to her. All the guests thanked the Countess for the invitation. Hestia seemed to be in a vacuum among these strangers. She began to worry whether she was sitting too close to the Countess. Well, no matter. Madame taught her all the subtleties. At that moment, the Countess began to talk about Hestia. That today, everyone was interested in meeting her. She remembered the lessons of Madame Harmony, who said that the Countess's tea parties were mostly attended by older ladies, and therefore the Countess will look down on Hestia, who is only 20 years old, and the lady shared the subtleties of how to please all these ladies. When the girl remained silent, the Countess asked why the Marquise was silent. As Madame had taught, one must give them the modest and polite answer they wanted to hear, and Hestia modestly said that she was nervous among such famous ladies. This produced the desired effect. The ladies began to whisper that the girl was not at all like the temple ministers had said about her. They had apparently exaggerated everything. Madame also said that they definitely need to be flattered. Well, in her world, this is also a common thing. And our heroine was the very essence of kindness, although the anxious moments overshadowed the general harmony. They were interested in how she became a marquise, as well as the details of the dispute with the temple regarding the return of the land. And it worked. They invited her out of interest, so they had to arrange a performance for them. The ladies began to whisper that it was time to find out the Countess's opinion about Saint Diana. While Hestia was thinking about how to spoil Diana's image in the eyes of the Countess, suddenly, the Countess asked Hestia if her husband's love torments bothered her, and the girl turned cold. Madame Harmony warned that at the tea party, someone would definitely ask an tactless question. not out of stupid curiosity, but to test her reaction. If she gets angry, she will only confirm that she is a child. Everyone will look down on you or ignore you altogether if you show yourself to be a fool. Whatever happens today will certainly spread throughout the city and will certainly reach Diana's ears. And then, Hestia decided to take the initiative into her own hands. She answered the question with a sweet smile. Is there anything to worry about? The Marquis believes that this is a long-forgotten past. The girl lay tiredly on the bed, thinking that the hardest thing is communication with people. But the tea party bore fruit. The ladies sympathized that she was secretly opposing Diana and reacted positively. Marriage is not a toy. Unlike others, she is not engulfed in the flames of love and is not afraid to part. She learned that the ladies don't particularly like Diana, and this gives her the opportunity to plan further actions. But the best thing was that the Countess said that the Crown Prince's wife was inviting young girls close to her to the palace. The ladies were furious about this, but how should they react to this, since they are not of the same age category, which is what she takes them for? An argument began between the ladies. One said that Diana, although low-born, was still a saint. The other said that this was not the point, but the Countess stopped them, who accused them of unreasonableness, and Hestia reflected that in the novel, the Countess had a neutral position. It seems Diana had gotten on their nerves. Since her prophecy had come true, Helios would soon call her to the palace. Her thoughts were interrupted by the voice of the Countess, who added that from now on they would wait for an invitation. But when the ladies said that they would wait for an invitation from Diana, Hestia offered to convey their message to Diana personally. They simply froze, and Hestia explained that she had recently brought a letter to the imperial palace, and it looked like she would soon have business there again. She immediately rose in their eyes. Her authority soared, because she was dealing with the imperial palace itself. But then the ladies perked up and suggested that His Highness must be interested in Hestia. She and the Marquise parted on a good note, promising to meet again, and this was a great victory. Hestia, lying in bed, thought about the events of the day. If they get information from Diana herself, it will be worse. But if they enlist the support of the Countess and other ladies from high circles, then it will be much easier to take revenge on Diana. The girl saw that they sent homework from Madame Hestia. There was nothing to be done. It had to be done. And here is her diary, which is the second treasure for the coming changes. And number 1 is Kale. In this diary, Hestia wrote down all the major events that happened in the original novel. First notes about Kale, and then she watched the end of Diana and Helios. In other words, this diary will become the basis of her foresight. Now our heroine was drawing up a plan of specific steps to discredit Helios and Diana, choosing a punishment for each of them. And then it dawned on her, glancing through her diary of the novel's main stages, she realized what could undermine Diana the most. She will not back down from her plan. All of Kale's sorrows and suffering will be avenged. The next morning, Hestia had things to do as usual, but first she needed to see Kale. Yesterday was too late, so I need to ask for an audience and tell you today. She needs to get Kale's permission for this, and can she just enter his room? Through the servants, she learned that Uros was resting in his room, and when he came to him, he said that the Marquis was resting in his room. Hestia asked him to report to Lord Kael that she wanted to come to him, to which Uros replied, "Why doesn't she just come to him herself?" After all, the owner seems to no longer feel hostility towards her. The girl apologized for disturbing him by making him walk back and forth, but Uros, as usual, politely replied that she had not disturbed him. Hestia reminded him that the Marquis was still in an unstable condition, so let him forgive her and report her arrival himself for now. Oh, forgive me, Uros. Of course she would like to go to her beloved for breakfast, lunch, and dinner herself, and here she stands in front of him. The girl stood in front of Kael, unable to utter a word, and he also patiently waited for her to say something. It seems to her, or he looks at her with a different look, some special one. He is so handsome despite the not very polite expression on his face. Finally, he asked why she had come to him. Hestia said that she wanted to visit the Crown Prince's wife and wanted to let him know in advance. Curiosity crossed Kael's face. Diana called her herself. Hestia reported that Diana would have called her anyway, but she decided to visit her first. He calmly said that if it was necessary, let him go. The girl was surprised by such a calm reaction, clearly expecting a stormy flow of emotions from him. Didn't he care about Diana anymore? But his next words made her flush. Kael realized that this was all she wanted to tell him, so he demanded that she not bother the servants with such nonsense anymore, and especially not Uros. Then he added more gently that she should just come in on her own. Hestia was amazed that he didn't get angry, and it was something like a step towards reproachment. I'm just curious how he looks at her, as a commoner who cosplays as an aristocrat. Just a few minutes ago, Kale was reading a book when Uros asked Hestia for permission to enter. Without looking up from his reading, he told her to come in. But Uros did not leave. It was obvious that he wanted to add something else. And the butler asked the master if Lady Hestia could enter without his help. Kale replied that she had burst into his room, dispersing the guards, so it shouldn't bother her. Uros tactfully reminded her why the girl had burst into the room. Then Kale wearily gave the go-ahead. Let her come in herself, but the servant asked for one more detail of this matter, so that the master himself would tell the girl. This would make her happy. Having conveyed from his lips permission for Hestia to enter him, and seeing her stupor, he thought that she was not particularly happy. Hestia was truly depressed. This Uros had not presented all this the way she wanted. The girl blushed and lowered her eyes. It turns out that she forced Uros and caused inconvenience to others. If you think about it, she bothered the butler and others for her own comfort. How shameful. Kale said that if there was no more business, then she was free. But the girl hesitated and said that there was one more request. She stuttered and said hesitantly that there was something in the Marquis's closet and froze. Then, plucking up her courage, she loudly asked to lend her a ring with a pink diamond. Kale gave a sad laugh, his face darkening. Trembling with excitement, Hestia assured that she would wear it only once, and that she would be very careful not to scratch it, and that she would come home from the appointment and return it right away. With this ring, she will definitely wipe Diana's nose, Hestia thought to herself, and out loud she assured that she would cherish the ring at the cost of her life. Kale sat and looked at her without answering. He suddenly stood up, leaned his elbows on the table, and said that this wouldn't work. And then he takes out of the closet a box with a luxurious ring with a pink stone. And the next minute, he puts it in her hands calmly and indifferently. Hestia stood with her mouth open at first and couldn't say anything. Then with her tongue dry from excitement, she asked, "This is not a joke." Without turning around, Kale told her that yes, let her wear it. This ring no longer has an owner. The diamond matched Diana's soft pink hair, and for Kale, it must have been a precious wedding gift that he chose with all his heart for his beloved. Hestia held the ring, not believing that he had given it to her. Having thanked the Marquis, the girl ran out of the room as if she was being chased. Even Kale looked after her in surprise. He thought that she had a face like she was about to kill a person. And then, switching to the book, he mentally wished her luck. After visiting the Marquis, Hestia immediately sent a letter to Diana. At first, she wanted to ask Uros, but decided to do it herself. Uros was already too busy. It seems he was offended that the lady did not allow him to carry out this assignment. It seemed like this was just what Diana had been waiting for, since the answer with permission to visit her came immediately. And now she's already in the Imperial Palace, it's time to start settling scores. Hestia was already sitting in the familiar living room, waiting for the princess. She had returned here of her own free will. She was perfectly prepared and had information on how to finish off Helios with one shot. The girl looked at the ring she received from Kale. Let's see Diana's reaction. She sat and couldn't take her eyes off the ring. Her darling gave her this ring forever, although before that the situation was awkward. But if you think about it, this is his first gift. Never mind the price, and never mind that it was meant for Diana. The most important thing is that Kale gave the ring personally. At that moment, Diana came up and greeted her. Hestia chuckled to herself. Diana's face was twisted. Then, smiling as warmly as she could, she thanked Diana for allowing her to visit. The princess took a cup of tea and said that she was curious why the Marquise wanted to see her so much. Yes, I see that you have already become accustomed to treating people with disdain. Apparently, you have been sitting in the position of the Crown Prince's wife for too long. But you said out loud that she is an aristocrat, and it is appropriate to express your sincerity to your highest majesty, the Crown Prince's wife. Still smiling, she assured Diana of her kind attitude towards her, thinking that she would see how long Diana would last. She deliberately, as if by accident, showed her hand with the ring and saw that Diana turned pale. Having already recognized the ring, and how could she forget it, Hestia rejoiced. He put his whole heart full of love into this ring. Well, let's see how he will react. But suddenly, Diana smiled, and illuminating with her charm, said that she would listen to the Marquise with pleasure. Hestia tried to read from her interlocutor's face whether she was pretending or did not recognize the ring. The girl's eye did not escape the fact that Diana lowered her eyes, looking into her cup of tea. Of course she recognized her. Diana sits tensely. She's just pretending. Now you're more afraid of me than before. Well, Hestia wasn't going to back down. She confidently turned to Diana, calling her Her Majesty. She handed the blue envelope to Diana, saying that she should believe that she was convinced of her abilities. The princess nervously opened the letter, and Hestia explained that she believed it was best to use her abilities for the good of the country. In the letter, she outlined what Diana should prepare for in the future. Hestia waited for her to continue the dialogue, deliberately holding out her hand with the ring. There is a ring for Diana, and something special from the diary is prepared for Helios. We are talking about territorial boundaries. Around this time, bandits appeared on the territories belonging to the old duchy. In her past life, Helios, that this was a trifle and did not pay due attention. But it's not bandits at all, she said out loud. These are enemy troops who want to test the Empire's defenses. Diana listened, turning pale and shivering, and Hestia remembered her past incarnation in this world, because then Helios got into a lot of trouble because of this, because he realized the seriousness of the problem too late. On behalf of the Emperor, who was at that time lying ill, Helios had to fight with his own forces, which were insufficient, after desperate attempts to prevent the conflict from escalating into war. Helios was able to end the dispute by making an agreement that foreign merchants would conduct business within the empire for free. These negotiations were discussed for a long time among the people, and Marquis Kale was called an outstanding diplomat, disappointed that he was unable to agree on more favorable terms. Of course, Kale had no time for negotiations at that time. Finally, Diana said why the Marquise told her this and not Helios. If she's so worried about the Empire, she'd better tell him right away. Hestia wasn't entirely sure if this was a fictional world or not, but she told Diana that she wanted to know when the next tea party would be held. Diana froze in place. At first, she was confused and did not know how to react. Then her face contorted with anger. She jumped up from her seat and shouted that this was too much. Hestia thought that Madame Harmony's lessons had not been in vain, because the list and date of the tea party were a delicate matter, and it was typical for experienced nobles not to trust anyone unless they were close. So she had Adela Diana, but Hestia wouldn't be herself if she didn't give it a go. She made an innocent face, full of tears, saying how sorry she was. Seeing Diana's anger, she innocently said that due to a lack of etiquette and a narrow worldview, she made such a mistake. Bowing to the princess, our heroine noticed that she had brought a useful prophecy, so she thought that Her Majesty would tell her such a banal thing. She herself thought that if she had a conscience, she would have kept her mouth shut, because the deal had to be fair. Diana gasped and sat down on the sofa, exhausted. It was clear that all this had fallen on her like a burden. Apparently, her head started to hurt. Rubbing her temple, she irritably noted that, compared to the information from the Marquise, the information about tea drinking was insignificant. However, she receives letters about tea parties every day, so she will arrange a reception soon and inform later. There is no specific date yet. As soon as he set the date, he would send a letter to the Marquise, and Hestia would bow in response and thank her. Then she nervously stated that this time she would let Hestia go and hoped that next time there would be no excesses. She was the crown princess of this country, and it was necessary to observe politeness. Hestia, bowing, replied that she would keep this in mind. She thought that the saintly and beloved Diana from the novel was no longer in this world. Perhaps Diana got nervous because of the ring. Look how she stares at me without taking her eyes off me. Suddenly, she couldn't stand it and asked Hestia if Kale had given her this ring. Hestia even froze in place. It was because she had endured so much and finally couldn't take it anymore. Pretending to be a fool and laughing carelessly, the girl asked if it really was beautiful, but her husband gave it to her. It was such a wonderful gift, and when he had just finished preparing it, Diana was pale and looking away. What do you want to tell me, Diana? That it is actually yours? The indecision of the crown prince's wife is quite a sight. Hestia was jubilant. She had caught her with the bait, and now the game was just beginning. According to Hestia's plan, Diana was supposed to take the bait with the ring, which she would naturally recognize immediately. And now Hestia turned on the actress mode. Innocently looking at the ring, she said that she had not expected such a gift. She can't even imagine where he got such a rare stone, and where the jeweler processed it so quickly. As soon as he managed to think through everything, down to the smallest detail. Once Diana loses control of her face, she will read all her thoughts. Hestia feigned a worried face. Her Majesty turned so pale. Maybe she accidentally said something wrong. Is this ring not good enough for the crown princess's eyes? But Diana cried out passionately that no, of course not, and simply fell silent. Then Diana stuttered and tried to say that it was obvious that the Marquise was dear to Kale since he gave her the ring. What a pity you have that someone took your place, Hestia thought to herself. After that, she continued to praise the ring out loud, saying that she was ashamed, but that it was the first time she had seen such a beautiful piece of jewelry, and how she had lived without such beauty before. Then looking at Diana, she said that the ring seemed to match the color of the crown princess's hair. Diana turned even paler. She remained silent, not knowing what to answer. Hestia jumped up, made a face of panic and despair, and screamed, "Oh no, really! But why did Diana seem to have grown to the sofa and lowered her face guiltily when, according to Hestia's scenario, she should deny everything? So what's the matter? Or does the original owner's name not matter? Or does Diana not want to see Hestia happy? Of course, one can understand her. She doesn't like it, and this accident should have made both her husband and Kale happy. Hestia shed a tear and began to lament how she had no idea that the ring did not belong to her. Diana ran to calm her down, saying that Kale didn't mean anything like that. So the plan worked. Diana feels guilty. She let it slip. Otherwise, she would have been Hestia, living in blissful ignorance. Diana repeated that Kale didn't mean to do anything like that. She apologizes very much. So far, Diana's life has been smooth, although there were crises in the novel's storyline. But the main character, and also a saint, behaved correctly, and then she was portrayed as a villain. Well, since she apologized, it means she still has a conscience. Hestia plaintively told the crown princess that there was no need to apologize. She herself should apologize, telling Diana that thanks to her, she once again realized her limits. Diana squeezed out that she was grateful for the fact that the Marquise saved Kale's life. Hestia replied that she was able to help someone dear to her thanks to her abilities, and would protect the Marquis as long as she could. Diana's condition was rather strange. There was some kind of feverish gleam in her eyes, and she echoed Hestia that she should protect Kale while she could. Diana literally squeezed these words out of herself. It hit her, apparently harder than Hestia had expected. Arriving home, she met Euros waiting for his mistress. He asked if everything went well, but judging by the smile, he can assume that it did. She asked how the Marquis was. The butler said that he had taken a walk in the garden in the morning and was now resting in his office. And Hestia, introducing him, said with emotion that, as always, he was reading light novels, which again struck Euros. He was amazed that Hestia knew everything about his master, even such details. He asked the Marquise what she was going to do with the remaining work for today. Hestia said thoughtfully, since she had informed Marquis Kale about the trip in advance, then she should also inform him about how everything went. And heading to Kale, she reported to Euros that she would tell him how everything went and go to rest. She tried so hard for him. Everything went smoothly, and she wanted to tell him everything. But the Marquis turned to the window and asked how Diana was doing. Hestia was not pleased to hear this, but she understood that you can't just throw love out of your heart. But right now, she wanted to hear from him what it was all intended for. And then Kale asked her if that meant she could see the future, and what Diana would be like in the future. She will be happy with what happens to her, Hestia was amazed. Why did he suddenly ask such a question? He still loves her and worries about her. And it's also impossible not to answer him. It's also impossible to lie, because then the truth will come out. And all because in the future, Diana will lose her miraculous powers. After Kale left this world in the novel's plot, Helios and Diana's relationship was no longer the same. The Empire lost a talented person like Kale, and the crisis shook the entire country inside and out. In this situation, Diana lost her healing power. The reason was unknown, but Diana lost her status as an untouchable saint. She became an ordinary, beautiful girl with a kind heart. Naturally, her environment quickly turned away from her, and she was left without support. And the crown prince, her only support, was too quickly tired of the various political issues to be able to pay attention to her. Perhaps a child would have saved their relationship, but this thought had not occurred to Hestia before the resurrection. Kale was silent, and Hestia no longer knew what to say, standing tense as a string, waiting for his reaction. She was tormented by what to do. Lie to Kale? But sooner or later he would find out about it anyway. Well, if I tell him the truth, won't it harm him completely? What if he returns to Diana again? She studied the sad and thoughtful face of her lover. It was as if he read her mind. She was worried about his feelings for Diana. Approaching the stunned Hestia, he quietly whispered in her ear that there was nothing to worry about. He no longer had feelings for her. He, half asking, half ordering, told Hestia to tell what awaits Diana next, and our heroine clenched her teeth, realizing that Kale was lying. A storm of emotions washed over Hestia. If there were no feelings, then why was he even asking about Diana? It was all written on his face. What a fool she is. She thought that she could change the future with one ring. Her hand unconsciously covered the ring. How could she hide this from him? And gathering her courage, Hestia blurted out that the crown prince's wife would lose her healing power. From the expression on Kale's face, it was clear that he didn't know what to answer. These words struck him to the depths of his soul. A couple of seconds later, Kale jumped up from Hestia and hoarsely asked if it was true. Hestia didn't want to let him talk about Diana, so she blurted out that she herself would lose her gift of foresight. When he doesn't know exactly why it will happen, he also doesn't know why. After a short silence, Hestia added that her fall was foggy and she couldn't see anything further, and she did not lie to him, remembering her fall in the temple, and the future after that is unknown. The girl said, out loud, questioningly and affirmatively, that she might die that day. Kale, in a casual, calm manner, remarked that it was strange that she would lose her abilities due to visions of death. Yes, her beloved has a sharp tongue, but she likes it. Hestia replied that she didn't know for sure whether she would die or not. Maybe she would survive, but she would live like an ordinary person. But until then, she plans to complete all the work she has started, and she is not afraid of death. Kale asked when it would be, meaning how much time was left. Hestia hesitated awkwardly. She herself didn't know exactly. Somewhere around a year, 2 or so. But he had nothing to worry about. To ease his pain, the girl added that despite the fact that she would also lose her strength, she would remain in full health for the rest of her life. Kale stood there without saying a word, clenching his fists, not caring. Suddenly, turning away, he abruptly asked her to forget about everything and leave. What was in his head now? What was bothering him? But he closed himself off again. Hestia stood with her hand outstretched towards him, as if wanting to hold him. Shouting that she was leaving him, the girl ran out of the room like lightning, tears of despair choking her. And what if he makes the wrong choice again? Maybe she said the wrong thing, presented the information incorrectly. It's a pity that she doesn't have the talent to care and comfort. Madame Harmony was completely perplexed about what had happened to the Marquise. Seeing Hestia in front of her, the woman noted with alarm that she did not look very well. Hestia thanked Madame Harmony for coming, because she needed help. Hestia was really shaking. Kale hadn't shown up since that conversation. Diana still hadn't given an answer. Madame Harmony asked sympathetically, not knowing how to formulate the question delicately. In the end, she asked if it was because of the visit to the Crown Prince's wife. Hestia wanted to answer, but instead a heavy sigh escaped. Hestia switched on her actress mode and cried out with tears in her eyes she had angered Madame Harmonia. Hestia, in a naive tone, sobbing, told that she went to the princess and forgot about the ring given to her by the Marquis. At first, Harmonia did not understand what ring they were talking about, but when she found out that it was the one with the pink diamond that was intended for Diana, she was horrified. Our heroine, pretending to sob, confirmed her mentor's worst fears. Yes, Diana immediately saw and recognized the ring, although of course everything was a little different. While Madame Harmonia was digesting the information with a doomsday imprint on her face, Hestia quietly said that if only her husband had been a little more attentive to her. Then, the mentor began to calm her ward with all the zeal of her kind heart. Hestia analyzed and realized that the reaction was weak. Then she said that she was very anxious. Taking on the appearance of the most unfortunate of wives, she added that if the crown princess tries to separate her from her husband, and turning on the sobs, Hestia supplemented them with a cry of support for her husband and herself. Hestia's goal was to make Gianna look two-faced. Madame Harmonia turned to her after a moment's pause. After grabbing Hestia's hand, with all the ardor of her heart, she assured her that Diana would never do such a thing. Yes, this was not quite what Hestia had expected. Oh, how she was infuriated by the words of her mentor praising the honesty, nobility, and high spirituality of Diana. The operation failed. Madame loves Diana more than her and stands by her. And then Harmony snapped, and she jumped up, declaring that she would ask for an audience and meet with Diana and talk. Yes, she had a hard day. Everything didn't go according to plan. She barely stopped Harmony from meeting Diana. Hestia decided to take a little walk in the garden. Her head was buzzing. She's so exhausted. She still has a ton of etiquette lessons to learn. And then Hestia realized that if she didn't take a walk now, her head would simply explode. She was brought out of her thoughts by Kale's voice, who appeared in front of her with a bouquet of flowers. She wanted to call him by name, but began to stutter. Just a few minutes ago, the Marquis was admiring the white rose he had grown himself, and Euros was asking about his well-being. He praised the Marquis for spending a lot of time outdoors. After Hestia's arrival, Kale's condition improved, but Euros was upset that his master was spending time within 4 walls. It would be good if he took up some kind of hobby, but the fact that Kale was involved in floristry surprised him a lot. This change is also probably due to Hestia, and he must support the owner and be there. He handed the surprised Kale a bouquet of flowers for his work. Kale wanted to say something when Euros jumped up and shouted that if this was not enough, he would bring more, and ran away. There were more than enough flowers, but there was no one left to talk to. Kale got angry. He didn't even have time to finish asking why no one was listening to him. He learned that Helios managed to prevent the crisis on the border thanks to Hestia's information. Her abilities are great. In Kale's eyes, Hestel was a prophet who could even see the future of the country, but he couldn't rest. Why did she save him with her abilities, him, whom she had never seen before, and so he tries to pull him out of the abyss in which he found himself. And then he saw Hestia walking. Kale looked at the back of the walking girl, unable to tear his eyes away. She said that her foresight would soon disappear, and until that time, she needed to carry out her plans. She said it with such dedication, so fervently promising to carry out the tasks. Kale stood up from his seat and followed her, holding flowers in his hands. He held out a bouquet to her, and she stood with her mouth open and her eyes wide open, wondering if he was really giving her flowers. Besides this, with his velvety voice, Kale wants to tell her something. Hestia ordered herself to calm down, but no way. She thought she was about to lose consciousness. Her favorite was giving her flowers. His imagination immediately drew a picture of how everything really happened. It's obvious that some flower fairy, having seen him, decided to give him a bouquet, and he, quite by accident, hands it to her. Kale looked at Hestia, who did not take her eyes off the bouquet, wondering if she liked the flowers. Apparently she did, since she did not take her eyes off them. In the end, he literally thrust the bouquet into her hands and said, "Take it." When she took the bouquet, something unimaginable was reflected on her face. Kale was seriously scared. Hestia might have lost consciousness, but Uros called out to her. He didn't understand anything, seeing Hestia, pale as a sheet, with her eyes wide open. Kale made excuses. He just wanted to talk. With her face buried in the bouquet, their voices reached her as if from another planet. Uros asking where the Marquise had gone while he was doing floristry. Kale seemed to remember the unfinished business with flowers, and said with a sigh that they would talk about it another time. And then Hestia suddenly said loudly that we can talk now. Everything is fine. But the men did not share her impulse, believing that Hestia in such a state would not be able to withstand a conversation. Looking at them somehow ominously, she said in a quiet voice that she was ready to talk. This scared Uros and Kale. Now she looked like she had come from the afterlife. Uros left them and went to arrange dinner, and Kale and Hestia sat down in the gazebo. She looked at her lover with all her eyes, afraid that it was just a vision. She looked at his bouquets. Yes, she has such cute golden hands. He can do everything. But she was confused by the fact that in the original plot of the novel, there was no such thing as Kale being involved in floristry. Kale watched the changes on her face. Just a second ago, she liked it, and now she frowned. He concluded that Hestia was indeed a disturbed person. When Hestia turned her face to him, her expression was as if she had seen a ghost. He kept his eyes on her the whole time. The girl froze with the bouquet, all crimson, not knowing what to do. But she saw a barely noticeable smile on his face. He was smiling. She doesn't know why, but it was definitely a barely noticeable smile. Their conversation ended before it even began, and Kale seemed to be in a good mood, when suddenly she called her by name, and now he's right behind her, saying that he wants to say something. Hestia jumped up as if stung, and nervously answered what he wanted to talk about. God, what a wonderful voice he has. It's a destructive force. She thought that this was the happiest moment in her life, and was ready to burst into tears. Suddenly, he asked why she chose him. Again the same question. It apparently does not give her favorite any peace. His velvety voice continued. The reason was not by chance. Hestia stood frozen. He was obviously hinting at whether she loved him, that's the reason. Oh gods, did Kale figure out why she wants to avenge him? He was waiting for an answer. He caught her. There was no way out. And Hestia screamed at the top of her lungs, yes, he is her beloved. And Kyle asked if she saw that he is an important person in the future. And he froze after her words, digesting what she had just said. Hestia also froze like a statue, only now realizing what she had confessed, and that Kale had no idea about it. And then she trembled and asked again what he meant. Looking into Kale's piercing eyes, she actually said that he is her favorite. This is the end. And Kale somehow thoughtfully asked what favorite meant. So that's it. She expressed herself in a popular word from her world. Kale understood it. A word is not a sparrow. Once it flies out, you can't catch it. The tongue is its enemy. You need to find a way out. Kale asked if it was some kind of foreign word, or some kind of magic word related to her abilities. He was genuinely interested. He had never heard it before. He kept asking and asking, because in the original he was a scientist character. Poor Hestia no longer knew where to hide from embarrassment and shame. She couldn't stand his unhappy face, and, having gathered her strength, admitted that this word means the most beloved person. Kale somehow with a hint of sadness clarified, it means love. Hestia shook her head in horror. No, that is, not quite. She began to explain incoherently that most likely it meant a passionate attachment, something that you cherish more than anything else in the world. But Kale thought that the meaning was the same, after which Kale said that he didn't know that she loved flowers so much. She blushed, and Kale added that he would now send her flowers. He invited her to sit down and talk, admitting that he had thought a lot about her abilities. So unexpected. Does he still doubt her abilities? Because talk about Diana's future sounded absurd just a couple of days ago. If he doubts her predictions, but here he said that the future she predicted has not yet come. Kale asked if the present changes, then the future will change too, right? Hestia was confused, not knowing what to answer. Why did he have such thoughts? Then he reminded her of the day she saved him. It turns out that if she hadn't intervened, he would no longer exist. But Hestia objected that this wouldn't have happened. But Kale objected. The future she saw, in it he was dead, but in this world he is alive, which means the foreseen future did not come true, because she influenced him. Hestia became nervous about where he was leading. Then, looking at the thoughtful Kale, she admired his noble beauty, like a god. Then came the questions. He heard about the border zone, how the crown prince had managed everything thanks to her, whether she could see his death, whether she could foresee this part more accurately. So, she had heard these words or something similar somewhere before. It's just a time paradox, often seen in movies. It will be complete kaput if she can't save Kale. But Hestia understood the greater importance of all this. The issue with the border region is the same as before the resurrection. But if you continue to change events one after another, there is no guarantee that the same thing will happen again. If what she predicts does not happen, then her lie will be exposed sooner than she hoped. Kale thoughtfully asked what to do. He asked if she saved him because he was an important figure in the future. How accurately he notices everything, Hestia thought. And recently, he also said that in the world before her resurrection, Kale was not a bad person. Since Kale died, there will be no events related to him. She simply assumed that things would have been better if Kale had lived. If she casually agreed, his doubts would only increase as to how to get around this. Kale leaned over her, asking if it was difficult for her to talk about it. Hestia trembled again. "Why are you so meticulous today? And so close, too." And she nodded, but it was damn hard for her to speak. And having pulled herself together, she added that he would not have died, but would have survived. And she does not think that the future will change. Having said this, Hestia sat with her eyes downcast, and Kale also looked at her, as if trying to catch her gaze. Somewhat disappointedly, Kale added that the world would continue to live perfectly well without him. Hestia didn't know what to add. Had things really gone smoothly this time too? And again Kale, sadly and melancholically concluded that whether he was alive or not, the planet was still spinning. Well, here he is again sinking into depression. Kale tried to grasp the thread that his existence would change something in the future. Hestia pondered his personality as a secondary character. Helios and Diana still came out on top in the novel. As long as there are two main characters in this world, Kale will never become the center of the world. And suddenly she grabbed Kale's hands and proclaimed that he doesn't need to change the world to be great. It is enough to become the meaning of life for one person. Looking into his eyes, Hestia said, "What if he can also change this man?" Kale's face changed when Hestia declared that he was already great. Kale replied that the one who needed him, Hestia, was angry. He was at it again. And then Hestia blurted out again that she needed him. He was her favorite. The scream was so loud that the gazebo vibrated, and apparently the entire kingdom heard it. At that moment, a frightened Uros appeared and asked what they were doing here. He came to tell us that dinner was ready and served, but he saw some strange picture. Hestia walked away, and Kale said that it didn't matter anymore. While Hestia was thinking about the fact that she had blurted out about her favorite twice, a smile appeared on Kale's face, and the next minute, Kale's face was lit up by a radiant smile. Hestia and Uros looked at him, dumbfounded, with their mouths open. The smile grew into laughter, which the Marquis tried to contain as best he could. He laughs. Her Kale actually laughs. Kale's laughter overhead shocked them, and he stood there almost laughing. Hestia thought that he only laughed like that in the original next to Diana. She may have made herself look silly, but at least her darling is laughing. She made him laugh. Finally, Kale turned to Uros, who, having recovered from his stupor, froze in attention. The Marquis could not begin, as if he was searching for the right words. His eyes looked away. And now, for the second time, he made Uros and Hestia freeze in shock by asking them to provide a pleasant dinner. Hestia walked down the palace corridor thinking about what happened. All this bothered her so much that she could not taste the food. And later, more and more new reasons for embarrassment appeared. And yet it was great to see Kale from different sides. If he smiled, it meant he was better, and Hestia was looking forward to a light sleep. Finally, she would be able to get enough sleep, wrap herself in a fluffy blanket. Having opened the door to her room and stepped over the threshold, The girl froze. The whole room was covered in flowers, like a greenhouse. Hestia even thought that she had the wrong door. But why were there so many flowers here? She couldn't understand what all this meant, and so she stood in tense confusion. Her gaze fell on the vase of white roses that were in the gazebo, a bouquet from Kale. She remembered his promise that he would send her flowers. So that's it. He decided to fulfill his promise. Our heroine exhaled tensely, so this is what he asked Euros for. But still, it couldn't have happened without Euros. He clearly went overboard with the bouquets. The girl smelled the enchanting scent of a snow-white rose. It was still so pleasant. Meanwhile, Kale stood in his room thinking. He thought about Hestia's words about her word darling, and how she called him an important person that she needed. This new feeling of being needed brought about a change in him. Hestia wrote a business letter, carefully drawing out the letters. Finally, she finished. Great, ready to send. There was no letter from Diana, and she was unable to contact the Countess, so she wrote a letter about the current situation. It took so long to set just one date, whether they were ready to hold the banquet. She was going to go and send the letter and also find Euros. Her gaze fell again on the flowers. How many there were, and what a scent they radiated. Afterwards, I went to Euros. There was a table with a whole pile of papers. What a huge amount it is all littered with. Imagine her surprise when Euros was sleeping at the table. He was not visible because of this mountain of paper. Euros heard someone standing and barely whispered when he saw Hestia. But no, he was sleeping, and in his sleep, he told her to take care of the master. And then, seeing his blue face, Hestia screamed in horror. He's dying! Shaking, she asked him to come to his senses. But he saw his father instead of Hestia. When they managed to bring him to his senses, the pale butler was sitting, and Hestia learned that he sleeps less than 3 hours a day. It was a horror for her that in this world there was no labor law. Euros said that the owner was unable to take care of his own affairs, and he had to take it all on himself. But she didn't understand how. Until yesterday he was fine. Euros thought, here she is, the lady. She saw through the old man. Yes, he was busy with Kale's affairs, but only urgent ones, and not to the extent that he slept 3 hours a day. The man saw the owner's laughing face for the first time in so long. Who named Hestia, the lady who commands the marquis. Suddenly, he went silent, and Hestia approached. What? Why did he suddenly go silent? Euros made excuses that he hadn't slept and that his head was spinning, but Hestia noticed something suspicious in his gaze. And he, in the meantime, casually said that if only the lady would take care of the marquis's affairs. Hestia exclaimed, "What nonsense! Who is she? Just a formal wife." But Euros insisted. Hestia defended herself. Firstly, she didn't understand anything about this. And secondly, the marquis would never allow this. Euros immediately declared that he would ask the marquis right away. Before Hestia could say anything, the butler broke loose and ran. The girl slowed him down, but he promised that if the marquis did not approve, he would not remember this anymore. But he was sure that the owner would not mind. And our heroine realized that she was in trouble. She couldn't get out of it, and asked where the marquis was. Euros reported that the owner was holding a tea ceremony on the terrace today. Before the girl had time to repeat the ceremony, the servant headed towards the marquis. Seeing Hestia's face, Euros was frightened. Something was clearly happening to the lady. Kale calmly occupied himself with his tea, and without looking up, asked Hestia what had happened. Still, he glanced at her out of the corner of his eye, noticing that she didn't look very good. Because she stood there again, pale and with her eyes wide open, how many times had she sworn to herself not to fall in love with this handsome man? Pulling herself together, she said that the matter was important, which is why she came in, and Kale, to Hestia's delight, invited her to have a cup of tea with him. Well, this is something else entirely. Her darling will pour her some tea. It was a pity, but it was impossible, and she gathered her courage to refuse. Oh, how hard it was! The judge and the commentator were fighting in it, and talking to her inner advisors, she shouted out not to drink. The man stopped pouring tea and asked if she didn't like tea. Our heroine quickly replied that she did. Our heroine, Kale, already seriously asked to forget about tea and sit down. He wanted to talk. How many times did she scold herself? She had just refused tea with her favorite. What a fool. A complete idiot she is to miss such an opportunity. Seeing Hestia in her dimension, he brought her out into reality by asking her why she was looking for him. The girl, with tears of disappointment in herself, did not know how to start the conversation. She noticed that his gaze softened and his mood changed. His eyes studied him. No, it was not a look of softness. She looks at her studyingly, as if she were an insect that he finds funny. Hestia thought that it was all about the unfamiliar word that she heard from her yesterday. But this is better than the lifeless eyes of an old man. It means that Kale's condition is recovering. As Hestia was dreaming of erasing yesterday from her memory, Kale called her name again. She said that it was urgent, and the girl conveyed Uros's words about allowing her to manage the estate. Kale thoughtfully repeated the butler's name and confirmed that it was hard for him to carry everything alone. The Marquis was upset that he still couldn't get back into the ranks, but Hestia assured him that he still needed to rest. She was just a fictitious wife, so she would understand if he refused. The girl shared that it was not easy for Uros to ask her for help, and Kale replied that before, no matter who he entrusted the work to, he could not feel free. I thought that if I wanted everything to work, I had to do everything myself. But now he realizes that he has not truly lived. Hestia sat with her hands folded, listening to her lover, after which, smiling radiantly, she replied that she would like to at least lighten his burden a little. Kale seemed to freeze, not taking his eyes off her, as if he had made another discovery. They sat in silence opposite each other for some time. Finally, he replied that she should take care of their internal affairs. She was aware of his thoughts, so there was no need to come. The girl thanked him, thinking what a reverent moment of silence it was. But he also had something to tell her. A letter had arrived from Hyperion. Hyperion? That means Helios, the girl frowned, opened the envelope, and began to read. Surprise appeared on her face. She had thought that Helios wanted something from Kale. But this letter is not for Kale. This letter is for her. She assumes that after the Borderlands, her abilities became in demand. It's obvious that Helios needs her help. Hestia was indignant. He needed her abilities. But how could he send a letter to a weakened KL? The girl pressed on the paper. She wanted to use her abilities only for Kale. She shared with Kale that it was okay if she openly refused to cooperate with Helios. The Marquise was surprised why she was asking him. But why? She is now a Marquise, and the letter is from the Crown Prince under the name of Hyperion. Hestia tried to convey to Kale that if she and the prince met secretly, it could give rise to rumors. Kale smiled calmly, saying that she thought he wouldn't find out about the secret meeting. Hestia looked at him as if struck by lightning. A storm of emotions stirred Hestia. Shame, indignation. Jumping up and slamming her hands on the table, she screamed that she didn't want to do anything without his knowledge. All the internal hostility towards Helios burst out. She doesn't want to deal with him even in front of 1,000 witnesses. She finds it disgusting in general. While Hestia poured out her pent-up emotions, Kale listened silently without interrupting. And Kale had an image of Diana and her words about how she liked Healy. Well, who would dare to hate Healy? Then she would cut off all hope for their relationship. But Hestia stood there, all agitated with indignation. And again she made him smile. Looking at the girl standing in front of him, he understood that Hestia was completely different. However, he allowed advised Hestia to meet with Helios, who was persistent and would call again and again. And when Hestia once again said, "I don't want to be a Marquis," irritation washed over Kale. She wasn't tired of constantly calling him a Marquis. Nobody here calls her the Marquis's wife. He whispered to Hestia, who stood frozen in place, to call him simply by his first name. The girl looked at him silently, numb. Her beloved asked to call him by name. She can say his beautiful name Kale out loud. It sounded very quiet and somehow crumpled. Then she said it louder and more confidently, and finally shouted loudly. It was so loud that Kale became scared and stood there with his eyes wide open. Out of shame, Hestia ran out of the room, shouting as she went that she wished her a good day. As she ran away, she hit the table, and the cup of tea spilled over and flowed onto Kale's hand. But for some reason, now he felt so calm and good. Hestia ran down the corridor as if on a treadmill, flying past the frightened Euros. She was burning with shame. Why couldn't she behave like a lady with Kale? Helios arrived and looked at Hestia's room with genuine interest, saying that he was seeing her for the first time. Hestia pierced him with a hellish gaze and thought that this created a big problem. Then she asked him why he was looking around her room like that. It wasn't some kind of museum. Still, Hestia followed Kale's advice by agreeing to the meeting, and Helios expressed his willingness to come to the Marquise's palace. Since he arrived not as Crown Prince, but on behalf of Hyperion, it was decided to meet in the room, and not in the living room. Helios wasn't one to strictly follow the rules of the novel, so Hestia hoped that everything would go well. But how the hell he irritated her, studying everything, searching everything with his eyes. His gaze fell on Hestia's desk, on which lay documents with graphs and diagrams depicted on them. He asked Hestia, surprised, if she was responsible for Kale's internal affairs, and Hestia, bowing politely and not without pleasure, said that her husband trusted her in everything. Helios looked at her and chuckled, and Hestia rejoiced. It seems he is not happy. He noticed that she had an interesting way of doing things, but at a glance, you can immediately figure everything out. Hestia answered to herself. These are decades of her slavery in the company. Helios glanced sideways at Hestia and thought that the more he studied her, the more talents he noticed in her. Hestia looked at Helios expectantly, without answering. Suddenly, as if on a theater stage, he said that everything was in the name of the empire. Hestia was even scared of what kind of nonsense he was talking, forgetting that he was pouring tea. Then the crown prince admitted that everything she said about the border was true, and asked her to tell the truth. This is precisely what his feigned phrase and gesture calling on her to use force in the name of the country were leading to. Hestia was amused by this falseness and theatricality, as if he had said something new. Calmly pushing a cup of tea towards him, the girl replied that she was sorry and would pretend that she had not heard anything. Helios noted that she didn't even hesitate, and our heroine continued to say that her husband's health had not yet recovered, and she wanted to focus on running the household. And then the two predators began to squabble. Kale insisted that the affairs of the country were more important than the economy, and Hestia snapped that her foresight did not concern all state affairs. She could only foresee important events from time to time. Helios lost his temper when he reminded her of the information he had given her about the borderlands. The girl openly admitted that she was interested in the date of the tea party, so she shared the information as a deal. Helios hinted that she was afraid that the crown prince was in front of her, and Hestia sarcastically noted that she was currently talking to Hyperion. Helios seemed to be running out of steam, and asked if she planned to use her abilities for personal purposes. Hestia could barely contain herself. She literally wanted to bite into him, but she answered with a forced smile that she simply put her husband first. And she couldn't hold her tongue and reminded that while her so-called friends were enjoying happiness, she was taking care of the one they had abandoned. Helios felt like he was sitting in an electric chair. These words made him freeze. A tense silence fell over the room. The crown prince understood that Hestia was not one to mince words. He needed to somehow seize the initiative. Then he took a spoon and scooped up the tea Hestia had poured. A second later, he almost spat it out, coughing as if he had drunk poison. Hestia didn't know what to think anymore. She had grown these leaves herself. What was wrong? Meanwhile, Helios didn't stop coughing. She asked if His Highness was okay, to which he croaked something about the taste of the tea. Here, it was Hestia's turn to jump up as if scalded. Diana brewed the same. Wait a minute. Diana's cuteness, character, personality, and strength. She has it all, but still, there are some things she can't do. Indeed, the tea that Diana brewed was tasteless. He compared her tea to Diana's tea. Hestia was indignant and cursed Helios. Her tea really was like water from a mop. Hestia demonstratively sipped her tea. How could it be tasteless, even though it was brewed from the same tea leaves? A second later, I almost spat it out myself. The damn thing is really disgusting. Apparently the conversation is over, nothing can be done. But suddenly, Helios suggested that they figure out what Hestia wanted. A smile appeared on her face. Oh, that's better. And she issued a condition, along with the land of the late Duke Orcus, demanding that her husband's status be raised. Of course, Helios was shocked, then hesitated. Hestia waited, let him suffer. The first requirement will symbolize that she has become the complete opposite of Diana, taking the legacy of the dead Ratona, and the second is that Kale is not guilty of what was done in the name of Diana, in the death of Orcus's daughter. Will Helios be able to accept these demands? The crown prince, after some thought, replied that this was not a question he could take alone. The final decision would be up to the emperor. Hestia sarcastically commented that a reason could always be made up. But these are her demands for the deal to exchange her abilities. Helios never ceased to be amazed by her persistence and stubbornness. She was clearly driving him crazy, but he needed her abilities. But Hestia understood that Helios couldn't make such a decision alone. Maybe he should take a break. Then the girl suggested doing this. She would promise in writing that she would help him. In exchange for this, if she had a compelling request to turn to him, he would help. In her opinion, this was quite reasonable and feasible. Well, Hestia knew how to negotiate and find the right position for herself in any situation. Helios reflected that it would not be so easy to find such a reason. And thinking that not everything was so bad, he replied that he agreed. A pleased Hestia reported that the signed documents would be sent in the near future. Standing by the window and watching Helios leave the palace, our heroine thought how much he needed her abilities, that he accepted her conditions without specifying details. Or maybe he thought she wouldn't find a reason to return the favor. She hoped that he would continue to look down on her. Let him do so for now. She will raise her Kalis to the very heavens of this empire. And the next day, before Helios's documents arrived, she received a letter from Diana. Our heroine did not sit still. She had so many things to do. Finally, the date for the tea party was set. Countess Erenice was touched by the personal visit from Hestia, remarking that her husband was very lucky to have her. The women began to discuss the news, but the most important of them was the date of the tea party, which Aranis learned about from Hestia. Hestia noted that she always keeps her promises. As soon as I found out about the tea party, I immediately went to Countess Aranis. As if the letter was one step late, Hestia decided that a personal conversation would make a greater impression, but she didn't expect the result to be so good. Understanding what Countess Aranis was thinking about now, she perceived Hestia as a green girl who would forget about her promise, like most young people. But she immediately arrived in person. So, Aranis is disarmed. She will tell this news to the other ladies, because there were not the most pleasant rumors about her. While tasting the wonderful, airy cake, Hestia heard Aranis ask if the crown prince's wife had anything else to say. Hestia told that she only knew that Diana had decided to invite all the noble ladies in one fell swoop, which greatly surprised the countess. The women understood that because of her character, Diana would not like to hold such meetings often, especially with nobles, and the countess said that it would be difficult for Her Majesty to hold such a meeting herself on such a scale. Madame Aranis thoughtfully, and somehow sadly, noted that, as crown princess, she would probably ask Madame Harmonia for help again. Hestia watched her interlocutor closely. She knew it. Such a proud woman did not like the presence of a competitor whom Diana preferred. The fact that Aranis originally showed a neutral stance meant that she was hurt by Madame Hestia's presence next to Diana. Hestia reflected that Diana would never have invited her if she had known that Madame Harmonia had been giving her lessons. But the countess had invited her to tea, which meant that she liked her, for now. This meant that this needed to be taken advantage of, Hestia decided. And turning on the actress, she began to have a dialogue about how she doesn't understand why Madame helps her at such an important event. Well, okay. When she was just a simple girl and a saint, and innocently lowering her eyes, she said that the crown princess simply doesn't know how magnificent the countess is. After a pause, the countess clarified that Hestia really thought so. There was a tense pause. It seemed the countess had turned to stone. Hestia was afraid that she had set the wrong tone for the conversation, but when Aranis beamed and agreed with Hestia, the girl felt a sense of relief. The countess shared that she was glad to meet someone who understood her so well, but it would be difficult for nobles, including herself, to earn Her Majesty's trust. And all because of the flood last year. But caring for the people is the prerogative of the king. If the nobles had intervened, it would have only created new conflicts. One of the main events of the novel was a flood, because of which the province suffered greatly. Diana was shocked by the cruelty of the local residents. Then she turned for help to the aristocrats who came to the local temple. But the king was busy hiding his tragic internal affairs. In such a situation, the other nobles could do nothing. They had no right to interfere in the affairs of other territories. In the end, it was Helios and Kale who came to the rescue, and in caring for the flood victims, Helios and Diana's love grew stronger. Well, what else could Kale do? He processed the documents instead of the crown prince. An important part of the paperwork fell on him. Her poor sweetheart Kale, how many tears she shed reading this part of the novel. And Hestia withdrew into herself, cursing this couple. Why the two main characters, bastards, who could not even build a relationship without Kale, enjoyed life while Kale cleaned up other people's shit. The only thing she wished for them was to burn in hellfire. She was pulled out of her inner dialogue by the countess's voice, and Hestia confirmed that His Highness was very disappointed with the nobles at that time. And then the most opportune moment appeared, which Hestia could not miss. Our heroine stated that if the countess wishes, she can make a couple of cracks in the walls of His Highness's castle. She waited, watching as Countess Aranis's expression changed, and when she asked how, Hestia outlined her plan, that at the tea party she would create a situation where Diana would appear in an unfavorable light, and then the Countess would intervene and save Diana. Diana is a rather simple person. In relationships, she is guided by high morals, so she would open her soul to the Countess who had rescued her, and now Hestia waited tensely for Aranis's reaction. The problem was whether the Countess was interested in this proposal, and after the phrase that the Marquise would get from this, a victorious laugh rolled through Hestia. It worked. The only reason she helps Ruffini is to become her companion, and she stated this out loud. The Countess asked again in a slow and drawn-out voice. Leaning against the table, holding Hestia in tense ignorance, she said, "The evening was wonderful. The Countess actually gave her consent. How nice it was to relax after a busy day." Hestia was jubilant. Why is she dragging her feet? Why shouldn't she just say it straight out? She needs help. The alliance is almost formed. The Countess will accept her proposal in any case. Now, all the socialites will be on Hestia's side. Besides, when she returned home, a letter arrived from Helios. He sent her appointment and imperial pass. Hestia looked at the royal seal and wondered what had arrived rather quickly. Did he really need her gift so urgently? Perhaps she will also have to take advantage of this privilege. She will need to find out how Diana is doing with preparations for tea party, when to go to predict. The best source of information is the servants and maids. The girl opened the book and joyfully exclaimed, "Here it is! It will happen in the next few days." She has a reason to go to the Imperial Palace right now, but she doesn't want this to be her and Helios' secret. Tomorrow, she will have to tell Kale. And with these thoughts, Hestia fell asleep. Tomorrow was going to be a busy day. She hoped that tomorrow would go as well as today, but there she was, riding in the carriage and wondering how that could happen. All her plans were ruined, and it was all because of Kale. How did it happen that the two of them were riding in a carriage to the royal palace? Hestia sat huddled with her head down, trying not to even breathe. Well, to explain what happened, we need to go back in time. She found Kale in the garden, where he was creating sculptures from bushes and trees, and said that he was going to the palace. He asked her about something, but Hestia froze, wondering what beauty her beloved had created. So this is what Kale does today as a restorative therapy. There was at least something that Kale couldn't do. The Marquis's words reminded her that he had asked her not to report to him and brought her back to reality. But the girl said that she wanted to tell the Crown Prince something. But first she wanted to tell him Lord Kalos. Hestia insisted that she didn't want this to be her secret, and Helios heard it from her favorite. But what if he didn't want to hear it? Apparently, he doesn't want to know anything related to Helios and Diana. The less you know, the better you sleep, apparently. Kale decided to follow the old saying, and it stirred up the heart of his beloved, and our heroine obediently replied that she wouldn't tell him if he didn't want to hear it. Besides, Mr. Kalos doesn't have to force himself to listen to it. When she looked up, his face with a sly smile was in front of her. He asked her not to call him so strangely. "Oh, how can I bear it? He is so close." His velvety voice spoke that there is no need to say Lord, just Kale. Hestia, all trembling, blurted out that it was hard for her to call him simply by his name. His divinely beautiful face looked at her expectantly, and so, lowering her eyes in embarrassment, she tried to pronounce his name syllable by syllable. Finally, having squeezed out Kalis, she covered her face with her hands, as it was the color of a tomato. To save her, Kale, as if nothing had happened, turned to creating another masterpiece from wood. While cutting, the man asked what prediction she would give Healy first. After the words that His Majesty the Emperor would soon fall, the urns in Kale's hands froze. Before the resurrection, there was a sensational incident. The Emperor was in good health, but suddenly lost consciousness. The cause and origin of the disease are unclear, so Diana poured her healing powers on the Emperor day and night. And in this case, Diana's ability to call upon the Force worked for the last time. Hestia thought about how events developed after the end of the novel. Kale brought her out of her thoughts by asking if she could save the Emperor with her prediction. The girl answered honestly that she hoped so, but it would be better if he was prepared for any outcome. Apparently, Kale realized that Hestia had expressed herself very carefully, but there was no chance. Kalis lost his parents early, so together with his best friend Helios, he greatly respected the Emperor and was devoted to him. And Kale was like a second son to the Emperor. He was delighted with him. Hestia felt sad, realizing what Kale was feeling now. This wasn't exactly what she had originally planned to tell him. Helios also had his reasons. The Emperor also doted on him and considered it right to communicate certain things to him. Hestia stood there uncertainly, not knowing what to add, until Kale spoke to her. But with his message that he was also going to the castle, Kale horrified Hestia. She tried to convey that his health could worsen there, hinting at who he might meet there. And now, in the present, they are riding in a carriage in deathly silence to the Emperor's palace. The girl was beside herself. Could she let him in there? And if he met Diana, he had only just stabilized. And what if he lost consciousness? She caused Kale deep concern when, lost in her thoughts, she lowered her head almost to her knees, covering her ears with her hands. Yes, you won't get bored with her, thought Kale, suspecting that she was worried about him. His words that he knew her thoughts now, that he was worried about him and his reaction to Diana, made Hestia look up at him in surprise. She tried to object, but Kale clearly cut her off that she had nothing to worry about. He said that he was going to check on the Emperor's condition and hoped that he would not meet Diana. Hestia was of course afraid of the old outburst of feelings, but now she supported Kale. Lowering her voice, she added that she would be by his side, so that he would not repeat the terrible future that she had seen earlier. Let Kale do whatever he sees fit, regardless of her existence. Kale looked closely at Hestia, calling on him to love and hate according to his heart. After all, in 2 years, everything will end with her for him. After all, her goal is to make Helios and Diana bitterly regret, and for Kale to have nothing more to do with them. But she doesn't want to manipulate all these feelings in the same way. After a tense pause, Kale replied that everyone should return back on their own as soon as they finished their business. He would not have to wait for her and she for him. Hestia resisted, and if he fell unconscious and she was not there, Kale reminded him that he was no longer a child. He began to get tired of her excessive care. He was not so weak and helpless. Hestia was like a mother who didn't want to believe that her child had grown up and tried to defend her own. Even though she was angry, he was damn sweet. As they had agreed, upon arrival at the palace, each went on his own. Their conversation ended on a tense note, but she was still so worried about him that it was reflected on her face, which frightened the servants. Suddenly, Hestia grinned. He now looked so much like himself from the original version of the novel. The girl walked down the corridor, thinking about Kale. In the corridor, she heard the conversation of the servants, who were animatedly discussing something. Hestia listened and heard the girls talking about how there hadn't been such a large-scale tea party for a long time. At first, our heroine didn't immediately understand what they were talking about. Then she remembered Diana's tea party. She wanted to learn more from the maid's conversation, about how the relationship between Helios and Diana was going. The girl decided to hide behind one of the bulky columns and eavesdrop. The maids groaned at the crown prince's stubbornness, because they were the ones suffering. Last time it was young girls who took part, but Madame Merope looked at them like that. Apparently, this time the girls responsible for the internal affairs of the families would be invited. Therefore, as Hestia understood from the conversation, Helios did not want the reception to be modest. It wasn't just about luxury. The girls discussed Helios and Diana's quarrels almost every day. Madame Merope, a lady-in-waiting who served a late empress, was the most experienced figure in the palace. Madame Merope began to argue with Diana, which means that everything is going as Hestia wanted. She barely restrained herself from laughing with happiness. What a wonderful topic for gossip! The new crown princess and the old-timers of the palace. Hestia literally flew on the wings of happiness, thinking about the fact that she would have to meet with Countess Ehrenby. She was brought back from her flight by Helios, who stood before her and did not expect her to come to him first. Hestia thought that as an assistant, she would immediately use her abilities for the benefit of the country. Standing in front of him in the office, she hated this loser with every fiber of her being. He ruined her whole mood and couldn't even say hello properly. Helios clarified in a businesslike tone that since she had come so urgently, it meant that something concerned the future of the state. Even though she couldn't stand this loser, she didn't want to tell him that his father would soon be gone. She looked at him and Helios at her. He looked uselessly handsome now. Then Helios unceremoniously asked, not without irony, whether it was normal to look at someone else's husband's face like that. With vain self-admiration, he asked if she apparently liked handsome men. Hestia stood with her jaw clenched. There was no trace of his politeness left. Now she would wipe that nasty smile off. Helios wanted to add some more sarcasm, but a sharp slap of her hand on the table stopped him. Hestia, with the look of an enraged lioness, screamed that he had no manners at all. Well then, she would tell him the news directly, and she fired, declaring that His Majesty the Emperor would soon fall. Helios thought that this woman was acting recklessly, and was indignant that there was no reason for this. The doctor had recently examined him. There was no threat to life. Hestia also stated bluntly that she did not know the day and hour and how it would happen. She simply saw a picture of the future. The Crown Prince asked, in hopes of whether there was a chance to change this, but received the answer that there should always be someone next to the emperor to provide first aid. However, even these measures do not guarantee salvation. It was clear that the grief from what he heard was eating away at Helios, and he then stretched out what Diana had tried for. He drooped and asked, almost silently, if there was no other way. Hestia looked at him straightforwardly. Only Diana had the exclusive right to heal the imperial family. Before the emperor fell, Diana used her healing powers on him every night. They were used as a miracle only available to the imperial family. The girl thought that everyone has their own time, and when it comes, no miracle will help. She waited expectantly for Helios to come to his senses. Just as Hestia was thinking that she had told him everything and would now go to Kael, Helios pressed the doorbell. The well-trained chief chamberlain of the palace, Lilius Zeno, appeared. Helios ordered to go immediately to His Majesty the Emperor. He too will arrive soon. Before the crown prince could even utter the words to invite his wife, Hestia screamed a resounding no. All three stood frozen in mute silence. Helios asked suspiciously if it wasn't she herself who asked to send Diana to his father, wondering to himself what she was hiding. Hestia admitted that her husband was currently in audience with the emperor. She asked to let them leave first, reminding him that if Kael were to run into him, it could upset his emotional state. The butler raised his hand, tactfully drawing attention to himself and apologizing for interfering. When Hestia and Helios looked at him, The man reported that Her Highness, the Crown Princess, had already gone to the Lion Palace to have tea with the Emperor. To the servants' dismay, our heroine and the Crown Prince screamed in horror. Then, without saying a word, they started running, as if at the start of a treadmill. Zeno, who had long ago and perhaps never in his life seen anything like this, remained standing in place for the first time in his life, not knowing what to say. Hestia and Helios ran side by side, racing as fast as they could through the corridors of the palace. Slobe Hestia wondered why the hell Diana was going to the Emperor instead of sitting and getting ready for tea. It was impossible for anything to happen to Kale. The Crown Prince seemed to hear her thoughts and called her. Out of breath, he barely managed to squeeze out the question. Could the Emperor's downfall be his poisoning? The girl pierced him with a look that was more eloquent than any answer. Having asked to run faster, they rushed on. At this time, a teapot and cups were displayed on the tray. Diana walked happily. Finally, she would have tea with the Emperor today. She healed him every night so she could see his face. But he was so tired that he went to bed early so they couldn't even talk. The maid ran after him, begging him to give her the tray, since it was not proper etiquette for a crown princess to do so. Diana stopped when she saw Kale. Confused, she stopped, still holding the tray in her hands. His eyes widened as that voice said his name. The man turned his head and saw her, the very love that had broken his heart in the form of this girl. Kale also called her by name, and they stood like that for a while. It so happened that they both came to the Lion Palace to see the Emperor. He looked at her, unable to move, but at the same time he remained calm. Before he could say anything to Diana, Helios and Hestia flew in, barely able to stand on their feet, sweaty and exhausted, as if they had just finished an outstanding marathon. Kale calmly looked at her and asked what had happened to her, and Hestia only prayed that Kale had not yet managed to see Diana. Helios tried to smile tensely and turned to his former friend. Kale looked at him calmly and even somewhat distantly. Suddenly, Kale grabbed Hestia's hand and pulled her along with him. Helios looked down sadly, and Hestia was overcome by another wave. Her Kale took her hand. The Marquis led her away from Helios and Diana, and she could not say or ask anything. He held her hand so tightly, and even somehow imperiously, that Hestia could not understand and comprehend what was happening. Kale's hand was nervously squeezing her wrist, tense, obeying, and literally running after Kalon. I heard her name, Diana. This made her turn around, and she understood everything. Helios talked to Diana, after all. He and Kale crossed paths. What is it like to meet the source of suffering that made you want to die? Hestia couldn't even imagine what Kale was feeling, but he wasn't distracted and continued walking as if nothing had happened. He's probably trying his best to contain his emotions. She was very proud of her favorite. When they were riding home in the carriage, she could not contain her emotions, praising her for her excellent work. Kale was silent and gloomy, but he responded to her words. Afterwards, he asked again, "So the work is excellent?" To which a joyful Hestia nodded. She began to rattle on that he was holding up very well when Kale slowly turned to her. Nervously and irritably clutching his head, he declared that she knew nothing about him. Hestia winced. Pain washed over her, meaning Kale was barely holding back. He asked without holding back his emotions if her predictions were able to see through people. When Hestia shook her head negatively, he irritably accused her of pretending to know what was happening to him. She wanted to justify herself. Did she really say it with such meaning? But the girl just lowered her head and apologized. That's all she can do now for Kale. He didn't answer anything. He just lowered his head, and they rode the rest of the way in complete silence. Hestia just wanted Kale to vent his emotions. Late in the evening, Hestia needed to relax herself. Standing on the balcony of her room, our heroine thought, maybe she shouldn't have let Kale into the palace at all. Who would have thought that Diana would decide to visit the Emperor today? With her character, she was careless with him. With sadness washing down the disgusting mood, I remembered that after this, Kale continued to remain silent, even in the carriage. Euros immediately realized that something had gone wrong. Euros will take care of him, but she herself needs to relax with some wine. While draining the glass, she wanted to check if everything was okay with Kale. But that would be a mistake. Standing on the balcony, she thought that from here she could see Kale's office, but his heart was far away. But when she turned her head and saw her beloved on the balcony, she seemed to be rooted to the floor. Her beloved, so beautiful, stands so close and looks somewhere into the distance, or down. At first she thought it was a drunken blunder, but then she realized that Kale standing on the balcony was real. Thoughts started spinning feverishly in his head. If he wasn't sleeping at such a late hour, then why was he standing on the balcony? And then a newspaper article titled, "Victory over the Marquis," flashed before my eyes. There were words that Marquis Kaelis chose death, and as if an unknown force picked up Hestia, who, still in her nightgown, jumped out of her room. She flew down the corridor, saying out loud that he couldn't die because of such nonsense. A frightened Uros looked at her as the girl flew past him like a bullet. Out of breath, she looked at the butler with hope, hoping that it was not too late. They stood and looked at each other in the corridor of Kael's room. Kael was not there. Hestia thought she was going to go crazy. But Uros reported that the owner had gone out onto the terrace. Hestia breathed a sigh of relief, and when she was about to leave, she heard Kael's voice calling her name. It was he who came out from the terrace and said that she was welcome. When he ordered Uros to leave them, Hestia blushed and almost screamed. She begged Uros with her eyes not to leave them, but the servant happily obeyed and ran out of the room. Standing with his back to Kael, who watched Hestia mutter something to herself, he waited for her reaction. When he came up from behind so close, leaning his hand against the wall so close that she could hear his breathing, she froze. His velvety voice said that there was a conversation. Hestia didn't move, and she couldn't move away without coming face to face with him. As soon as she turned her face, as if she saw a ghost, Hestia's eyes widened, and with dry lips she said his name. Kael stood there, looking thoughtful and guiltily downcast. Then he asked for forgiveness for what happened during the day. It was obvious that Kael was truly ashamed of what happened in the carriage. Speaking quietly in her ear, he admitted his guilt, that he had been a little harsh. Hestia didn't know what to do. He was so close, so handsome. Her heart was about to jump out of her chest. She was afraid to look at him. Her face was flushed. The girl asked how he was feeling now. Still standing behind her, he said that he had taken a nap during the day, so now he was feeling better. Kael asked why she wasn't looking at him. Hestia couldn't admit that if she turned around, she would die of a heart attack. Feeling that he had moved away, Hestia decided to turn around a little. The Marquis said that he had seen her on the terrace, drinking wine. He was still saying something about wine and dinner, and Hestia realized that Kael had seen her on the balcony. Stop! So it turns out he saw her ugly behavior, how she drained glass after glass like an alcoholic. A new explosion of emotions was ready to burst out. What a shame. Kael called her by name, and our heroine was ready to burst into tears. And then he, holding a bottle of wine, offered to have a glass. Hestia didn't remember how she took the glass, how she sat down on the sofa. It was as if she was in a dream. This can't be real. She's drinking wine with her lover in his room late at night. Kael watched her as she clutched the glass and nervously took a sip, and our heroine talked to herself about how this was just his office. There was no need to make up strange things. And then I thought that, when will such a moment present itself again? I need to look at it, and look while there is such a chance. The image, his image, those eyes, those perfect facial features. Her beloved, as always, amazes her with his beauty. She forgot about reality, about her facial expression, memorizing every feature of him like the most devoted fan. Jumping up sharply on the spot, which frightened Kael, she concluded that he was too defenseless. Kael froze, watching as Hestia looked at him with wide eyes, and she thought to herself, no, I need to cover his chest, although no, I'll have to look again. Her face turned red. She lamented why there was no mobile phone in this world. They were alone together at night. If only she could capture his sacred image for the rest of her life. A grimace, as if she had a terrible stomachache, was reflected on her face. It was from happiness, although Hestia was afraid that her heart would burst. But she almost fainted when he leaned over her asking if she was okay, as she was flushed. Kael was really worried. She looked like she was about to burst into flames and faint, but Hestia, squinting, could not scream that she was wildly delighted. But at this rate, she would definitely have a heart attack. Something urgently needed to be done to ruin this romantic moment, and she gave in, asking if there was any news from the wife of His Majesty the Crown Prince. It turned out that Kael became sad and froze, realizing what Hestia had done, and began to ask if he didn't want to talk about it. But the Marquis simply sat down next to him, resting his face on his hand. Hestia was afraid to make things worse by calling his name cautiously. Kael replied quietly, which made Diana momentarily startled. But soon, she began to speak as if nothing had happened. Smiling, she carried on a normal conversation, that he came and didn't warn her, and she found out that he got married. So she was surprised. It was so unbearable for him to stand like this and listen. He began to speak. But Diana, still with a carefree and radiant smile, suggested going and having tea with the Emperor. He almost said her name, but she didn't let him, turning around abruptly and telling the Emperor to let him guess who had come to see him. Kael stood at that moment and extended his hand to her, as if he could hold her. And it was true. Then it all came crashing down on him. Then he quietly, almost in a whisper, added that she didn't believe in him and said that he could handle it. confessing that he was so worried about Diana that he barely spoke to the emperor, and then met her with Healy when he left the room to escape. Hestia didn't know what to answer, how to support. His name burst out of her mouth. Looking helplessly at his hands, he continued to share about that event. Diana treated him as usual, and he asked himself where he went wrong. Everything he has tried to do so far seems to have been rejected. Kale almost cried. If so, why did they blame him, make him an outcast? Why didn't Hestia come earlier, when it was so hard for him? Hestia listened in amazement as he poured out his soul to her. Because of whom it was so hard for him, why this happened to him, and the girl hesitantly placed her hand on him. Kale was devastated. His emotions were bursting out. He had wasted his life on these useless attempts. As the second most important character, Kale has no connection to Diana. However, as described in the novel, when Kale loved Diana, he was the happiest man. And then Hestia, passionately grabbing his hands, said that everything he did in the name of love was never in vain. Hestia realized that Kale wanted to keep in his heart not the image of Diana, but the feelings he experienced then. Our heroine tried to convey to Kale that he knows how to love and that this is where true happiness lies. She knew that she too knew how to love, and that she also had a lot of warmth in her heart. Holding his hand in hers, she understood that she was also worthy of love when someone denied her existence. This faith helps her. Even people who didn't see him loved him so sincerely. How much happier he would have become with mutual love. Hestia sincerely admitted that she was looking forward to his future. Kale didn't move. His hand lay in her palms. When he asked if she saw his future, the girl lowered her eyes and became embarrassed. Then she replied that she could not see what she wanted, after which she smiled with all her heart, saying that she would do everything to make his future happy. When she pressed his hand to her chest, he was unable to answer, and only then did Hestia become horrified, realizing that she was still holding his hand in hers. Jumping up nervously, she said that she was going to bed and advised him to go and rest. Just as she was about to go, he stopped her by taking her hand. He called her by name, looking at her expectantly and not daring to speak. Their eyes looked at each other. She was afraid, but she wanted to hear. Suddenly, Kale abruptly let go of her hand, drooped and told her to go. Everything was fine. Hestia bowed and wished good night. She was tormented by what he wanted to tell her, and he sat in the same pose and repeated something about that very one. Her words about mutual love, her hands and the warmth with which she supported him. Hestia couldn't sleep. She walked around the room and thought about what Kale wanted to tell her. His hand was shaking. All she could do was leave the room. The girl was very nervous, but decided that Kale needed to calm down and they would talk. But contrary to her plan, they were unable to meet for some time. Hestia was exhausted, and why are there only 24 hours in a day? Euros carried more and more stacks of papers on internal affairs, knowing that the young lady had 10 for every piece of knowledge he had. While studying with Euros, they went with him to inspect the restored Ilian estate. In preparation for Diana's tea party, she had to take a lesson from Madame Harmony. Sometimes she even attended social gatherings of Countess Erinus, and all this kept her busy until late in the evening. She didn't have a single free minute. All for Kale, but what's the point? She hasn't seen him for a long time. But before tea, she needs to clarify everything in order to be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Tea drinking, preparation. Hestia fell into bed exhausted by late evening. Suddenly, she jumped up as if stung. Trouble! That's it! It dawned on her that, in all her busyness, she had forgotten the most important thing. I had to urgently ask Madame Harmony to come. Hestia apologized to her mentor for the urgent call, but the matter was indeed serious. Tea time is just around the corner, and she has completely forgotten about her outfit. Because Diana was having tea, all the tailors in the kingdom were busy, and Hestia took a suitcase from a servant. You can't come to a tea party at the imperial court, especially one hosted by Diana herself, in a ready-made dress from a store. So Hestia had to find a way out. She decided to remake the old dress. But Madame Harmony was worried. Even if there was no time to sew a new one, going in a remake was not the best idea. But Hestia wanted to make one thing out of several. There was no other way. She simply has no other choice but to alter an old dress and show off in it. Madame Harmonia was horrified by this. Hestia understood her fears and knew what society was saying about her origin. That's why she wants to show her true image. Then people will look not at the dress, but at her. When she said that she was following Madame's example, the teacher beamed. Having understood the deep meaning, she rushed to Hestia with apologies for not understanding it right away. Hestia asked with hope, because Madame has a tailor, right? Madame Harmonia could not raise her eyes to Hestia. Yes, there was a tailor, but she did not tell everything about him. Hestia, seeing her reaction, did not quite understand what was going on. But Harmonia's appearance alerted her what was wrong with this tailor. And then, like a whirlwind, A man of enormous height flew in and boomed in a bass voice that he was the tailor, Dekimar. Hestia was rooted to the couch, barely able to say that she was glad to meet him. He was huge, more like a mercenary than a tailor. Madame Harmonia introduced Detsamara as a talented master in his field. Despite his size, he is very popular among aristocrats. He likes the art of changing outfits. Dekimar was completely embarrassed by the praise, but the mentor continued to praise him. His fame goes before him, because his clothes are very beautiful and outstanding. At the end, she added that she did not say right away that Dekimar was from ordinary people. But Hestia, having come to her senses a little, replied that it didn't matter. There were things much more important than status. And already smiling, our heroine declared that she completely trusted the madam's recommendations. She realized that she had done the right thing by asking Harmonia for help. At that time, Dekimar was almost crying. Watching the woman calm the tailor down, she was once again convinced that Harmonia truly enjoyed friendships that went beyond status. And then the following picture emerges. Dekimar is a commoner. Hestia herself is a former commoner, and with Madame Harmonia, they are a large and friendly family. Hestia showed Dekimar her dress, which she wanted to alter. She also brought some jewelry. She bought it to win Kale over at the ball. Dekimar was fully immersed in the process. He felt the fabric, examined the decorations, and then he burst out. He asked what her favorite style was, what kind of ribbons and lace she usually wears, what type of frills she prefers, and much more. Hestia stopped this flow, saying that, let it just look good on her. Otherwise, she trusts him. He was surprised. She wouldn't even have any wishes for the overall style, to which Hestia replied that the dress shouldn't be too sweet, because Diana would be wearing it, and let it be more modest. She wanted to add something else, but fell silent when she saw Dekimar's face, which frightened her. He seemed to be in a fever, his eyes bulging, after which he growled in a bass voice that he had the perfect sketch for the marquise. Before Hestia could answer, he flew out of the room with such a noise that he almost knocked down the doors. Hestia remained standing with her mouth open, wondering why she should ask if he was still designing based on his own inspiration. This made Madame Harmony laugh a lot, and she burst into laughter and told Hestia that she was something. She answered without understanding anything. She had done nothing, and Madame Harmonia listed all her merits, became the Crown Prince's consultant, took over, and now the land of Ilion has a good reputation. Of course, Hestia was pleased to hear about her merits and that her efforts were not in vain. It was all for the sake of her favorite. And then Harmonia dropped sadly. It's good that the Crown Prince's wife behaved like her. Hestia beamed. Could something have happened to the Crown Prince's wife? She was all in anticipation of what happened to Diana. But Madame Harmony quickly came to her senses and said that she had blurted out the wrong thing. Then, Hestia decided to support the dialogue, clarifying that it was because of those rumors that were spreading. The rumors began with a few words from Countess Erinis at a friendly meeting, concerns about Diana's incompetence and her natural nature, because of speculation that the Crown Prince's wife is from the common people and rejects aristocrats. All the while, Hestia wondered what had happened, whether something had gone wrong with the tea party, or perhaps the boundless trust in Diana had finally fallen, as in the original novel. But Madame Harmonia cried out with fervor that these rumors were lies, and the Crown Prince's wife could have every right to be called the mother of the country. Yes, there had been stubbornness on her part lately, and calmly, with reverent love, the woman added that she trusted the Crown Prince's wife. Madame shows endless trust in Diana, who is the main character of the novel, and Madame is her assistant. If this is true, then now that the novel is over, how long will Diana remain the main character? Their dialogue was interrupted by a loud bass voice calling the marquise. Dekimar flew in, declaring that the ideas had exploded like a volcano. His shirt was bursting at the seams from the tension. Having laid the sketches in front of the women, he excitedly chattered that he had developed designs that best suited the age and appearance of the marquise. He made quite a few sketches, asking Hestia to choose what she liked. Decimar's face darkened. Apparently, Hestia didn't like anything. He watched her every glance and almost exploded at where she was looking. Seeing that his shirt was torn, he blushed and apologized. He was so nervous that he didn't even notice. But the women pretended they didn't notice anything. Now was not the time. They needed to choose a design. Dekimar's designs are all gorgeous. Even comparing with the new dress, there is nothing to add. These dresses are definitely for an aristocratic ball. All this is not so out of fashion as to be considered a remake, but still something is missing. Suddenly, she saw one sketch and her gaze froze on it. Dekimar noticed this and spoke up. This is not it. She is looking in the wrong place. He drew this just to stretch his hands, but Hestia understood. Here it is. She no longer heard the tailor's words that this outfit is for older women. The marquise is young and beautiful, and the dress emphasized with lace is more for older ladies, and Hestia said with a smile that she chose this design. The maids rushed around the palace, preparing Hestia for tea. The girls ran for perfume and ribbons. Take this, take that. There was noise, hubbub, and confusion. Kale sat in his room, and the noise gave him a headache. Euros explained that today, the lady was going to Her Majesty's tea party. So everyone was bustling about from early morning. Kale turned his face away tiredly, muttering, "So today..." Euros felt offended that he hadn't asked how the marquise was at all, so he said that with all the work, Hestia hadn't had time with the dress. So, due to lack of time, she had to simply remake what she had. Kale replied that she could have asked him. He would have solved it with money. But Euros reminded that the lady said that she would never use his property for herself. The maid who helped Hestia dress said in admiration that the marquise was so beautiful. Hestia really looked amazing. The dress emphasized her snow-white skin and slender figure. She liked her reflection in the mirror, and the girl thanked him for the compliments. But she reminded him that it was all thanks to an excellent tailor, which made Decimar cry again. He was proud. This was the best thing he had ever created, and the maids could not believe that this was the creation of this man, whom they were afraid of because of his height and bass voice. This man and such an elegant dress. Hestia herself didn't expect the dress to turn out so well. The design she chose looked so simple compared to the others that Decimar and Madame tried to dissuade her. Decimar then stated that he would improve this version of the sketch. Hestia replied that all the other sketches were excellent, but this tea party was her first official event as a marquise. Some are already familiar with her from Tea with the Countess, but most people will see her for the first time. So more elegant clothes are needed, not like the lightning-fast aristocrat Hestia, but like a lady who leads her family. Clothes to show off. Decimar burst into tears at these words, but Madame Harmonia kept saying that the dress was too simple for such a tea party. And then, Hestia began to offer Decimaru options on how to improve the sketch. They broke mother-of-pearl shells and decorated the dress with them. Decimar was delighted when Hestia moved, her dress sparkling. Usually, a dress coated with jewelry dust is impossible to pay for due to its high cost. And the method from shells that she suggested to the tailor was taken from one fashion magazine from her world before moving into the novel. It was impossible to guess how quickly the dress was made. The lace was handmade. The stonework is intricate and elegant. Decimar put his heart and soul into this dress, and the girl sincerely thanked the tailor for such a magnificent job. The next time she wanted to contact him, the tailor bowed and replied that it was an honor for him. The door was open, and Kale was watching this scene. When Hestia and Decimar saw him, they jumped in surprise. It had never happened before that he came to her himself. She even became worried that there were some problems. Kale looked at the dress without taking his eyes off it. It didn't look like it had been re-sewn at all. It was truly a masterpiece. She didn't have time to ask why he was there, what had happened, when he thrust a velvet bag into her hands with the words to give it to the tailor. Decimar yelled that this was him being paid, but Kale said that he had brought the appropriate payment for his work. Then he turned around abruptly and left without saying anything else. The maid started whispering, "Why did he really come? The lady was so beautiful, and he immediately left, without even saying anything." Hestia stood there in bewilderment. She also felt somehow offended, but pulling herself together, she said to herself that everything was fine. Kale was ready to call only one woman in the world beautiful, only Diana. So there's no need to be sad, our heroine reassured herself. Kale seemed to read her thoughts. He stopped. She flinched when she heard her name on his lips. He turned around and awkwardly, trying to find the words, said that this dress is on her. It suits her very well. The girl froze. Did he really tell her that? Kale was ready to call only one girl in the world beautiful, and then he complimented her, Hestia, albeit timidly, tersely, but still. Hestia thanked her, blushing. Kale looked at her. From his expression, it was impossible to understand what he was thinking about now. Then he turned around abruptly and wished her a wonderful time. The girl thought sadly. What did she expect? He threw her a compliment as a farewell. Her heart was beating wildly. So embarrassing. Who better than Hestia to know what Diana was to Kale? She looked at his gift and thought that even such a compliment as a farewell was quite enough. Since she came to this estate, Kale himself came to her for the first time. He simply brought her the budget she was entitled to, as he put it. Well, even so, as a debt. Hestia watched him go with a pleading look, subconsciously hoping that something would change, that he would suddenly turn around. And his name burst out from her mouth, and he stopped without turning around. Smiling one of her charming smiles, she thanked him for his support. Kale didn't turn around, stood silently. then casually threw out, "Yeah." Euros was shocked by the gentleman's behavior. When they were left alone in Kale's room, he said reproachfully, "Sir, why did you give me money and then leave right away?" Kale replied that the marquise was just a pretext. Wouldn't it have damaged his reputation if she had worn a remade dress? And they decided to close the topic. Kale somehow became gloomy. It was obvious that something was tormenting him. Remembering Hestia's smiling face, he wondered if it was only duty that prompted him to come to her. Hestia arrived at the palace. Madame Arinus noted that she was in a great mood. Countess Arinus was, as always, in full splendor. Hestia admitted that despite appearances, she was still a little worried. But her lover, who came to support her, gave her confidence. Hestia replied that as she promised, she would become her faithful ally today. Countess Arinus was still nervous about their deal. She wasn't entirely sure if they were doing the right thing, but Hestia decided not to give up. The Countess asked in surprise if there really would be a tea party here. Hestia languidly lowered her eyes and said yes. Due to her foresight that the Emperor would soon fall, Helios wanted the Emperor to be closer to Diana. As a result, the tea party will take place in the Emperor's main palace. She didn't expect that Helios would trust her so much, and she assured the Countess that everything was fine. Even if it is held in the main palace, the theme does not change. They just need to stick to the plan. And so the Countess only needs to trust Hestia, and she giggled merrily like best friends. At this time, Hestia was discussed by other ladies invited to tea, and then Diana appeared, accompanied by the words that the Crown Prince's wife was coming. All the invited ladies bowed in reverence. Bowing down like everyone else, Hestia thought that what happened with Kale this morning was a good start. Out of the corner of her eye, our heroine watched Diana pass by. There could not have been a better day to show the heroine's true colors. Diana, standing on the balcony, smiling her angelic smile, said that she was glad to see everyone, wishing them a wonderful time. All the ladies began to sit down at the tables, wishing the imperial family health and prosperity. The tea party begins with the appearance of Diana, and Hestia is given a place at the same table with her. It's probably because of her status as a marquise. Well, perhaps this place will come in handy for her. The ladies present were pleasantly surprised by the tea party at the imperial palace and praised Her Majesty's generosity. They began to admire the Crown Prince, whom Her Majesty loved so much that Hestia was seething with anger at how people could accept the situation like this after her prophecy. Maybe it's because of the fancy premises, but the friendliness of most of them is just annoying. Now it will be difficult to catch the moment for your speech. Hestia couldn't take her eyes off the smiling Diana. If you looked at her like that, absolutely everyone loved her now. When Hestia read the novel, Diana wasn't so friendly, a cool character who would serve plum cider. Of course, our heroine reread the novel 100 times because of Kale. Hestia tried to make eye contact with Diana. It would have been impossible for her if she had been upset. As if possessed, Hestia kept her eyes on Diana, urging her to look at her. Of course, she understood that reality and romance were different. And here come the maids, delivering treats for tea. Diana reported that they brought sweets that she prepared. In a sweet voice, the Crown Princess said that she put her heart and soul into the sweets and hoped that everyone would like them. And the audience buzzed that they couldn't wait to try them. Hestia looked at the treats and thought, "Wow, what cool treats!" The ladies were shocked, including Hestia, and that's all the princess had prepared: a cake and a few cookies in plain icing. Looking at the treat with bewilderment, the girl thought that she could have bought such sweets even when she was not a marquise. Diana, the host, knew in advance that the event would take place in the most noble room of the imperial palace, and that it should have a splendor befitting the place. However, Diana, in her style, arranged everything simply according to her wishes. From her position, she wanted to convey a message criticizing the luxury of aristocrats. But this way, you can't convince your opponent, even if it's a really good idea. Now, Hestia understood for sure that the main character of this novel had been walking along the flower path all her life, born of problems. Whatever she did, everyone around her praised her. But this is just a story in a novel. Hestia was sickened by her, in fact. Diana was so arrogant and her arrogance, but her internal dialogue was interrupted by Diana's ringing voice calling for tea. Smiling, she admired the incredible aroma emanating from the tea, and then Hestia said that she thought that the princess had prepared this so as not to forget her peasant origins. With a mockingly ironic smile, our heroine asked the ladies if they agreed. Taking a piece of cake, she said that this was the best gift for her and, after thinking about it, she remembered that it was also the right moment. But for others, they looked too simple. Hestia enjoyed the show. The ladies were really disappointed. She asked if something had happened to Madame Merope, but Diana didn't answer, visibly nervous. Then, pulling herself together, she asked why Hestia had decided so, and our heroine, still smiling, noticed that she couldn't feel her hand. In fact, everyone already knows from the conversations of the maids of the imperial palace. In the end, the treat was prepared with the wishes of the princess. Before all this, Madame Merope herself was not seen at the tea party, but Hestia did not know whether this was Diana's wish or whether Madame herself had decided not to go. However, the point is that the crown prince's wife has conflicts with the imperial servant, and Hestia cannot miss the opportunity to show it. The lady started saying that, indeed, these treats look strange. And then Diana, putting on her sweet smile, said that she was the wife of the crown prince of this country, who should serve as an example for all residents. If the maids had helped, this tea party would have been like other tea parties. This old custom did not suit her, and she decided to do it her own way. So she prepared these treats for her guests to try. At first, it seems awkward, but she is sure they will soon get used to it. The princess hoped that her will would serve as a good example. Everyone sat motionless and without saying a word. Diana froze with an expression of disappointment and surprise on her face. Where was the support, the praise? Hestia watched her with a stony face as she helplessly turned her head, waiting for support. And then Hestia, forcing a smile, said that everyone would understand Her Highness's plan, and that she herself would not forget what Her Highness expected of her. Diana smiled and replied that she knew the Marquise would support her idea, and she added to the stunned Hestia that she would hope that next time the Marquise would dress more appropriately. Hestia sat wondering what was going on. She had misheard it. She started to explode. She had now humiliated her. Diana now scolded her dress and calmly continued drinking tea. How Hestia wanted to blurt out something. Her tongue was itching, and she still sits with an expression of regret on her face. She thought that Hestia's dress was decorated with precious stones. Perhaps Diana perceived this as unnecessary luxury, but her own clothes were made of magnificent fabrics, and she still dared to reproach. While Hestia was burning with the hellish fires of hatred, Aranis began to cough to attract attention. Then she began tapping with her index finger. This was the sign that Hestia had agreed upon with Countess Aranis. A double click on the saucer, a signal that Hestia can say whatever she wants, and the Countess will pick up where she needs to go. Hestia and the Countess looked at each other. True, well, then the moment of truth has arrived. The girl was jubilant. It was encouraging to have the Countess on her side. Then our heroine slowly stood up and said, addressing Diana, that there had been a misunderstanding. She's a little embarrassed to admit it, but this dress was altered from her favorite outfit, and it shines because it is covered with shells, not precious stones, but this shine is not inferior to precious stones. The hall exploded, re-sewn, and she came to tea in it, but it shines so beautifully. Two ladies approached Hestia. One said that she could not take her eyes off Hestia's dress. Aranis winked that it was Miss Nona, the owner of the fashion store. The woman admired the beauty of the renewed dress with ardor and asked who Hestia's tailor was. And Hestia thought that the time had come for even greater glory for Decamara. The women stood waiting for the name of this wonderful master, and Hestia said that the master who remade the dress was a commoner, and his name was Decimar, so few people know. The shop owner and her friend stood frozen in mute amazement and disappointment. The women started buzzing. It can't be. A commoner created the dress. How can such a thing happen? And then some sharp remarks were heard. What's surprising is that it's quite common for common people to wear recycled clothes. Others have picked it up, of course. It's a habit, and nothing can be done about it. Hestia stood with her head down, and then Madame Aranis said that the dress was very nice. If the Marquise hadn't said it, she wouldn't have even guessed. The Countess's voice sounded firm and calm. The woman added that the culture and skills of common people are much better than is commonly believed. And winking, the Countess asked to entrust this Decimar with the alteration of her dress as well. And so it went. Since the Countess herself said so, other ladies began to remember how many wonderful outfits they had, which were a pity to throw away, and so great that they could be remade and worn again. Hestia was amazed at how quickly the public changed their opinion. Diana tried to appeal to the ladies, but no one heard her, and they continued to have dialogues about their outfits. Someone even admitted that they were ashamed of some of the outfits they bought at an inflated price. Hestia looked at the dejected Diana, who had turned from a princess into a forgotten guest. The crown princess's face looked as if she was about to die of frustration, because she was used to everyone admiring her. She wanted everyone to taste inexpensive sweets, learning modesty, so that others would be ashamed for living so luxuriously. Everyone was to follow Diana's example of living frugally and praise Diana for such an example of frugality and modesty. Hestia had entrusted her dress to a simple Dekimaru by pure chance and had already achieved good results. Hestia watched the crown princess sitting alone, almost crying, and then Countess Aranis spoke up. noting that Hestia could create a beautiful dress without alterations and shells. Doesn't Marquis Calus give his wife a generous budget? Hestia looked at the woman in amazement, speaking slowly but Countess Irenaeus. Everyone turned their gaze to Hestia, forgetting about altering their outfits. Hestia looked at Irenaeus, who lowered her head and smiled slightly. The girl barely restrained herself from continuing to play the role. Everything is going according to plan. It worked out. Before they started drinking tea, they agreed that they would naturally move on to talking about Kale. Hestia didn't even think about how to tell her about the dress. How naturally the Countess managed to touch on this topic, and she, with a smile, loudly asked, playing along with the topic, whether she had touched on an uncomfortable topic. And Hestia, smiling sweetly, exclaimed that of course not, and she went on to describe how her husband took care of her, which embarrassed Diana even more. Hestia enjoyed Diana's face and continued to tell everyone how Kale appreciated her and personally cared for her. Diana still sat with her head down, not knowing what to say. Hestia was deliberately loudly sharing Kale's virtues, seeing that Diana was still sitting with the face of tragic love. Here Countess Irenaeus turned to Diana and noticed that His Highness the Crown Prince was criticizing the Marquis's coldness. Diana looked at the Countess in fear, not knowing what to answer. She was just about to say something when Hestia interrupted her and reminded her that it was all about that incident. Looking coldly at Diana, Hestia stated that she did not think that her husband had done wrong. Diana looked at her with eyes full of fear, as if old fears had returned to her, and Hestia, slowly and clearly pronouncing each word, enunciating each word, asked if Diana really thought that her husband had done something wrong. Afterwards, Hestia, putting her hand on her chest, began to play to the audience. The incident with the poisoning of Duke Orcus. Kale forced the Duke and his wife to drink poisoned tea, his main motive being Diana. But besides her, he had other motives to deal with this couple. The Dukes of Orcus are a typical family of villains in the novels. They did not hesitate to commit the most shameless atrocities, kidnapping children and selling them into slavery, killing anyone who stood in their way, and also hiring warriors to attempt on the throne. Kale had barely tracked down the evidence of their crimes, and then it was the perfect moment to eliminate these dukes. Then Helios discouraged Kale from acting alone. It was too dangerous. He tried to act with Kale, but he did not agree to involve the Crown Prince. Recall that if the royal family makes a move, they will need to be counterattacked. Kale was not only Helios's best friend, but also a marquis who supported the imperial family. He took upon himself this sacrifice for the sake of the empire and the royal family. And he did it for Diana too. And now Diana, looking at Hestia in a not at all peaceful manner, asked what she wanted to say. Hestia demonstratively presented the picture. If Duke Orcus were alive, it is unlikely that the emperor would sit peacefully on the throne. Many people who are now living peacefully would have been sacrificed. Diana, defending her position, stated that the end should not be justified by the means, and the Marquis committed a very cruel act. It relied on national laws that had to be followed, and this was the very moment that Hestia had been waiting for. If her husband had committed a crime, then why was he not convicted according to the laws of the empire on which Her Majesty relies? Our heroine glared at this hypocrite, she said to herself. Think carefully, Diana, before answering. If she agreed with Hestia's words now, the legitimacy of the position Hestia had achieved thanks to Kale would be at stake. And if she denies it, then it turns out that she condemned the absolutely innocent Kale. Well, the girl thought, regardless of the answer, the princess will show her duplicity. The ladies seemed to freeze. No one in the room moved. Diana tried to answer something, collecting her thoughts, but she became even more gloomy. That's why she threw out fragments of phrases like, I do this, which ultimately puts herself in a less than ideal light. And then those very words of Countess Irenaeus were heard, asking the Marquise to leave it. She understood that the Marquise was worried about her husband, but she had just spoken offensively. The Countess supported Diana's honor, that there should be no statements that upset Her Majesty. Diana looked at the Countess with grateful surprise, as if she were her savior. Hestia sat down at the table, bowed and apologized if she had offended. Looking at Diana, she said that she hoped that the princess would generously spare her. She was nervous because it was her first time at such an event, so she asked permission to go get some fresh air, and Diana let her. Hestia stood up and walked towards the exit with her head held high. When she brought Diana to this, the Countess supported her. Everything was as she and the Countess had planned. The girl was happy. Moving towards the exit, she smiled, realizing that today she was the star of the event. Having plopped down on the bench in the court, she stretched out her legs. Finally, she could relax. And when they returned, the tea party would already be coming to an end. She had long wanted to splash Diana with cold cider, as she herself did in the novel, and my imagination drew a picture of Diana screaming from the spilled cider. While Hestia was replaying the events that had happened, Helios was watching her. He approached her and called her. The girl tensed up. When she saw the crown prince, she was almost speechless, wondering what he was doing here. Helios looked at her with a calm and arrogant expression. He was silent for a while Hestia's head was splitting, and there was no peace. Suddenly, Helios brazenly leaned towards Hestia's face with the words, "We miss you." Our heroine, taken aback by such pressure, didn't know what to answer. He took over her personal space by leaning over her. The girl thought that this is how the main character of the novel appears. But she doesn't need such romance. He's so annoying. Seeing her face, he smirked that the crown prince was in front of her, and she didn't even say hello. Lightning ran between them. He was infuriated by her arrogance. The man noted that if it weren't for her superpowers, she would have been accused of insulting the royal family, and Hestia pounced on him for not giving her the opportunity to say hello. The crown prince noted that it seemed to be her hobby to argue with her immediate mentor. The girl made a false curtsy, but it was too late. Finally, Helios asked a logical question. Why was she here if the tea party was still going on? Judging by her face, he guessed that something had happened between his wife and the Marquise, and he asked about it. Forcing a smile, the girl answered the question with a question. What is he doing here? The crown prince replied that while passing by the hall where tea was being held, he heard heavy sighs, went to find out what was going on, and then he met her. Hestia thought, wow, he doesn't even hide the fact that he went to support Diana only because her husband was hers. And then she revealed that she had shown disrespect to her highness, and so went to get some fresh air. The clarification of details began, but Hestia played the fool, saying what could she have said to the princess? Smiling innocently, the girl replied that she simply wanted to defend the honor of her husband, and unwittingly insulted the crown princess. Helios was twisted with anger. How could this woman make him lose his temper? He clenched his fists, realizing that the Marquise was using Kale to fight Diana. Continuing to feign innocence, Hestia noted that the reason she brought up the subject of her husband was the same as His Highness's. After all, His Highness was also asking her questions, and Helios had nothing to answer to this. Hestia enjoyed tormenting him as she did Diana. Someone was passing by when he heard the words, "Does this mean she loves Kale?" It was Kale who heard these words and froze. He realized that the conversation was between Helios and Hestia. Just a few hours before tea, when Hestia had already left, Kale received a letter from the emperor asking him to visit the palace that same day. It was necessary to sort out the rights to Ilion, and Kale didn't know what to do since he hadn't really managed to talk to him, and if he met Diana again, his head was spinning. Euros was frightened seeing the state of his master. He knew better than anyone how such an attack could end. Kale grabbed his head with his hands. Pain tormented his heart. Diana, memories surfaced again. He thought that today was a tea party, so Diana would not be at the Lion Palace. Afterwards, Hestia's smiling face appeared before Kale's eyes as she sincerely thanked him for his support. Kale now seemed to have recovered from the shock, deciding that he needed to go to the palace. The word support was spinning in his head. She needed to be supported, so he decided to go to the Leo Palace. And there he was talking with the emperor, who was very interested in what kind of person the Marquis' wife was. The Marquis was taken by surprise by this seemingly natural question. The emperor admitted that he had called Kale today to raise this issue, but had not had the opportunity to talk about his marriage before due to urgent matters. Nereus admitted that he was very surprised by such a sudden marriage. She is such a good person that Kale did not even tell about it. The Marquis lowered his head, dropping it, and fell silent, choosing a description for Hestia, and he told the amazed emperor that his wife, recklessly rushing forward, doing the unthinkable, does not look back. She is one of those women who cannot tell whether the soul is reflected on the face. The emperor was even scared when Kale turned pale, and Kale said to himself that it was all because of your son and daughter-in-law. Thinking about Hestia, Kale finished with a smile, saying that he knew for sure that she truly cared about him. The emperor was silent, deep in thought, not knowing what to answer, after which he said that it seemed that Kale's wife really loved him. Kale thought, love speaks, but can this be called love? She calls him her darling. But no matter how much he thinks about it, it's hard to imagine that someone he has never met before would suddenly fall in love with him. He thinks that, most likely, these are just words to comfort him. He can't say exactly what drives her when Hestia does all these things for him. And thinking some more, if this is truly love, then of course he loves too. Kale stood behind the garden wall, not understanding what was happening between Hestia and Helios. Hearing Hestia's voice on the way back after talking with His Majesty, Kale headed here, not understanding why Hestia, who should be at the tea party, was standing here with Helios. He wanted to leave, but Helios's words about how Hestia could love a man if she hadn't met him before the wedding. Well, then let her tell him why exactly she loves him. A veil of rage covered our heroine's eyes. She muttered through her teeth. Why? Helios answered contentedly, so she had nothing to say. That's a question you should never ask your number one fan. But he asked for it, and she burst out, there are so many reasons that I won't be able to tell them all until the evening. His beauty, his eyes, his long hair. She described Kale's beauty as a work of art, and the figure, described from the point of view of a brilliant sculptor, did not forget about the unique personality, character, listed everything that Kale can do, and tea drinking, and drawing, and sculptures from trees. Not only Helios's mouth dropped open at the endless stream of Kale's virtues, but the culprit of all this was also stunned. The breakthrough went further. Hestia was generally amazed how such an ideal person could be born. He was obviously like that since childhood, and so our heroine raised Kale to the level of national treasure, until Helios shouted for her to stop. Kale's heart began to pound wildly, and Hestia screamed that she hadn't yet told him about her beloved's inner world. Kale didn't want to find out her reasons just like that, but he found out anyway. The man moved forward quickly, feverishly digesting what he had heard. Hestia stood there with her eyes burning with rage. How angry she was! After clarifying their feelings, they returned with Helios to the hall for tea, because he himself wanted to look after Diana, so the remaining time passed well for her. The girl was about to go home, dissatisfied with such a good ending for Diana. They were standing there like a sweet couple. Everyone was admiring them. I will need to ask Erenice later about public opinion regarding Diana. The main thing is that the original plan for tea drinking went off without a hitch, and then Hestia froze when she saw Helios standing with the coachman. Kale looked at her as if he was waiting. And what was he doing here anyway? In the blink of an eye, the alarmed Hestia ran up to him and started chattering about what he was doing here and if everything was okay. He calmly replied that he had business with the Emperor, and he waited for her to return home together, calling her Hessie. The girl froze. She heard right. Kale affectionately called her Hessie. The Marquis looked at her without taking his eyes off her. Not like before, something in his gaze had changed. Hestia was amazed at why such a change had suddenly happened to him. Everything inside her was screaming and tearing her apart. She tried her best to contain the fan. They stood by the carriage without moving. The reality still did not fit into the girl's head. She did not ask him. He himself affectionately called her Hessie. I would never have thought that he would call her by her nickname so affectionately. The Marquis entered the carriage, inviting Hestia, whose legs were shaking. She could not disgrace herself in front of Kale now. As she climbed into the carriage, she could not understand what had happened. His gentleness. And he even decided to wait for her. The footman gave her his hand, feeling that she was trembling, and asked if Madame was okay. That look from Kale, as if he knew this, penetrated her to the depths of her soul. Then it dawned on Hestia. Wait, did she tell him that the tea party would take place in the main palace? How did he know where she was, where to wait for her? They rode home in silence, Hestia glaring at the Marquis. And Kale had thoughts about whether it was true. She loved him, so why didn't she ask for help? When they returned home, it was already late. Getting out of the carriage, Kale extended his hand to her and called her Hessie again. Hestia's face became question mark again. He obviously wants her heart to stop. As she was going down, the girl said that today was not her birthday. Kale calmly replied, so what? She was already wondering if they were going to kick her out of the Marquise's house, if it was some kind of trap. The footman, seeing her indecision, advised her to lean on the Marquis's arm. Kale kept waiting standing with his hand outstretched, and Hestia made up her mind. She put her hand in his and, as if in a dream, descended. At the same time, smiling shyly, she thanked him. The Marquis did not take his eyes off Hestia, his eyes shining with gentleness and nobility. After that moment, she didn't remember anything at all, as she was drunk with happiness. Lying on the bed, the girl replayed his words and his gaze. Ask her what was for dinner, how she got into the room. She doesn't remember anything. How can she be so happy? She tried for Kale's happiness, but she got so much of this happiness too. In general, the plan was to return from tea and put the diary in order, make new plans. But not today. I want to fall asleep in such a wonderful mood. Had she ever been this happy since she became Hestia? No. She fell asleep with the thought that all those who made her Kale suffer would be brought to their knees. They would pay for everything. That evening, in the bedroom, Diana was tormented by thoughts that maybe she was wrong. Helios noticed that she was quiet and sad after drinking tea. He asked what was the matter. His wife could not have done anything bad. Diana, sitting on the bed, shared with difficulty the words of the Marquise. why her husband was not convicted according to the laws of the empire.
Helios was shocked by Diana's words and her dejected look.
Hestia's words came to mind, that she simply wanted to restore her husband's honor. Hestia, that's the thing. She hit where it hurts. Diana was sobbing as she sat on the bed. Sobbing, she said that what Kale did was wrong, but she couldn't say a word to the Marquise. She reproached herself for having to judge Kale. Sitting down in front of her, Helios carefully noted that he did not doubt her moral standards. However, the fact is that not everyone can be judged by a single moral standard. He understood that Kale did this for him, Diana, and the entire empire. However, the fact that Diana did not condemn Kale right away meant that with time she could understand the whole situation and, like in the old days, the three of them could get along. However, Helios was seething. Everything turned out wrong. He remembered the enraged face of the screaming Kale, his shattered nervous system. Because of this complacency, he lost a friend who had been with him all his life. In his heart, Helios knew that he had chosen Diana, and he followed her, abandoning Kale. He was in pain. It was hard. Diana saw it, trying to calm her down. He himself became gloomy. She was disappointed, believing that he should have said that she was right, that she was not mistaken. Helios sat tensely for a while, then asked if he could make peace with Diana. For Diana, hearing these words felt like a slap in the face. She pulled away from her husband, and Helios stated that it was true that they owed Kale, and that he was considering giving his life for them. He appealed to her. They were friends. He couldn't just turn away so coldly. Then she declared that as a saint and as a person, she lived without renouncing her beliefs. But if she forgives Kale, then what will her whole life become? Helios couldn't see her tears and jumped up. Hugging her, he asked her to forget everything he had just said, just so she wouldn't cry. Sobbing on his chest, the princess said she had a lump in her throat. They stood like that until she calmed down. The next morning brought news for Hestia. Sitting in her office, she received a message from Euros that she had received 2 letters. Euros placed the tray on the table. One was from Madame Harmony, and the other, the butler, hesitated. And the second one turned out to be from Crown Prince Helios. Hestia opened the letter with excitement. Why did he write so urgently? Was it just politeness, or something else? The letter clearly didn't make her happy. What else is that? It said that he had heard what the Marquise had done to the princess at a tea party a few days ago. But since she herself admitted to being rude, there is no point in asking about anything else. That's why he wants her to come and ask Princess Diana for forgiveness. Hestia crumpled the letter with all her might. What kind of nonsense is this? He asks her to apologize to Diana, but this is too much. The tea party ended in a friendly atmosphere, with the appearance of Crown Prince Helios. But of course, after the tea party, rumors began to spread about Diana. The tea party was, of course, modest, and many felt sorry for Kalis about her argument with the Marquise. She had a conflict with Madame Merope about this. Apparently, the Crown Princess deliberately arranged such a modest reception for noble ladies. Does she really still despise the aristocracy? Hestia was angry. She put so much effort into turning public opinion away from Diana. But then our main strong hero intervened, without whom it would have been simply boring. 1,000 emotions ran across her face like a kaleidoscope. What to do? Just ignore them. But then she will really be arrested for insulting the imperial family. My head was splitting. I'd have to ask for an audience with Diana. Euros looked at the lady with sympathy. What was in that letter that made her suffer so much? He was thinking about how to lift his spirits. And then she joyfully exclaimed, she didn't drink tea today. Maybe he should bring her some coffee. And without waiting for an answer, he ran for coffee. The girl grinned, but first-class butlers react instantly. Having decided not to dwell on the main character, because there are plenty of other good people, they decided to read the letter from Madame Harmony. Mixed emotions and indistinct muttering. At this time, the coffee was ready. The maid drove Euros away, declaring that it was her duty to carry the tray. She intercepted the tray from the butler, telling him to mind his own business. But Euros did not give up trying to return the tray. They did not notice how Hestia rushed past them like the wind. When he saw Hestia, she was already far away. He called out that her coffee was ready. Hestia, with a crazy look, screamed that everything would be later. Things to do, things to do. And like a 100-meter sprinter, she ran on, shouting for the coffee to be left on the table in her room. Kale was involved in painting, one of the areas of restorative therapy. Hestia flew in, out of breath, and barely knocked before she burst into his presence. Looking at Kale, the girl was amazed by his beauty in the rays of sunlight. If he were in a museum, people would have taken him for an exhibit. Seeing that Hestia was just looking at him, he asked what brought her there, And then she remembered that she had urgent business with him. The letter reported that the temple had begun to openly criticize Hestia. They spread the rumor that the Marquise was so blinded by profit that she ignored humanity. They lacked the courage to fight her openly and resorted to intrigue. Even if the nobles rebel against Diana, the prince of the empire and the temple will firmly protect her behind her back. And our heroine began to think that she could undermine the authority of the temple, and at the same time, this will undermine Diana's reputation. There must be something bigger that will hit the temple. Initially, the most important mission of the temple was to treat people's illnesses. Doctors usually served only aristocrats. Common people could not afford this, so it would be natural for common people, in case of illness, to go to the temple. The existence of Diana, who could use divine healing powers, strengthened the temple's position. And then it dawned on our heroine that she needed to stop the people heading to the temple. "Here it is!" the girl screamed. "People must stop getting sick. Personal hygiene is people's salvation." And the girl explained all this to Kale at an accelerated pace. She explained that soap can prevent many diseases. But now, soap is a luxury item for ordinary people, as it is expensive and intended exclusively for the nobility. If you give up aromatic oils and fine carvings on soap, which are a symbol of aristocrats, then you can sell soap to ordinary people at a low price. The fewer people get sick, the more the temple will weaken. But it will take a long time to gather the artisans who make soap and establish a factory. Kale summed it up. In general, she suggests opening a soap factory. Hestia stood with wide eyes. Well, almost, yes. She quickly noted that this was her business, and he did not have to participate. But as long as she is a marquis, the name of her husband will accompany me in everything she does. Therefore, I would like to obtain permission to act on his behalf. Hestia felt uneasy. She needed startup capital. She didn't have enough savings yet. Kale replied that it was a coincidence that there was a free workshop in Ilion. Hestia couldn't believe he was being completely serious. Then the Marquis thoughtfully lowered his eyes, thinking about something. After calling her Hessie, added that if she wants, then they can go to the estate together. Hestia began to feel overwhelmed. She disconnected from reality, digesting what she had heard. Afterwards, she carefully asked him again what he had just said, and Kale repeated it. The girl clutched her head, which was spinning, and staggered. He wanted to come closer, but she extended her hand and asked him to stay where he was. Her heart was pounding wildly at what just happened. Grabbing her face, a blushing Hestia realized that her favorite had invited her to go with her. He himself invited her to go with him. Kale watched her, thinking whether it was from happiness or the opposite. How she wanted to go with Kale, but she was worried whether he really could. Kale touched the glass from behind, affectionately calling her Hessie. He said when the girl saw him, if she doesn't want it, then let her say so. Hestia shouted that under no circumstances, he did not understand what then. With a slurred voice, she tried to convey that she was worried about his condition, him and the lands of Ilion. Gathering her last strength, the girl blurted out that she could very well visit these lands herself. Kale sighed sadly. She was like Euros. Kale said that there were rumors that he was ill. The news of the marriage came so suddenly. The owner is taking care of the estate. He doesn't show up. People suspect that he is seriously ill. If he shows up with her, these speculations will disappear. Hestia nervously clutched the hem of her skirt, worried that this was because she was managing the estate ineptly. Yes, there is a difference in management. She has a different style, but she tried as best she could. Kale, as if reading her thoughts, thanked her for the good management of the estate. He heard that the people were very happy. Afterwards, he said that he was also very grateful. The anxious feelings melted away like snow from one word from Kale. Hestia realized that only this gave her a reason to live, and she timidly replied that she was grateful. Frankly speaking, it doesn't matter what they chat about. On the trip, they will meet many people, and sometimes it will be difficult for him. He will have to face old memories. But if she really loves him, and so it went. Hestia seemed to be packing a small sick child for the journey. An order was given to pack a first aid kit. The doctor would also go. Kale endured, telling himself that she was doing everything for him. Hestia reminded him of his old self, and he felt he had to reciprocate her efforts. So this was a great opportunity to thank her for all her efforts. When Kale suggested going this week, the girl gasped. Kale asked, "Well, what this time?" Hestia remembered that she had to apologize to Diana. She could send an invitation at any time. And here's the tip of the scales. Instead of apologizing to Diana, she wanted to go with her beloved. But then the scales changed. If she does not apologize, then it will be ignoring the words of the crown prince. Kale saw her suffering, so he suggested postponing it if she had things to do. Hestia shouted that no, they would go, she would return very quickly. He didn't understand anything, because this girl was a mystery to him. And now she was already sitting with Diana in the palace. The crown princess noticed that she did not expect that Hestia would actually come to apologize. Hestia giggled and was surprised at how quickly she got an audience. She wasn't so shameless as to live peacefully after that shameful act, but in her mind, she dreamed of getting out of here as quickly as possible. Diana, although she assured that she did not expect her arrival, in fact she did expect it. Of course, Hestia was not here to sincerely apologize. She bowed in the style of secular etiquette and responded with formulaic phrases that she apologized for the fact that Her Highness was disappointed. Our heroine pretended to say that she would definitely go to church to repent of what had happened. Diana also responded in a formulaic manner that she believed her words. Hestia was already thinking about the trip, so after taking her leave, she informed the princess that it was time for her to go. Suddenly, Diana stopped her, somewhat nervously. Diana hesitantly reminded that Hestia had previously prophesied that His Highness would soon die. Maybe she had seen something else. Hestia asked in a groaning voice what had happened, and from Diana's look, she understood that something had happened. Diana said that Healy would tell him soon anyway, but last night His Majesty lost consciousness. She was there and instantly used her healing abilities. The princess admitted that if it weren't for Hestia's foresight, a misfortune could have happened, and our heroine rejoiced. But why ask for foresight if she managed to prevent a major incident? And looking at Diana with pleasure, she asked if Her Majesty had problems with superpowers. She jumped up, reacting violently and stutteringly answered that there were no problems with superpowers. At the end, she said somehow, sluggishly and quietly, that there were no problems. But her whole pitiful appearance said otherwise. Hestia looked at her and thought that, just like before her resurrection, Diana's strength was getting weaker and weaker. The difference was that Diana began to act immediately after the Emperor's condition became worse. But judging by her reaction, the holy power did not completely heal the Emperor's body. That's why she wanted to hear wisdom from Hestia. Looking into the tea, Hestia said that she did not want to belittle her abilities. She just had a vision and she wanted to check. She calmly said that yes, the vision was about Diana. She wanted to tell the Crown Prince about it. But since Diana was involved in this, it would be right to talk to her. And when asked what the vision was about, Hestia mercilessly and point-blank answered that in less than 2 years, Diana's abilities would disappear without a trace. This was the finishing shot at Diana. Diana stood pale, frightened, not knowing what to answer. Then emotions overwhelmed her, and she attacked Hestia, saying that these abilities were given to her by God. What was she saying? She lowered her head and only replied that she saw it and was not embellishing anything. Putting her hand on her heart, our heroine also answered affirmatively that her abilities were also given to her by God. Diana gasped, all cowering, not knowing what to do next. Hestia was just watching. She had already proven her powers of foresight, so of course Diana believed. She will have to admit that soon she will no longer be a saint. Hestia broke the silence in a mocking tone, shocked to see the prediction. She doesn't even know how to tell the Crown Prince about this. Then Diana jumped up and shouted, "Hestia is going to tell Helios about this." Our heroine said yes. She couldn't hide such an important fact. Then Diana literally grabbed her. Shaking Hestia nervously, she said in despair that she would tell Healy about this herself. Looking pleadingly at Hestia, calling her Marquise, and then Hestia. Tears streamed from the princess's eyes, and she begged him not to tell. Hestia thought it was just like that time when Diana was ready to run away. And now she begs her not to tell Helios anything. Then, Hestia promised to remain silent, and Diana happily thanked her. And Hestia decided to use this chance and leaned towards Diana and whispered, "Your Highness." She gave advice on how to hide this secret for as long as possible. Hestia's words struck Diana, given her expression. With that, Hestia took her leave and left the Crown Princess. And our heroine simply offered her options. As she left, she said to herself, "So far your answers have been decisive, and this time you will not hesitate either, true princess. Well then, let him confess everything to his beloved Helios. Let's see if you can survive this crisis together according to the morals that you love so much." What is it like to be the protagonist abandoned by God after the ending? Diana remained standing, thinking about Hestia's words. Who is she now, and who was she? A holy commoner. She was a priest, but was born a simpleton. With the power of a healer, the Holy Father was very puzzled. What could she do with such an origin? She was lost, broken, as if in the darkness of night. And suddenly, someone's hand led her to the light. 2 men, Kale and Helios, extended their hands to her, saying that she didn't need to listen to anyone. Her abilities were valuable. She was chosen by God. "You are special," they told her, and she believed it. From a simpleton with a gift, she became a saint. Crowds of people waited for her in the temple, shouting, "Saint Diana!" thanking her for the miracles she had performed. No one doubted that she would become the wife of the crown prince, because as a holy lady, she was already called Her Majesty, the future empress. She was a people's favorite. And then her wedding with Helios, the people shouted, "Glory to the wife of the crown prince." And Heli was always there, supporting her. He also saw in her a saint, chosen by God. The saint chosen by God, the wife of the crown prince, the future empress. That's how it is. God chose her, a commoner, and endowed her with abilities because she is special. He couldn't leave her like this now, Diana hoped. So, standing in the living room, she reassured herself that everything would be fine. After all, she was the wife of the crown prince. Kale, watching Hestia, said that it seemed like she was worried and nervous. Hestia was so engrossed in looking at his beautifully flowing hair that she couldn't think of anything. And when they were getting ready for the journey, blankets, pills, she almost threw the doctor into the carriage, who shouted that he was a man, not a suitcase. She was happy that she had dealt such a blow to Diana, and the doctor went in another carriage. And so they went to Ilion, first to the estate to see the workshop. Hestia was really nervous, but Kale, as always handsome, was simply a sight to behold. She was worried that, although there would be no direct meeting with Diana like last time, Ilion was the main location for important episodes in the development of Kale and Diana. When he went out with her on dates, there was an episode where Diana used her power for a child begging for alms for sick parents. When Ilion appeared in the background, the readers who worshipped Kale went crazy. They would give anything for Kale to be happy. Thus, Ilion is a very dangerous place full of memories of Diana. That's why Hestia couldn't calm down. Was it too early? Was it worth taking Kale? Would he be able to cope with the memories? Kale brought up the fact that she had already gone to the estate with Euros. He had already thought that Ilion was so bad that it was really worrying her, but the girl assured him that this was not so. Ilion was a very good place. It had a rich territory along a large river with developed trade. It was full of life with bustling streets and proximity to the imperial capital. Kale told her about these lands, which made the girl smile. All this was in the novel. Kalis felt grateful that Diana had healed the child's parents, but he was ashamed that they were asking for alms in his domain. He remembered how Diana, smiling, reassured him that his parents were healthy and thanked him very much for showing her Ilion. And lost in thought, Hestia uttered the memorized words from the novel that in this place you can feel that people live and work to the fullest. Kale froze at these words, not taking his eyes off her. He even started to sweat as she said Diana's words exactly. When he blurted out how she knew exactly what Diana had said, Hestia froze in shock. Only now did she realize that she had unknowingly uttered Diana's line from the original. While she was thinking about how to justify herself, the road became uneven and the carriage started to bounce every now and then. No matter how much she rode, she could not get used to the noise. And now she was so shaken that her head began to spin. Kale asked anxiously if she was okay, and Hestia herself, barely speaking, asked how he was. However, the Marquis sat as usual, unlike her. Well, look at her favorite. Even in this situation, she sits tight and beautifully. They are definitely riding in the same carriage. It fell, and its appearance leaves much to be desired. And she didn't feel very well. But the main thing is that her favorite is okay. Kale never ceased to be surprised by his companion. Even at such a time, she was primarily worried about him. He kept his eyes on the girl and addressed her again affectionately as Hessie. Hestia, taut as a string, responded with a trembling voice. And now he was leaning over her, saying that her ribbon had slipped. Hestia felt a rush of heat. He was now right above her, their faces close. The coachman again hit an uneven road, which caused the carriage to shake again. Kale barely managed to keep from falling on Hestia. He leaned his hands on the seat and back and hung over her. Hestia lay with her arms folded across her chest. One might think that she was paralyzed with fear. Kale muttered that the carriage was rocking a lot, and it was better not to move for now. And Hestia understood that this was the peak of the fans' happiness. This situation was dangerous for her heart. It took her breath away, and she could die. She could feel Kale's hair swaying with the rumble of the cart. Every time they touch her face, she can smell them, and they also tickle her. With such a heartbeat and pulse, she will definitely die. The brain thought about what to say, and then Kale said, the man asked excitedly if she could see something like this in her foresight. At first, the girl didn't understand what he was talking about, but Kale reminded her that she said that she saw them with Kale in these lands. He can still think in such a situation, and he is very perceptive. And she had to nod. Kale answered that this is why it seemed to him that she knew the past better than the future. Hestia was amazed at his insight, despite his still weak psychological state. At that moment, a footman knocked on the door. He shouted that they had arrived, and that they could open the door. Hestia quickly jumped up, realizing what state he would find them in. She didn't even notice how quickly they arrived. Finally, the footman opened the door, saying that they had not opened the door for a long time, and he became worried. And Hestia thought how great it would be if the trip never ended. She felt so good. Kale silently prepared to leave. In his hand, he was clutching her brooch from the ribbon, which had flown off during the shaking. When he brought her to the workshop, the girl gasped. She was amazed. The room seemed to have been designed for soap making. Kale said that this is a place for entertainment, so she can do whatever she wants with it. More than 20 people can come here, and they are ready to start working immediately. There is good transport here to move materials or products, and there is a large enough warehouse to store materials. The girl was surprised why such a good place was empty. In any case, she was very lucky. Her thoughts were about him, about her beloved, how well he took care of her. But his question about whether she had gathered the soap makers made Hestia return from her cloud of dreams. Her face immediately changed. He realized that not everything was going smoothly with this matter. She had to admit that no one agreed and everyone disapproved. The soap here is made by hand and individually by artisans. For them, it is a kind of work of art. It must be very unpleasant for them to make so much soap at once. Even Dekimar couldn't help. He invited them as much as he could, but they still refused. Kale remembered the tailor Decimar who had altered Hestia's dress, and the girl confirmed that it was him. He asked if she was close to him, so Hestia couldn't answer right away. He and Dekimar became friends. He has a good reputation here and the artisans know him. Kale replied that wouldn't it be difficult for Dekimaru to find artisans? Since even Dekimar couldn't cope here, it was his turn to help Hestia, and he told her that he would gather these workers for her. Hestia said his name and froze. She imagined how troublesome it was, why he needed it. The clarifications began. She doesn't want his help. That's not the point. Hestia just didn't want to bother him anymore. He gave her this workshop. The thing was that, as always, Hestia was worried about his emotional state. Kale explained that it was not only about her, but also about Ilion. He loosened his grip, and what was strange about the husband helping his wife. She heard right. Now he called himself her husband. At this time, they were interrupted by the cries of Kalis. It seems like they were either admired or touched. Hestia felt ashamed, although they did nothing of the sort. Meanwhile, a man entered the room, although Kale had ordered not to let anyone in. The servant reported to the Marquis that a visitor had arrived here. Kale thought about it. He had a visitor here, but he hadn't made any arrangements with anyone. The servant did not have time to explain anything. The lady cried out excitedly, and the master handed over an elderly man. A funny-looking man with a chicken on his head ran into the workshop. He was all emotional, having learned that the owner and mistress had arrived. It was the elder Ilion. He bowed to Hestia, expressing his sincere respect. Kale and two assistants stood as if they weren't there. Hestia asked the headman about his sore knees and why he ran like that. The elderly man made excuses for how he could not have met the mistress. Kale looked at the young men next to him with a question mark on his face. They responded with a smile and the same question mark. This is exactly the feeling when your wife is closer to the headman than to you. And they managed to get closer while exchanging news about Ilion in correspondence. Finally, the headman asked the question, "What brought the lady to the workshop?" Hestia began to explain why they were here. When Kale hurried up to her, the Marquis answered for her, saying that they had come here so that his wife could see the workshop she would be using. Hestia's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he just called her his wife in front of everyone. Not just a wife, but also my wife. On paper, they were indeed married, and in front of others, she called him her husband. But when he called her his wife, could she feel even a little bit acknowledged? Hestia went into happy fan mode, and Kale glanced at her and realized that she was thinking about something strange again. The headman happily offered his help in delivering the equipment, but he needed to know what she would be doing. While the conversation was about business, about lands, the men stood, forgotten by everyone. All they could do was endure. The elder sincerely stated that he now wanted to try for the sake of Lady Hestia. Hestia thanked the man with gratitude. She just wanted to do her business, and here there was so much help. She felt so good. It was a reward for the work for which she sacrificed sleep. And again his voice said that his wife must have taken good care of the property. While the elder was praising Hestia's merits, she still couldn't get used to this title. The headman was most pleased that the embankment had been restored. They explained to Kale that after last year's flood, the embankment was badly damaged. So he and Uros approved a budget and restored it. The same flood that gave Helios and Diana the opportunity to fall in love with each other. Compared to other provinces, Ilion suffered the least damage, but the incident caused the embankment to collapse, requiring a significant amount of money for repairs. The reason why Ilion is calm and peaceful is the author's intention to cultivate the love of the main characters. The headman just said that everything worked out for them compared to other regions. God himself will take care of them. The creator of this world is the writer himself. He is God here. The headman invited the Marquis and Hestia into the office to examine the accounting report. Kale looked through the papers, thinking that he had allowed Hestia to manage internal affairs. But he thought that such issues would be decided by Uros. Was she able to do this thanks to his participation, or did she do it herself? It so happened that Hestia involuntarily lowered her head over the papers, and when their eyes met, she jumped back. Kale handed her the papers. Since she was curious, she had every right to study them since it was her merit. Hestia had indeed not seen this document yet, and began to look through it. Kale looked at her carefully, seeing the changes in her emotions. He asked if there was any problem, to which the girl quickly replied that there was not. It didn't deviate much from the original budget, and at first glance there was nothing out of the ordinary. The headman listened to the couple with surprise. The Marquis asked if she had done this before, and the Asuprusha replied that she was learning on the go. Still, Kale decided that she seemed to be used to such things, although Hestia said that Uros helped her a lot, after which she added with a smile that since she was a Marquise, she should be able to do such things. Kale remained silent and did not respond to this. Hestia gave orders to the headman regarding the embankment and embankment. The village elder was a sincere man and valued trust. He was not one of those who would lie for his own benefit. Such trust is achieved only through the one who helps. Her own skill and charm attracts others. Kale too was discovering this new side of Hestia. And then the headman suggested that the couple take a look at the embankment. The headman described how the dam was raised during repairs, so it would be nice to take a walk. Hestia thought it was right. She needed to check if the estimate was correct, but she glanced sideways at Kale. Suddenly, Kale and Diana also walked there once. She couldn't take Kale to a place full of memories of Diana. Perhaps it would be better to see when she came here alone. And then Hestia began to refuse with apologies. But Kale said that they would go and see. The man noted, turning to Hestia, that these were her efforts, so it would be good to see it with her own eyes. The girl didn't have time to answer or object, as Kale resolutely stood up, and his words that it would be nice to appear in public as a married couple nailed her on the spot. He turned to see Hestia, who was still sitting and staring at him. Extending his hand to her, he suggested that they go for a walk together. It's been 3 years since Hestia was trapped in this novel, including the time before her rebirth, which is too long to be a dream. But the fact remains that life as Hestia remains a dream for her. They looked into each other's eyes. Hestia noticed the changes that had taken place in him. Her palm touched his hand, and these changes were especially noticeable today. And so they walked together. It was like a dream. Hestia was all tense. They followed them, but kept their distance. Turning around nervously, she didn't understand why the others were keeping their distance. They winked, as if to say, "Madam, don't worry, we understand everything." Walking dreamily, the girl thought about how Kale had agreed to go in such a state, but could she refuse to hold her beloved's hand? Thinking about Kayla, the girl remembered that this dam was already there when she came to look at the embankment last time. As Kale said, there were beautiful views here before the renovation. It's so beautiful here because the author wanted it that way when he created a space for dates with the heroine. Probably now, Kale is overwhelmed with memories associated with this place. All she can do for him now is walk next to him. They walked slowly, silently, each thinking about his own thing. Suddenly, Kale stopped and asked her if she probably knew that he had been walking with Diana in this place. Hestia had to confirm this. Kale only smiled sadly, noticing that he can't hide anything from her. Looking at him with concern, the girl mentally said, "Yes, I know everything." Smiling, she told him that she knew everything, so he didn't have to pretend with her. Kale wanted to answer something to this, but remained silent. His face was illuminated by some light from memories. He said that Diana, and collected his thoughts. He remembered how she illuminated everything around her. What a good and bright person she was. They stopped by the river, and she, looking at the sparkle of the water, showed Kale how beautiful it was. The reflections of the sun on the water. She laughed so sincerely, as if she herself were the sun. Kale shared with Hestia that Diana was so radiant that he was afraid to touch her. Hestia swallowed. Of course it was hard for her to hear that. The Marquis asked if such conversations were probably hard for her, but Hestia answered him that she had said before that thanks to Diana, he was able to experience the precious experience of love. It was a wonderful time for him. So why should she be uncomfortable? And Hestia confirmed that Diana is truly a bright person. The trio following them wondered why they stopped. Kale reasoned that maybe they were looking too closely at this world. Diana always knew where to move. Hestia quietly replied that it was enough to live a simple life. The girl's heart sank with resentment for Kale. Life was so cruel to him. He wanted more than anything in the world to be recognized. But the man he idolized condemned him so easily. Believing that you are right is far from the right path. That's why she hates Diana. When Kale called her name affectionately, she tried to smile as carefree as possible, but the fact that she hates her doesn't mean that Kale should too. Rather, she will remain a wonderful memory for him, hoping that his wounds will heal and pleasant memories will remain. He was now looking at Hestia, who was adjusting her hair and lowering her head somewhat uncertainly. Then she smiled so radiantly, illuminating everything around, and said, "Maybe they should try living a simple life too." He will be able to relieve her of difficult and complex tasks. There was a warmth in her words. She reminded him of Diana, but still she was different. Standing in front of each other among the flowering trees, he said, "Hessie." These words, like a whirlwind, whirled Hestia. As usual, her face reflected a changing series of emotions. And then she noticed how Kale covered his mouth with his hand, as if he was laughing at her. Yes, he really did laugh. How embarrassing. And in general, he is so handsome, and his hair is longer than hers. It's a pity that she will only be an extra. She tugged nervously at her hair, angry that it was in such disarray again. And then his gentle voice calls her Hessie again. And then he said, "Isn't it too late to say that now?" He gently and tenderly brushed a stray strand of hair from behind her ear, almost whispering that she had done everything for him. Her temples were throbbing feverishly. Was it he who just straightened her hair? Adjusting her ribbon and tucking her hair, he confessed his deep gratitude to her. "Thank you, Hessie. You sounded from the heart, sincerely." His hands were on her face, and Hestia felt hot. He straightened her hair and thanked her. This is the peak of happiness. He was getting closer and closer, and Hestia closed her eyes. If he gets any closer, she won't be able to stand it. She closed her eyes. Kale was ready to kiss her. She felt his breath. What will happen if he gets even closer? He held her face tenderly. Her legs were buckling. Her heart was beating wildly. When she opened her eyes, she realized that he had tied her hair with a brooch. This is her hairpin. She dropped it during the shaking in the carriage. Could it really have been with him all the time? He straightened her hairpin, and what did she think? At that moment, Kale was saying that the embankment had been excellently repaired. Hestia was very embarrassed. She claimed that it was not only her merit, but Kale confidently stated that it was all thanks to the properly approved budget. He looked into her eyes, about to continue, admitting that he doesn't know how many times he should thank her. After the end of the novel, in this life, which seems to create a secondary creation of its own history, the only thing she can do for her love, because this place is a continuation of the novel. So far, she could not leave this novel of her own free will, because she needed to find the meaning of life here. And the meaning of life for her is her Kale, the love of her life. Kale suggested going back home, and they went, the girl dreamily thinking that she should be the one thanking him. Now Hestia felt so light and good. She returned with a calm heart. That's how it turned out. She is the main fan, next to her favorite. She can protect and help him, and everything else is just meaningless text for her. A few days later, after their return from Ilion, Hestia entered into full social rhythm. Madame Harmony could not hide her curiosity and asked if she really had gone to Ilion with the Marquis. Hestia almost spilled her tea when she heard that in high circles, they were talking only about her in this trip. Hestia had been so busy lately that she had neglected her lessons. She was curious about what had brought Madame, and she seems curious about her date with Kale. Hestia explained to Madame that it was not a date. They went to see the workshop. Hestia told about the soap factory. Madame Harmonia knew that Dekimaru had failed to convince the soap makers back then, and Hestia admitted that, yes, no one agreed. Madame Harmony, confused, asked if she could help, but Hestia smiled broadly and replied that everything was fine now. As if by magic, Kale quickly selected the artisans, and 2 craftsmen decided to bring their students. Then, the artisans and apprentices will finish developing the technologies, and everything will go like clockwork in the workshop. And most importantly, the poor will be able to get jobs. And Hestia melted again like butter in a frying pan, just thinking about how smart her favorite was. Madame Harmony was very surprised that the Marquis himself solved the problem. Well, the joint visit to Ilion probably also influenced this, but Hestia only said that it was all thanks to the talents of her beloved. Things are going well with soap now, especially thanks to Kale, despite all the noise she made at Diana's tea party. Diana's best friend, Madame Harmony, brought her a letter with stories about the temple. Even now, Harmony is concerned that there will be no hostility or awkward situations towards her. Madame beamed that she was able to help in some way, always offering her assistance. Watching the woman, Hestia wondered if her relationship with Diana had changed. She should find out. And under the pretext of gratitude for the letter regarding the temple, Our heroine began to find out about Diana. When asked how Madame had been doing all this time, Harmonia sadly lowered her eyes. Hestia immediately noticed the change in her mentor's mood and silence, and then the woman blurted out that in fact, her visit was precisely because of the Crown Prince's wife. Yeah, it wasn't for nothing that Hestia suspected. Now we need to find out what happened. With bitterness, Madame Harmonia shared that Her Highness never learned to live in the imperial family. Hestia confirmed that Diana has a very straightforward character. Hestia asked that since Madame Harmonia herself was saying that there were problems, then it was serious, and the woman confessed that they say Madame Merope has left the imperial palace. The guardian of the imperial palace, Madame Merope, leaves her home. Harmonia said that although the Emperor and Helios tried to stop her, Merope's intentions remained firm. Although the Emperor's efforts and health also played a role, Diana asked if it was because of the Crown Princess. Madame Merope's hand was not felt at the tea party, and the girl hinted at a conflict between Diana and Merope. And Harmony confirmed this. Of course the Marquise was at the tea party and noticed everything. Perhaps this is due to the old age of the lady, or perhaps she is mentally exhausted. Hestia was pleased. Finally, Diana herself had ruined everything with her own hands. Therefore, it is worth informing Her Highness to balance more carefully. Madame Harmony was beside herself. This whole situation was greatly depressing her. Hestia thought that since Harmonia herself was saying this, things were very serious. I wonder what she will do, whether she will follow Diana's lead again. Harmony, without raising her eyes, slowly thought about how to express herself and pulled. Finally, having gathered her strength, she asked our heroine for a favor. Hestia tensed up. Harmonia moved away from Diana and asked her for a favor. So we wait. She imagined that Harmonia would ask for the best way to leave the Crown Prince's wife, who was doing such things. But Harmonia, her eyes flashing, declared that she wanted the Marquise to speak directly with the Crown Prince's wife. Hestia remained sitting with her mouth open. She trembled and asked if she understood correctly. She should talk to the Crown Princess. And Harmonia nodded fervently. Hestia thought about many things, but to get into something like this, the girl tried to convince Harmonia that this was not the best idea. She and Diana had a fight at tea, and the Crown Prince's wife, to put it mildly, did not like her. But Harmonia insisted that one mistake did not mean defeat, and that the Marquise could not show concern. She was sure that only the Marquise could influence the princess. Hestia asked for a minute to think, trying not to lose her temper. This woman even understood what she was asking for. Harmonia understood that such a sudden request caused difficulties for Hestia, but she was worried about Diana. Recently, Her Majesty had somehow become harsher. What used to go smoothly, she now perceives with hostility. She was also worried about the situation with Madame Merope. When she tried to talk to the princess about her, she bowed sharply and declared that she would not talk about it. This had never happened before. Diana was harsh and cold. Harmony worried about her as if she were her best friend. If the princess continues in the same spirit, she will quickly lose her authority. She could not understand how the Marquise could not love the Crown Prince's wife, and our heroine simply hated her. And so she decided that there had simply been a misunderstanding at the tea party. The Marchioness really wanted to justify her husband. In general, she wanted everyone to become good friends again. Harmonia couldn't understand that Hestia became Helios's assistant for personal gain, and believed that she was the one the Crown Princess needed now. And Madame Harmonia poured all this out to Hestia, who could barely contain herself. She couldn't understand why she, Diana, had a tendency to walk on dirty roads alone. This look from Harmonia's pleading eyes burned into Hestia. Yeah, she would have asked for something like that if she had seen what happened at the tea party. Harmony is trying to put responsibility and initiative on her, but how can she make a sharp remark to Diana? Although if you look at this situation from a different angle, and the situation is such that Diana no longer even listens to Madame Harmony, and that's a plus. Hestia's imagination painted a picture of the Emperor and Helios trying to dissuade Madame Merope from leaving. That is, he still chose Diana's side, because of which the scandal occurred. It seems he doesn't know about her divine power yet, and the girl realized that all this could be turned to her advantage. In the end, having included the actress, she stated that she could not resist such a serious request. In a cordial tone, Hestia hinted that Madame would help her when she needed help, and the good-natured woman of course agreed. Hestia agreed, because Madame Harmonia would remain in her debt. Naturally, even under threat of death, she was not going to help Diana. Harmonia looked at her with eyes shining with happiness. Meanwhile, in the lily garden, the most beautiful place in the imperial palace, Helios wandered alone. He felt very bad, and this place served as a consolation. My heart ached. wondering if Harmonia was really leaving. Madame Merope took the place of her early departed mother empress, caring for Helios until he grew up. Always loyal to the imperial family, proud of what she does, she became a member of the family for Helios, replacing his mother. When he learned that Merope was going to leave, he ran to her, thinking that this was perhaps a misunderstanding. But seeing that she had packed her suitcase, I realized that everything was serious. The old woman smiled nobly and said that she prayed every day for His Highness to become a noble ruler. Then she bowed to him, declaring that God would take care of him without her. Helios asked this because of Diana. Merope didn't answer, but everything was clear anyway, and Merope replied that she was simply tired of what she lacked. She was such a loyal person that she didn't advertise that the reason for her departure was Diana. Old-fashioned ladies were a hotbed of authoritarianism and luxury for Diana. That's why she held a tea party to make her beliefs known. However, since Diana was the first member of the imperial family to entertain influential nobles, Merope could not allow her dignity to be insulted. That's why she withdrew from the main duties of the royal palace, and everyone knows that the reason for her departure was Diana. Helios thought that Diana had been annoying a lot of people lately. Looking at the flowers, he thought that she had even stopped taking care of her garden, but she herself said that when she sees beautiful flowers, she feels peaceful. She also offered him flower therapy, as he often worries. How carefree and happy they were then. They joked and laughed, and it seemed that nothing could spoil their happiness. Hestia stood behind Helios and watched him. When she called out to him, "Your Highness," the crown prince tensed in surprise. He thought it was Diana and wanted to call her, but he turned around abruptly and saw Hestia. Helios remembered how Diana loved to appear behind her back, joking affectionately. Hestia even felt alarmed by the way he looked at her. Finally, the crown prince came to his senses. The vision with Diana dissipated, and realizing that Hestia was in front of him, he asked what happened. Then, the one he loved stood there again, saying that she would console him. It was Hestia's turn to ask what happened. Helios looked at her and was silent, not knowing what to answer. Then, realizing how he now looked in front of the marquise, he became angry. The one person he definitely didn't want to see was Kale's wife. Hestia watched as he sighed, not understanding his reaction. Was she even here for nothing? And Helios still couldn't understand why he decided that it was Diana. Hestia has a completely different voice. After which he asked her if the marquise had not come to Diana, then what was she doing here? The girl restrained herself, persuading herself that this was not treason, even though she had received a request from Madame Harmony. Of course, Hestia had no intention of having personal conversations with Diana. The reason for her visit to the palace was different. She needed to talk to Helios specifically. She didn't expect to meet him in the garden. Hestia couldn't understand what was wrong with him and why he was standing there like a lost soul, and it is written on his face that something has happened, either because of Madame Merope or because of the Emperor's health. The girl carefully studied the expression on the Crown Prince's face, although perhaps there was another reason. Suddenly, Helios turned to her and said that it was lucky that he met her here. He just wanted to talk. Looking at him, it dawned on Hestia that what if Diana told him about the problem with her power? The girl waited until he told her what he wanted to talk about. His words about whether it was true that Kale had gone out to inspect his possessions almost made her lose her senses. Her pose reminded her of a character from a classic cartoon. Pulling herself together, she replied that they had traveled together. Helios clarified with fervor, so he felt better. Hestia explained that they were accompanied by a doctor. Then, the Crown Prince realized that his condition was still unstable. Hestia nodded. She thought angrily, "While you were having fun with Diana, you didn't think about Kale's condition. But when you were left alone, you remembered him." But seeing Helios's reaction, she understood one thing for sure. Diana kept her prediction a secret, without telling her husband. Hestia liked it. I wonder how long she will keep it a secret. Putting on one of her most gracious smiles, the girl replied that she was so pleased that the Crown Prince took such good care of her husband. And in the sweetest voice, she explained that the Crown Prince didn't look very well today, somehow upset. And Hestia brought up the topic of the Emperor, because he, as a son, is worried about his father's health. Helios lost his temper and barked at what the Marquis was leading to. Hestia replied that she had heard that the prophecy about the Emperor had already come true, and that the Crown Princess had used her holy power on him. She was the first to foresee this situation, so there is nothing to hide from her. Helios answered haltingly that His Highness was simply still having a little difficulty moving, and our heroine clarified that it was even after using holy power. And then she added that she knew that His Majesty had not fully recovered. Helios got her words stuck in his head and knew it. Just as Hestia wanted, he asked forcefully what it meant and knew it. And his wife hasn't told him anything yet. As expected, the Crown Prince asked what Diana had to do with it, and Hestia brought the conversation to the fact that she hadn't told him anything yet. And bowing, the girl replied that if that was the case, then her prediction had come true and she had nothing more to do here. Helios barked at her back. She dared to refuse her duty to him. Hestia replied that sooner or later her highness would reveal herself to him, and she made him even more angry by adding that she was very upset that the crown princess had not yet told him anything. She also hit a sore spot by touching on the problems with Madame Merope. Hestia enjoyed herself. Despite how the emperor and crown prince tried to dissuade Madame Merope, his wife had already guessed, and with a sneer she continued that she doesn't even know who is the most authoritative in this palace. As expected, Helios finally lost his temper and ordered her to stop. He won't tolerate this nonsense any longer, and Hestia calmly said that he made a lot of mistakes. Hestia walked, thinking that Helio was broken, the emperor who could not be cured even by holy power, their secret with Diana, the change of authorities in the palace ranks. It became a topic of conversation for a short time, but being smart and quick-witted, Helios had heard so much that he guessed what she was getting at. Helios had such a dialogue with himself. Hestia bites Diana at every step, and this time you can brush off what was said, considering it another revelation of their mistakes. His fists clenched in impotent rage, but he understood that Hestia was a very meticulous person, and she would never throw around such words in vain. And he was consumed by the thought of what Diana should tell him. But for now, Diana acts as if nothing happened and treats him with a smile. Just recently, she was drinking tea in the living room and was in high spirits, as always, with a sweet smile, as if there were no secrets. He smiles at her as always. As always, he wants to be near her. Diana is always in a hurry to pour him tea. He said that he came to her with a request. The girl was very embarrassed. What kind of request could it be with such a mood? When he asked her to heal his father with holy power, the teapot trembled in her hands. She turned pale somehow and looked at him with such fear. Why was she so tense? As if he had asked her for something strange. Diana was silent, and then slowly, as always, called him Heli. Then she laughed nervously, reproaching him for speaking with such anxiety. Of course she agreed. At noon she would visit the emperor. He sat down next to her and apologized for distracting her from her work, but she assured her that everything was fine. Then Helios asked if it wouldn't be too much, since she uses her holy power on the emperor both morning and evening. And then, seeing his face, she replied that if she had lost her holy power, she would have understood his concern. But why is he so tense and anxious now? Almost bursting into tears, she reproachfully replied that he doubted her divine power. Diana took his hand, assuring him that his majesty would soon recover. She asked him not to worry, although she herself looked upset. As always, her face was lit up by a smile that did not betray any anxiety. Helios didn't know what to think, how and what to say now, but still, he almost said her name, but not completely. Before they could start a new dialogue, they were interrupted. The maid reported that the high priest had come to the crown prince's wife and were waiting in the living room. Diana immediately stood up, saying that she would leave right away, as if running away from a conversation with Helios. Still smiling, the girl said that they had an appointment and left. Helios had no choice but to sit and watch her go. Diana walked down the long corridor of the palace, the maid following her. The maid felt the tension. Diana was in such a hurry today, as if she was trying to escape. It felt like she was being followed. The servants had already studied well the mood, manners, and character of their young masters, and Diana was haunted by the thought of why Helios was suddenly plotting about this. As if he already knows something. Did Hestia really tell him? Or maybe she should come back now and talk to him honestly. But then she remembered Hestia's words. If she wants to hide it as long as possible, and Diana decided that it was not time yet, until the holy power had completely disappeared. And when it disappears, then it will be possible to tell. But the crown princess had, albeit a small, but still hoped that the prediction would not come true. But when the holy power disappears, everything will become known anyway. But until then, it can be hidden. And Helios did not know what to think, falling into despair. How did it happen that those he trusted are leaving? The father's health is deteriorating, and his beloved wife has become suspicious. He noticed her nervousness and evasiveness. Diana tried to avoid frank conversations. How could this be, he thought, when everything had already collapsed? Remembering Hestia, her hints, he transferred his powerlessness to her. It was all because of her. But after calming down, he noticed that it was all because of him. In the end, it's his problem that he can't finish what he started. It's like my heart is being squeezed in a vice. It's so heavy, there's no one to talk to. When it gets so stuffy and bad, he used to have someone to share it with. He had Kale, his best friend. He always told him that he needed to be more cool-headed. Remembering the advice of his former friend, Helios realized what he needed to do. He needed to meet with Kale. At this time, Hestia was sorting through letters and papers. After tea, Countess Aranis finally called her. She wrote that thanks to Diana, she became the only married aristocrat at the tea party. She also thanked for her friendship with Diana, listed the gifts that were given to the crown prince's wife, and other gossip. Hestia was pleased. Everything was going better than expected, but Harmonia wrote that Her Majesty did not open her heart so easily to gifts or flattering words. The same thing applied to Madame Merope. Arenas found out about everything one step later than Harmonia. Hestia's pride was hurt. She even raised her voice in the letter. In other words, she asked Hestia if there was a way out. As a person who knew about such matters, Hestia thought, "There's no need to exalt her so much. It is just a social skill." Aranis could not know that Harmonia was teaching her etiquette. Apparently, by staying in touch, Aranis decided that a relationship with her would benefit the Countess. In other words, this is not a friend, but a political ally. Well, maybe it's even more convenient, in fact. Hestia expected that the Countess would get closer to Diana than Harmonia. If this is the case, then the only thing Hestia can do is change direction. Hestia wrote in a reply letter to Arenas, "What if we change the circle of young ladies around Her Majesty? Her prestige would be much more useful for recruiting young aristocrats than her commoners. Of course, among these ladies there will be those who cannot keep up with Diana's stubbornness and thriftiness. This is what Aranis needs to figure out." Hestia laid it all out in the letter, after which the Marchioness went to send the letter. While sending the letter, Hestia thought that Helios was suspiciously quiet. Did he talk to Diana? Maybe they already sorted everything out. No, then Helios would have definitely called her. Although the last thing Hestia wanted was to see him and Diana, but everything needs to be brought to the picture that she wants. But the situation turned out somewhat differently. Thinking about the picture, a whole picture appeared that Hestia did not expect to see. Kale and Helios stand opposite each other, and Hestia has her mouth open. Hestia thought that it would be better if she went blind than to see this. A quiet mansion in the imperial capital. This is the prince's secret villa featured in the original work. A historical place where the relationship between the characters begins to develop, as soon as Helios tells Diana about this place. And here the three of them are, standing here. Why here, Hestia thought. They and Kale came here at the invitation of the crown prince. They had to come at the invitation of Helios, who suddenly wanted to talk to Kale. Hestia watched the men. It seemed like they were competing in beauty, the main and secondary characters. Of course, no one can compare with Kale, but one cannot deny the beauty of Helios. Hestia could not take her eyes off this picture. Thinking about the author of the novel, it is necessary to create such characters. When Helios nodded towards the room to speak privately with Kale, Hestia nervously told him to call her if anything happened. Helios replied that if anyone heard, they would think that he was taking Kale away to eat him. The girl got angry, and he doesn't remember what happened with Kale during their last conversation alone. It all started a couple of days ago, when Kale told Hestia that he received a letter from Hell. Hestia was especially excited by the words to meet somewhere secluded. Kale was about to go to the meeting. This is an official letter from the Crown Prince. He cannot ignore it. It seemed like the room was going to catch fire from the fire that started inside Hestia, which means the order. He is afraid that the friend he abandoned will refuse to meet with him. Kale asked Hestia if she knew the reason why Helios wanted to meet, considering that they had met recently. Still irritated, Hestia replied that the Crown Prince was in a state of moral decline. The Marquis asked what had happened, and Hestia said that the Emperor was getting worse, and Madame Merope had left the palace. Kale realized that Hestia was in the know about all the events, and Hestia also told him that Diana's power was fading, and that this was affecting their relationship. During his last visit to Helios, Kale couldn't control his emotions, and he still has no desire to meet. Of course, when Kale was having a hard time, Helios didn't even remember him, but now he wants to see him. Kale watched Hestia with a slight smile, who was angry, and it all showed on her face. And Hestia was angry at Helios, who abused his position. But Kale himself, on the contrary, calmed down, and he realized that Hestia was calling him solely by his position and not by his name. Hestia muttered something indistinctly, but only an indefinite syllable came out. Seeing the question mark on Kale's face, she quietly but confidently said that she also wanted to go, and then she said it so confidently that the room shook. Kale still couldn't get used to such sudden changes on her part. Hestia was glad that Kale allowed her and the doctor to accompany him, but she had no idea that this was the same villa from the novel. But she reassured herself that at least he hadn't arranged the meeting in the palace. Since it was here, Diana apparently didn't know about it. Hestia was furious. Helios had so much money, he could have bought another building, but no, he appointed him here. There was such an expression on her face that the doctor was scared. He turned to her, which brought our heroine out of her thoughts. The man asked her in a soft tone not to worry. The Marquis was doing well. Dr. Makari continued soothingly that if the conversation had dragged on so long, it didn't mean that Mr. Kalis was on the mend. If this continues, she will need the Marquis's medicine. Hestia realized that he was right, but they really were late. Just when she was wondering if everything was okay with him, Kale appeared behind her. Hestia jumped up so suddenly that she frightened the doctor again. Kale was pale and holding his head with his hand. Hestia was beside herself, like him, so pale. Kale stood with his back to Helios, who came out of the room a little later. However, Helios glanced at him sideways, but said nothing. Hestia fussed around Kale, who was also silent. Helios gave the order to the servant that they were returning and left. The bright light of the chandelier illuminated all the splendor of the mansion. Makari handed Kale a bottle, saying that it would help relieve tension, but the pale Kale silently pushed his hand away. He addressed Hestia, as he always did lately, calling her Hessie. The man asked her directly if she had told Helios that she wanted the lands of Attica. Before she had time to figure out what to answer, Kale continued to say that Helios had told him that in exchange for her prediction, she wanted the possessions of Duke Orcus. Hestia remembered talking about this with Helios during their personal meeting. Kale looked at her, hoping to hear that this was a misunderstanding, that she had never said such a thing. And the more he looked at her, the more he realized that Helios had not lied. Hestia blushed when Kale added that it was probably true that she had asked to be given the title of Duke. Naturally, Kale was confused. Helios decided that she was thirsty for territory. The Crown Prince told Kale that she coveted the Duke's territories, but Hestia didn't want him to find out like that. She wanted to wait for the right moment to tell him. She stood like a little guilty girl in front of her father. He asked her a question. She wants the title of Duchess. Hestia was so confused that she didn't even know what to say or how to justify herself. She looked into his eyes, which said no, but then he didn't understand. Hestia tried to justify herself. She didn't need power and title, and he asked if she was related to Duchess Latona. Hestia whispered his name and looked into his eyes. So, Helios decided to create discord in their relationship by touching on this topic. A few hours ago, when Helios and Kale were alone, the Crown Prince apologized to him. He confessed to Kale that he didn't want to call him by order. He just thought that Kale wouldn't come just like that. Helios apologized again, saying that this is not how one treats friends. Watching him, Kale concluded that it was because of a feeling of guilt that he allowed Hestia to come as well. A shadow of sadness covered Kale's face. A friend, then. Now it was useless for him, and in an official tone, he asked Helios why the Crown Prince had called him. Helios was overcome with emotion. Why was Kale so formal? He still answered with restraint that he was fulfilling his moral standards. So he naturally addresses the Crown Prince formally. Helios was confused. He wanted to renew communication, to have a heart-to-heart talk. No matter what happened, Kale was his only close friend whom he could trust without any doubts. Out loud, he answered Kale that even if he had become so distant, there was no one else he could trust. Watching Helios, Kale realized that Hestia was right. He was exhausted. But to hear this from the Crown Prince, even despite the Emperor's illness and the departure of Madame Merope, to believe or not to believe is a matter of choice, Kale silently thought. Helios turned to him with hope in his eyes, and Kale gave the answer that whether to trust someone or not is a decision that everyone makes by the power of their will. Helios, pondering these words, decided that faith or distrust, ultimately, everything comes down to personal judgment and interpretation. The question immediately arose, can he trust Diana? He clenched his hands into fists. Helplessness and anger at himself tormented him. Kale kept an official distance and silently watched his former friend's reaction. After which he made an official bow, saying that if there were no other questions, then he would go. His wife was waiting for him. Helios didn't like this, and with jealous resentment, he noted that he didn't know that Kale called Hestia that. Kale replied that it would be strange not to call his wife, and then Helios decided to tell what Hestia asked for in exchange for the prediction. He was sure that Kale knew nothing. It was a deliberate blow, asking whether Kale would be able to trust Hestia like that after this, and whether he would believe her when she said that she loved him. Of course, Kale asked what Hestia had asked for. He expected everything, but that Hestia asked to make him a duke and owner of the lands of Attica, where the late Duke Orcus ruled. Kale was in shock. He didn't know what to make of it. Until now, he thought that Hestia was not greedy and did not care about wealth. He remembered how she stated that she was not interested in his property and wealth. When the conversation turned to soap making, she said that she would spend her personal budget, but Hel couldn't lie about that. Then Kale began to suspect that Hestia was somehow connected with Duchess Ratona. And then a logical question arose. If she got so close to him, then he was deceived and used again. Hestia was afraid and hurt to see her lover's face like that. But the most important thing is that all this was because of her. Once again, the emotions on her face discouraged Kale. It seemed as if she was beating herself. The doctor and Kale looked at her with expressions of extreme concern. Kale asked what was wrong with her, and our heroine was ready to really beat up only Helios, who brought her favorite to such a state. The doctor also tried to calm her down, and Hestia realized that she was having a nervous breakdown. But she also needed to understand that she was inside a novel. The doctor realized that the couple needed to talk and left them. In general, sometimes incidents occur that cause major misunderstandings for minor reasons. And many episodes will pass before this misunderstanding is resolved, and it is necessary to erase all misunderstandings in front of the favorite as quickly as possible. Hestia quietly and calmly replied that she has no connections with the late Duchess. As she said earlier, she only wants the prince and his wife to regret how they treated him and come crawling to apologize. Hestia explained with such force and inner strength that the territory of Attica was needed precisely for this. She herself did not need the duchy. Kale stood there, confused, not knowing what to think. Hestia's whole appearance, her gaze, said that she was not lying. But Kale was silent. He needed to collect his thoughts. Then he asked her on what grounds he should believe her. Anyone can say that without an oath. Hestia felt dizzy. She remembered something like that in the novel. An oath was needed, and she said that then she would be able to swear. On a whim, taking his hand, she swore that she wanted him, Kalus, to become an independent pillar of this empire, so that his life would become great, thinking that he would stand on the pedestal of first place, showing off in front of his former friend and first love. Holding his hands and not taking her eyes off his, she continued to say that the country would not get back on its feet without him. She ended up saying that she would do everything to make the main couple bow their heads before him. Until then, never let go of his hand, completing the oath with a kiss. All this happened solemnly. Hestia did everything according to the dictates of her heart, after which she looked at her beloved with all sincerity. Kale was also silent, digesting what he had just heard. Hestia thought that he would smile, somehow warmly accept her oath, but he turned around abruptly and said that it was time to go home. The girl wanted to talk to him so much to stop him. Belated rationality came over her. What had she said at all? What was she talking about? Makari was again concerned about her mental state. He realized that something had happened between the spouses, since Kale was going out alone. He called the Marquis, but he didn't even stop or look back. But the doctor did not miss the blush on the gentleman's cheeks. Kale, while thinking about Hestia's oath, remembered Helios in the words, "To believe or not to believe is a matter of choice." That's how it all came down for Kale. Personal choice and interpretation of what was said. The doctor tried to calm Hestia, whose face was disfigured by despair. After what happened, Kale did not kick her out of the residence. But he didn't speak to her again. She didn't see him at all. They didn't cross paths in the hallway or at dinner. Euros invariably replied that the gentleman had again locked himself in his office and was busy reading. But Hestia was glad that at least Kale was not visited by dangerous thoughts. Hestia was exhausted from anxiety and tension. And what if Kale was thinking about whether to kick her out or not? If he was going to kick her out, then at least take one more look at him. So they lived under the same roof, never seeing each other, and finally the soap samples arrived. And Hestia understood, here is the reason, and whatever will be, will be. Standing in front of his door, she couldn't find the strength to knock, even though she insisted that she was just asking his opinion about the soap. And so, having made up her mind, she timidly knocked. Without expecting it, she saw Kale next to her, removing her hand. Hestia looked at him, hesitant and stunned. The face of her beloved. How long had she not seen him? Kale, as before, called her Hessie, asking why she was here, Hestia, swallowing her words incoherently, but Kale found it strange to walk around the room. Finally, an extremely embarrassed Hestia blurted out that soap samples had arrived and she wanted to show them. Hestia tried not to look at him. He was as handsome as always, and she was afraid that the idiot would turn on. Kale looked at several samples, noticing that they arrived quite quickly. She looked at him while he examined the soap, relieved that he hadn't gotten any worse. It seems he behaves as before, does not avoid her. Maybe he really was absorbed in reading. Could she assume that he had decided to trust her? Of course, it would be wonderful if he forgot about the hand kiss. That dark story with the oath and the lands that I wanted to erase surfaced. Kale looked at the soap samples sent by the artisans. Apparently, the artisans thought a lot about what to remove from the existing soap. The girl asked which sample, in the Marquis's opinion, was the most suitable. So, the voting for soap began. The first option was unscented, the second was somewhat hard. The third oblong sample is soft. Well,
The fourth sample was in color.
After looking and thinking, Kalis made a verdict. Soft material can wear out quickly, so it is better to use a hard one. And it is also better to add a scent. Even a weak one. Many commoners admire the nobility, but until now, soap was exclusively the property of the nobility. Therefore, it is necessary that it still be similar to what is made for aristocrats. Therefore, the last fourth option, Hestia was as always amazed by the intelligence of her beloved, and the girl said that she would immediately send a response to the artisans. And Kale wondered if everything was okay with Hestia. He read books for several days, putting his thoughts in order, but he was worried about what happened the day before. That conversation. The man said that soap is made for personal hygiene, but won't it be difficult for common people who have never used it before to get used to it? Even if there is cheap soap, there is no point in it if it is simply kept at home, but her favorite is right. Therefore, Hestia decided to invite the most famous actors Helena and Pollux, the best theater actor of the imperial capital, and the most beautiful woman of that era. Their beauty cannot be described in words, but they also stage their own plays, and these people here in the residence, the servants of the Kale mansion, are like crazy. The head maid sheepishly apologized to Hestia, but our heroine understood that fans are fans in any era. In this world, people think that illness is God's punishment. Even if they use soap, it would not change their worldview. If people are forced, even under threat, it will only cause disgust. So she decided to advertise through the people's favorites by sponsoring the play. Hestia confirmed the intention. About this halo of their holiness, Hestia decided to promote her product, as they do in her world, through advertising in films and TV series. And Hestia told the actors that she would like to add soap of her own production to the play. The girls spoke about her idea that actors would become an example of mass use of soap, but they sat with frozen faces. Hestia didn't expect such a reaction. Pollux replied that they could not accept her terms. Hestia jumped up. How could the man explain that the play had already been written and staged? In such a situation, it is unwise to change the content at the last minute and revise the script and direction. Hestia was depressed and disappointed. She was late and was feverishly trying to figure out what to do. The actors said they would be honored to receive her support, but there was nothing they could do about it. Then, not really hoping for anything, Hestia apologized for making the offer so late, but still handed them the contract so that they could read it. There was no need to answer right away. Helena and Pollux took the papers out of politeness, warning that it would not change anything anyway. Hestia sat nervously waiting for an answer. This was the last chance. When she told Kale about her idea, he thought about it. It was new to him. Hestia explained that then, people will perceive it as a way of life. Kale thought about it and agreed. That's how new trends in clothing or food always start. And he wrote her money for sponsorship. Kale had written the amount in the contract, but Hestia knew nothing about the price of advertising in this world, and was not sure that the amount Kale had allocated was sufficient. As for expenses, the amount varies greatly depending on the celebrity's reputation. In addition, in front of her are actors who have the best reputation in the empire. It would be good if Kale's sum was enough. Hestia nearly fell over when Helena yelled at her partner to give her a pen, and they signed the contract in the blink of an eye. The signature was put. They agreed. They thanked Hestia, looking at her with adoration and a desire to earn money. But then they switched to Hestia, who didn't know what to think at all now. How highly Kale rated them, and Kale at that time was reading the book and thinking that he needed to give more. At this time, the actors bombarded Hestia with suggestions on how to exalt soap, how to play it, whether to make it a tool for attracting love. These days were full of tension for Hestia. Uros brought more documents from the estate. By evening, she could barely crawl to bed. Soap making in the estate, checking the contents of the play and so on. Yes, she was always busy. But now that there was more soap work, she became even busier. The girl was at least glad that there were no classes with Madame Harmony and no important social events. Social events reminded her of important moments. How are things going with Countess Aranis and her persuasions of young aristocrats? As she fell asleep, she thought that Helios had not invited her for a long time. And then, literally the next morning, she received news from him. Helios actually invited her to the Palace of Lilies. Hestia greeted him according to etiquette, cursing that thoughts are material. She looked at him expectantly until he told her to sit down. It was obvious that the crown prince was irritated. Hestia sat down and wondered if his state of mind had changed after meeting Kale. Helios collected his thoughts, then said that he would be honest. He then admitted that he did not trust Hestia. To her indignant face, he explained that her constant clashes with Diana, the disrespect shown to him, but her predictions turned out to be very accurate and helped to solve important issues in the empire. Hestia asked what he meant. The man put his pen down and asked if she wasn't happy. She didn't understand why exactly, but he explained that she forced them to admit that they needed her abilities. The girl thought, as always, the tone was sarcastic, but today, there was a sense of defeat and helplessness in his voice, and even some humility. What the hell is going on? The prelude ended, and the crown prince stood up and said that it was precisely because he did not trust her that he appointed her as his assistant. But in a recent conversation with her, bearing in mind the meeting in the garden and the fact that Diana had something to tell him, he was forced to think again about her situation. Therefore, since Diana still hasn't said anything, Hestia must tell everything without a single lie, and hanging over her, he demanded that she tell him everything that they had talked about with Diana. Hestia stared at him, wondering how this secret must have tormented the prince. He stated that as her superior and the crown prince of this empire, this was an order. Hestia continued to look at him with wide eyes. There's no way that the smart Helios didn't know that Diana had problems with her holy power, but the reason is no longer so important. Today, she happily obeys his order. Her promise to Diana to keep a secret is lighter than dust, and so, Hestia told the crown prince that she was very sorry, but the truth was that she had conveyed the prophecy to his wife. She also reported that Her Highness ordered her to remain silent. Helios thought that the prediction concerned his father, the emperor, and Hestia thought, and enjoyed the moment when she would now give her prediction, and she said that in the next 2 years Her Majesty will completely lose her holy power. Helios felt a rush of heat. Diana. His Diana. In the original, Diana's source of healing power was mentioned once in passing. It was said there that Diana had observed the miserable life of the poor since childhood and prayed fervently to God. God heard her prayers and gave her strength. The author did not mention why such power was given only to Diana. Well, probably because she is the main character. While Helios was recovering from the news, Hestia explained that this was a God-given ability, and apparently there was a reason why he was taking it away, just as life and death happen according to the will of God. After these words, the prince laughed. He said, "It means the emperor will not get better." The girl asked what His Highness planned to do next. Helios didn't answer. His hand tensed. He could barely contain his emotions. Helios muttered dully that he could wait for now. Hestia was overcome with anger. He continues to believe Diana despite her words. He is a so-so main character. Suddenly, he turned around and asked if her foresight was also God's will. This was said with sarcasm. The girl replied that yes, one day her abilities would also disappear. But she couldn't tell that she didn't have the gift of foresight. She was just a regressor embodied in the plot of the book. The prince nervously said that in future, when she had a premonition, he would be the first to tell her. The girl bowed and left. She rejoiced. As long as the predictions continue, she will use them. When she left the palace, the sun had almost set. Our heroine wondered if she had anything to lose in 2 years. That is life in this world, with its Kale. At this time, Kale was busy with his own affairs. Euros reported that a letter had arrived, but the letter is addressed to the Marquis couple. It was sent by the actors of the theater that he and Hestia sponsored. Kale printed it out and began to read with concentration. So much so that Euros became worried. After reading the letter, the Marquis thought, looking ahead. Helena wrote that she thanked him and the Marquis for their support. Now they can create plays with an unrivaled level of perfection, and they both really want to repay the favor, the interest in humanism and art, and therefore they send tickets. And showing them at dinner, Kale said that the best seats had been reserved for them and that they were waiting for them to come. Hestia stood there with her mouth open. She lost control of reality, muttering that the soap business was finished, so there was time, and Kale added that they were going together, as a couple. The world became huge, and she was like a bug. This news crushed her. She didn't remember what she was doing. She didn't hear anything. While doing her business, she seemed to be in a borderline state. Dekimar designed outfits for him and Kale. Hestia lived in some kind of robot mode. Is she really going to the play with Kale as a couple? Dekimar was designing a couple outfit. It all looks a bit like a date. His sketches were, as always, superb. And so, on the appointed day, they arrived at the theater. The actors greeted them joyfully when they saw them. Hestia still stood as if nailed to the spot. The guys thanked the Marquises for finding the time. Hestia still hasn't returned to reality. She and Kale are really in matching outfits. This is really a date. The actors said that thanks to their support, they were able to rent the theater, and Hestia stood and feverishly thought about the paired outfits. How handsome Kale was in it. Pollux and Helena worriedly asked Kale what was wrong with the Marquise. He answered that this often happens to her, so everything is fine, but Helena looked thoughtfully at Hestia. She came up to her and whispered that she wanted to be alone with her for a minute. She pointed briefly at the young ladies, whispering that they were the daughters of the Baron and Viscount, and that there were guards nearby. Hestia was surprised at what they were doing there. The actress replied that their performance is so popular that even noblemen come to it, pretending to be simpletons. And so the Marquise has nothing to worry about. Both the play and the soap advertisement will work out. And she and her partner wished them a pleasant viewing and hurried away. The performance was beginning. Hestia convinced herself that she and Kale were not on a date, but simply on business, a business trip. Laughing nervously, she informed Kale that it was time for them to go too. She interrupted him when he wanted to ask something. Kale replied that he heard that she had been out of strength for the last few days. He noticed that she was very tense in the morning. "Come to think of it," he said slowly. This was their first appearance as a married couple, and Hestia looked down at this. She didn't immediately understand what he was waiting for. He pointed to his hand to walk as husband and wife, but it didn't get through to Hestia. She looked at him without blinking. Then he took her hand, apologizing, and they went. And again, her face made Kale think maybe she doesn't want to. Again, her face. Only emotions. Her favorite. She can't feel her legs. He himself suggested it. Hestia was sweating profusely, her teeth clenched, and Kale kept his eyes on her. The girl tried to convince herself that they were here on business. Kale reassured himself that if she didn't like it, she could just take her hand away. He just couldn't take his eyes off her. Hestia, with her emotions, always lifted his spirits. To keep from laughing, he covered his mouth with his hand, but she noticed that Kale was laughing. The performance began. Helena performed on stage. Her heroine was the daughter of a nobleman, but it was a secret. She wondered who would believe her, what to do to pass for noble. One dress is not enough, and then soap appears. According to the plot, the heroine received the remains of the soap for her sewing. Who decides that she will rub it all over her body in order to pass for a noblewoman? And then, Kale commented that you can't pass for a noblewoman with just soap. Hestia choked. She stuttered and replied that people looked different when they had soap, and their soap had a scent. Hestia thought to herself that such advertising would definitely work and would not be a lie. The girl thought, the content of the play is simple. The banal lie of the main character, who is a commoner, accumulates and rolls like a snowball. She deceives others and ultimately poses as a lady, and the lie works. The heroine says that if she is caught, there will be big problems. But if she is not caught, she will be able to live like an aristocrat. Hestia understood that the play seemed to be about her because she herself was lying. In this world, she became a minor character named Hestia. She became a fictional character, not herself. From her name to her personality, abilities, everything she says is a lie. Kale called her softly and affectionately. She sat there, dejected and depressed. Hestia pulled herself together and smiled, saying that the performance was so interesting. Here she imagined herself as a puppet, pretending to be some Hestia, pretending to have the gift of foresight. All her pretense is for the sake of her beloved. But unlike the play, even if everything is revealed to her, the main character will stay with her until the end. Does true love always have a happy ending? Because at the end of it, she will have no one in this world. People left the performance with tears in their eyes and delight. The sale of Hestia soap, which the main character used, has already begun in the hall. The peasant girls crowded around, looking at the soap with delight. Sales went boom because the soap was cheap. Hestia was happy. The play was a success, a gripping romantic story. Of course, thanks to the wonderful performances of Helen and Pollux, it's hard to believe that the edits were made at the last minute. How well everything worked out, and the soap is selling like hotcakes. And from tomorrow, the soap will be sold in all department stores, and word of mouth will work. Helios, watching her, asked if she was happy. Did she like the play? Because it was interesting. Hestia agreed. She found it suspicious that he was asking if he liked it. He nodded that it was fine. But then, looking into her eyes, he uttered the word, however. Hestia somehow pulled away and was taken aback, trying to figure out what he wanted to say with this. Before they could finish speaking, the actors were running towards them as fast as they could. It was clear that they were floating with happiness. Hestia said they were great, and Helena admitted it was the best audience reaction ever. It was thanks to the Marquises that their performance was of such high quality. It seemed that Helen was still in character. Everyone followed the actors, wanting to greet the Marquis couple. Hestia was indignant. Everyone attacked so suddenly. And what about Kale's condition? But Kale stood bravely before the crowd that had rushed in. Hestia held back the new wave of fans. Kale stepped aside and calmly watched Hestia. Hestia spoke to the crowd, answered questions, and seemed to be doing a pretty good job. He remembered their dialogue. Whether the play was interesting, Hestia answered happily, smiling, of course. He answered himself with a lie. Watching her, he saw that Hessie showed no reaction throughout the entire play. It seems like there really are no feelings, colorless and indifferent, as if the play had nothing to do with her. It was the first time Kale had seen her have that expression on her face. Of course, she had thought so much about the play before, in connection with the soap business. But then why such a look? He was plagued by doubts. Not that he couldn't help but trust her, given her oath. Remembering, he mechanically looked at his hand, but he couldn't shake the feeling that she was still hiding a lot from him. Will he wait until she tells him everything herself? Hestia was like a squeezed lemon. She just wanted to hide from this noise as quickly as possible. She and Kale stopped at a cafe for a bite to eat, and she noted that he was lucky to have managed to escape. Kale noticed that she was tired in the morning too, and our heroine thought that she couldn't answer that she was on the verge of a nervous breakdown because they went to the play together. The man saw that Hestia was still tense, but she was trying to be carefree and cheerful. He called her affectionately by name, and the girl tried to keep up the conversation about the play, calling the hero the best. Suddenly, she heard conversations behind her, and looking back, she saw the daughters of the Viscount and the Baron. The girls cheerfully shared their impressions of the performance, which they really liked. It's clear that now is the time to chat. There are so many impressions. And then, Hestia froze. The girls switched to talking about the Crown Prince. The father of one of them said that His Majesty has been leaving often on business in recent days. The departures were associated with health problems. Hestia sat in the same position with a cup in her hand. The topic touched upon the holy power of Diana. How health problems can continue, she can heal. Smiling slightly, Hestia thought that news was spreading slowly. One of the girls said that, at this rate, rumors about Diana's problems with holy power would spread. The girls also mentioned that the prince was tired of talking to his wife. And then Hestia turned her head. The girls said that they liked communicating with Madame Arenas. From the conversation, Hestia realized that Diana still continues to force others to do the right thing. It seems that Lady Arenas is effectively recruiting young ladies who were intimidated by Diana's abrupt incident. This is good news for her. But what does it mean for Kale to hear all this? At first, he was silent. And then he said that the temple's teachings did not seem as good to him as to the Crown Prince's wife. Hestia looked at him with wide eyes and couldn't believe it. Kale now gave an assessment of Saint Diana, the wife of the Crown Prince. And then he called her name, and the girl answered. Kale said that he must have an audience with His Majesty the Emperor. Hestia was only able to say why you needed her, having silently arranged a meeting with the Emperor. The girls began to say goodbye and disperse, and Hestia thought that they had a warm and cozy place here, by the window, with a cup of aromatic tea. And suddenly, her favorite says something like this. Hestia came up with all sorts of ideas, she hissed through dry lips. Why he needed a meeting, and her favorite calmly explained that he had been sitting around too long. It was time for him to get back to work. A wave of anxiety washed over Hestia. What work? He hadn't recovered yet. She sadly added that Diana would always be with the Emperor, and if you went to him, then a meeting with her was inevitable, and he may get worse again. The girl nervously shook her fist on the table so that the light glared across the tea. Kale remained patient and calm. He calmly explained that, as he had said earlier, Diana was no one else to him. And besides, he didn't say that he would go to the Emperor alone. When Hestia jumped up and asked who he was with, he pointed his finger at her. She couldn't believe it, and pointed her finger at herself and repeated, with her. And now they are already paying their respects to the glorious son of the Empire. Nereus was genuinely glad to see them, and greeted them happily in return. Returning from the cafe, Kale requested an audience regarding returning to business, and so they arrived at the palace together. Hestia tried to dissuade Kale from rushing, but it was useless. Besides, he himself invited her to come with him, which is already good news. He formally introduced Hestia to the Emperor, calling her his wife. She blushed. I imagined it myself. Kale explained to her before that he wanted to officially introduce her to the Emperor. After all, she is also a marquise of this empire. But His Majesty is like a father to him, and so he thought it would be a good idea to introduce her officially as his wife. Hestia gasped. That was so sweet of him. Based on the novel, Kale loved and respected the Emperor very much, following him everywhere, so the idea of such a person, well, how can she resist? She sat opposite Helios and Diana, who kept their eyes on her. Hestia knew that Diana would definitely be there, but why Helios was here, she didn't like it, but in front of the Emperor they at least became quiet. The girl looked at Kale. He was sitting calmly, not nervous. And yet, what a fine fellow he is! Hestia admired her beloved. Can she think that everything will be fine now? The Emperor was also interested in seeing his ward's chosen one in person. Nereus noticed that she even became his assistant. He had heard her praised in Ilion, so she could be called a versatile person. Hestia assured that the rumors exaggerated a lot. thinking to herself that even if this exaggeration grew stronger over time and became the truth.
Helios expressed himself in a similar sarcastic manner. She wanted to remain calm,
But as soon as Helios opened his mouth, thorns came out and, turning on a sweet smile, Hestia responded in the same tone that she understood that her resourcefulness was inflated by the people talking about her. To mock the prince, the girl said that she always tries to act carefully. He couldn't help but add that she doesn't always succeed. Diana tried to restrain her husband. The emperor was glad that Kale wanted to return to business. But not long ago, he was accompanied by a physician. Therefore, Nereus was afraid whether Kale had recovered enough to return to business. A nervous Helios decided to discredit Hestia through this opportunity with Kale's health. After his statement about whether his wife's decision was behind his return, Kale and Hestia were shocked by such rudeness. Hestia was upset and accused of pushing the sick Kale. But the man stopped her by taking the initiative. He said that his wife had tried to dissuade him, citing his condition. It was he who convinced her that he was completely healthy. Hestia just realized that her Kale had sided with her in front of Diana. In front of the couple's eyes, he had been friends with them since childhood. Hestia was wondering what emotion she should show now. She and Kale looked at each other. His eyes looked with some new strength at Hestia, who still could not recover from what she had heard. Everyone in the hall froze. Nereus was silent, as well as Helios and Diana. The emperor watched as Kale now stood up for his wife. He smiled, which means she is his heart's friend. He loves her. Kale said that since the conversation turned to health, he looked at Nereus, and he continued to say that he heard that the emperor had been unwell lately. Helios turned white with anger, hissing Kale's name, and the Marquis continued to say that initially, he did not believe in the rumors. But His Majesty is pale today, and he is worried. He will only be glad if he winds himself up. But can't the Holy Lady, his son's wife, heal him? The mention of holy power made Diana shrink. She muttered something about her powers. Her hands were folded on her knees. She was nervous. Nereus responded kindly that there was nothing to worry about. He was getting older. Nothing could be done about it. But he is much better than he looks. Regarding the rumors, the emperor said that this is because Helios is present at the meetings instead of him. This is in order to gain experience. Kale replied that since His Majesty was still in good health, there was no need to worry about the well-being of the empire. And Kale said that, as he thought, he had worried in vain. And then he mentioned Diana's holy power again, because there's nothing to worry about. She's holy with His Majesty. Hestia understood the reason why Kale was concerned about the emperor's health and Diana's holy power, so he was warning them. There's no way Kale didn't know that Diana was using holy power on the emperor. And even so, the emperor's complexion is noticeably bad. You don't have to be a doctor to look at the emperor and understand that he is sick. But if someone blurted something like that out of place, he would be in trouble. Hestia had no intention of talking about it. But since Kale enjoyed the emperor's boundless trust, he was allowed to do a lot. The fact that Kale dared to speak about the emperor's health and Diana's healing power suggests that he sent a warning to the protagonists. Hestia glanced at him, assuming he was angry at Helios's behavior. It's impossible to imagine how close these three were in the original novel, and now Kale has broken off all relations. Once they receive the warning, they will have to think hard. Either try to establish friendship with them, or they will become open enemies to her and Kale. Hestia thought, this is such a good chance, it can't be missed, and she realized what a good chance had presented itself. She could not pass by and turn to Nereus. The girl said that even if His Majesty is healthy, the empire must be strengthened and prosperous, and there must also be loyalty. Nereus asked if it wasn't enough that Kalus was returning. Helios realized that Hestia had spoken for a reason, and asked what she was getting at. Hestia looked at Helios, her gaze read, I will destroy you. Helios was truly scared of what she was planning. He shouted at her to stop, trying to change the subject, and she added, smiling, wouldn't it be better to be dukes than marquises? And then she smiled sweetly. Kale, in the carriage on the way home, asked how she could even mention the duchy, and our heroine explained that she cannot trust the crown prince. Kale noted that Hel was not that unreliable, but Hestia noted that he hated her, and there should always be a plan for contingencies. Kale grabbed his head. He wanted to say something else, and Hestia worriedly asked him why his head hurt. He replied that he was just tired and wanted to sleep. Then the girl suggested that they sleep while they were driving. Hestia replayed the visit. After talking about the duchy, everyone was surprised, but especially Diana. She jumped up and declared how arrogant it was. Hestia lowered her eyes and apologized to Her Highness. And then, looking up at her, she asked her to remember the tyranny of the Orcus family. Therefore, it is worth making sure that this does not happen again. And therefore, it is necessary to appoint the most trusted person. No one can challenge the authority of such a person. Helios jumped up. Barely restraining himself, he suggested talking about this later. Now was not the best time.
Hestia thought that her offer had truly discouraged him. Helios promised them the lands of Orcus, but she cannot trust this cunning fox, so she struck a warning blow. Hestia was worried about how the emperor would react. He lowered his head and smiled.
Hestia wanted him to understand her correctly.
And then, he cheerfully announces that it looks like Caelus has received the perfect assistant in the form of a wife.
Hestia was amazed. She had just been called Cael's perfect assistant.
Nereus further admitted that even before meeting Hestia, he learned about her from his son and daughter-in-law. He was worried about the complicated relationship between Cael and Heli,
but today his heart felt relieved.
When the emperor addressed Hestia by name, she stuttered. He understood her thought and told her to discuss it with Helios. He also praised his son for his keen eye for hiring such an assistant. His fist clenched, and he muttered that his father was embarrassing him, and Hestia was happy.
Let her secretly be angry as much as she wanted. Her father praised her and praised her. And after that, neither Helios nor Diana said anything. But they and Cael talked a little more with the emperor.
Then Diana intervened with her concern, and would have continued if the emperor had not taken his leave first.
Now she was riding in a carriage and admiring her sleeping darling. She wanted to scream with happiness, sleeping Cael, about this precious moment. To keep from making a sound, she covered her mouth. Why isn't there a smartphone here? How proud she was of him. He gave such a speech today in front of Helios and Diana. And it's like, he really doesn't care. He had a wonderful conversation with the emperor, and even warned those two.
The girl did not take her eyes off him, scrolling through his every remark, gesture, word.
I thought that I should ask the coachman to drive more slowly.
It's still great that they went to see the emperor together.
In the evening, Helios sat by his father's bed. Nereus was tired. Any conversations were difficult for him, and it was not easy today either.
He told Helios that Cael was very perceptive.
He pretended not to notice anything, but in fact, he understood everything. Helios asked his father to wait a little. Diana would heal him, but the man waved his hand. He asked me to tell Diana not to twitch in the future. She personally treated him every day. Did they think he wouldn't notice? Helios lowered his eyes. His father understood everything, including about Diana's power. The emperor said that they needed to talk about Diana. Helios looked at his father tensely. When he came out, Diana was waiting for him, immediately asking how His Majesty was. She said that she was just about to go to the emperor to heal him. Helios didn't answer. Then Diana stood up nervously and started talking about Hestia, who still couldn't sit still. Noticing that Helios was silent, she asked why he wasn't answering. In impotent rage and despair, he smashed his fists. His father told him that Diana was his wife and that she had trusted him as a child, and then thrown herself into the harsh life of the imperial family. If it weren't for Helios, who would have protected her, the crown prince would not have understood why his father started talking about this. The emperor explained that Diana had been looking anxious lately, mentioning the incident with Madame Merope, and her holy power, God knows everything. Her father gave her the parting words that he should be with her at such moments, because in the future she would become the empress of their country. And now she looked into his eyes with concern. What was wrong with him? He was so pale. Then she said that she might be able to treat him after his visit to the emperor, and he couldn't stand it. She was going to use her holy power on him. Without even healing the emperor, she loses her powers as predicted. Seeing his emotions, Diana worriedly asked if everything was okay with him. Helios froze when she asked if maybe he was also worried about this marquise. Looking at his wife, he thought, they got married not so long ago. This should be the happiest time in their lives. But their time spent together includes conversations about their father, Hestia, and a lot of doubts. Mistrust. How sick he was of this whole situation. Why was she pretending that everything was okay? He squeezed her firmly and said harshly that it was enough. Diana swallowed nervously and asked what he meant. He looked her straight in the eyes and said, "Tell me the whole truth already." But she, without looking him in the eyes, continued to pretend that she didn't understand what he was talking about. Finally, Helios said that he already knew everything. Diana felt as if she was in a vice. Helios was pressing on her, asking her not to hide it any longer. Hestia looked questioningly at Caelus. As he offered her his hand to help her down, he expressed his concerns about the duchy. Hestia was amazed. Did he still not trust her? Cael, in turn, did not so much not trust her, but simply, such a high position could not be given away without any reason. They were interrupted by Uros, who was worried about the gentleman who had not yet had dinner. Hestia asked if they could take a little walk together. Cael asked again. She wants to go for a walk. Hestia, adjusting a loose curl of hair, admitted that she was in thought. Our heroine wondered how much Cael trusted her. At that moment, Diana, looking at her husband, fought back what he wanted to hear from her. Helios looked at her hunted look, thinking that his father was right. Even if she sets the whole world against herself, it must be on her side. He took her hands as gently as possible and said that they should be as honest with each other as possible. And holding his wife's hand, he asked her directly if the holy power had disappeared. Before she had time to think, he found out, as Helios said, despite her constant presence with her father, he was not getting better. Her father already knew, but Diana answered in an icy tone that he had listened to Hestia. Helios looked at her questioningly, not immediately knowing what to answer. His hand still held her hand in his. Then he confessed that Hestia had told him the prophecy. Diana exploded with indignation. She screamed that it was a trap. Hestia promised to keep it a secret. She simply followed Hestia's advice to hide it for as long as possible. The crown prince asked again about Hestia's advice, and Diana confirmed it. Helios explained that Hestia said that Diana ordered them to remain silent, and she screamed that she had not given such an order. He realized that the words were different, which meant that one of them was lying. Diana muttered frantically that it was all her, Hestia, who ordered her to be silent but told him something else. Then Helios asked why she followed the advice of the woman she hated so much. The princess, standing under the sparkling lights of the living room chandelier, replied that she did not know, after which she screamed again that her divine power had not disappeared. It had weakened temporarily, but it would return. Now she squeezed her husband's hands as if instilling her faith that the power would return. But as for the prophecy, she did not believe in it. Pretending to be cheerful, she called it nonsense that her abilities had disappeared. Doesn't he really believe her? Doesn't he believe his wife? Helios, remembering Hestia, answered her that she understood what she was talking about, especially since if she didn't believe Hestia, she should have told him right away. Why hide the truth as the Marquise ordered? He tried to get his wife to open up. Why was she pretending that everything was fine? And when he said that the prophecy was not lying, her face froze like a mask. Letting go of his hands, she spoke with a trembling voice. How can he? He is on the side of this Hestia. Helios asked her to calm down and listen to the end. He loves her and will be with her until the end. He hugged her and asked her not to hide anything from him in the future. Hugging him, Diana burst into tears and said quietly, Heli, as she always called him. But her gaze was tense. She considered these sweet words to be pretense. Since he loves her, he must completely trust her. Meanwhile, in the Marquis' castle, everyone was getting ready for bed. Sitting in bed, Hestia sleepily stretched, glad that such a busy day had come to an end. How tired she was. Her thoughts were blurry. What had she been doing all day? The Emperor, Diana, Helios, even a walk with Kale under the pretext of conversation. On this walk, Hestia told him her vision that a second provocation from another state was coming. Kale was shocked by this unexpected news. But how? The provocation had already ended at the border, and war was avoided. Hestia said that the second provocation will be more serious. The Marquis asked if she had told Heli about this. Instead of answering, Hestia asked if he remembered how several months ago she warned the Crown Prince about the enemy's first provocation. Of course, Kale remembered that. It was through that incident that the Crown Prince realized the power and benefit of her prophecies. That's why she claimed the rights of the late Duke Orcus from the Crown Prince. Kale was surprised that he couldn't find the words right away, but the girl took the initiative into her own hands. She passionately proved that he saved this country. When an armed conflict with a neighboring country broke out before the resurrection, not only the emperor, but the entire aristocracy regretted the premature departure of Calus. Then Helios stopped the war, but there is nothing more to tell except that merchants from the enemy country were given free rights to conduct business on the territory of the empire. And this means that if Kale resorts to diplomacy in advance, saying out loud, looking into the Marquis' eyes, that things are serious, the enemy is thirsty for the economic power of the empire. Hestia added to the forecast that the enemy would demand the right to freely conduct business for its merchants in exchange for abandoning the war. But Kale responded that this was nonsense. Hestia remembered what happened before her resurrection, so she listened to the nonsense he spoke. She doesn't mean to say that Helios is incompetent, but he is far from Kale's diplomatic skills. Besides, Helios was then doing all the diplomatic work for the sick emperor. Torn between Diana and the aristocrats, he faced many debilitating hardships. Well, whatever the circumstances, the negotiations were on the brink of humiliation. Kale was silent for a while, comprehending what he had heard, then exhaled that everything was clear. He understood what Hestia was getting at. If she could resolve the issue that could lead to war, no one would condemn him for his title of duke. The girl was glad that he understood everything, but Kale asked what if he failed in the negotiations. The girl's eyes, round with surprise, showed misunderstanding.
Kale would fail the mission. There was an absolute incompatibility between these words and her perception. Kale also stood expectantly waiting for her answer, and Hestia was overcome by her reaction. Since he says so, he definitely still needs rest. And the Marquis realized that it seemed that Hestia had never even thought that he could fail. Hestia, overcome with emotion, grabbed the astonished Kale by the hands. She doesn't want to force him. Kale tried to stop her, but the pressure was gushing out of her. She understood that sharpening knives on enemies was unbearable and offered her help. Hestia, like a loyal knight, placed his hand on her chest, declaring that she would take everything upon herself. Kale never ceased to be amazed by her. In 1 minute, this girl could turn into fire. He tried to loosen her grip. Hestia broke through further, of course. She admits she has no experience in diplomacy, but she can learn something new. She can do anything. She continued to shout that she would do anything for him. Kale had to put his hand to her lips. Hestia blushed like a peony, realizing that she had lost her temper again. Kale also didn't take his eyes off her. Finally, he turned around and said that they would finish the conversation later. It was time to go. Eros was waiting. Hestia lay on the bed, face down in the pillow, annoyed with herself. Oh, how exciting it was, and she still didn't touch his face. How beautiful Kale is. Isn't he God's creation? Even Diana in the original novel got less. He loved Diana so much that he was afraid to touch her. Still, she got her share of fan happiness. It doesn't matter. The main thing is that she's happy. And if you remember what's going on with Diana and Helios. Meanwhile, Diana was in tears from resentment. She was offended. She says that she loves. He said that she is the only one. He swore that he would always be on her side. But he himself listens to the words of this Marquise. And now he has gone to work, coldly saying that he has work. Let them go to bed without him. Diana did not understand why Helios, who loved her selflessly, stopped believing her. He is the only person she can rely on in this cold palace. They were together for so long, and he left her. For the first time, Diana was faced with the fact that he did not agree with her. She didn't think that the idyll would end so quickly, and she regretted that she didn't choose Kale. He would have definitely been a rock for her, tough and cold. But with her, he was kind and affectionate. Diana remembered his long silver hair flowing behind his back and his deep jade eyes. In despair, the princess realized for herself that only Kale always believed her. And Diana understood that Kale had to be returned. As if an epiphany had come to her from above, Kale must be taken away from this Marquise. And Hestia lay comfortably on the bed, thinking with a smile about Diana, how her evening prayers are going, what she prays for. She hoped that she was praying to her proud God right now. And Diana, filled with hope, prayed frantically that everything would be fine with her. God would take care of her. But Hestia didn't believe in God. She was just a hostage of the novel. Hestia took the book, The Prince's Girl, from the shelf, which brought back memories. She remembered how Diana had taken this book, and Helios had snatched it and teased her that this was all she was interested in the royal library. Helios liked to tease her. Diana looked so much like a little girl who had been offended. When she asked him not to laugh, but just to return it, she accidentally fell into his arms. Helios, standing sadly near the books, also remembered that moment. She looked at him then, with her emerald eyes, full of trust. He then hugged her and didn't want to let go. It seems like an eternity had passed. Hestia experienced déjà vu. She was now standing in the same place with this book, just like Diana. Yes, in the original book, these two had a strong love. It stood in the library of the Imperial Palace, where all the books of the Empire were collected. She is standing here alone because a few days ago, Kale said that he needed to go to the library of the Imperial Palace before he returned to duty. Hestia was troubled by his words and followed him, but Kale went to the secret archive, which was located inside the library of the Imperial Palace. And this is the place where the latest domestic and international confidential information was stored. Entry was only possible with the Emperor's approval, which is why she now stands here alone. Yes, she didn't expect to end up at the main character's meeting place. Since Diana was a saint who cared for her people, it meant that only aristocrats could enter the library, but Diana chose only this book, perfect only so that Helios could tease her. And then she hears the words of the Crown Prince in her ear, that this is all that interests her in the Imperial Library. Hestia was so immersed in the original novel that she did not realize that Helios was standing next to her. But when she realized it, she recoiled so much that she almost lost her balance. Hestia bowed with trembling legs. Why was he here? He had to work. Helios said that he came here for information, but it was lucky that they met. They needed to talk. Hestia froze in surprise and alarm. Here she straightened up and told him straight to his face that she apologized for her request for the duchy that day. Helios was overcome with anger again. He had just forgotten about it. Hestia stood with her eyes downcast.
Apparently, she blurted out something again without thinking, but it seems that Helios remembered this only after her words. Apparently, he didn't want to talk to her about this. He then said what he could do if she didn't even trust the memorandum with the Crown Prince's seal. Hestia didn't understand what was going on with him today. If not about this, then what Helios wanted to talk about. And he said that from now on, it would be better for her to hide her predictions from Diana. Diana learned about the prediction from him. It would be better if the relationship between them became even more awkward. But everything is very good, she smiled. The Crown Prince is now giving her advice. She replied that she herself was not a good source of advice, since he constantly turned to her for it. Hestia was jubilant. She did it! She asked so directly. Helios was silent for a minute, thinking about how best to say it. When he said that Diana did not believe in her predictions, Hestia burst out laughing, and she reported to the Crown Prince. If she had not believed it, she would have immediately reported that prediction. Still keeping a smile on her face, she thought about whether it was worth continuing this dialogue at all. What he wanted to achieve. Helios stood in alarm, and Hestia enjoyed the moment. He had already decided who was lying. Helios did not move. Hestia stood silently, rejoicing. In the end, he grimaced and admitted that she was right, although this made her even more angry. Hestia was surprised. No, there was definitely something wrong with him today. Helios asked unexpectedly about the next prediction. This apparently worries him a lot. Our heroine decided not to tell the Crown Prince about the threat of war for now, so that Kale's merits would not be diminished. And she said that sooner or later, fashion trends will change. After Helios argued that this was all she saw, Hestia replied that she could not see what she wanted, but what came. But fashion trends were very important for secular people. Hestia looked closely at the expression in his eyes. It was as if he was waiting for her to add something else, and she began to get angry at this pressure. The girl noticed that clinging to a prediction is a bad habit. It is only her vision, and something important can be missed. They clashed again until Hestia apologized for her presumption. Helios, looking at the shelves with books, asked calmly. He seemed impatient to her, and the girl nodded. Come to think of it, he had asked her first before if something was going to happen. But today, Helios is not himself. It is clear that something is tormenting him besides Diana. He looked ahead without blinking, lost in his memories. When he came to his senses, he saw Hestia looking at him in surprise. He quickly turned his head away, realizing he looked awkward. Hestia couldn't understand what the hell was going on with his barbs and wit. Then Hestia asked permission to leave first, as she was waiting for her husband, and Helios cried out in surprise that Kale was also there. Before she had time to say that it was in the secret archive, the Crown Prince turned around and went there. Realizing that he was heading towards Kale, she grabbed Helios's sleeve, trying to hold him back. As best she could, she convulsively clutched his hand and asked him to wait. And unable to resist, she found herself in his arms, just like Diana once did. Before Hestia could process anything, boom, she was on the Crown Prince's shoulder. Helios stood there, as if he had been burned by fire, in a daze. And Kale, who came out of the archive, looked at this whole picture. Only then did Hestia and Helios begin to move and moan in an attempt to explain everything. Hestia found herself in a classic scene that exists in every romance novel. A cliché in which the protagonist witnesses an awkward situation between the main character and a supporting character, which leads to misunderstandings, and the hero begins to wonder whether it is worth continuing the relationship. On the basis of such an absurd situation, conflicts are created in the novel. But she is not the main character. Why did Kale come out at this time? And for some reason, Hestia thought that this was the best time to earn a portion of misunderstandings. While Kale was choosing the words that the two of them were doing, he didn't even have time to say the word do before Hestia, like a madwoman, pushed Helios away from her, sending him flying almost to the floor. Taking a deep breath, she said everything that happened in one breath, explaining that it really was an accident. The worst thing was that Hestia understood how ridiculous her explanations looked after this picture. And what was even worse was the hint of a relationship with Helios. It made her sick. After listening, Kale answered briefly and clearly without much emotion, after which he turned around and said that it was time for them to go home. Hestia literally gasped for breath. What was he thinking now? He probably considered her a pretender. But judging by his gait, it was as if nothing had happened, she thought. But really, nothing happened. And forgetting about Helios, who was recovering from her blow, she ran after Kale. Helios stood still, bent over, trying to figure out what Kale had just seen. At home, Hestia calmed down. Well, if Kale understood everything correctly, then it was time to get down to business. The task was to tidy up the fan notes. The meeting with Helios was unexpected, but thanks to him, she learned that Diana had revealed her secret. I wonder if she confessed it herself, or if Helios forced her.
Hestia remembered that in the original novel, Helios hated pretense to such an extent that he sometimes neglected the rules of etiquette. Helios may have already stopped using Diana's healing power, realizing that there was no longer any power in her. If he simply trusted Diana, he wouldn't have questioned her and wouldn't have given her advice. He was testing her with this, which means he doesn't trust his wife anymore. What pleased Hestia most was the reason for checking Helios. He no longer trusts Diana, but this does not mean that their union is now completely broken. Of course, Hestia expected that they would no longer be a couple, but it was more difficult than it seemed. Love and trust are completely different things. You can love but not trust. Even if you trust, it is not necessary that there will be a feeling of love. Helios will still love Diana, but will not trust her. In any case, no matter what happens, the main character will love the main character until the end, and Hestia cannot break this plot so easily. She thought about love. Soon Helios and Diana got on her nerves. It was better to think about her beloved. Hestia was glad that Kale had understood her correctly during the day, but she still felt a little sad. It was nice to be a fan of her beloved hero, but she shouldn't fall into the illusion that she was lucky to be with him. The girl understood that this was just a novel. All this was not real, but at the same time, who were they then? At the end of the day, they are just contractual spouses. Kale also couldn't sleep. He stood by the window in his room, absorbed in his thoughts. He recalled that when he saw Hestia Heli in the library, he remembered a moment from the past. It was that moment when Helios took the book from Diana and teased her. His beloved woman smiled so brightly at his best friend, and now he sees Hestia and his ex-best friend. However, their appearance and faces were not like those of Helios and Diana then. Kale was immersed in the moment that he felt when he saw a similar picture. At first he was covered in sweat, some kind of pain syndrome, Hessie with him, with Helios. Thoughts rushed through my mind. Could all her words about love really be a lie? But then, seeing her face, Kale could barely stop himself from bursting out laughing. He almost misunderstood everything. There was fear and fright on her face. It was an expression of disgust. Kale smiled faintly, and yet she justified herself so fiercely to him, saying that she would rather die than with Helios. She made excuses like a fool. It looked funny. Kale thought that if you look closely, you can understand everything from his gaze. That look in Hestia's eyes when she looks at him. Yeah, she has this weird ability to make people feel at ease. But he still couldn't get that moment out of his head when he and Healy looked at him in horror. Kale went over every detail, every look, in his head. Who are they and Hestia to each other? Still contractual spouses. Thus their evening passed in deep thoughts. As Hestia fell asleep, she kept thinking about today, how Kyle reacted, their future. The next day, Hestia received a guest. She jumped up so suddenly, spilling her tea, that she frightened Madame Harmony. As she sat down, she tried to justify herself by saying that it didn't matter. But Madame only smiled good-naturedly, and all because Madame Harmonia brought an invitation, and Hestia kept wondering if she had misheard. The woman held an envelope with the imperial seal in her hands. His Majesty sent her an invitation to tea. Hestia sat with a detached look. Diana invites her to tea, but this has already happened. It's all suspicious. She's having a hard time with Helios, and the last person she wants to see is her, Hestia. Madame Harmonia reported that Her Highness herself personally asked that the invitation be conveyed to Hestia personally, and she herself was so excited about this. The woman with a beaming smile held an envelope in her hands. While Hestia was wondering why Diana had suddenly spoken about the invitation first, Harmonia said that she wanted the Marquise to go to this tea party, and all because she did not lose faith that Hestia would help the Crown Prince's wife. Hestia couldn't believe that everything was repeating itself, stating that the Crown Prince's wife was the one who feared her the most, and what good would it do to forcibly bring her a sage whom she doesn't want, and who will leave anyway? Harmonia murmured pleadingly that the Marquise was a kind person by nature. Yeah, Hestia thought. In the original, Madame Harmony had a tendency to be rather cold towards aristocratic society. As her name suggests, she wanted everyone to live in peace and happiness. She thought that Diana would be able to revolutionize aristocratic society and achieve harmony. However, Diana was not the kind of person who wanted to fight. She wanted change, not a fight. But still, what kind of friendship does Harmonia have with Diana if she is already asking her for a favor for the second time? But Hestia had her own plans, namely, to put an end to this friendship and draw Harmonia to her side. She said, with feigned excitement, that she didn't want to upset Madame Harmony. She had already asked her for a favor, but she had not been able to meet the Crown Prince's wife in person. But as an assistant to the Crown Prince, she had hinted to him. In fact, Hestia didn't have the courage to tell Diana directly, and she shocked Helios then. But as Madame knows,
Her Highness cares about the Crown Prince. As expected, he was quite upset, and if she continued in the same spirit, she would be fired from her position as assistant. Of course, Harmonia felt guilty that because of her, Hestia could be deprived of her position, and this was not such a lie, since Helios was thinking about whether to kick her out or not. Seeing Harmonia depressed, Hestia decided to take advantage and ask what was going on with the Crown Princess, for a favor for the second time. Harmonia was slow to respond, but Hestia pressed her with the idea that she needed to know in order to take care of herself during the conversation. Hestia understood that Harmonia was now closest to Diana, so she waited impatiently for her to speak. It turned out that all the ladies had distanced themselves from Diana, and there was no one in her circle who could call her a friend. Harmonia also said that problems in her relationship with the Crown Prince have intensified. Hestia couldn't hold back and shouted that this meant that a rift had arisen between the spouses. This was an attack by the shocker Harmony. Hestia said that in this case, the relationship between the spouses would no longer be the same as before, so she understands Madame's concerns. But the women agreed that the temple would still support its saint, and Hestia added decisively, should the aristocracy silently watch as the temple gains influence? The imperial family, defending the saint, will be attacked by the nobility. And it's not that the aristocrats are hostile to the existence of the temple itself, because even among the aristocrats, there are many true believers. However, the politicization of religion is a completely different matter than just personal faith. No matter how friendly the temple is to the nobility, the aristocrats do not want the number of their competitors to increase. Of course Hestia wanted to destroy Diana. Hestia said out loud that she agreed with the ideal of a princess, but as an aristocrat, she did not want the temple to seize power. Moreover, if there is resistance from the nobility, it will be a riot. Madame Harmonia's eyes widened as Hestia reminded her of Duke Orcus's deeds, and in the chaos, a second one would appear. Harmonia jumped up to deny it, but Hestia beat her to it, saying that it didn't mean she thought so. She recalled that her husband is an old friend of the Crown Prince, but Hestia warned Madame that if the temple tried to strengthen its power with Diana's help, it would cause big problems. And she stated that she wants the list of the temple's property to be made public. The request to gather public opinion among the aristocrats left Harmonia speechless. Hestia gently led to the fact that she does not directly hate the temple, but given the situation, it would be nice to put some pressure on it. In the most peaceful tone, she said that she completely trusted Harmony, and therefore asked for a favor. It was obvious that Madame Harmony was somewhat confused, but Hestia understood that, due to her character, Harmonia would not be able to refuse her. She was not mistaken in anything. Harmonia asked for a favor. Hestia told her that her position as an advisor was under threat. Madame Harmony, after a short pause, said that she understood everything. Hestia began to thank her warmly. She still couldn't refuse, even knowing that she would regret it. Afterwards, our heroine said that she needed to think about the whole situation. Even Harmonia understood that no one wanted to stay on a ship that was about to sink. The woman was very sad for Diana. Hestia watched her mentor as she worried about Diana. After this, Harmonia fell silent and left. It was not a refusal like last time, but her look did not express consent. Hestia fell on the sofa. How tired she was. This Harmonia is still trying to give Diana a second chance. And then it dawned on Hestia as she looked at the invitation envelope. After all, she hasn't printed out the invitation yet. It's worth going to the tea party. Is it worth refusing if Diana herself is inviting? Although something is clearly wrong here. Hestia understood that Diana had not invited her to tea for no reason, given the past. As she read the invitation, she could only wonder what was behind it. Hestia was angry. This naughty girl was trying to teach her a lesson. And so, in preparation, Uros advised Hestia to wear a completely black outfit to match her white skin and black hair. The maid objected. Then the mistress would look like a copy of the Crown Prince, offering a noble image. But Decimar screamed that this was all nonsense, showing what kind of dress the lady needed. Hestia watched the arguments, completely unnoticed. Everyone took it as a personal matter. The girl understood that she was not invited for a truce. Hestia was angry that the tea party was tomorrow, and it was so mean to give only one day to prepare. But she wasn't going to give up. She had to go to tea fully armed. Because of the urgency, she called Clarice and Decamara, because there was no time at all. If she showed up carelessly dressed, Diana would definitely cling to her. And at such a moment, collective intelligence is needed. This time, Kale acted as the representative of the collective mind. Could it be that she was imagining it? Her favorite is choosing outfits. Kale evaluated the sketches. All the options were good. Suddenly, Kale asked. She was going to Diana's tea party. Hestia nodded with a grimace.
Everyone understood that Diana had called her to make fun of her. She croaked to Kale that Her Majesty had personally invited her. She would be visiting with other ladies. Hatia didn't understand how her favorite, being so busy, still spent time on her. Gloria said that Her Highness hates Lady Hestia, so why did she invite her? Hestia answered Kale that Diana would most likely scold her again in front of everyone. But what could she do? She couldn't not come either. Kale, looking at the sketches, clarified. But she is going there for her own purpose. This made Hestia pause and think. He reminded her that she said that her goal was to make Helios and Diana apologize to him. Well, Hestia realized that today was a day of shame when Kale reminded her why this was important to her, because he was her favorite. Then, looking seriously into her eyes, he said, "What if he says that he doesn't need this apology? Thanks to her, he no longer feels anything when he sees those two. Moreover, it is tiring for him to deal with them. In the end, it was his choice to end his life, not because of them." Hestia suddenly blurted out that no, it was their fault, and that is why he decided to commit suicide. Whether intentional or not, they harmed him. Without letting him get a word in, she continued, "If they both regretted their mistake, then his pain would at least be a little easier." Hestia also admitted that she too will not regret anything. He wanted to ask what she meant, how she was called. The girl turned around abruptly and went to try on the outfit. Her face expressed seriousness and excitement about what she was doing. Kale was left sitting with unspoken thoughts. She didn't listen to him until the end. He's just worried about her. And here Hestia appeared in a blue dress with a gold insert in the front. Everyone expressed delight. Only Kale stood with an unperturbed expression on his face. Decamar, Uros Gloria, vied with each other to praise how blue suits her. Kale spoke after the others, confirming that he was indeed coming, but his neck looked empty. Gloria took this into account by preparing the decorations. She wanted to put something from the chest on Madame Marquise, but she was stopped by a snap of her master's fingers. He extended his hand, indicating that he would put the necklace on his wife himself. Hestia had her back turned, so she had no idea what Kale would wear. At this time, Kale was thinking about their conversation. It's not that he doesn't trust her, but he feels that Hestia's love for him is a little different from the love he knows. It seems that Hestia's goal, instead of healing his wounds to be with him, is the sole goal of simply healing them. And this question worried the Marquis. While fastening the necklace, he thought about what would happen next, when she reached her goal. Hestia half turned around laughing. She felt a little ticklish. Their eyes met. For a second, she didn't understand what happened. When she realized, the color flooded her face. She was shaking so much that she couldn't ask clearly why he was putting it on. She stood there so embarrassed that she couldn't even move. And the Marquis, as he left, kept thinking about what Hestia would do next, when she had accomplished her goal. What will their relationship be like then? And then Decimar suggested that Hestia should undress a little, given her age. He thought he could be bolder like other young ladies. Hestia was so ashamed that she no longer remembered who she was or where she was, and Kale was struck as if by lightning by these words. He looked at Decimara, repeating the word, "to expose oneself," that he realized that he had clearly said something unnecessary. Decimar tried to justify himself. He didn't just mean to get naked. Their mistress was already a wonderful person. He just wanted to add a little something extra instead of flashy decorations. Kale approached the tailor closely, and he screamed louder and louder from fear. Hestia herself was against nudity, but since Kale intervened, she decided to put in a word. But Kale got ahead of her and suggested making a drawing on her body. To say that it shocked her is to say nothing. Where is she? In the novel or in reality? Kale suggested a tattoo. Decimar and Kale were already in full swing, discussing pigments that do not smear, even under the influence of sweat or a small amount of moisture. The pigment can be easily removed afterwards. Wow, they were talking about body art. It was suggested to first draw a long curved line going through one arm. This should match the image of Hestia, and flowers were chosen to reflect Hestia's soul. The maids screamed with joy. Everyone liked the idea. The girls surrounded Hestia and began to offer flowers one after the other. Gloria sternly threatened not to push the lady. Let her choose for herself. At first, Hestia thought about a snake, since she was going to meet Diana, and something strong, like a poisonous snake, would look good. However, if it does something wrong, the snake may look pathetic. The girl was in thought, of course. Flowers are a win-win option. Suddenly, she saw that Kale was looking at her without stopping. That look, she felt the heaviness in her beloved's gaze without any words. He was silent, and the tension only grew. Finally, he said her name. And here she is at the Palace of Lilies, having tea with Diana. Seeing Hestia, Madame Harmonia covered her mouth with her hand. A pattern painted on the skin. She saw something like this for the first time. The woman admired how original it was.
and Hestia replied that it was all thanks to Deki Maru.
Madam said the blue fireworks look cool. Hestian might disagree. They really are cool. This idea was suggested by Kale, but not by the red ones, but by the blue ones. She didn't know why there were fireworks and why they were blue. Well, again, he has amazing taste. Red is too bright. She heard that blue symbolizes faith and trust, and she believes in Kale. While she was dreaming and remembering her beloved, the girls looked at her with curiosity. The daughters of the Viscount and the Baron asked why she had decorated her body like that. Hestia understood that everyone in the Imperial Palace knew that she and Diana had a bad relationship. However, there are those who talk to her. This is the work of Madame Aranis. But there are those who are wary of her. Smiling charmingly, our heroine said that everyone knows that Her Majesty advocates thrift. That's why she gave up sparkling, expensive jewelry in favor of painting. She struggled with her choice for a long time, and her husband helped her with this. The girls said admiringly that it seemed that Marquis Caelus really loved his wife. Hestia heard these words from those ladies who stood aside and had not spoken to her before. A strange feeling of pride came over Hestia, because everyone thought that he would never love another woman except Diana. Hestia was also worried that someone might become Diana's friend, but everything seems to be going as planned. However, our heroine was fully armed, not dismissing the fact that they could afford to mock her. The girl, smiling radiantly, said for all to hear that her husband recognized her as a partner whom he completely trusted. These words, worthy of a man who is cold-blooded in everything, Ion demonstrated the ring. Many were distorted by the malice of envy. Harmonia saw the ring and also understood everything. Everyone knows that Hestia is engaged in the affairs of the Marquis, but her husband gave her a ring with his personal seal so that she could personally decide important matters. Harmony planned to intervene if the atmosphere became narrower. At that moment, the hostess of the celebration approached. Everyone bowed their heads respectfully, calling her the little moon of the empire. Only Hestia did not bow her head. She looked at her enemy, ready. She also didn't come here at all out of a desire to be punished. Afterwards, she too curtsied before the crown princess. There was a slight smile on her face, the smile of someone who would make Diana regret her decision. Kale, sitting in his office, thought about Hestia, how she was doing. The tea party should have already begun. He remembered the blue fireworks that had been decided to be applied to Hestia. They look cold, but they are actually much hotter than the red ones. Kale knew it suited her perfectly. If Diana is like sunshine, that Hestia is like ice on the outside and fire on the inside, like an ever-burning fiery flower. The fire flower perfectly represented Hestia. Nothing will stop her if she goes towards her goal. So, at the tea party, she expected any kind of barb from Diana, but it went much further. Then Madame Harmony clearly regretted her request. Around Hestia, there were those who were devoted to her, who loved and admired her. And Diana revealed herself and her attitude towards Hestia. The shining smile of the crown princess, the saint, was replaced by anger and hatred. Wiping the tea spilled on her by Diana from her face, Hestia realized that she had achieved her goal. A few minutes before, she had said with a smile that it was an honor for her to be in a place where only Her Highness and her closest friends could enter. With the same smile, Diana replied that this was an exaggeration. Anyone who wanted to talk to her could see this garden. But Hestia knew that she was lying. She only invites close people. Others don't even know that you can have a tea party here. Looking at the tea, she wondered where Diana gets such lousy tea. Watching her, Hestia thought that Diana had a grudge against her, but she treated her quite friendly. But this does not mean that Diana actually called her here to make peace. And just as Hestia was saying to herself why Diana had called her, she started the conversation. Diana started talking about Hestia's soap business for the residents of her territories. The girl replied that yes, they sell soap at an affordable price. Madame Harmony kept looking at her with a pleading, admiring gaze, as if to say, "How great you communicate, like two girlfriends." Hestia continued to say that, being a commoner, she became a noble lady and now wants to share good things with everyone. She explained this by saying that she wants everyone to maintain cleanliness of body and mind. Diana's expression changed after he said that cleanliness of the body also brings one closer to God. Before Diana had time to answer, one of the girls admitted that she also uses this soap. As if making excuses, the girl said that the servant accidentally bought some soap while passing by. Despite the cheapness, it smells great, and she uses it every day. Hestia remembered. This was one of the young ladies who was disguised as a peasant. Hestia herself asked her to memorize these words. It was clear that Diana wanted to say something, but she became embarrassed and drooped. And the young lady continued to praise the Marquise, calling her magnificent. She praised both the patterns on her body and her ability to manage her husband's business. Everyone began a lively conversation, forgetting about Diana, who became completely gloomy after the words that the Marquis had finally fallen in love so much. Hestia thought that Diana had brought up the topic of the soap business to attack her. But what the hell was there to find fault with if the play was a stunning success and the soap was selling? Our heroine admitted out loud that her husband's advice helped her a lot. Diana couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted Hestia. She accused her in an icy tone that Hestia was making common people want aristocracy for themselves. Hestia froze with a smile. She expected a lot, but there was nothing like that. She deliberately created an issue out of thin air by stating that the scent of Hestia's soap actually plays a very large role in the soap's cleansing power. In the end, Diana reduced everything to the fact that by removing the perfume, it could be sold cheaper, after which she generally declared that it should be given away for free. Hestia was greedy as to how far Diana would go in her accusations. Madame Harmonia turned pale, and the crown princess continued to accuse Hestia of making soap for the common people, as if it were for the nobility. And now, the nobles admire and praise the life of aristocrats. Everyone also learned that Hestia's soap business is pushing ordinary people to raise their status. Deciding to humiliate Hestia completely, Diana declared that it was such a pathetic sight. Hestia still couldn't get over it. Diana mocked her origin. She is a commoner who bought a title with money. This princess wants to say that raising your status with money is shameful. When Hestia collected her thoughts, she said that their situations were very similar, weren't they? Diana stopped drinking tea and looked intently at the Marquise. She screamed so loudly that Hestia's ears were blocked. She was outraged by Hestia's words. But our heroine continued calmly, because Her Majesty herself was a commoner. Diana, barely holding back, said that she did nothing to rise. She did everything possible in her position. She gave an example of how she became the wife of the crown prince as a result of marriage, and not as a marquise who married for selfish reasons. Hestia was seething, which means Diana became the crown princess as a result of great love, and there is no problem with that. But she became the crown princess as a result of a contract, and that is a problem. Then Hestia reminded that even the ladies present here enter into arranged marriages. Diana stated that these were political marriages, and what could Hestia offer Marquise Caelus, except that she was the adopted daughter of Lord Ely? Poor Madame Harmonia begged Diana to stop, and Hestia sat with an impassive face. Diana no longer controlled her emotions, and, in an almost breaking voice, said that Hestia had taken advantage of Cael's condition, who was grieving over his wedding with Helios. She was already burning with anger, accusing Hestia of base desires. After Diana sat down at the table, all the guests were in a state of shock, but Hestia broke into a smile, thinking what a hypocrite Diana was. As if nothing had happened, our heroine also asked to remember something. Everyone looked at the Marquise with questioning glances. Hestia placed her finger on the rim of her teacup and prepared to speak. After I told everyone this, the tea seemed delicious. It's just that no one drinks it. Indeed, everyone had untouched cups of tea. In mockery, Hestia added that they were served low-quality tea, which she did not drink even when she was a commoner, and she mockingly suggested that Diana come to visit them, and Hestia would treat her to the best tea. Diana jumped up, and Hestia continued to ridicule the crown princess, stating that she considered even the desire to drink delicious tea a sin of fidelity to her desires. The crown princess stood there indignantly, wondering what to answer. Hestia dared to openly ridicule her in front of everyone. Diana thought that she had disciplined and disgraced her. Rage overwhelmed her, and the words that flew from her trembling lips were interrupted. Finally, a lady close to Diana said that this was an overinterpretation. Taking Diana's side, she stated that Her Highness had not served another tea because of her frugality. Hestia laughed when she asked not to disgrace the crown prince's wife and all of them. Staying true to your desires by drinking such tea is complete absurdity. So is there a problem then with common people using perfumed soap? Thus, Hestia also went over marriages of convenience, emphasizing that everyone has their own circumstances, and is there a problem if interests coincide? And what's so bad about striving for a better life? There is no law that says a commoner must live without changes until death. And the last stone thrown at Diana was the words that perhaps Her Highness considers that raising the status of commoners is in itself presumptuous. Diana didn't know what to answer, but Hestia, looking at her, thought, "Aren't you ashamed, Diana? She is the luckiest person to have risen up the social ladder in this empire. It is incredible that she has such arrogant thoughts." The three girls, who were initially on Diana's side, began to be indignant at how one could speak to Her Highness like that. Hestia looked her straight in the eyes. Her gaze spoke louder than words. Diana herself does not know how to talk normally to people,
It is nice to be the wife of the crown prince, when everyone protects you like this.
The problem is that Diana actually has neither the time nor the intention to care about others. Madame Harmony tried to diffuse the situation and talk about another topic, but Hestia was not going to back down. She said that she was curious about one question. Where is Madame Merope, who gave Diana everything, was so faithful to the imperial family? So where is she now? Diana was so angry that she couldn't remember herself and took a cup of tea. The next second, this tea was already on Hestia. Madame Harmonia and the young lady tried to help Hestia, and our heroine thought that if those present here were not idiots, then they understood her words perfectly. She does not value anyone, even if they were as faithful to her as Madame Merope. Drops of tea ran down Hestia's face, but her smile showed that she had won. Our heroine said that, like her, any of them could be kicked out now. It is unknown what would have happened next if Helios had not come. Diana and everyone else stared at him, wondering why he was here. Hestia looked at him, as if she was again worried about her Diana. Helios, as soon as he found out that Hestia was invited to Diana's tea party, became worried. Here he found this picture. Hestia was doused with tea. The girls were trying to help her somehow. Well, seeing Diana, distorted with anger, with an empty cup, he no longer asked questions. Diana rushed to him, trying to explain, stumbling. She said that they had just had a little argument with the Marquise. The Crown Prince lowered his head in resignation and only said, "So that's how it is." After which he told his wife that this was not the most worthy argument. Everyone watched as Diana, like a guilty child, stood in front of her tired but patient father. Hestia taught her a good lesson. This is how Diana's party ended quietly. Kale ran to Hestia after learning about what happened at the tea party. To his surprise, Hestia sat contented and smiling. There was a doctor next to her, and Kale was surprised by her good mood. And how can one not rejoice? Diana showed her true face, shouting at the ladies present. Eventually, even Helios saw this scene. Kale began to anxiously ask where Hestia was injured, but the girl insisted that it was nothing serious. The doctor replied that everything turned out well. Fortunately, the tea was cold. Here Helios learned that his wife had been doused with tea, but since Hestia's face was still hot, he advised applying ointment. There was nothing serious, but Euros still called the family doctor. The doctor explained that this ointment is applied to the face. Kale, looking at him, asked again that it is applied directly to the face. The doctor answered in surprise that it is applied where it hurts, and only then did it dawn on him what the Marquis meant. Having given him the ointment, he quickly got ready to leave, remembering urgent matters. Hestia didn't have time to utter a word before he flew out of the room like a bullet. So what the doctor asked Kale about, it seems she realized what exactly Kale was going to do now. Meanwhile, Kale was picking up some ointment with his fingers. Approaching Hestia, he began to gently touch her face and apply the ointment. Hestia began to blush. She froze as always happened during close contact with her favorite. Looking at her, Kale began to worry. He said that her face had become even redder, that they urgently needed to call a doctor. Hestia was almost hysterical, but she couldn't admit that it was because of him. Kale continued to apply the ointment. What kind of power did he have over her? The man thought that she was shaking because it was painful and asked her to calm down. Hestia tried to calm herself down. It was just treatment. If she was a real fan, then she should distinguish between work and life. Hestia closed her eyes and tried to open one to see her beloved's gaze. She thought, what a black soul she had. No matter what, he cares about her. Now Kale is so concerned about her well-being, whether she is in pain, but the longer they sat like that, the more tense the atmosphere became for Hestia. And then there was this pink light. Everything was filled with romance, but the girl pushed these thoughts away, saying, "This is a love story." All tense, Hestia closed her eyes, imagining that she was a stone without feelings and emotions. Kale looked at her a little worriedly, then called out, running his hand over her lips. He said that she shouldn't bite her lips like that. The girl opened her eyes. Her heart was beating faster. His eyes were looking at her. Kale was so close, she could smell his hair. She closed her eyes even tighter, repeating to herself that she was an inanimate object. Hestia didn't see what Kale was doing, but she felt that he was very close. Kale almost touched her lips with his. With one finger, he touched her face. Unable to bear the internal tension of uncertainty, the girl decided to open her eyes. As soon as she did this, Kale stood up abruptly, saying that it was too late. She didn't understand what had happened at all. He suddenly said that she should rest and left. The girl sat in confusion and complete shock at what was happening. It was as if she was being sucked into some kind of vacuum, which was what was happening now. Last time there was a similar situation. She felt that things were heading towards a kiss, but she pushed these thoughts away from herself. Her head was filled with all sorts of nonsense. Hestia covered her face with her hands, as soon she would have no heart at all. Kale was thinking the same thing in his room. He was drawn to this girl, and it was becoming increasingly difficult to restrain himself from kissing her. Walking around the room, he tried to collect his thoughts. He had just done something that was completely out of character for him. Although he has reconsidered his relationship with Hessie, there is no need to break what is between them now. He decided that from tomorrow on, there would be no awkwardness. But the Marquis was worried in vain. Hestia was busy renewing her contract with the theater and holding a meeting about future plays. Inspection of soap production, meeting with assemblers. Besides this, she had so many other things to do that in the evening she forgot who she was and where she was. In the evening, she could barely crawl to bed. And so, late in the evening, when her eyes were closing, Hestia was having a hard time going over in her head what needed to be done, remembering that she had not yet answered the letters. The first letter was from Aranis, who had to be answered. After Diana's tea party was over, Madame Harmony immediately came to her. The poor woman didn't know what to say and kept apologizing. She was very ashamed of her request. She never expected this from Diana. Hestia assured the madam that this was not her kind. The crown princess had long since disliked her. Harmony had to agree, although she was not one of those people who gave such a categorical assessment. But Hestia replied that people cannot always remain the same. She sharply voiced the position that status and money change some people, and that is when such people reveal their true nature. And so Madame Harmony sat silently until the very end. Hestia recalled her visit as she thought about her answer to Countess Aranis. If Hestia had said something like that about Diana before, Harmonia would have immediately stood up for her. Madame was very depressed from disappointment in Diana and a sense of guilt towards Hestia. This means that Madame will work harder to uncover the temple's assets. In Ilion, where soap was distributed, there will soon be a noticeable decrease in the incidence rate compared to other places. She will calmly wait until the gap between the capital and the empire becomes large enough, and then, at the critical moment, she will seize the head of the temple. How Hestia waited for Diana to sink along with the temple. The morning of Kale's first working day arrived. Hestia had been running around since early morning, packing his briefcase and putting all the documents in it. She said that the medicine was in the inside pocket of her jacket. And yes, she will be at the door of the meeting room. If he feels bad, she will be nearby. As she walked him into the conference room with a trembling voice, he noticed that it looked like she was letting a child into the water for the first time. The long-awaited day arrived when Kale returned to the cabinet meeting. She was dazzled by his suit. How cool he looked. Kale called her in a calm voice. She seemed to wake up and asked what was going on. He said that it was time for him to go, and he entered the hall. Hestia was afraid that the relationship would become awkward, although something like that happened, but also remained the same. Kale was not in a very good mood. Just a little more, and their relationship with Hestia would not have been the same. The office door closed, and Hestia stood tensely, as if expecting Kale to change his mind and leave. Hestia didn't remember herself. The meeting dragged on. The girl couldn't find a place for herself and didn't hear how they were addressing her. A young man approached her and apologized for bothering her like this. He apologized for distracting her, while pulling something out of the inside pocket of his jacket. Hestia saw the man take out an envelope. Handing it to the bewildered Hestia, he explained that Baron Pothos had ordered the letter to be delivered to her. Hestia tried to remember where she knew this surname from. The man stood like a humble servant with his arms outstretched, handing the envelope to Hestia, who was still looking spatially ahead. At that moment, she heard the door open, turned around sharply, and met Helios's gaze. The meeting is over, but where is he? Where is her Kale? Helios looked away guiltily. He was depressed and thoughtful. The man continued to try to give Hestia the letter, but she kept looking for Kale with her eyes. She wondered why Helios was so absent-minded, but it was better than another fight. Finally, she saw Kale walking. The other participants were chatting happily, happy about his return. The unfortunate man held out the envelope pleadingly, and Hestia finally took it. And shouting to the whole room that she would answer later, she needed to go to Kale. She rushed to her husband. She ran away as if Kale would be taken away and she would never see him again. She ran up to Kale, who stopped when he saw her. At first, he didn't understand why she jumped up with a crazy look until she exhaled. He was apparently very tired. Before he could even utter a word, Hestia announced that we would immediately call a doctor at home and tell him to rest and go to bed. Kale barely restrained himself from breaking down and saying that of course she was worried about him. Then he hugged Hestia, who had frozen and almost fainted, and smiling, he said that, perhaps yes, he needs support. A wheeze escaped from her chest. Her eyes looked forward, but saw nothing. Everything was swimming under her feet. He hugged her, and they walked. Hestia was out of breath. He was so close. Well, almost right there. Kale was amused by her reaction and whispered,
What is this? Wasn't she the one offering him support? Looking at his perfectly beautiful and noble face, the girl thought that she could die right now. She closed her eyes, blushing like a tomato. It seemed she saw an angel in front of her, and she croaked in a hoarse voice that, "Then we need to go quickly." Hestia's face looked as if she was walking arm in arm with a ghost, clinging to his hand as they walked. Kale looked at her with a smile. It seemed as if Kyle was pulling her. Hestia could hardly move her legs. It was already evening. The day's work was over. Kale read the letter from Baron Pothos. Hestia said that Baron Pothos was inviting them to dinner. Kale was surprised. As far as he knew, Hessie always declined such invitations. When he asked her about the reason why she needed to go to him, Hestia thought for the umpteenth time that her beloved was so smart. The girl remembered this man. In the original work, Baron Pot is one of the noble background characters, whose name is mentioned only in passing. The reason she remembered him was because of the newspapers full of news before she was resurrected here. And she told Kale that Baron Potos's merchant ship would sink. Kale asked again. This was her prediction, and our heroine nodded. The ship will get caught in a strong storm and sink. As a result, the Baron will suffer heavy losses, and those who invested as well. Yes, the nobles who invested money will lose a lot, but there is a more serious problem. Hestia remembered that back then, everyone was talking about nothing else. It was this time that the Baron, like crazy, attracted so many investors. So, instead of paying his debts, he decides to run away at night. That's why Hestia suggested meeting him to find out about investors. The sinking of the ship cannot be changed, but it is possible to somehow help those who want to invest. Kale, however, said that Baron Potos is an inexperienced person, and everyone must bear their own risks associated with investing. He didn't think Hestia needed to use her foresight to stop everyone. Oh, how Hestia liked his cold-bloodedness. Of course he's right, Hestia agreed. But now she needs information about the investors. The girl decided to use this information for personal purposes. Kale listened to her calmly, without interrupting or asking questions. She was so happy when Kale finally answered that there was nothing difficult in accepting the invitation and going to the Baron. Hestia jumped up and said that in that case, she would go write a response to the Baron. Suddenly, he asked if it would be beneficial to what she was trying to do, to her goal. Smiling, the girl agreed. Yes, this would help in achieving her goal, and she ran off, advising Kale to rest, the Marquise thought. This goal of Hestia frightened him, but not because of himself, but because of her. 3 days later, they and Kale arrived to visit Baron Pothos, who was full of compliments. He and his wife welcomed the Marquises into their home. It was clear that the Baron and his family wanted to receive investments from the Marquises. Hestia thought about what benefit could be gained from all this. There was more to the rumors about Baron Potos than the sunken ship. A pretty young lady appeared before them and greeted the couple for coming to visit. The girl did not take her eyes off Kale. She noticed that she hoped that everyone would have a good time. The girl tried very hard to please the guests, especially the Marquis. Looking at her, Hestia remembered rumors about Baron Potos before her resurrection. Baron Potos has 2 children, a son and a daughter. The daughter's name is Dioka, who moved around the imperial palace as an advisor to the Baron. But the Baron had another purpose besides being an advisor. He encouraged his daughter to attract the attention of the crown prince when his relationship with his wife was faltering. Hestia thought how much he disdained Diana, who was from the common people, that he would do such a thing. But when the ship sank, his ambitions sank with it. Dioka did not stop talking. She playfully remarked that she was glad to see the Marquis in good health. The parents praised their smart daughter and strongly advised her to become friends with her. So that's what their goal is. They swapped Chilios with Kale. They all openly look at Kale wooing their daughter. Apparently, since they neglected Diana as the wife of the crown prince, then Hestia herself apparently does not look very good in their eyes. The Baron continued to talk about his daughter's talents until Kale interrupted him. He asked the Baron when the next ship was leaving. Hestia watched her lover in silence. The Baron replied that the funds for the merchant ship had not yet been fully collected, so the exact day was unknown. Dioka hated talking about business, and making eyes at Kale, suggested that they postpone the conversation about business after the meal, after which she was worried about Kale's thinness. She said all this without paying attention to Hestia's presence. But Kale didn't pay any attention to her words, so he firmly stated that his wife wanted to invest money in the Potos family fleet, so he was interested. Watching him, Hestia, somewhat confused by the behavior of the owners, contemplated with admiration the steadfastness of her favorite. And the fan involuntarily joined in. Look at her beloved, how he got his bearings at such a moment. Her face broke into a dreamy smile.
The Baron and his wife looked at each other in surprise. They replied that judging by the current volumes, the collection is similar to the last flight. Only this time the project is planned to be larger scale. That's why they're trying to attract new investors. So Madame Marquise might be interested in that. Hestia replied that she had heard that it brought in great profits. The Baron replied with a smile that ambiguities were annoying. Seeing in her a potential investor in the person of Hestia, the Baron declared that he would ensure that the Marquise received twice as much profit. Hestia decided to play along and giggled and replied that it sounded tempting, but a little scary. But the Baron assured that the business was safe, and if a high-ranking aristocrat invested, there would be additional privileges. Potos openly hinted that she, as the wife of the Marquis, was very lucky, and his son interjected that the larger the family fund, the better. The Baron's son was silent, but was the first to speak about investment matters. But now, Hestia knew why the aristocracy had decided to escape at night in her past life. Having collected money from those around them into a cash fund, they launched a ship, which sank. Since their daughter was unable to take the place of the Crown Prince's wife, they had no further effort to make. Hestia had a casual conversation with the Baron about the risks, and then she brought up the topic of if only she knew who had already invested in his business. The Baron immediately became serious and replied that those who invested asked not to reveal their names. Hestia, with the sweetest smile, promised that it was all just to ease her worries. The Baron fell silent, tense, and his son looked at his father with concern. Potos understood that he could not give the Marquise such an answer. It was a question of trust. Kale said that if their guarantee of anonymity is not credible, they can make a small advance investment here. The Baron was afraid that he would be caught, but he agreed to the advance investment. When the Marquis hinted at the amount he and his wife were willing to invest, the Baron barked at his son to bring the list immediately. Kale turned to Hestia and said that she could invest if she wanted, and he could add an amount of his own. Hestia realized for herself that people driven by money will reveal everything for money. In fact, she was in the mood to bargain with the Baron longer, but thanks to such warm support from Kale, the work was completed quite quickly. Thanks to him, the Baron no longer neglects her. She didn't notice how Kale was looking at her, and the girl was smiling slightly. For a moment, there was complete silence. The silence was broken by Dioka, who said it was time to stop talking about business. His proposal was to talk about something pleasant, referring to the Marquis of Kale, but he kept his icy face and cut her off abruptly. Calmly, but firmly, he said that he came here because of his wife's interests, and since everyone had decided, it was time for them to leave. In a tone that brooked no objection, the Marquis declared that they would return it as soon as he received the list. Kale was irritated by her obsession and unceremoniousness, although he understood perfectly well what she was trying to achieve. In the same cold tone, he addressed her as if he was seeing her for the first time. He advised her to learn to measure relationships between people. Dioka didn't know where to hide from shame. Even Hestia was shocked. Kale was really a sweet and handsome guy, only for Diana, but then he said just one word, and Dioka started looking so pathetic. It looks like this setting won't change even after the original is completed. This thought came to her suddenly. If the original Kalis remains as he is, if he finds a new love, he will unconsciously look for Diana's traits in her. The list of investors given by the Baron was ordinary. It contained the names of influential capital nobles, and there was nothing else unusual about them. It was a little annoying, but when Hestia burst into Kale's room, she screamed, asking if he knew what she had heard. At this time, Kale raised his eyes to her. He was sitting at his desk and writing something. Hestia froze with her mouth open, wearing glasses. She stuttered and asked why he was wearing glasses, and he calmly explained that his eyes were getting tired, so he prescribed glasses for himself. It immediately occurred to Hestia that glasses were an attribute of a scam in the Rofan genre. He asked what happened, and then Hestia blushed. She was running so fast that she didn't even knock. Hestia reminded him that she was meeting Countess Erinis at a tea party. He remembered that, but he didn't know what she heard there. Erinis immediately reported at the tea party that she had heard that the Marquise was investing in the Possum merchant fleet. It turns out that all the ladies already knew that Hestia was going to invest a lot of money, and now everyone wanted to invest. Since the Marquise is investing, Kale realized that the Baron was using them for sales, although they asked to keep everything a secret. Hestia was angry. He talked so much about trust, but sold them out for the sake of business. But to her amazement, Kale said that it was quite successful. The man said they didn't intend to invest in the ships to begin with, knowing they would sink. He explained that the talk of investment was just bait, and the same thing would have happened to her. Kale suddenly asked for advance investment funds. Of course, she had no intention of investing seriously. At first, she didn't understand what this had to do with her financial situation, but after she understood the course of his thoughts,
Kale spoke for her. The Baron's family were the first to violate the investment agreement. They, naturally, can refuse to invest because they are disappointed. Moreover, if they are lucky, they will even get their advance back. Hestia said that she would write to the Baron immediately. She was already running through combinations of ideas. Kale was right. This is their chance. If Baron Pothos quickly corrects the situation with their investments in merchant ships, potential investors who invest only because of the Marquis will change their minds. The Baron, faced with difficulties, will probably want her intervention if she accepts his request on her terms, but those nobles on the list have nothing to do with her. Hestia covered her head with her hands, which scared Kale, so she was thinking about what conditions to set. Oh, how convenient it would be if someone she knew were on the list. And then it dawned on her. If there aren't any, then you can add some. And the person she wishes to see lose the most is Diana. We need to get Diana to invest in merchant ships. It will be even more profitable for the Baron if the imperial family invests. Then they will painlessly withdraw their investments. Hestia considered what behind-the-scenes work she needed to do, and then Kale's voice reached her, asking if she had put her thoughts in order. Hestia jumped up as he sat next to her. Then she said that thanks to him, she had thought everything through and knew how to act. Having thanked her beloved for his help, she received the answer that this was the least he could do for her. Hestia thought about how her Kale had grown and couldn't help but laugh. When he asked what she was laughing at, the girl explained that no matter how much he thanked her, each time it sounded different. She remembered how he told her words of gratitude for the first time. She also remembered, although she regretted it, how she asked for a tutor. Even though he was close to Diana, Hestia was already cursing herself. Her tongue was her enemy. She didn't notice how Kale leaned over her. Another second, and his hand touched a strand of her hair. His velvety voice quietly said, "How could he refuse her?" And again their lips were close. Kale wanted to kiss her. And here again is this moment when she could die. The girl gasped. She said glasses, and Kale squeezed them in his palm so hard that he almost crushed them. And then Hestia realized what could have just happened. She stood up abruptly and almost shouted that she would go. Like a robot, she rattled off that she would definitely listen to him, and that in general, Kalis was the best favorite. Walking as if in formation, she declared that now she would certainly crush the crown prince. Having realized what nonsense she was talking, I realized that it was really better for her to leave quickly. But he didn't let her leave. Taking her hand, she stopped. Hestia stood there, hesitant and somewhat frightened. She was so excited that she could barely speak. He wanted something else. He looked at her with his mesmerizing eyes. Kale didn't know how to start. This had been bothering him for a long time, and he wanted to talk to her. Finally, he said that he hoped she wouldn't do it. Hestia saw his worried and tense face, not understanding anything. She asked again what he meant by these words. Looking into her eyes, Kale said that he could not express in words his gratitude to her for what she had done as his marquise. But sometimes, she becomes so obsessed with Hel and Diana that she seems reckless to him. It was unpleasant for her to hear these words. What he wanted to say with them. Kale didn't want to offend her, but this all-consuming idea of hers was to destroy the imperial couple. And he said what was on his mind. He didn't think that she expected anything in return. But sacrificing herself just because of love is definitely not normal. He knows this better than anyone else. Thanks to her, he is now completely healthy and has returned to his normal life. And he also wants her to return to her normal life, not for his sake, but for her own. And when he said that she didn't have to try so hard for him, Hestia thought she would faint. Hestia stood as if she was dead, not knowing what to think, as if he had cut her heart with a knife. Tears rolled from her eyes. Seeing her like this, Kale jumped up in fear. Running up to the sobbing girl, he began to apologize. But that's not what he meant. After all, she didn't know why she got into this affair and doesn't know why she can't leave it. How many times did he die before her eyes? And she doesn't know why she returned in time. Then she died too, and now he is the only one for whom she lives. Her reason to survive in this world and not regret anything. She was confined only to him. He was the meaning of her life. Kale, seeing her so tearful, Hestia regretted his words. He wanted her to look at him, how hurt she was. Everything suddenly became black, sad, and dreary. Everything lost its meaning. Hestia didn't want to hear him. She just wanted to run away and never see anything again. Since he says something like that, we don't need any more thanks from him. She wanted to say this out of anger, but she refrained from saying harsh words to him. She lay on the bed, exhausted, her face pale. Kale sat by her bed. His words were so shocking that they left her in shock. The man wanted a better life for her, and told her this because she reminded him of himself in the past. At that time, he devoted himself to the person he loved without expecting anything in return. He thought he was happy just giving his love and getting nothing in return. But in the end, he chose to die.
Hestia began to mutter his name as she came to her senses. He looked at her pale face, thinking that even after so many tears she was calling him. Leaning over her, he said that if he wanted to avenge him on Hel and Diana, she just needs to be next to him as a marquise. But what will happen to her after her revenge is accomplished? Kale was very worried about her. He leaned down and kissed her on the forehead. He was worried about whether she would stay with him. Hestia was hysterical while in oblivion. This was too much. It wasn't just anyone, but Kale himself who told her such things. How could he? He was her only reason to live here. And what should she do now? She doesn't want to live again as a soulless doll without any purpose. In that case, Hestia just wanted to die, but she felt someone's hand reaching out to her, and words that she couldn't die yet. It was she herself in a shining halo, stretching out her hands, wanting to save her, who was now sitting and sobbing. These hands must have touched her as a mother touches a crying child. Hestia didn't expect that this could happen. She was in a dream right now. Hestia the savior told her to go back and do her business. How she wanted to sleep. Why was she so sleepy? Her image told her that this time she would definitely do it. But she didn't hear what exactly. And at that moment, the girl opened her eyes. Starting to examine what was in front of her, she saw familiar outlines. The ceiling of her room. And before that, she was talking to Kale. It seems she had a strange dream, but she didn't remember anything. And then Kale's worried face appeared above her. Hestia begged him mentally to have pity on her poor heart. Kale didn't want to scare her, but he wanted to calm her down. And then he asked for forgiveness for yesterday. He admitted that he said all sorts of things without thinking about her feelings. So he waited for her to wake up, the girl thought. They didn't really talk yesterday, and Hestia started the dialogue. What she does for him, she does for herself. So she hoped that he would understand her. Kale replied that everything was fine. He understood. The girl thought that yesterday everything was so confused in her head. But today, she feels fresh and rested. This is how the development in the Rofan genre style took place. Kale smiled and suggested that they go have breakfast together. Smiling happily, Hestia extended her hand to him. Then it seemed to her that the story ended well. At that time, she had no idea what a big mistake it was. Kale's return to political office stopped his mental anguish, and he returned to normal life. But he will also inevitably have to cross paths with Helios often. Helios stood in the Crown Prince's office, handing him the report documents. He looked at his former friend and said that he looked tired. Helios understood that it was better not to talk to him. But at the same time, he understood how hard it was for Helios, because the emperor had been ill for a long time. Helios began trying to talk to him, but tried to approach him from afar, and suddenly he asked if everything was okay with Hestia. Kale answered why he was asking, but Helios could not forget her appearance at the last tea party. Helios mumbled that it was the last time they saw each other. In the end, he simply said that he was worried because the tea was hot. At first, Kale answered how to say, but then said that he should not worry about his wife. Helios jumped up as if he had been caught doing something shameful, declaring that he did not mean it that way. And since we were talking about Hestia, Kale said that she passed on a prophecy. Having conveyed her words about the risk of war in the border zone, Helios did not understand what war Kale was talking about. Kale explained that the provocations are not over. This time, everything will be stronger. Helios clenched his hand in helpless despair. His father had not yet recovered. He asked to call Hestia so that she could tell him everything in detail, but Kale stopped him, saying that there was no need for that. From now on, all predictions will be conveyed to His Majesty by him himself. Kale looked at Helios with a warning look. At dinner, Hestia told him that she needed to go to a meeting with the Crown Prince, Kale thought. Only in the morning he told Helios that he did not need to see his wife. His face changed and he asked why. The Baron and Dioka seemed ambitious to her, but not smart enough to accomplish such a thing on their own. So she still has some work to do behind the scenes. She needed this to bring all the events together. The Baron, the sunken ship, and Diana. Hestia had been fidgeting like a squirrel these past few days. First of all, she sent a letter to Pothos, Harmonia, and Arenas. She reprimanded the Baron for breaking his promise and spreading rumors about the Marquis' investments, and asked Harmonia to suppress the rumors about Kale's investments. And Arenas hinted at Dioka's desire to become the second wife of the Crown Prince or Marquis. The Baron's daughter had always been a vain lady, and now the answer that Hestia had been so desperately waiting for came. Arenas, who loves to gossip, will take care of that. Now, all that remains is to wait until the scandal with Dioka becomes known in secular circles. And when Dioka, embarrassed by the scandal, rushes to her, he will be left to wave a beautiful carrot in front of her nose. There is no one better to advance his goal than a vain man. Hestia has calculated everything, and now, all that remains is to wait for the results. However, she understood that it would be difficult for the Baron and Dioka to attract Diana to invest.
She never listens to others. So I'll have to meet with the Crown Prince and lay the foundation myself.
Kale admitted that he himself told Helios about the threat of war. What else could she say except that it was just in time? And then Kale conveyed that Helios would like to hear a detailed explanation from her. Of course, Kale told Helios out of jealousy that he would convey everything himself, but he could not dissuade Hestia from going. Hestia didn't understand why Kale was hesitating so much. Of course, there were better times in Helios's life, but his relationship with his beloved wife was getting worse. And the relationship with a close friend, who has now distanced himself from him, deteriorates. The emperor is still lying in bed, and there is a new threat of war. And then Hestia jumped up with a cry. Was the crown prince really once again shamelessly relying on Kale? Kale asked in surprise what she was talking about. Hestia stated that it was obvious. He could have just admitted that he had no one to open up to. Kale asked why she was so persistent, and Hestia almost gave away Helios as the main character of the novel. Having managed to stop in time, she froze. She saw that something was wrong with Kale. For some reason, he was resisting her going to Helios. And then, with some irritation, he stated that perhaps she was thinking about Helios too simply. At this point, Hestia no longer knew what to think, but the girl was determined to meet the crown prince. Kale watched Hestia walk away. Sitting on the bed, her heart was heavy. Kale's strange behavior. She couldn't answer anything. As a reader who had read this novel several times, she felt like she knew everything about the character's psychological personality. However, the original work does not describe in detail everything about the characters' lives. In other words, there are things that only those who live in this world know. For example, Kale's feeling of betrayal because he didn't know everything about Helios and Diana. Hestia found herself caught in the maelstrom of human relationships. They need time to get to know and understand each other and continue the relationship. Back then, she was not the one who originally lived in this world. Now she is watching these characters after the end of the novel. Much of this is far from the truth. Kale is right. She needs to be more careful. There are many differences between the book and reality. She realized that she might not fully know Helios. And here she is in his office, and he is asking if she was hurt that day. Now you should be more attentive. Helios was worried about her. She didn't know what to think as she stood in front of him. Helios also tried to hide his awkwardness by coughing. And then, Hestia realized that she didn't know Helios. To understand why he was so worried about Hestia, you need to go back a few minutes before. When she entered with the traditional greeting, he said from the doorway that she apparently had urgent business with him, since she had come in such a downpour. Hestia thought, "Wow, how quick! It's not for her to judge the importance." He clarified that it was related to the borderlands, but Hestia shook her head. As she handed him the envelope, she said that she thought it was better for him to know about it. Having opened Helios, he began to read without understanding what it was about. This prediction had to be conveyed to him even despite the heavy rain. Eventually, he learned that the Baron's merchant ship would sink. A large number of nobles are investing, so the damage will be great. Helios thought about it. Having conveyed the prophecy about the war through Kale, she personally came in such a downpour to inform about the Baron. He looked her straight in the eyes. Of course it seems strange. Of course, she said, so that Diana would invest. Even if Helios looks at her with suspicion, he trusts her gift. But Diana has both hostility and mistrust towards her, so she won't want to believe her. Therefore, if he hears about the prediction from the lips of Helios, even if he listens, he will try to act contrary to it. Because of what happened at the tea party, her mistrust will be at its peak, and she will become more active. Hestia said that she actually also wanted to warn about the danger regarding the Baron's actions, but Kale forbade her, of course. Even though he broke up with Helios, he still considered Kale a friend and trusted him. Investments are always at risk, so there is no need to reinsure them. Helios realized that if the investments were large-scale, it would hit the Empire's treasury. But how to stop the investments? Hestia explained that it was impossible to simply tell about the prediction. In the end, Hestia said that it is impossible to eliminate risks altogether. They can only be reduced to a minimum. In the end, it was agreed that Hestia would work behind the scenes and try to dissuade her acquaintances. It turns out that Helios will only have to convey the prophecy. The tired crown prince decided to go back to the beginning, since they had already achieved their goal. Hestia waited, seeing that Helios was now in a difficult situation. Finally, he said that there was something else he wanted to talk about. And already sitting at home drinking tea, she told Kale that Helios asked if she was hurt. Kale said tensely that the prince had asked so. Hestia confirmed, and this also seemed strange to her. While Hestia was thinking that maybe the spilled tea had upset Helios, and Kale was holding back his anger, there was no need to let her go there alone. Afterwards, Kale asked if there was anything else. Hestia thought and began to remember. Helios confessed to her that lately he had not been able to talk to Diana. Moreover, Diana did not say anything about the tea party. No matter how much he asked, he had to ask the servants. At the same time, he noticed that her remarks were also offensive towards him and Diana. Hestia apologized for the moments where she crossed the line, but she and her husband were also told a lot of insults. He apologized for himself and for her, but Hestia cut him off. The girl asked him directly how he was going to fix everything that his wife had broken. Even when she was a saint, she didn't care about what she had done, trampling on their friendship with Kale. Of course, her words touched Helios. He flared up, but Hestia bluntly stated that his wife had no chance of becoming popular. If Diana doesn't change her attitude, it will become his burden. She said that Helios needed to convince his wife, but Helios replied that she was speaking so bluntly that it was infuriating, and Hestia became cheerful. Now that was a compliment. And in the end, recalling their dialogue, the girl conveyed what the crown prince said about being jealous of Kale. The always calm Kale's face changed at these words. Now he sat in repeated shock, and Hestia told him that the crown prince now had a hard time communicating with his wife. Kale couldn't believe it. It was really Heli. His hands clenched so tightly that the veins stood out on the surface of his skin. And Hestia cheerfully added that it seems they are considered a wonderful couple. Helios relaxed a little and looked at her with some surprise. Then a slight smile appeared on his face. Helios noticed that Helios decided to trust her, since he mentioned the conflict in the family. Then she jumped up. Kale was red. He wasn't in pain. Kale changed the subject to the fact that it was raining, and Hestia didn't understand what the rain had to do with his blushing. And then Hestia jokingly said that if he was afraid of rain and thunder, he could hold his hand until he fell asleep. But Kale looked at her seriously and answered that she really would hold his hand. Hestia froze with her hand raised. He was completely serious. Now she herself was in triple shock. It was like a complete revolution. This was important. So it's important to go back to the moment when Hestia playfully offered to hold his hand. And Kale seriously asked if what she suggested was true. And then this awkward moment of silence. So there was no turning back. She involuntarily offered to sit with him holding his hand. It was all like a dream. Here she was in her nightgown, getting ready to sit with the Marquis. Will she really do this? Isn't this beyond the bounds of holiness? And then everyone found out about it. Clarissa gave her a fragrant bath, adding a bunch of oils. Hestia was shaking, but she tried to calm herself down as best she could. She would just be like the doll he kept by his bed. And so she opened the door, flying in so that Kale thought that they were chasing her. And then Hestia stops and sees a huge heart made of rose petals on Kale's bed. And Kale, waiting for her, is so romantic and handsome. Hestia stood frozen in place like a statue, with her arms outstretched. She didn't know where to hide from shame and embarrassment. Kale explained that Uros had prepared everything. They sat with their backs to each other, awkwardly not knowing what to say. Kale thought it would be a lie if he said that he had no secret feelings at all. But Uros approached the matter so unconventionally that Kale didn't know what to do. Besides, Hestia was more nervous than usual. And then Hestia came forward with a proposal not to cross the drawn line of petals. He thought that it was a burden for Hestia, but Hestia generally thought that she was almost seducing Kale. As a defender of purity, she loudly declared that he would sleep in safety tonight. Kale didn't quite understand. Wasn't he safe before? Hestia considered herself a fan with boundaries, so she would never cause inconvenience to her beloved. Kale already doubted that he was a man. She, with the fanaticism of a nurse, almost screamed that everything would be fine. Kale just lay down tiredly, and Hestia froze. Hestia, still with wide eyes and burning cheeks, didn't know what to do with herself. The Marquis calmly started a conversation about what he had heard about her plans for the Ilian sewer system. With the spread of soap, the problem of personal hygiene was solved to some extent, but there were many aspects of healthcare that required the intervention of the Lord. Hestia was worried. She didn't tell him anything because it was within the budget. Maybe that was a problem. But Kale also calmly noticed that people were very happy. The smell had disappeared from the streets. Hestia, beside herself with happiness, hung over him, forgetting about the distance, and with burning eyes asked again, "Is it true or not?" Afterwards, she realized that he was very close, and it was she who took the initiative. The feeling of shame began to snowball. Kale looked into her eyes with some surprise. A second later, Hestia was already lying on her half of the bed, cursing herself. "I was so happy that I completely forgot about self-control, but I switched to thinking about the cleanliness of the residents, and the sewage system did its job. People will get sick even less. Then, they will visit the temple less often, and this means that everything is going according to plan." The girl sincerely shared that she dreams of the inhabitants of their estate being healthy. Kale was pleased to hear this. Kale had also heard about the reduction in minor illnesses after distributing soap. Hestia turned to face him. She was already asleep, but Kale kept looking at her. The conversation about work calmed her down and made her fall asleep. Sad thoughts rolled over her that he was more terrible for her than work. He quietly called her name to make sure she was really asleep. Hestia was sleeping, and Kale gently smoothed the hair on her face. Still whispering her name, he touched her lips. Then, he silently took her hands in his and looked at the sleeping girl. In her sleep, Hestia sensed something and grumbled. Kale couldn't fall asleep. Sitting on the bed, his thoughts wouldn't leave him. He was very worried about his uncertain relationship with Hestia. He didn't know how things were with others, but for him, this day is a cruel test. The next morning, Hestia woke up having slept well, but the sight of Kale made her scream. Kale sat pale, with dark circles under his eyes. When asked why he didn't sleep, he replied that he had been reading all night. Hestia was in despair. It was obvious that her favorite had not fallen asleep because of her snoring, and the gloomy Kale answered to himself that it was not that he had not slept, but that he could not fall asleep. Biting her nails from nerves, she apologized. "This will not happen again." But Kale sharply interjected, "No, let it happen again." Then everything went as usual. Hestia was immersed in business. There was bad weather for several days, until one day Dioka came to her and fell to her knees. It was obvious that the Baron's daughter was frightened. Hestia was delighted. Everything was as she wanted. Diok was at her feet. The girl apologized for the misunderstanding she caused and wanted to ask for forgiveness personally. Hestia merely gave a brief hint to Lady Aranis, and she did everything perfectly. Well, now Dioka is the key to Diana. Hestia pretended to ask her to get up from her knees so that they wouldn't be misunderstood, but the girl begged Hestia to listen to her excuses. She didn't want to do this, but she needed to speak out. She explained that she had not wanted to flirt with the Marquis at all, and if Lady Hestia had been offended by her behavior, she intended to apologize. Rumors are exaggerated that she treated Lady Hestia roughly, but Dioka's apology was false, because in her opinion, Hestia was a former commoner, and for her this was the best apology. But Hestia understood all this perfectly well, so she leaned over and asked if she really looked so soft. Yes, she was born a commoner, but became the adopted daughter of a nobleman. A woman from the lower class went all this way, and is she not worthy of respect? And our heroine stated that, in this case, she was disappointed. She demonstratively turned away and said that in that case, there was nothing to talk about. Dioka screamed in fear, asking Hestia to wait and listen to her. Her father yelled harshly at her, saying what the hell she was doing to earn such a bad reputation in society, and how could she now collect investments? She tried to remind her father that it was he who had given her the order to please the Marquis, but he barked at her, ordering her to remain silent, and he forced her to go and ask the Marquise for forgiveness, since she had disgraced the family. Ashamed, Dioka kneels before Hestia and asks her to forgive her. She will do everything. This is exactly what Hestia wanted to hear. Whatever she ordered, Dioka promised to do it. Then Hestia gave her her hand. If so, then she was ready to talk about forgiveness. And leaning over, she quietly told the Baron's daughter what she wanted her to do. Dioka froze, not understanding how to accomplish this task and why Hestia needed it. Helios sat in his office, deep in thought. He looked through the reporting documents and admired the work. Everything can be easily understood at first glance, as it is presented in the form of a simple diagram. Kale admitted that his wife helped him prepare this document. Helios said admiringly that she was such a capable woman that he would like to see her at a meeting of ministers. But Kale cut him off. His wife was already doing a great job of fulfilling her duties as a landowner. If she has to sit in on another meeting, the amount of work she has to do will be beyond the bounds of decency. Helios leaned tiredly against the back of the chair and, closing his eyes, thought that Kale didn't even understand jokes anymore, and spoke about his wife in such a pompous tone. Although his desire for her presence at the cabinet meeting is quite sincere, considering that Hestia has no education, she breaks all stereotypes, and also her ability to foresee. The fact that Kale is coping with everything after returning to her post was made possible by her effective assistance. And Helios said that Kale had truly acquired the perfect companion, and he thought about his ideal companion. When Helios got married, he thought he had found the ideal partner. He felt sorry for his best friend and enemy in love, but he thought he could repay her by showing how happy he and Diana were. However, less than a year had passed before almost nothing remained of their ideal love with Diana. But he gave up friendship because of Diana. Kale found a woman who confidently speaks of her love, is devoted to her work, and is very capable in matters of management. Helios's face appeared before his eyes, and out loud, with a feeling of pain and disappointment in his love, he said that he wanted such a companion. Yes, a terrible feeling of shame and disappointment. Greed that almost brought her best friend to death
and she again craves what his friend has.
Helios admitted that he was just trash, but ordered himself not to think anymore. He needed to finish his business and go home. And then he saw documents at hand, remembering that ambassadors were soon to arrive in the empire. Since ancient times, such dinners have been held under the leadership of the crown prince's wife. Helios felt uneasy when he thought about Diana's obsession with saving. However, he could not take away her ceremonial power. All that remained was to prevent the catastrophe before it happened. And Helios called his assistant. He entered and bowed politely to the crown prince.
Helios was interested in what Diana was doing now.
Imagine his surprise when Helios learned that Diana had an audience with the daughter of Baron Potos.
He did not understand what Diana and the Baron's daughter had in common. This family is known for its vanity. Besides, Diana is thrifty, and the Baron's daughter is wasteful, and this family's loan will soon sink.
And then Helios broke out in a cold sweat. He knew his wife was frugal and would never invest money,
but there was a feeling of unease. And so Diana, beaming with her smile, tells Dioka that she will invest in her father's merchant fleet. As always, Diana believes that she is doing the right thing.
How Helios prayed that his wife would not act rashly.
Just a couple of hours ago, Diana herself was surprised by the appearance of Dioki and her request to invest money in her father's fleet.
She was surprised that Dioka had asked for an audience with her so quickly.
As far as she remembered, they had never been close. Dioka stuttered and said that she felt awkward. It was the first time she had met the crown prince's wife, and she saw that Diana was different from the image of the saint she had heard about. As an apology, Hestia gave the task of forcing Diana to invest in her father's merchant fleet. If she succeeds, Hestia promised to accept her and the Baron's sincerity, and she advised Dioka to keep this request a secret. Otherwise, it would only hinder the matter. This was a chance for Dioki to prove his resourcefulness, and then Hestia would leave her unpleasant experiences behind. Dioka asked permission to ask Hestia why this was necessary. Hestia responded playfully that she felt a little sorry for Dioka and her father. She refused to invest, and the Baron does not have enough funds, but the crown prince's wife will be able to compensate for this. Dioka did not understand Hestia's ultimate goals, but she understood that in this way, she would not only save her family, but also regain her good reputation. There was nothing more Hestia could do for her if she refused this task. Dioka had no right to refuse and promised to do everything. At this point, Hestia left, leaving behind the good news that awaited Dioku. Dioka really wanted to convince Hestia of her and her father's sincerity, and she said the same words to Diana, sobbing that all this was because of Hestia. She said that because of the Marchioness, their family business is on the verge of ruin. Dioka told a pitiful story about how the Marquise promised to invest, and even Marquise Kalis was a guarantor. Telling about this, Dioka tried to study Diana. Everyone knew about her manic frugality, which made everyone sick. When Dioka told her father about Hestia's request, the Baron was delighted. Yes, this could be their salvation. If she can get investment from the crown prince's wife, it will give them a lot of credibility. But Dioka told her father that Hestia had forbidden her to be mentioned as an advisor in this. The Baron liked this idea, because he heard that Diana and the Marquise were not on the best of terms. And Dioka burst into tears in front of Diana, telling how Hestia canceled the investment at the last moment and persuaded everyone else. As her father had ordered, she again used the name of the Marquise. The Baron understood that Diana invested because she did not love Hestia. Diana noticed that the Baron was apparently very disappointed in Hestia. Dioka thanked Her Highness for her attention to her family's misfortune. Diana asked if she had told the people the truth. The girl nodded, stating that it had not saved them. Diana was jubilant inside. Finally, she had a person who didn't love Hestia. The crown princess supported the poor fellow. That yes, Hestia is a very cunning and sly woman. Diana never thought that there would be anyone worse than the dead Countess Ratona. Dioka was already praising Diana to the fullest. Her understanding, her holiness. Oh, if only she would help her family, and Dioka herself would tell everyone about the shamelessness of the Marquise. And Diana also proposed an unspoken deal. Whether it would be possible if she invested. Dioka touched on the holiness of Diana and her god's blessing. This will double the profit, and everyone will see how she is the crown princess. It was like a balm to Diana on her deep wounds about her holy power. Well, how can you not invest here? On the one hand, she will prove to everyone what holy power means. On the other, she will crush Hestia. Diana made a promise with her family ring. A happy Dioka walked along the corridor of the imperial palace. She couldn't wait to tell her father everything. They would no longer have to depend on the mood of the Marquise. She couldn't believe that the princess had so easily offered to invest. Helios was heading towards Dioka, who was happily dreaming about how happy her father would be. They came face to face. Helios became even more alarmed. The
The girl immediately bowed in reverence. He realized that she had left the audience hall with Diana. Dioka asked something wrong, but Helios nervously waved his hand. Everything is fine. When he went further, Dioka was very surprised by his behavior. At this time, a happy Diana stood near a vase of flowers and hummed to herself. Having smelled the flowers, she drowned in their aroma. Life again seemed like a fairy tale to her. He knocked, and she told him to come in. Helios turned to her, but she did not turn around. Still standing with her back to him, Diana responded by turning to him. Afterwards, she asked why he was here. It was still working hours. He thought that now she doesn't even look at him. Since he started talking about her healing power, she began to ignore him, even when he wanted to talk. Helios began by reporting that he had seen Lady Potos leaving. Diana replied that they had talked a little. Realizing that Diana would not tell anything, Helios asked directly if she had asked Diok to invest in the merchant ship. Taking a paper out of his breast pocket, he said that he wanted to show her something. Diana turned around and he held out the paper. While reading, she asked what it was, and Helios said that Hestia had given the prophecy. Diana broke out in a cold sweat as she read that the merchant ship would not return from its next voyage. He told her that if she invested money in the Baron's ship, it would be a failure. Diana stood with her head down, slowly collecting her thoughts. Then she answered with a scream. He trusts this woman more than his wife, and besides, she is a saint. On the one hand, Diana was scared by the prediction. On the other hand, she was overcome with anger. And now she spoke to his face with the anger of an offended woman. Helios summoned all his patience to keep from losing his temper. He tried to convey to her that he understood that this was upsetting her, but asked her to listen to the prediction. He reminded us of the facts. Hestia never makes vague predictions. She always speaks precisely and has never been wrong. Suddenly, Diana faltered and lowered her head. Helios wanted to bring back their understanding, connection, trust. But instead of repenting, Diana looked up at him, declaring that she was very disappointed in him. Helios turned pale from her alien, evil, and cold gaze. Without listening to objections, the girl was determined to invest. She had already made a promise. Helios had to raise his voice and urge her to refuse immediately, but Diana in turn reported that Baron Pothos had suffered enormous losses because of Hestia. When he again reminded her of the prediction and that the ship would sink, Diana screamed that she didn't believe in predictions. Besides this, he should trust God's word more. The crown prince saw that Diana didn't even want to listen to him, and he wouldn't convince her otherwise. She stood there, grimacing with indignation, hatred for him sparkling in her eyes. The same thing again, he ran into a blank wall. He just wanted to talk to his wife, but their conversation again failed due to the demonstration of feelings. And at that moment, Helios realized that the wall was growing, and now she just doesn't hear him. He had no other choice. So Hellas said that he forbade making investments at the expense of the palace's internal treasury. When Diana heard about the order, her voice trembled. Helios confirmed that he could not allow her to drown the national treasury in the sea, and turned to leave. Diana screamed in despair what this meant, but he replied that he would see for himself. Diana was still clutching the piece of paper with the prediction, and couldn't believe that she had heard it from her husband. She screamed. He predicted it to her, said that he loved her, and now he orders her. Diana sobbed, lamenting how Heli could do such a thing. In her impotent rage, she believed that Hestia was to blame for everything. It was she who had changed him so much. And Kyle, too. If it weren't for this woman, their devoted love would not have gone. And Diana realized that she had to show the world who this woman was. Her plan was to demonstrate what happens when you turn away from a saint. In the morning, Uros saw Hestia and noticed that she was in a great mood. Hestia laughed, which was noticeable, and Uros confirmed it. Well, of course. How could Hestia not be happy? A couple of days ago, Dioka wrote to her that Diana would invest a large sum of money. Moreover, she gave her word as crown princess. Beavron is very excited about this and tells everyone. Things are going like clockwork. How can you not be happy about that? There is also news from Erinus. Recently, Hestia visited the Countess for tea. Erinus giggled as she discussed the latest news that the greedy Diana had invested a large sum, while Hestia giggled in response, thinking that she was the one who had forced her to invest. But for Countess Erinus, something else was even more surprising. When the crown prince learned of the investments, he gave the order to prohibit investments from the imperial family's treasury. Hestia thought, well, of course, Helios is no fool either. However, Diana made a promise on behalf of the crown prince's wife that she would try to somehow raise funds. But Diana gave her word, so she will find some secret fund to get money. Although, considering Diana's stinginess, she doesn't have a secret fund, but she will go to extreme measures. and the last resort will be a temple. Oh, how Hestia waited for the list of the temple's property and accounting books to be made public. Here, Euros reported that a report had arrived from Ilion. At first, Hestia was afraid that something had happened, but Euros calmed her down. The rainy season this year lasted a long time. Usually after it, there is an outbreak of diseases. But this year in Ilion, unlike other places, everything is calm. Hestia realized that soap and sewerage were doing their job. It was as if a revelation had dawned on Hestia, and Euros became worried again. The epidemic in the capital is not abating. These lands are under the protection of the crown prince's wife. They can openly ask the temple, and Hestia asked Euros to find out how many sick citizens are now in the capital of the empire. At the same time, she ordered to cover the nose and mouth with a thick cloth, since there was a lot of infection. Euros left to carry out the order, and Hestia received a new wave of jubilation. While she was thinking about how to crush Diana, someone asked if she was busy, and the girl automatically answered that she was. When she saw Kale nearby, she screamed in fear. Oh, how he snuck up on me, and again the distance. So close. Kale reported that an order had come from the palace asking him to come and report on political affairs. She thought that Kale should have gone to the palace with a report anyway, which is why he was telling her, and he offered to go to the palace with him. In the morning, they went to the palace with Kale. Helios greeted them as if surprised, and asked if they had come after all. Hestia, greeting the crown prince, thought that they had a choice not to come to the crown prince. She decided to be on her guard, since she was invited to give a report on the political affairs of the empire. Kale didn't want to take Hestia with him at all, but Helios assured him that he had hidden intentions. He only wanted to borrow Hestia's wisdom. The old friend's expression was so serious, so there was nothing to be done. I had to take Hestia. Kale wanted the conversation to end quickly, and for him and Hestia to return home. Hestia, unable to contain her emotions, jumped up and took a sip from her tea. She was served coffee instead of the traditional tea. She immediately asked why coffee and not tea. In general in this world, for some reason, everyone drank tea. Helios replied that he heard that she liked to drink this drink. Hestia couldn't believe what she heard, and Kale looked like an ice statue. They served her coffee for her own sake. It was something new. Hestia got so nervous that she wondered if it was poisoned. Hestia hinted to the crown prince that she guessed that there was clearly something hidden behind such an act. Helios simply replied that it was gratitude for the service rendered earlier. It was just so unlike the usual Helios that Kale decided to intervene. He clarified that it was really so important that Hestia had to help, and then Helios had to admit that, in fact, this was connected with the upcoming dinner with the ambassadors. Kale and Hestia sat as if frozen in place. Afterwards, they looked at each other, which indicated their bewilderment, as if to say, what did they have to do with it? They voiced these questions to the crown prince, who understood how all this looked and chose his words. Helios placed in front of them the plan Diana had received from her the day before. The prince added in a completely dejected voice that the plan was such that it would definitely not be possible to cope without God's help. Hestia immediately understood what was going on. It seemed that Diana's disease of frugality had worsened, but this is a reception for ambassadors. If the dinner is not up to standard, the empire's prestige will collapse. Hestia realized that coffee was a bribe. That is, he wanted them to organize an event, but she didn't want to do anything for him, the girl said out loud with doubt. How could she and her husband interfere in such a thing? Her Highness would not be delighted. This event is connected with the prestige of the ruling family. It cannot simply take everything into its own hands. Besides, Hestia understood that if she was not careful, she would face a negative reaction from the conservative nobility, which would cause negativity towards her and Kale. How she was infuriated by this crown prince sitting in front of them and asking her if she had any good ideas. This is the funny situation that resulted. Helios is depicted in the novel as the main character, a man with truly unshakable characteristics. No difficulties or troubles could break his will, and what she sees now is that she burdens them, her subjects, with her problems. Hestia was now enjoying his helplessness. He didn't worry when he needed to, and now she was enjoying it. Our heroine was beaming, and it served him right, how she had been waiting for this moment. She wasn't going to help him because it wouldn't help her favorite in any way. And then Kale said that maybe if Her Highness changed the formal dinner to a dinner party, maybe a solution could be found, Hestia exclaimed, appealing to his common sense. But Kale continued to give ideas. In his opinion, even if the dinner was a little simple, it would not be such a disrespect. But when he suggested holding a dinner party at their palace, Hestia jumped up in indignation. The girl was indignant. Diana is not a fool. She understands perfectly well that dinner is much more complicated than lunch. Kale agreed that he might not accept,
but everything possible must be done for the diplomats so as not to disgrace the empire. Hestia couldn't believe why her favorite was going to such lengths. Hestia thought, she already had the worst relationship with the prince, so it couldn't get any worse. Suddenly, Helios said that the worst was with him. Kale and Hestia looked at him questioningly. Our heroine tried to explain the wording of her words, but then he stood up, making it clear that the dialogue was over, saying that it was better to follow the Marquis's advice. And with that, he leaves them. The Crown Prince ended the conversation. Kale and Hestia walked down the corridor of the Imperial Palace in silence. Hestia was angry, and Kale could feel her tension. Kale decided to break the silence by addressing her kindly, but Hestia was adamant. She stated that she still needed to talk with the Crown Prince. Kale looked at her with confusion, but seeing her determined look, he said that he would wait for her in the library of the Imperial Palace, and the girl promised not to be late. Hestia walked quickly. She couldn't just go home like that. How could he just ask them for something like that? He thinks that if he is a prince, then everything is allowed to him, and she was also angry at Kale, that damned nobility of his, and throwing open the office door with a bang, she flew into the Crown Prince's room. Helios was seriously scared, especially when he saw Hestia's blazing eyes. The girl walked forward resolutely. Approaching him, she decisively said that they needed to talk. Helios instinctively moved back towards the wall. Hestia thought that if she didn't tell him, she definitely wouldn't sleep peacefully tonight. She came so close to Helios that he had nowhere to retreat, and menacingly asked why she and Kale. Shouting, the girl asked, "It's obvious that there will be a conflict with Diana. Why did he drag her family into it?" Helios, in some kind of daze, raised his hands, showing that he was unarmed. Moreover, she did not know whether Kale had completely forgotten Diana. Even though the end was tragic, she was his first and brightest love. It was the first time he had experienced something like this with her, and now, these precious memories would turn to dirt. All flushed with indignation, Hestia said that she should be the only one who bathes in this mud. Even if the relationship with Kale is the worst, isn't it shameless to put everything on Kale? Helios looked down guiltily. He had nothing to say in his defense. Hestia, tired after everything she had spilled out, lowered her head and added more quietly, "He understands why Kale broke off relations with him." In this world where differences in status existed, Hestia understood how reckless it was to speak to the Crown Prince like that. But if she doesn't do this, then Kale will be inflicted with another wound. So even if she is punished, she will not regret what she did. She expected everything, but not guilt and words of forgiveness from him. Helios didn't even look her in the eye and added that he had no excuse. The Crown Prince admitted that, although it was impudent on his part, he had no other choice but to ask her and Kale for help. During the verbal altercation, it became clear that Helios could not entrust other aristocrats to speak out against Diana, since only he and Kale could criticize them. Hestia understood that now Helios's voice was devoid of the hostility and irony that it had before. He really does apologize to her sincerely. In any case, she didn't come back to cancel the dinner itself. If he himself admits his guilt, then she can now ask for whatever she wants. Hestia said that the Crown Prince should apologize to Kale as well. He flared up. Again, she only thinks about Kale. She had not lied when she said that she loved him. Hestia admitted it with dignity. Moreover, if he still doubts, she can continue the story about Kale, but Helios took her word for it. The last time was enough for him. When the argument was over, Helios looked at her peacefully and tenderly. His eyes were fixed on Hestia, and he wanted to add something. He stroked her head, saying that he sincerely envied Kaialusa. There was so much trepidation in his words, but when Hestia raised her eyes to him, she was taken aback. He looked at her like a man who likes a woman. When the realization of what was happening dawned on her, Hestia screamed in genuine horror. She flew out of his office with such speed that Helios didn't have time to utter a word. His hand, which a minute ago was stroking her hair, froze in the air. A feeling of annoyance, guilt, and anger at himself overwhelmed Kale. Hestia ran down the palace corridor as if she was being chased. She claimed that this couldn't be. It wasn't true. But she remembered that look. His voice. Crazy. The girl ran out of the palace, shaking all over as if she had a fever. She urged herself to calm down. No matter what madness Helios was harboring, she could handle it. Nothing will change on her way to her final goal. She just needs to keep doing what she's doing. Having calmed down a little, she remembered that she needed to go to the Imperial Library. The smell of lilies gave her a headache, so she needed to get to the library quickly. Just when she thought that Kale was waiting for her, she saw him standing with Diana. He said that he would wait in the library. Why is he here? Our heroine saw his back, heard his voice, but did not hear what he was saying. Hestia went cold when she realized that she was definitely not mistaken when she saw who his interlocutor was. Diana was talking to him with a sweet smile, Of course, this is the Palace of Lilies. There's nothing strange that Diana is here. She couldn't see Kale's face, but Diana was clearly flirting with him. Her heart sank with pain. This was the scene she least wanted to see right now. The girl thought that she needed to get away from here. She had to trust Kale, but her legs wouldn't move. And then Kale saw Hestia out of the corner of his eye. Hestia curled up into a ball, covering her ears with her palms. She doesn't want to see or hear this. She doesn't need problems that she can't handle. Kale, pale and alarmed, ran up to her, holding her tightly by the shoulders. He asked if she was okay. What was wrong with her? Hestia felt sick from what she saw, and she couldn't answer anything clearly. She was pale as a sheet. He completely forgot about Diana, who remained standing behind. Diana bit her lip until it hurt. He left her for Hestia. She was ready to kill her. This Hestia destroyed everything, took away her Kale. Now Diana saw with what care and anxiety he rushed to Hestia, how he worried about her. A little recovering, Hestia saw Diana standing behind her. The fact that he spoke to her did not mean anything. Diana realized that Kale would not approach her again, turned around abruptly, and left. Hestia watched her from behind Kale. It was clear that Diana didn't like all this. Kale touched his forehead, muttering that there was no temperature, but her face was pale and frightened. What did Helios say? Hestia continued to look helplessly at him as he said her name. He himself was pale and alarmed. Our heroine looked down sadly, no matter how much Kale's condition had improved. He, whose love was so painful that his daily life was completely destroyed. It must have been painful for him to be alone with her, and yet he ran up to her, Hestia, leaving Diana behind. Hestia apologized. Kale, worried even more, asked what she was apologizing for, and she explained that she forgot that it was the Court of Lilies. She shouldn't have left him alone, hinting at a meeting with Diana. She blamed herself for everything, always says that everything is for Kale, but was going to run away at the first difficulty. Comes up with pathetic excuses that she trusts him. The girl was disappointed in herself. What a coward she was. Kale tried to catch her eye contact, and gently but persistently asked her to look into her eyes. He firmly repeated that Diana was his past love, and the relationship with her was really over. He no longer felt anything for her. Hestia didn't know how to ask what he was doing here with her then, but Kale explained that he simply met her on the way to the library, and Diana asked how he was doing. Hestia looked into his face and asked if he was really okay. Kale didn't know how to explain to her that he was okay. Kale smiled and noted that it was even strange. It's strange that nothing happened, despite how much he loved her. And now he doubts whether those feelings were sincere. Hestia herself was somewhat surprised by this confession. The girl asked if he was disappointed. Kale didn't lie. Yes, he was disappointed. He gave everything for the girl he loved, but she left him. Hestia knew he must have been in pain. His whole life had fallen apart, and here Diana was, as if nothing had happened, talking to him and asking about his affairs. Isn't this what they call love? He thought that all the wounds had healed, but for some reason, vain emotions still creep into the gap between the remaining wounds. Painful memories dissipate like a mirage. Only the old excitement returns. Isn't love the feeling that instantly overturns our own conclusions? And Hestia warmly assured him that he had experienced love, and it doesn't matter what pain he experienced, because he truly loved her. Hestia advised him with all sincerity not to regret love. He loved, and this is a wonderful feeling. Her strong and brave, beloved Kalis. Kale was pleased with her words, and he also thanked her sincerely. The tension went away. They relaxed. He thanked her again for her help, and Hestia for the compliment. He was drowning in this smile, sincere, generous, expecting nothing in return. Kale thought with relief that her color had returned. Kale decided to tease her. He was also a little disappointed in her, knowing how Hestia would react. Kale, feigning resentment, stated that she thought he was trash who would leave his wife for another woman. Hestia, embarrassed, mumbled that she didn't mean it that way, and Kale, leaning towards her on purpose, said, "But if that's what she meant." Hestia muttered that they were fictitious spouses, only on paper. "Oh, how close he is, too close besides." Hestia reminded him that in about a year she will lose her power of foresight, so she doesn't know what will happen next. It seems Kale was joking to cheer her up. "Oh, I just hope she doesn't blurt out something inappropriate." And she herself said that by that time she would achieve her goals. They had enough time. The girl blinked her eyes when Kale asked in all seriousness what she would do next. What will she do after she loses her power? To be honest, Hestia had never thought about it. She doesn't really have the gift of prediction. She just first got into the novel knowing its plot, and then in the same novel, she went back in time. She didn't even know if she died then. Maybe she'll die again, but if she delays any longer, Kale might reveal her secret. And the girl decided to change the situation by switching to a carefree tone, and that it was time for them to go home.
She muttered that they were all tired, and Kale called her name,
And he added that she was running away because she understood what he was talking about. Before she had time to come up with an answer, the Marquis said that next time he asked, let her give him a real answer. Hestia froze in tension. Of course, she understood perfectly well what he was talking about. Late in the evening, when the palace was already asleep, she sat, lost in thought. Why did he keep bringing this up? Asking him why? Why are you asking? What could she answer? She kept replaying the moment when he asked her to give a real answer next time. The expression on his face when he said this looked somehow sad. She hoped that his wish would come true. Kale also couldn't close his eyes. Again, Hestia avoided answering his direct question. Hestia understood that she had no future. She really hoped that the day would come when she could tell him. After Helios's sudden request that they throw a banquet for important guests, Hestia came for Diana's plan before it was too late. The girl couldn't hide her emotions anyway, but now she almost cursed out loud. To say that she was in shock is to say nothing. This is definitely the plan for an imperial reception. Kale understood everything from her emotions and clarified that everything was so bad. Hestia, still horrified by the plan, said that she understood His Highness's words about God's help. Even she, who doesn't really know about the traditions of this event, sees how terrible everything is. The event plan consists of 3 to 4 sheets of paper. It all begins with a ceremony led by the Holy Pope. The menu mainly consists of vegetable dishes, and the event ends with another prayer of thanksgiving to God. And now she will have to defend the honor of her favorite, another burden of responsibility. This meal will be like a monastery gathering. Kale explained that it was not necessary to do everything at the level of the imperial family. It was enough to show as much respect as their noble family could. Hestia asked if there had ever been such a big reception here, and learned that it was possible when he was small. Hestia's nerves gave out. She jumped up and screamed that they would tell Helios that they couldn't. Kale reassured her there was nothing to worry about. They could do everything together. Hestia stopped and looked at him, but Hestia decided to ask for help from Berenice and Madame Harmonia just in case. Kale chuckled vaguely and stated that there was no need for this. And so, the 4 of them, with Gloria and Uros, discussed the plan for the celebration. Uros promised to decorate the hall with special care for such an important event. Dekimar can help with the interior decoration. Since he has a taste for clothing design, he can also decorate the hall. And Gloria noted that if the palace has Lenten dishes, then they should have a lot of meat and fish. And Kale noted that it would be good if they could pack and take these dishes with them. And Hestia just stood there and watched, confused. She saw that Kale was doing a great job, and they had Uros and Gloria, 2 experienced veterans. He manages everything perfectly well himself, so she doesn't need to ask 2 madams for help. She remembered that in the novel, Kale tried to solve any problem on his own. Without asking anyone for help, he dealt with everything on his own. Isn't that the role of a secondary character in a novel? Even when the protagonist and heroine meet, Kale works late alone, and when the protagonist leaves the palace for a long time to help the heroine, he always works in place of the protagonist. While Helios is romancing Diana by walking along flower-strewn paths, Kalis, a noble creature, allows readers not to worry about the absence of the crown prince in the palace. This allowed readers to focus on the relationship between the main couple, but if the novel ended, then Kale accepts the world after those events as his own. But he no longer unilaterally sacrifices himself for the sake of the main couple. Now Kale could address the people around him, and the Marquis turned to Hestia. Hestia snapped out of her thoughts, looking a little confused. After which, smiling sweetly, she asked if he had called her. Kale wondered why she was smiling like that, and Uros said that he knew a shop that supplied the best chocolate. And Hestia suggested the idea of having chocolate flow from a fountain. Everyone imagined a chocolate volcano. Uros and Gloria thought that this would cost a lot of money, but Hestia winked playfully. The budget is allocated by the imperial family, so there is no need to skimp and spend. And the girl got fully involved in the organization, thinking about how they would show a real reception worthy of distinguished guests. When else did they organize such a celebration? And even with an allocated budget, and our heroine was giving orders with all her might. At this time, she was informed that a guest had come to see them for a long time. In front of her stood Madame Harmony, smiling happily as always. The woman apologized for distracting her, but Hestia, on the contrary, was glad that the woman had arrived. She was very apologetic that she came without warning. She was just passing by and decided to stop by. Having seen the preparations, Madame noted that she was glad that everything was going smoothly. Harmonia admitted that she was very surprised when she heard what kind of dinner party the Marquis would be hosting.
Hestia replied that they try not to cause any problems for the palace, and that Her Majesty is also an excellent cook. Harmonia immediately became sad, and Hestia realized that the woman was not there for no reason. The girl started talking about how she had heard that too many priests were coming into the palace these days. Harmonia sadly confirmed that the crown prince's wife had said that she would discuss the organization of the dinner party with the priests. Hestia learned that Madame Harmonia's attempts to reach Diana were unsuccessful. She cut her off, Helios moved his office to the Lion Palace, and the princess also replaced most of the maids in the Palace of Lilies with former priests. Our heroine wondered whether Helios moved the office because of his sick father, or because of his relationship with Diana. He himself said that it had become even worse. For Hestia, this was very good news. We need to find out what the secular circles think about this. Hestia felt this situation. Now the main thing is to start and others to join. She saw that Madame Harmony was hesitating, wanted to say something else, and Hestia learned that some impatient gentlemen already want the overthrow of the crown prince's wife. Well, Diana did everything for this with her own hands. Of course, Hestia thought that the word overthrow would not be heard until the corruption in the temple was exposed, but they are already talking about it. But while only a few people are talking about this, the girl decided to clarify whether Diana is aware of such sentiments. Madame admitted that when she asked for an audience, Diana refused, sent a letter, and the crown princess also ignored it. This is the essence of Saint Diana, to get rid of those who, in her opinion, are not the right ones or are no longer needed. Following Kale, she kicked out Harmonia. People really don't change. In the end, it's only to Hestia's advantage. And the girl, with a feigned look of regret, declared that Her Highness should break off relations with the temple as soon as possible. After that, she asked how many supporters the idea of disclosing the temple's assets had gathered, but judging by the overall picture, the idea was gaining momentum. Madame replied that since priests began to occupy palace positions, these voices were heard more and more often. The woman said that at this rate, the disclosure would go smoothly, and Hestia was going to reveal something else. When she learned that Hestia wanted to prove that the temple was using the accumulation of money for personal enrichment, Madame Harmonia was shocked. Poor Harmonia was completely dejected, but Hestia was cunning, saying that she had received a message about it. But she remembered the previous scenes from her visit to the temple. Everything was clear there. The lady asked this because of the infection that is spreading among the people. Hestia replied that some say that the temple is not doing what it should be doing. After the end of the rainy season, an infection broke out among the common people. The sick went to the temple as usual, but no matter how much money they gave to the temple, they were not cured. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of Ilion successfully avoided the epidemic, and all this thanks to sewerage and soap. Therefore, Harmonia understood that if this was so, then the crown prince's wife had fallen silent. Hestia was amazed that even in this situation, Harmonia was still worried about Diana. Should she tell her how upsetting it was for her? Hestia, taking Madame by the hands, answered passionately that she was doing all this also for the sake of Her Highness. Having reassured the mentor that if Her Highness learns about the injustice of the temple, she will definitely want to correct the mistake. Hestia gave Kale as an example. They are so close, but if she sees a mistake somewhere, she points it out. That's why Hestia pushed Madame to make the right decision, saying that we were doing all this for the good of Diana. It didn't take long to persuade Madame with such arguments. After a minute, the radiant woman declared that the Marquise was right. From now on, she must stand up and help Hestia in the name of the crown prince's wife. Kale appeared, and seeing Hestia's face, asked if she was okay. After frantic preparations, the day of the banquet finally arrived. And since Kale had to attend the dinner, she alone had to take care of the dinner. Of course, she wanted to see Diana's failure with her own eyes, and Kale thought, looking at her, that she was worried about dinner. He reassured her that everything would be fine, since the emperor himself would be present at the dinner, explaining that the atmosphere itself would not matter since everyone would be focused on the emperor's condition, and she added that she was too worried about staying on the sidelines. Oh, again she couldn't object, although today she was quieter than usual. Due to the Marquis' intervention, the event was postponed to lunch, and in some ways, this was a blow to Diana's authority. Those who don't know the circumstances will see a completely different banquet in the Marquis' house. It was Helios's idea, but the strange thing is that Diana didn't protest. But due to the emperor's long illness, people began to doubt Diana's divine power. Even her relationship with Helios, the only person she could rely on, deteriorated. So Diana's two trump cards that gave her power are now under threat. The problem is how she will meet Kale, and Hestia warned him that Diana would want to talk to him. If possible, let him decline the request. It's not that she doesn't trust Kale.
but if Diana approaches him after dinner and expresses concern. Kale smiled slightly. Hestia doesn't want him to be alone with Diana. Is that jealousy? No. And he asked Hestia if she was jealous. At first, Hestia didn't understand what he meant at all and stood absolutely calmly. And then it dawned on her that she was jealous of social gatherings and that Kale was asking her about it. He took her hand and she asked him to remember what she said about the conversation. Kale kissed her hand so that his dear wife would not worry. Gloria and Uros were delighted with such cuteness. Hestia felt so awkward that Uros joked that they could switch places. She asked Kale not to laugh at her, but the man replied that he was quite serious, and they parted to go about their business. Kale's crew rushed to the imperial palace. Hestia looked at her hand, which was shaking. It was all because of Kale. She was trying for him. The girl walked along the corridor of the palace, remembering that even in the novel, Kale was a character who was good at everything. Now she needs to work just as hard. She also received a letter from Madame Erinus a few days ago. The date of departure of the merchant ship was determined, and it was a question of investing a large sum of money, enough to send Potos' merchant ship on a voyage. Somehow Diana got the money and gave it to Potos. The ship will sink, and she will not be able to recoup her investment. Her goal now is to make the dinner as good as possible, and thereby show Diana's incompetence. She will drag this divine grace, this hypocritical saint, down to earth. At this time, a dinner was taking place in the imperial palace. Although Kale was familiar with the plan, in real life, it looks even more pathetic. The expressions on the delegation's faces spoke of their deepest disappointment. All the guests sat sour and gloomy. He looked at the crown princess and wondered in his mind what she was even thinking about. The girl caught his gaze, and Kale, looking at her, understood that she had embarked on the path of self-destruction. Diana smiled and said that today's dinner was prepared as an opportunity to pray to God for a close union and strong friendship with each country. As a saint and as the crown prince's wife, she blessed the meal. Kale understood that Diana hated luxury, but today's event was of imperial level, not a gathering in the temple. Diana should have been preparing dinner, not like a saint, but like the wife of the crown prince. Helios and the emperor sat with obvious guilty looks. The emperor tried to joke, saying that it seemed his daughter-in-law had planned the menu with him in mind. Helios smiled tensely and said sheepishly that it didn't matter that the dinner was a bit light. Well, what could the guests answer? They were sadly picking at their meager meal. This meager scene seemed to say that everything flashy and expensive is a sin. The guests chewed with such disgust that all appetite disappeared. This is what it means to follow beliefs that cannot be properly understood. Seeing the guests and their faces, Diana could not help but understand where her beliefs on how to live correctly were leading her. Kale headed to his carriage to go home. The guests came out exhausted, hungry, and not understanding where they had just been. Kale understood that he needed to somehow fix everything at dinner. He hoped that Hestia had prepared everything, and then Diana, standing behind him, called out to him. He turned and addressed her, "Your Highness." Diana stood there hesitantly and quietly asked if they could talk. On the way to the Marquis's mansion, the guests were indignant that the crown prince's wife could neglect them so much. Even though she belonged to the clergy, the diplomats discussed the disgusting dinner and the entire event prepared by Diana. The other two rode separately in another carriage and discussed how the emperor tried to protect her. He rarely attended official events anymore, and everyone saw him as a sick man. No one had any hope for anything better. The dinner would take place in the house of a certain marquis. Look how the empire had neglected them. Someone tried to joke that this should be treated as a matter of business. A duty, well, we'll have to endure cooking in the marquis's house. Although everyone agreed that things would be no better with the marquis. Hestia greeted us at the threshold of the palace. Beautiful sculptures shone in the hall. A bright light was burning. The guests who entered simply stood there with their mouths open. It was just amazing. One person came forward and thanked me for the invitation. Hestia created a relaxed and friendly atmosphere. Kale watched with satisfaction as the guests were happy and clearly more cheerful. Hessie, as always, was on top. Uros said that Kale needed to go and change for dinner, but he didn't want to leave Hestia alone. But the girl winked at him, letting him know that everything was going well and she would cope. She won't let her favorite down. She's prepared for dinner. Uros completely lost control from the emotion of how his owner was worried about his wife. Hestia seated the guests and added that they had few dishes, but hoped that the guests would be satisfied. But the diplomats, delightedly pouncing on the treats, said, "The table is bursting with food. They didn't know where to start." Hestia smiled at the guests. Everyone was happy. Apparently, Diana's dinner went worse than she expected. Of course, she tried so hard the last few days that she hardly saw Kale. There were musicians playing the harp sitting by the stairs. The guests were delighted. Here was a melody from one's native country, and this was the national dish of another representative. Everything was taken into account down to the smallest detail. The dishes and the table were like works of art.
And for all these sweets, they only thanked the owners with admiration. Hestia couldn't help but enjoy how she and Kale had highlighted Diana's incompetence today. One of the representatives noted that the price of salt has increased recently, which affects public welfare. They discussed weather conditions that led to salt mining. There's a long way to go before recovery. People are at a loss, and discussed the standard of living of ordinary people. The man who spoke about the welfare of the empire was from a neighboring country. His words were a kind of barb towards the empire. One of the reasons is to distract society from the damage caused by the flood. The guest noted that he was glad that his country had not experienced such a devastating disaster. Kale interjected that he believed in the restoration of his empire. They had many excellent officials, and they themselves, by the grace of His Majesty the Emperor, would extend a helping hand to others. Looking at the guest who touched on the topic of damage, I noticed that all this would be done in a reasonable and understandable way. He thanked Kale for his speech. Hestia could only admire her beloved's icy speech. She would never succeed in diplomacy. Of course, this was all new to her, seeing Kale talking to a foreign delegation. It was evident that he had fully recovered and had returned to public affairs. She remained silent so as not to interrupt. One of the diplomats noted that this time Ilian was almost unharmed. And then Kale agreed and replied that it was all thanks to his wife. Hestia almost choked. How awkward she felt. Why did he suddenly focus on her? Kale watched Hestia's reaction, which, as always, was eloquent on her face. Hestia, seeing this look, almost fell under the table. This look is familiar to her. He stared at her. Hestia asked him what he was doing. She didn't understand. He communicated so well with the delegation. Why he suddenly touched on her? Oh, that sweet look. She knows it. Here he takes a breath. Hestia breaks out in a sweat, and he got carried away. He praised Hestia, how his wife took care of Ilian, and she is both smart and beautiful. The guests sat with their mouths open, and Kyle told how he was glorifying his wife. Everyone even forgot about the luxurious treats. He praised Hestia so eloquently and admiringly. Our heroine realized that this was mirror therapy. She was so ashamed that she realized she had to run, mumbling that she would go get dessert. Before Kale could say that Uros could be sent, Hestia, running away, shouted that it hadn't cooled down yet. At the door, she ran into Uros and Helios. Uros officially announced the arrival of the crown prince. Hestia stammered, "Your Highness," and stood rooted to the spot. They saw each other for the first time after that tenderness that he allowed himself. Helios tried not to look at her, muttering that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The guests greeted His Highness and invited him to join them. Kale watched silently as Helios entered. When saying goodbye, the diplomats each personally thanked the Marquis for the wonderful meal. They were genuinely pleased and asked to visit again. And again, Kale stated that it was all thanks to his wife. He had nothing to do with it. The guests were amazed at how Marquis loved his wife. Nevertheless, everyone was happy, and everyone enjoyed the dinner. Hestia only regretted that Diana did not see their dinner, and just when she thought that everything was over, it was time for them all to rest, she remembered that Helios was standing with them. Hestia, trying to hide her irritation, asked if His Highness had any imperial business, meaning when he would leave already. Helios hesitated. He needed to talk, and he turned to Kale. Kale listened to what his former friend would say, and he suggested taking a walk in the garden. It was a clear hint that they needed to talk in private. But it wasn't that easy to get rid of her. If you want to go for a walk, let's go together, the three of us. They went into the garden. Hestia thought that the problem was that her favorite was too kind. For a while, the three of them were simply silent, until Helios apologized to Kale. Hestia couldn't believe why Helios suddenly decided to apologize to Kale. Kale was also surprised and asked what His Majesty was talking about. His Highness has nothing to apologize for. It was you and the formality that got Helios angry, and he flushed and asked if it was possible to not mention this damn Highness right now. Kale and Hestia looked at Helios silently and questioningly. Hestia didn't like this. He was about to apologize, but again he took out his anger on Kale, considering how he treated him in the past. Helios tried to pull himself together and apologized again. He admitted that he always put a heavy burden on Kale, and when he noticed that now he again shifted it to him, but Kale immediately corrected him and Hestia. Helios admitted guiltily that yes, thanks to him and Hestia, he had saved his face again. The crown prince said that he took it for granted that he was always there and helping, but it was impossible. He treated him badly, not even suspecting how dear he was to him, and looking into Kale's eyes, he said that he was truly very sorry, and he made a promise that he would no longer neglect them, caring only about himself. Kale was about to answer and already said to Heli, but then Hestia intervened. not allowing Kale to continue. The rage spilled out. She began to say that such things are only said to the closest friends. Her eyes were burning with rage. Why did he decide to talk about this now? To throw off the burden of guilt. How he irritated her now. How two-faced. Her gaze looked at him. There was still a lot that Hestia wanted to say to Helios. Kale, seeing that the situation was getting worse, tried to stop it, and Helios only guiltily lowered his eyes and said that he would never bother him again, will not desire what belongs to Kale, and will not disturb his peace. And Hestia could barely contain herself. He promised her the same thing, there in the office. It seems he is used to burdening and then apologizing. She had no intention of bringing it up again. Hestia planned to ignore it as something that never happened. But what infuriated her was that he said it first. Anger filled her being. She wanted Helios to stop opening his mouth and pouring out his nasty feelings. Gritting her teeth, Hestia swore that he would never hurt Kale again. Kale saw how she cringed, which was reflected on her face, and he took her hands. His soft voice told her that everything was okay. It was as if Kale wanted to take her pain onto himself. Here he was, she was no longer alone. Then he turned sharply to Helios, and addressing him just as formally, Your Majesty, declared that he had drunk too much at dinner. Helios smiled sadly. Why does he look like that? And then the Crown Prince said that there was nothing to worry about then. He now drinks brandy every day. Kale noted that this was not a very good habit, but Helios repeated that, in any case, he had nothing more to worry about. He will no longer cross the line that they drew. Whether they are friends or not, Kale will always be a dear and valuable person to him. Hestia had already opened her mouth to sarcastically reply that he was speaking ambiguously again, but Kale, still holding her hand, firmly stopped her. His gaze was soft, but at the same time confident. Hestia looked at him in surprise, that look full of determination. Kale's hand was so warm that her cold hand melted into his warmth, and Hestia submitted calmly, answering the Crown Prince that she understood what His Highness meant. But shouldn't someone else say these words? Hestia said she heard that the Crown Princess had invested in Potos's merchant ship. She passed on the prediction, but Diana still invested. She can't help but feel that Her Highness is deliberately going against her predictions. The girl said that she didn't think that the opinion of such a person would coincide with his opinion. Hestia didn't think that Helios could just apologize and that's it, because Helios abandoned his friend because of her. She told Kale when they were alone that the relationship between Helios and Diana had deteriorated significantly. But how angry she was when Helios said that he didn't think that Diana had made the wrong choice. What kind of nonsense was this, she thought? Or was this his way of self-defense? Just when she thought that the main couple effect had not yet worn off, Helios told them that he had promised his father that he would not abandon Diana. Kale was taken aback, turning to Helios and asking again, and Hestia did not quite understand what he meant by promising not to part. Finally, she could rest. It was already late. The girl couldn't sleep. She kept thinking about Helios's apologies. It seemed they were sincere. It's strange. She so wanted to see Diana and Helios apologize to Kale, but she saw the Crown Prince apologize, but she didn't feel any relief. Helios then simply turned around and left. Now she understands. Even if Diana were here begging Kale for forgiveness, it would be unlikely that she would feel better. At that moment, there was a knock. Hestia asked who was there, and irritably said that she was already resting. But hearing that it was Kale, she ran to the door like a bullet. What could be more important than her favorite? She opened the door, although she felt anxious about why he wasn't sleeping at such a late hour. Kale appeared in front of her, and they froze for a moment, looking at each other. The man was the first to break the awkward silence by asking if he had disturbed her sleep. Hestia was already shaking, her legs were giving way, and her brain was telling her that she would sleep it off in the grave. Seeing that Kale was still standing, she muttered, "Why is he not sleeping? It's already night." Kale replied that the reception today had ended so successfully, and he wanted to talk to her. And then he holds out a bottle of wine, offering to drink a glass. A couple of minutes later, the wine was opened. They clinked glasses and got started. Hestia took a sip of wine. Firstly, she was nervous, and secondly, she was thirsty. The girl agreed that it would be quite nice to have a drink when the chores were over, and Kale asked Uros to choose the best wine. Hestia sipped nervously, and Kale was surprised at how quickly she drank the wine, but he liked to watch her. Hestia, with her changing emotions, made him feel touched. She remembered how they drank wine for the first time. It seems she wasn't very comfortable with him then, but now she seems to be more comfortable. But now, seeing Hestia downing glass after glass, he wasn't very comfortable. And then Hestia asked what he wanted to talk to her about. But Kale hesitated, saying nothing. And yet, he decided to tell her that Diana invited him to talk after dinner. Hestia was scared. Could it be that she also asked him for forgiveness today? The girl asked tensely what Diana had said. Kale somehow became gloomy. He remembered Diana in the lily garden. Somehow sadly and guiltily, she asked if he also thought that she was doing everything wrong. She said that she began to think about it often. Diana had said that the reason for their bad relationship was that he had killed Duchess Orcus. And now she was wondering if it had been her mistake to send him away then. And the princess started a dialogue. If he also regrets, and Kale wondered if he regrets. If this were the past Kale, then of course he would regret it. Because look how everything turned out for him. But now he thought about Hestia's words, which showed him that his love had never been meaningless. Hestia revealed this happiness, the ability to love. So he replied to Diana that they could not dare to judge what was right or wrong when everyone was trying their best to follow what they believed. It was the same with him, and it was the same with her, and therefore, if he were to return to the past, he would make the same choice. And all thanks to Hestia, since she revealed that truth to him, he no longer regrets anything. Diana expected something different, that Kale would repent and regret, but his words meant that he would have done the same. Then she smiled and replied that it was clear. Hestia was shocked by his story. Kale calmly noted that it didn't matter at all, but since she was worried, he decided to tell her. Hestia wondered if Diana had asked if it was her fault, which meant that, like Helios, she was thinking about the past. Our heroine was anxious. This is not in Diana's character. Otherwise, she would have apologized just like Helios. While Hestia was wondering what Diana had in mind, she sat in front of the dressing table, combing her hair and humming a melody. She was pleased. This look of Kale, this look of a man in love. He said he would make the same choice for her, which means he still likes her. If the Baron's ship returns safely, both Kale and Heli will realize Hestia's treachery. She needs to launch a merchant ship as quickly as possible. Then everything will become clearer faster. Diana was confident again, and Kale and Heli would be loyal to her and love her again. And meanwhile, Hestia, like a psychologist, was putting everything in its place. As if on shelves, Diana asked whether it was her fault. Considering Diana's character, who is always confident that she is right, this is impossible. Hestia, without hearing Hale, continued to analyze Diana's behavior. Since she was born, she had always walked along roads strewn with petals. So this situation was alien and unfamiliar to her, because now everything is not going the way she wants. Neither love nor libido, her attractiveness as a woman, nor even human relationships. It's good that she hasn't asked Kale for forgiveness yet. And then a thought struck Hestia. She needed to leave immediately. Kale said that if Diana asked him for advice, he would refuse. And Hestia laid out the whole picture for him, that if Diana really wanted to ask for forgiveness, she would have chosen a more suitable place. The fact that she called him one-on-one indicates that Diana wanted him to tell her what she wanted to hear. Of course, Hestia didn't know what he told her, and Kale said that he told Diana that she wasn't guilty. But Hestia explained that this is what he is sure of about himself, and not what he really thinks. Kale was confused, and then replied that he said this to Diana, thinking about her, about Hestia. It was obvious that now Kale himself was nervous, wondering whether he had answered Diana correctly. Looking at Hestia, he asked her what. The girl looked at him in surprise. The man explained that she didn't want to hear anything from him. Kale waited tensely for Hestia to respond. Hestia froze, her eyes wide. She didn't understand what he expected from him, that she forgot to ask, then answered that it seemed to be nothing. Kale bowed his head and said, "But she calls him her favorite." Of course, she wanted to hear and see a lot of things from her favorite, but for now, it was enough for her to see him alive and well. Kale looked at her and thought that he had again misunderstood. Kale drank the wine nervously, and Hestia admired her healthy darling. And then suddenly he reveals that Hestia is an incredible girl. He said that even without the gift of foresight, she can see the future perfectly and can make decisions quickly. But when he said that she probably knows how to do everything, and what she doesn't know, she learns quickly, it made Hestia blush and stutter, mumbling like, "What is he talking about?" Kale approached her, taking the glass from her hands. He said that he did not believe that such a smart girl did not understand. He was already hanging over her. Kale wanted an answer as to why she was pretending in front of him. Looking into her eyes, the man continued, expressing his thoughts so clearly, and she still hadn't guessed anything. Hestia was flushed with heat. Her darling went crazy. He was indignant when she slipped off the sofa, saying that she was, as always, running away from the conversation. Hestia didn't seem to hear him. They were both drunk and tired. They needed to rest. Hestia declared that she was going to sleep, but Kale grabbed her hand, stopping her. He begged her not to run away from him, at least today. Hestia's eyes darted nervously, her legs buckled, and her brain shut down. The girl started running around the room, not knowing where to sit down. Finally,
Sitting as far away from him on the sofa as possible and turning away her crimson face, she asked what he wanted from her. First, he asked Hestia to look at him. The nervous girl almost shouted that she always wanted to look at him. Yes, but now she is not looking. Hestia turned her head indignantly because he is so close. His face was next to her. A velvety voice asked again. Close, yes. Hestia saw that he was getting closer and closer. His eyes were looking at her lips. The girl was trying to stop him. The girl curled up into a ball. Kale affectionately called her Hess and tried to kiss her, but did not want to cause her discomfort. Kale asked permission. It was not yet possible. He wanted his beloved to be ready. Hestia looked at him with some despair and regret. Kale was right. She was not stupid and could not help but notice his approach. But I simply ignored it, believing that he would never like it under any circumstances. And here he is in front of her, waiting for her to open up to him. His hand stroked her hair, but the girl's mind told her that they were still in the book. This is just a world of the author's imagination. She doesn't even know what will happen to her after she completes her revenge. If she reciprocates Kale's feelings, will she be able to handle everything that follows? And yet, his lips are almost touching hers. She can't resist. This look is so trembling. These lips, this kiss. Kale pulled away for a second, calling her by name to see if she would allow it. Hestia knew for sure that she couldn't push him away. The morning sun blinded our heroine's eyes, which she opened with difficulty. Having risen, she thought, and when she fell asleep like that, remembering the events of yesterday, the embassy, dinner, they drank wine with Kale flashed through my head. And then memories flashed. Something happened after the wine, a kiss. Hestia's head was splitting. The hangover was making itself felt. As a fan, she can't just brush off such memories. Ah, well, that's right. It's her fantasy. She drank, and that's what she dreamed about. That's what Hestia thought, until she saw Kale lying next to her. Hestia thought she was going to scream, then jumped up and ran around the room in a nervous fit. This wasn't a dream. This is the real Kale. Sitting on the floor in the far corner of the room, the girl tried to comprehend reality. She shouted over her consciousness that she had simply had a drink, and she made up the rest. How could she imagine such a thing? She and her beloved. Hestia's heart felt like it was going to jump out of her chest. At this time, Kale stood up. It seemed his head was also splitting. Hestia practically begged her on her knees for forgiveness. It was all she did to make her favorite fall asleep here. Kale didn't understand what she was talking about. He asked if she remembered what happened. Burning with shame, she answered that she remembered about the kiss. The Marquis was glad that at least she remembered that. But Hestia, trying to turn everything into a joke, said that it was just a dream. Well, they couldn't have been for real. Kale looked at her with such a face that he wanted to burst into tears. Then, sighing heavily, he said that, to be honest, nothing happened. And all because immediately after the kiss, Hestia lost consciousness from alcohol and fever. Kale felt guilty. He didn't go to bed with her. But since he was drunk, he also lay down and fell asleep. But Hestia screamed like crazy that something like this couldn't really happen to them. Kale convinced himself that he was not guilty due to mitigating circumstances. Walking up to Hestia, who was still sitting on the floor in the corner, he sat down next to her and asked her to tell Uros to change the sheets. And leaving her in the same state of shock, he left. He heard her crazy, breaking voice behind him, asking what this meant. As he left, he didn't know whether to consider it a victory that she hadn't pushed him away yesterday. He really wanted her to focus on her relationship with him now, and not on Helios and Diana. Lately, there has been a strange atmosphere between Hestia and Helios, and Kale has confidently decided that he won't leave it like that. His eyes filled with a sad gleam, and maybe then Hestia would pay attention to him. Hot tea poured into the mug again after the words that Milady really did this to the Marquis. Hestia, crimson, stammering, as if she had been caught in an indecent act, clarified what exactly, but the ladies at Aranis's tea party were talking about a dinner party. After that kiss, she was not herself. Something happened between them then, but she still didn't understand why they had to change the sheets. The linen was clean. In the end, there was nothing but a kiss. She must continue her work, and now at Rafini Aranis, she is trying to find out public opinion about Diana's dinner. Countess Aranis said that the dinner at the Imperial Palace was mediocre. She was simply shocked. One of the ladies echoed her that such stubbornness is not easy to tolerate. Now it is clear why Madame Merope left the palace. The topic also touched on Diana's arbitrariness. There were almost no servants left in the Palace of Lilies. Only priests. What does the Crown Prince think? The priests do not perform their duties, but only have fun in the palace. Now the nobles, who had previously had minor complaints, began to realize the extent of the problems with the temple and Diana thanks to this incident. The ladies were outraged that priests could call themselves people of God, while Hestia, observing the reaction, shared the details. And the women agreed that they should not tolerate this. Otherwise, a priest would end up on the throne. Hestia enjoyed what she heard. Diana's worst move was that she decided to replace the servants around with people from the temple. And the girl realized that this was the moment and suggested filing a complaint against the temple. She added that she had received the report because she had recently been collecting data on cases of problems with the temple. Hestia explained that the epidemic in those parts had not subsided, although the rain had stopped long ago. The ladies gasped. Surely if the church had worked as it should, the epidemic would have died down long ago. And all because the priests are not where they should be. That's great, Hestia thought. Lady Aranis noted that it would be better if the aristocrats signed a common document, and she suggested doing this, since she suggested it. Aranis had previously wanted to get closer to Diana, and now she's on the opposite side. Did she understand that Diana is a rotten person? Is she insightful or experienced? But when they are on the same side, then he is a truly reliable person. Just now, Aranis suggested finding examples of temples that do not do their job. All those present decided to act together. Each of the noble ladies here is the head of the family. If they all start to act at the same time, the center of gravity of the social world will shift by itself. Before Hestia had time to detonate this bomb of social discontent, she was standing in the office of Helios, who already knew everything about the signatures regarding Diana. Well, what is this? She hasn't assembled this bomb yet. She appreciated the quickness of his source of information, asking if he knew what they were collecting signatures for. Helios answered affirmatively and called for a stop. Hestia took the coffee that had been prepared for her for the umpteenth time and asked what would happen if they didn't stop. The crown prince confidently said that he wanted to protect Diana. His look said that he would do anything for this. Hestia looked at him with an equally stubborn and determined gaze. Helios spoke these words out loud, expressing his intention to protect Diana. Hestia answered him defiantly with her eyes alone. She will do anything, yes. The girl noticed that he now did not look like the one who had recently asked her husband for forgiveness. Helios answered sadly that it was different, but he couldn't leave Diana. Hestia screamed, but she would destroy him. She then went on to outline the idea of their circle, that they did not want the temple to be the head of the imperial family instead of the imperial family. But he objected. Is she simply fighting against the temple? Is there no hidden personal goal? This made Hestia look at him in amazement. He continued for her. He knows what he is talking about, because she loves Kael. He said that before he thought that she married Kael for personal glory, but now he sees her sincerity. So why does she hate him and Diana so much? And again he answered for her, because they abandoned Kael, causing him terrible pain. When he said that she was taking the situation with Diana to extremes, Hestia stubbornly turned her head away, saying that he knew better. Political debates were not her thing. Helios was now amazed that Hestia was no longer hiding this, and she really never hid it. Then she suggested arresting her, since he was doing everything for his wife. The girl stated that it was possible to find out what happened. Since you made coffee, which you usually don't drink, and called one, you think that she, Hestia, will now tremble with fear. Our heroine held on. Helios had power, and she had foresight. It would not be possible to break her. And then he says that he will give her the territory of Attica that she wanted, and also gives Kael the title of Duke. In the original, the territory of Attica is the land of Duke Orcus, who was dealt with by Caelus. And now, he decided to give these territories to Hestia in exchange for receiving the prophecy, and also the Duchy of Kael. Before that, he said that he couldn't do it without a good reason. So she accepted the condition, but with the territory and title that Kael should have received long ago. Hestia, getting more and more worked up with anger, hissed. He said, when signing the memorandum, that Kael couldn't just get the title. So what had changed since then? And he also stated that he couldn't make such a decision without the emperor. So, Helios offers to promote Kael to negotiations with the kingdom, and, by the will of his majesty, also to the land of Attica to her, as the future duchess. Now it turns out that everything can be done by adding that Kael is considered the most worthy nobleman for this. Hestia was in deep thought. Kael had been studying diplomatic strategies ever since he heard her prediction. With all his abilities, he cannot fail the negotiations in any case. But if he receives the highest title, then of course, the negotiations will become easier. She somehow didn't think about it before, so there was no reason to listen to Helios's request. A memorandum had been signed earlier, where this promise had already been given. And just as she wanted to open her mouth to remind about it, Helios stated that there were loopholes in the memorandum. Hestia summoned all her inner strength to restrain herself, but patience did not last long. Helios decided to confess everything.
It turned out that the memorandum stated that the implementation of this agreement could be postponed indefinitely, since no appropriate basis was found. Therefore, Hestia and Kale could wait a very long time for this suitable opportunity. Hestia swallowed convulsively and said that she remembered well that the agreement stated that when Kale sat down at the negotiating table, he would be a duke, not a marquis. But he continued that she would also become the owner of Attica, of course, if she agreed to a new deal. Hestia clenched her fists in frustration. It was all her fault. At that moment, she felt like Helios was looking down on her, so she didn't read the memorandum properly. She was so confident looking at him through that holy receipt. Now this memorandum looks like a piece of toilet paper. In order to make Kale a duke, she must accept this deal. But if she does, the work against Diana must stop. Hestia thought feverishly. Maybe there were some options. After a moment of silence, she asked Helios if it would be okay if they just stopped collecting signatures. He replied that all demands against the temple should be withdrawn. But Hestia noted that even if she stopped, others would pick it up later. The temple will not be able to hide its shame for long. The religious power takes control of the secular empire. It has already been said that the actual power belongs not to the emperor, but to the wife of the crown prince. Helios said that he would think about it the day before, but now he wanted to convince her. The girl, not wanting to listen, said that she didn't know why he chose the long way instead of the short one. She also said what Helios Kale had recently said, that Her Highness the Crown Princess was lucky to have such a husband. She would never meet anyone like him again. Helios took this as a pleasant compliment, but then Hestia continued in disappointment, and she thought that he would be a cold-blooded ruler. She no longer wanted to see or hear this man. The girl stood up, bowed, and announced that she was leaving. He stopped her, didn't want to part on such a note, but our heroine with a cold face turned around and said that the next time they saw each other, he would have to call her Duchess. Helios sat as if struck by lightning from her words and gaze. A worried Kale and Uros met her at home. He ran up to Hestia, asking why Helios had called her, if everything was okay. But Hestia passed by, saying that she was a little tired. They would talk later. But Kale couldn't just let her go, because he saw that the girl was not herself. The man asked why she had that look. He held her hand, making it clear that he wanted to hear the answer. This was genuine excitement and not idle curiosity. Kale stood in the same pose, asking her why. Hestia turned her head without taking her eyes off him. Kale's jaw trembled. It was clear that he was having a hard time containing his emotions. Hestia was silent, and then he shouted for Uros to immediately prepare the carriage. He was going to the palace. Hestia still couldn't utter a word. She looked at this Kale, who was barely holding back his anger. Kale turned around and said that he shouldn't have let her go alone. Even at dinner, Helios looked at her strangely, and the Marquis declared that he would definitely find out what happened. And then, Hestia realized what was about to happen. Rushing after him, she begged him to stop. Nothing happened, but Kale did not believe. She had a look as if she was about to cry. Here, Hestia broke down. She started crying because of Helios, but she didn't shed a single tear because of him. And then Kale was already frightened by the sight of Hestia's face, but she knew that Kale would still demand to know what was discussed in the palace. And the girl screamed that it was because she was angry, but Kale kept asking, which meant that something definitely happened. Hestia sighed tiredly, trying to collect herself, and she reported that His Excellency, the Crown Prince, had promoted him to Duke. Kale didn't even know what to answer. When they entered the mansion, he couldn't believe that Helios gave him the title so quickly, and her the land. And then he asked, isn't this what Helios was going to give them anyway? One could only admire the insight of her beloved, and the girl told him everything, on what conditions she had to accept gifts from Helios and about the loophole. Kale asked what about her plan. She had prepared it. He saw that Hestia was upset. He correctly understood that Helios only needed to stop Hestia as the main one. Seeing Kale Hestia gloomy, she thought he was so angry with her. Thoughts flashed through her mind like a kaleidoscope. Did she do something stupid? Now she will not be able to condemn the temple. So until the merchant ship sails, she needs to find another nobleman who will take her place. Otherwise, they will miss the perfect moment to attack Diana. And then a voice sounded that he would personally report about the temple at a meeting of ministers. So said Kale. After all, it is very important for her plans to obtain the lands of Attica and the duchy. She will withdraw her name from this deal, and he will take the lead. Hestia jumped up at these words and screamed that he was talking complete nonsense. Doesn't he know why she is collecting accusations against the temple? She did say that then, the crown prince's wife and the girl stumbled. This will lead to the collapse of Helios and Diana's former friend and great love. Is he ready to stab them in the back? Just like that. The girl was adamant. She couldn't force him, and he shouldn't do it. Hestia firmly said that she would do all the dirty work. but he confidently and without hesitation took her hand and said that he would help her. Since she cannot stop taking revenge for his sake and for her own, he kissed her hand and declared that he wanted to join her. His eyes, full of confidence, sparkled with the idea. He asked her to allow him. Hestia asked why he was smiling, because he wanted to do at least something for her, but she still doesn't believe him. She still has doubts. Of course, it touched her deeply. Did she believe it? Of course she did. She saw it in his eyes. Then the man gently clung to the stunned Hestia. She buried her face in his shoulder and barely restrained herself as she whispered an apology for dragging him into her dirty deeds. And of course she thanked him. He was so angry at Helios, but he made her cry. Maybe it was because his embrace was so strong, or maybe because his scent lingered on her skin. But that night, she dreamed of him. It was the first time. The dream was like reality. He was so close. She felt his body and the softness of his lips. His face is so real. Or is this not a dream? In the morning, Hestia woke up from sleep, sitting up in bed. It's obvious that this is due to a feeling of guilt that she involved him in her affairs. Hestia punched the bed. What kind of dream is this? But one way or another, as a fan, she feels completely happy about such a dream. But she urged herself to pull herself together. Now was not the time to be daydreaming. First, she needed to get to Madame Aranese. Everything went a little off plan, but since Kale himself said that he would take care of the matter, it's no longer a problem. It turned out even better. Kale, with his powers and authority, will be able to personally accuse the clergy. But she understood that Helios could interfere again, so this matter had to be kept completely secret. The date of departure of the merchant ship has become known, which means that Helios was unable to stop Diana. Hestia also learned that Helios was keeping an eye on the Baron's family. Helios told her that besides Diana, many aristocrats had invested in this ship, so the crown prince could not just stop the departure without reason. Hestia understood that these investments would no longer pay off. How she waited for the moment to see Diana's face when the ship sank. Kale looked at the now familiar changing reaction on her face and said that there was something else. Most likely, he will soon go to negotiate with the kingdom. Hestia felt a rush of heat. How soon he would have to leave. Due to lack of preparation even before Kale's return, everyone was afraid of war, so they signed an unfavorable peace treaty. But now everything is different, she warned, and stopped provocations in the border areas. Now they are ready for war. And most importantly, this time the negotiations will be conducted by Kale himself. Even in the novel, it was not indicated how good a diplomat he is, which means the negotiations will be successful. And besides, he is prepared. They talked about upcoming affairs and the ceremony that was to be held at the official reception. But Kale said that he would ask to do it without the ceremony. There was almost no time, and there were more important things to do. Hestia decided to let it be as Kale wanted. But a strange feeling, when the heart is not in place, gripped Hestia. It seemed that this was what they had been waiting for so long. Kale reported that immediately after the re-preparation, he was going to report to the temple. He explained that first it would be necessary to complete negotiations, and when people switched their attention, it would be necessary to strike. Asking if she agreed with him, Hestia nodded. He was right. While they were discussing matters, Uros hurried towards them. Bowing, he informed Kale that he needed to go. They were waiting for him. The man stood up and said that Toto was leaving. Finally, the girl asked him to be careful. Smiling charmingly, he said that they would see each other soon. Kale left, but Hestia still remained perplexed. Looking at his plate, I realized that because of his business, he again hadn't eaten properly. She asked Uros if everything was okay, and he assured her that everything was okay with the gentleman. He reported that his master always worked late. Uros, wiping away his tears, said that before he returned for dinner very rarely, but now he returns every day, hinting at Hestia. The girl remembered that in the novel, his workaholism was mentioned in only one line. Still, the novel and reality are different. Hestia stood on the balcony waiting for Kale to see how much longer the crown prince and emperor would use her husband. She felt so lonely in her room. It was already so late, and he was still not here. How she wished she could help him diplomatically. She had already thought about telling Uros to pack him some food for work, so he could have a snack during his break. She lowered her head and thought that from the outside, she really was Kale's wife. Now her heart was breaking with longing for him, and all because they had become closer recently, and this was not possible. You have to remember that she is just a reader of this novel. She doesn't know why she ended up here, but she just needs to survive. Sometimes, she didn't understand where reality was and where it wasn't. Everything here was so real. This novel is too similar to reality. She eats, drinks, meets people, just like usual. Is this place really just a romance? The girl looked at the sky with longing, as if there was an answer there. And if she admits that this is her new reality, What will happen to her life before this? Why did she spend so many years studying and working when she only lived with dreams about the future? The world that she can imagine as the future is her world. And here she is only for Kale. Kale had been watching her from below for a long time. She doesn't care what happens in this world, since it is not hers, but she is only worried about Kale. It is only for the sake of his happiness that she cannot lose her goal. At this time, Diana was praying on her knees in the temple for protection and help. Diana appealed to the great God to look after those who give him their love. She needs help and strength, if only he would believe and help. The saint prayed that all sinners would be punished. Their bodies would be pierced by the spears of retribution. A malicious smile flashed across her face. A firm, strong hand held Hestia's hand, so familiar and dear. Kale tried to open Hestia with some kind of frenzy. Something was bothering her, and he had noticed it for a long time. The girl, blushing, looked at him with her eyes wide open in surprise. Kale, also excited, breathing heavily, wanted to embrace her now and not let go. The girl called his name. He stood there saying nothing. He tried to pronounce her name, but it didn't work. Hestia screamed. The first thing that came to her mind was that something had happened. Then she burst out. This prince again. What did he say to him? And she started swearing. She could only swear like that in front of him, since he did not understand these strange words. The girl asked excitedly, with a trembling voice, if he was okay. Now, he saw the usual Hessie, worrying about him first and foremost. He hugged her and laid his head on her shoulder. The dumbfounded Hestia no longer knew what to think. What was wrong with him? A slight tremor ran through his body when he saw her there, standing on the balcony. There, in her, he saw his own worthy loneliness. He thought that she might jump down. At that time, Hestia was waving her arms. She would strangle her now. He had frightened and excited her so much that now she was shaking. Leaning back on the sofa, she did not understand what was there on the balcony. After he almost strangled her in his arms, he turned around abruptly, wishing her good night, saying that he had thought too much because he was tired, but he himself was pale, and so she wondered what Kale had thought up. He already has to worry about the diplomatic mission, and then there are the temple's accusations. Still, the feeling of guilt for the additional burden placed on him did not leave her. But Hestia understood that she needed to hold on for him and move forward. Without going to bed, she sat down to write a letter. The pen in my hand trembled a little. The words formed into sentences. It was all for him. She wrote a letter to the noble saint to request a meeting, asking her not to reject her. Our heroine arrived incognito. The priest asked her to wait until he reported to the saint. When Hestia entered the temple, she saw a sculpture of an angel piercing a sinner. The girl looked at her in fascination. She didn't know that there was such a place in the temple. Apparently, this room is no longer used for prayer. She sent a letter about the meeting to Diana, and she responded so quickly, as if she had been expecting it. Diana wrote that they would meet in a secret prayer room. Hestia didn't even expect that she would want to talk alone. It's strange that even their thoughts coincided. Hestia couldn't take her eyes off the statue. It seemed to her that she had seen it before her current resurrection. And I didn't think that I would see her again in this place. Looking at her, Hestia thought that if God exists, then he controls everything and everyone, which means that the God of this novel is the author. The girl asked the question, if God really hears her, then why did she end up in this novel? Hestia was so lost in thought while looking at the sculpture that she was frightened when she heard a menacing voice as if coming from the statue asking who she was. To deny the existence of God, Diana added, standing behind her. Hestia was not used to hearing such a loud voice from her. Diana looked at her with the undisguised contempt of a saint denouncing a sinner. Hestia made a forced bow to greet the saint who had entered so silently. The tension grew. Diana scolded Hestia that he was only thinking about saying such things in the temple, and she replied that she just came to talk, because Her Highness also wanted this. Otherwise, she would not have answered. Then, Diana decided to get straight to the point by saying that she had heard that Hestia had received the province of Attica, after which she immediately attacked Hestia, which may have made her jealous that a commoner became the wife of the Crow Prince. While the dumbfounded Hestia was wondering what kind of nonsense Diana was talking about, she declared that out of envy, Hestia wanted to receive the lands of Attica and become a duchess. She also accused Hestia of using Kale for this. Diana wrung her hands as if in prayer, and cried out that he was too pure a man to be a toy in her hands. After Diana's call that Hestia should leave him, our heroine pounced on the saint, asking why then was she so cruelly criticizing such a pure man. Diana initially called this nonsense, but Hestia noticed that it was a hint of an insult to the imperial person. The girl recalled her behavior during the last tea party. For Hestia, Diana's title was not important, so she suggested discarding these formalities. Therefore, the title etiquette was discarded.
They are, one might say, equal, both commoners by origin. At first, Diana couldn't find anything to answer. Hestia's pressure deprived her of the opportunity to continue, but her face took on a malicious look, and Hestia showed her true self. Hestia looked at her rival in bewilderment. Diana agreed to switch to informal address without etiquette, but she did this with Kale because of her emotions. She, like a saint, cannot say that something bad is good. Hestia despised this hypocrisy, reminding him that Kale had done this for her and Helios. She would understand criticism from anyone else, such as those connected to the Duke's family. With sparkling eyes, she declared that Diana and Helios, more than anyone else, should have sided with Kale. Then Kale, the words stuck in his throat. She wanted to say that then Kale would not have tried to commit suicide. His psyche would not have been broken. Our heroine said that she acted this way out of emotion, but she never even thanked him. Hestia didn't let Diana continue. Let her not say that there was no chance. After all, how many times had she tried to attract his attention to herself? Diana trembled with anger, asking what Hestia meant by this, and Hestia directly told her that she should apologize to Kale. As a goddess of retribution, she seemed to suppress Diana with her whole being and urged her to admit her guilt before Kale. Diana looked at her with fear. Hestia's whole appearance now frightened her. Standing in the temple, she called for an apology to the man who risked everything for her. This is her only chance to end it all here and now. Kale said that he could do everything himself, but before, he loved this woman more than life, and he won't be able to get rid of her with his own hands. Hestia stated that this was her last chance, not for her own sake, but for Kale's. She had to apologize for hurting him. Clenching her fists and shaking with anger, she urged them to do it sincerely. Diana responded imperiously and arrogantly. How dare she elevate herself to the level of God, even without believing in him? She said Kale's name, and it was as if something was stopping her from speaking further, and she blurted out that Kale still loved her. Hestia grabbed the lands of Attica, and what now? And Diana recalled how her previous owner greeted her. Hestia was confused. What was she even talking about? What kind of master was he? Kale loved her, so she could easily cheat on him. The crown princess continued to say with a dignified voice that she was a priestess chosen by God, and the marquise thought that she could treat her like that, even when Kale realized who his true love was. And after that, he will immediately throw out such a slutty woman as Hestia. Diana and Hestia stood opposite each other as if in a ritual duel. Hestia continued to annoy her rival by asking what she had been praying for lately. She saw Diana's intentions, which she told her. She wants to return Kalis in order to restore relations with Helios. Diana insisted that she wanted to stand on the ground where there is morality and justice, and it was as if a heavenly judge declared that she was confident that justice before God would prevail. Hestia's burst of laughter prevented her from continuing her speech. Hestia found it very funny that the woman standing in front of her was talking about morality and truth. That is, this means Diana's victory and her, Hestia's fall. The girl stated that she wants to think exactly the same. The hypocrisy was so disgusting, and looking with a piercing gaze at the crown princess, Hestia clearly and confidently told her that her husband no longer loved her, and her healing power disappeared when the money she took out of the temple drowned. What will she do then? The words about money and the ship frightened Diana, and her gaze showed fear and confusion. But Diana pulled herself together and declared that she did not believe Hestia. She said that she could deceive everyone, but it wouldn't work with her. Hestia replied that it wouldn't be that difficult. When news comes of Poto's ship sinking, and even before, Diana will only need to show her healing powers. Diana became noticeably nervous. In her heart, she was afraid of Hestia, her strength, her confidence. Hestia added that she knows that Diana believes her, she is simply afraid, and that is why she resists. Diana was already screaming that Hestia doesn't believe in God, which means she can't have any foresight. It's all a lie, and she will prove the truth. What a deceiver Hestia is, and everyone will see it. And Kale will see it. Our heroine pricked the princess. That is, she understands that in her failure, she can again rely only on Helios. She wants to return her relationship with Kale, because she understands that without Neo, she will not restore her relationship with Helios. But all you need to do is apologize. Diana, as usual, didn't want to listen to anything. Even now, her pride is off the charts. What Diana calls principles, how Hestia wanted to beat her up. Hestia looked at Diana expectantly, after which she suggested that they fulfill the promises they had made to each other. Then she headed for the exit, declaring that she didn't want to do this stupid thing again, and she finally wished the saint that her God would hear her prayers. The saint, with her face distorted with anger, watched the one she hated with all her heart, considering her the cause of all her troubles. Walking along the corridor of the temple, Hestia did not hope that Diana would listen to her, but it so happened that for the first time they showed each other their real faces. Hestia didn't feel any evil, but there was no sense of relief either. It seems like things have only gotten more confusing. Now she was replaying her dialogue with Diana. This saint is full of hatred because she has never faced difficulties in her life. She said to get rid of such a terrible woman as Hestia. Accusations bordering on her own defeat. Since she doesn't believe in God, then she can't have the strength. Diana fears and hates Hestia at the same time, so she expects her to fail. Hestia understood that Diana was right about her predictions. She was not a seer, she just knew the plot in advance. If Kale knew the truth, what then? Hestia sat lost in thought over a cup of tea, not hearing Kale's words. Kale called her again. The girl came to her senses and apologized for her absent-mindedness. She immediately pounced on herself. Her favorite is addressing her, and she is thinking about other things. He repeated again that it would soon be almost a year. This confused Hestia. She did not understand a year of what. Then I remembered that a year had passed since the end of the novel's plot, and the wedding of the main characters. The girl concentrated and noticed that yes, the year had flown by quickly. He clarified that she knew what needed to be done. She blurted out that yes, a gift needed to be sent to the palace. Kale looked at her in surprise, not understanding what gift and why to send to the palace. The Marquis realized that Hestia didn't remember, and exhaling, said that that wasn't what he meant, and he reminded that he meant their wedding anniversary. Kale continued with the same restraint, trying not to show his excitement. Their wedding anniversary, almost a year since they had been married. Hestia shuddered at these words. There were baskets of threads and needles on the table. Hestia was nervous and didn't know where to start. It was impossible to do without Decumar, and the tailor, of course, came to the rescue. Hestia wanted to give Kale a gift for their anniversary, but she didn't know what it would be. They began to think. Decumar asked with a slight smile that this was for her husband, and Hestia, turning her head away to hide her shyness, nodded. It is necessary to explain why Hestia decided to make a gift with her own hands. Therefore, it is necessary to return just at the moment when Hestia, burning with shame, learned about the anniversary that she had completely forgotten about. If you think about it, she ended up in the Marquisate on the day of the main character's wedding and didn't even think about it. As Kale's #1 fan, she knew everything. When he was born, his favorite color, his favorite food, and without suspecting anything, she prepared a gift for another couple. And now, unable to find a place for herself from shame, with a trembling voice, she asked her beloved what he wanted as a gift. He asked her the same question, which completely confused Hestia. She was silent, and his beloved sighed. She didn't want anything from him. Seeing how upset he was, the girl jumped up and blurted out the first thing that came to mind. So as not to upset her beloved, she suggested throwing a party. She suggested celebrating both the anniversary and the title on the same day, not inviting anyone, celebrating only with loved ones. Gloria and Oros met this idea with enthusiasm. Kale said that in that case, he would give Oros the order to organize the holiday. Hestia looked like she had been squeezed dry. Kale was worried looking at her. Then, she managed to take control of the situation. But he himself started talking about the anniversary, which meant he must want something from her. And so, she decided to come up with a surprise. Kale is very rich and has everything. Almost all of her money went into his budget. Taking money from his pocket for his own gift is not an option, so she decided to make it with her own hands. So it was decided to remake his scarf into a tie for Kale. Decumar asked why she settled on a tie. The girl became embarrassed and said, apparently the idea wasn't very good. Decumar, on the contrary, really approved of her approach. He was just surprised that she didn't choose something more expensive. Hestia, stitch by stitch, thoughtfully replied that it is better to give a gift with the person in mind. Kale spent the whole night thinking of a gift for her, and when she thought about it, warmth and love spread through her heart. She remembered their kiss. Then she couldn't push him away. But in the end, the ending still won't change. In this world, Hestia has no future, of course. The gift will not replace her. Dekimaru the girl simply replied that she wanted Kale to smile when he saw her gift. Not knowing what awaited her ahead, she wanted to leave at least something behind. The tailor looked at the Marquise with some surprise and admiration, and the very next second, Dekimar's enthusiasm was boiling, and ideas for the design of the tie were being proposed, vying with each other. Hestia couldn't put in anything, since she put her whole heart into the gift. Decimar promised to make it the best, and he offered to try. His face was full of will and determination. Hestia could only coo and nod, and the tailor began to give orders with all his might. Euros watched the process with curiosity, admiring how his mistress was trying with the gift.
But Gloria didn't let Uros finish watching. She dragged him by the scruff of the neck to do her own thing. Gloria had everything under control, and so did Uros. The butler promised to arrange the best holiday, even at the cost of his life. The man shouted all these statements while Gloria was dragging him across the floor. Diana threw the book on the floor. She was overcome with hysterical laughter, which was turning into hysteria. She was in the temple. She learned that Helios had summoned Baron Potos's family to the palace to formally discuss investments, but in reality, to get back the investment if the ship sinks. Diana was hysterical. How could he trust this Hestia? Both Heli and Kale all believe this woman, and Harmonia has also been sending her strange messages lately. She writes in every message that she must behave according to the position of the crown prince's wife. It turns out that a person must change according to his title, or the place changes the person. She is a saint who lives according to long-established truths, and not a politician who changes depending on the external environment. That's why they both loved her. Covering her tear-stained face with her hands, she thought that she needed to act faster. Diana believed that Hestia needed to be exposed in front of everyone as soon as possible, and then everyone would love her, Saint Diana, again. Hestia pressured her to apologize to Kale. She understood that Diana wanted to get back into a relationship with Kale. In order to break off relations with the crown prince, she also needs Kalis. Hestia's words echoed in her head. It would all end with her sincere apologies. Diana resisted apologizing to him because she was always right. She remembered how, at their last meeting, Kale had greeted her as the small moon of the empire. I just need to apologize. These words were spinning in Diana's head. When they met then, and he greeted her, Kale didn't think they would meet like this. It's worth rewinding a couple of hours back. When Kale and Helios arrived to the emperor, he was sincerely glad to see the Marquis. Helios even became jealous, noticing that he was happier to see Kale than his own son. Kale apologized for not visiting him, but he was very busy. The emperor knew that the Marquis had successfully negotiated and would soon receive the title of Duke. Helios supported his father, saying that thanks to the Marquis, the empire was stable, and the title should have been given even earlier. His childhood friend and the emperor were now joking and laughing, and it seemed like nothing had happened. It was painful for Kale to look at the sick emperor who had replaced his father, so how could he rejoice at the increase in title? He wanted to believe that he had received the title for his own merits, and not as a result of a deal. If he, instead of Hestia, files a complaint against the temple and receives the lands of Duke Orcus, then the power of the ruling family may be shaken. A familiar voice distracted him from his inner thoughts. He apologized to His Highness because he was lost in thought. The emperor rejoiced with all his heart for the Marquis, who would soon become a duke. It was a great honor for Kale, too. Looking at the father and son, Kale thought that when the emperor's power falls, His Majesty and Helios will be able to keep their places if they refuse Diana. But if not, then just then he met Diana, beaming as usual. Kale didn't think he would meet her on his way home, but as usual, according to etiquette, he bowed to her. His dry answer unpleasantly surprised Diana. The girl folded her arms and didn't know what topic to start to break the wall of silence. After looking at him, hesitating from awkwardness, she offered to talk. But Kale, still in the same official tone, apologized and replied that he couldn't because he was busy. Diana was in despair. She looked at him and did not recognize him. What should she do? The princess thought nervously. She can't just let him go like that. Diana wanted to convey to him all her sincerity, but she couldn't do it just like that during a chance meeting. But she had to do it. She remembered her eyes and voice apologizing to Kalis. Some kind of fear sat in Diana remembering this woman. She was not as afraid of anyone as she was of her. The minutes flew by. She was thinking what to do. Apologize right now. Diana stood with her eyes downcast, until Kale turned to her questioningly. But the girl raised her head as if nothing had happened, and smiled sweetly. Giving a sign with her hand to the maids accompanying her, she cheerfully remarked that she had heard that he would soon become a duke. Taking a box from the maid, she announced that she had prepared a gift for him in honor of this event. Handing the gift to Kale, the princess said that she hoped that the future duke would accept it. Kale held the box in his hands and said that it was a great honor for him. Diana beamed, so he accepted her gift. And Hestia wanted to put her in an awkward position, thinking that she would act according to her will. The box with the unopened gift burned in the fire, while Diana was completely confident that Kale would return to her. Kale burned the box unopened in the fireplace, deciding that there was no point in keeping something that Hesi might not like. He remembered the words of Hestia, who said that Diana was now looking for a meeting with him, and now the supposedly accidental meeting was not accidental, so she prepared a gift. Kale knew that their relationship with Helios left much to be desired.
but he did not understand why Diana now wanted to change their relationship with him. Kale thought, now he is the husband of the hated Hestia, who is right in that Diana wants to say something personal. He began to suspect that it was obvious that Diana believed that his feelings for her had remained the same, and was trying to throw out a line to attract attention. It hurt him a little, just like that, as if nothing had happened. The Marquis sat in a chair and tried to pull himself together. He chuckled that somehow everything was turning out too far-fetched. He wanted to die when she married another, but now he understands that he was not himself and was overwhelmed by his feelings. Without Hestia, there would be no him, and his heart filled with warmth at the thought of her. Kale remembered their powerful first meeting, when Hestia was like a hurricane that had burst in. Since then, his life belonged entirely to her. So why not live for her sake, using the time that fate gives them? Of course, it would be nice to start by becoming real spouses, but his wife gives him endless love, never crossing the line between them. Is it love or insanity? He didn't think Hestia was lying, but something was stopping her from crossing that line. He came to her when she was sleeping and couldn't resist kissing her. She muttered his name in her sleep, but when she woke up, she thought it was just a dream. But her face was so happy in her sleep. She smiled so sincerely, and he looked at this smile sitting at her bedside. Now he was smiling. It was not a dream but reality, but he could not do it without her desire. Hestia walked into the living room and gasped when she saw the mountains of boxes. The entire living room was filled with gifts. She didn't understand what they were. Euro stood silently with a smile and waited for the first shock to pass for his mistress. The visits began. Everyone piled on Kale and her as his companion. Who else would be more suited to the title of Duchess than her? Everyone just congratulated the hotels, claiming that they didn't mean anything like that. Hestia had to accept visitors with a sweet smile. Our heroine thought to herself, who are you lying to? As soon as the news of Kale's promotion appeared, everyone seemed to conspire and began visiting their palace with gifts. How many people have come just today, and everyone is trying for their own benefit. She was busy greeting guests, and Kale did not leave his office, preparing for the upcoming negotiations. In her free time, under the guidance of Decimar, she made a tie. They've both been busy these past few days. Now, while working on the gift again, she thought about him. Maybe she could at least bring him a snack. And then she heard Uros's voice that guests had arrived. This news filled her with anger. She couldn't even think about it. Someone had already entered the room, and Hestia was preparing to put on a smile again and accept congratulations. Countess Erinys stood before her, saying that from now on it was necessary to address Hestia as Duchess. The woman smiled as always. They sat and chatted. Hestia noticed that people were now comparing them to Duke Orcus. Erinys answered with a laugh that not so often, since now they own the lands. Hestia thought that now there was a topic for discussion in high society, but judging by the fact that the Countess was smiling, the girl hoped that the conversations did not have a negative connotation. Erinys called her and the Marquis amazing. They are the first to be promoted to such a high title in order to establish diplomatic relations. Now the aristocrats don't even realize how important these negotiations are. They are only aware of the increased clashes on the border with the kingdom after last year's flood, which was also in the plot. Before her reincarnation, she was confused by the thought that this could turn into a war. But not this time, since she foresaw the future and managed to take care of the borders in advance. After Kale can calmly continue her growth, it seems that because of this, she lost her insight. But this atmosphere should not prevent Kale from becoming a duke. But Countess Erinys said that there was even more shocking news, which surprised her. What else could be discussed as their title increase with Kale? When Erinys said she knew that Hestia had asked Madame Harmonia to help with the lands in Attica, Hestia almost choked on her tea. Hestia coughed, trying to collect herself, the news taking her by surprise. Trying to hide her anger, she tried to understand how Erinys found out about this. It was a few days ago, Madame Harmony came to see her. They talked as usual. The woman complained that she felt such emptiness in her chest. She complained that she had already sent so many letters to Diana, but there was still no answer. She was suffering. In fact, Harmonia was the first to arrive to congratulate Hestia, but the conversation naturally turned to the situation with Diana. And then Hestia suggested that Harmonia help her. She will soon receive a large plot of land. There will be so much work that she won't be able to handle it alone. Therefore, it would be nice if Harmony shared it with her, even though she had a salon. Hestia explained that Harmonia could consider this a short journey. Here, she will continue to think about the crown prince's wife. Hestia will worry, but most importantly, the trip will be a challenge. Hestia truly didn't know anyone with better social skills than Harmonia. She would become the link between her and the people. Moreover, there is no greed in her. She will not betray, being blinded by greed, or secretly steal property. Therefore, after Hestia is gone, she can be relied upon. Then Harmonia replied that she would think about it.
The woman did not give a clear answer at the time and was supposed to contact later. And now, stumbling, Hestia tried to justify herself by saying that she was not close to Madame, that it just happened that way and in that spirit. But Aranis asked not to make excuses. She knows that she and Harmonia are quite friendly. With a smile, the Countess admitted that at first she was upset, but then she thought that it would be a shame to part just because of this, because they had a lot in common, so she wanted to win him over to her side. Hestia sat with a mute expression on her face, experiencing repeated shocks. Yes, this is a terrible woman. But imagine Hestia's surprise when Aranis declared that she considered it right to appoint Harmonia to the position of managing the lands. She frankly didn't understand anything now, and then it began to dawn on her that if Madame went to Attica, her salon would be temporarily closed, and she would also stop appearing in the capital's social circles. Thus, Aranis will become the most unrivaled among the secular aristocracy. In general, Hestia understood that this all sounded creepy. There was another piece of news. They are proposing to officially overthrow the Crown Prince's wife. Hestia already knew. Madame Harmonia had spoken about it earlier. They were about to sign a general agreement. But then the aristocracy, realizing the problem, realized that it couldn't end like that. But Diana still hadn't lost the support of the people. Hestia also noticed that the Countess had another accusation. The woman nodded. It turns out that everything is now in Hestia's hands. So all this was not in vain. What would have happened if they had turned away from her after learning about her relationship with Harmonia? At that moment, a frightened maid flew into the room screaming. She stated that it was urgent. The Countess looked at the maid in bewilderment. Baron Potos's merchant ship sank. A slight smile appeared on Hestia's face. Diana could not avoid falling. The Crown Prince walked quickly down the corridor, with guards running behind him. Kale's face was calm because he expected this. Helios pounded on the door and shouted for Baron Potos to open the door. The Baron and his wife were sitting in the living room of the palace and looked in surprise at the Crown Prince who entered. Helios shouted that they must detain the Baron for attempting to escape. Diana was present in the room. When the Baron and his wife were captured, Diana shouted at Helios to stop. Approaching Helios pleadingly, she stated that these were her guests. And then Helios, like a knife, stabbed her in the chest with the words that Potos' ship had sunk. Bewilderment, horror, and question were reflected on Diana's face. Everything happened as Hestia predicted. Diana couldn't believe it. How could this be? She prayed to God so desperately every day. Helios asked his wife to answer honestly how much she had invested in the Baron's ship. After the news reached every corner of the empire, investors began to gather outside the palace gates. Hestia watched everyone and was surprised that they really had invested a lot. What a fuss there was! People were shouting for the Baron to return the money. As soon as the rumors reached Helios, he locked all of the Baron's men in the palace. And the aristocrats who suffered losses are at the gates every day. She saw Aranis, who, noticing Hestia, approached her. Hestia asked if the Countess had met the Baron, but she waved her hand. His Highness has forbidden all meetings with the Baron. The cavalry will not let anyone see him. Aranis whispered more quietly in Hestia's ear that even the princess had made a scandal, but in the end she left. Videome Helios is very angry. Since Diana was treated like everyone else, Aranis's losses were not so great. About a month's income, thanks to Hestia's warnings. Hestia suggested that we postpone the meeting with the Baron. Now we need to meet with those who suffered losses. And with these words, they parted, agreeing to meet for tea. Hestia learned that, according to rumors, Baron Pothos, Dioca, and Diana were taken away during the tea party. It was such a shock for the entire secular society. Now the Baron and his wife were sitting in prison under guard. How easily he accepted other people's money that he couldn't even handle. Right now, the most interesting thing for Hestia was the situation with Diana. It was impossible to understand now whether she would be able to meet with her. To begin with, Hestia decided to go to Helios to find out how he was doing. Helios sat leaning back in his chair with a doomed look. Hestia bowed in greeting as usual. She was even confused, since everything looked worse than she expected. He was broken, wearily asking if she knew the exact amount of Diana's investments. Hestia did not know, but looking at the state of the Crown Prince, she thought that the amount must be considerable. But when Helios said that Diana had invested the entire annual budget of the temple, she could not believe the scale of such a sum. At the moment, the temple has taken on the task of helping the poor and medicine. There must be a huge sum there. And Diana, to spite Hestia, put it into the ship. This is comparable to the annual budget of Ilion, famous for its wealth. Helios, almost sobbing, admitted that Diana had not told him this yet. He learned this from the Baron. He couldn't believe how Diana could do this. He wanted to protect her. Pain and disappointment poured out as Hestia stood silently and listened. If Helios really wanted to protect Diana, he shouldn't have threatened her with the contract, but it was necessary to persuade Diana by any means possible and protect her from this step. Hestia looked at the crown prince, who was hunched over like an old man without any compassion. This was all because of his wrong actions, so there was no need to consider it as some kind of injustice. According to the plot, these two main characters worked together to overcome the crisis, and now Helios didn't even know how Diana was doing. He admitted that it was difficult for him to see her after that. However, Hestia said that he needed to meet with the temple and not wait for them to come with a statement of the debt. He stated that to begin with, the Baron's property would be seized, but Hestia objected. This was a small part. It would not cover the debts. Helios reminded that the majority was invested by Diana, but he would return the money to the other investors at all costs. The girl thought with annoyance, of course. Even now she cannot take care of herself despite her status because people will be outraged. From such conversations, Helios even sobered up, grumbling that she came to teach him. They looked at each other in surprise for a moment. Meanwhile, Diana approached the gate and demanded that the guard let her in to talk to Baron Pothos. The guards, embarrassed and apologetic, replied that by order of His Highness, they could not let her through. Diana couldn't believe how Helios put her on par with the others. The final reality had not yet reached her consciousness, but she prayed to God. How could Hestia be right? Suddenly she heard a familiar voice, and the guards immediately opened the gate. A kaleidoscope of emotions passed across the crown princess's face. Surprise and initial shock gave way to anger. The one she hated with all her heart walked along, smiling calmly, walking along like a privileged person. Hestia greeted the small moon of the empire mockingly. The guards also bowed to the standing Diana. The crown princess clenched her fists in anger and screamed, "How is this possible? How did she get there?" The name in view of Hestia calmly leaving the closed territory. A little earlier, Hestia asked Helios to go to the Baron and check on his condition. Hestia explained this by saying that the Baron had been in one place for a long time, so he had probably come up with a way to retreat. Although the Crown Prince said that the Baron was under 24-hour surveillance, Hestia insisted that it was better to be on the safe side. Helios thought for a moment and said that if Hestia noticed anything strange, she should let him know. The shining girl promised to fulfill it. Hestia herself was surprised how Helios so easily allowed her to go there when the path was closed to everyone else. Of course, she did not do this out of concern for the Baron. She just wanted to show that she could do something that even Diana was forbidden to do. But she couldn't even imagine such a wonderful coincidence. Diana, not hiding her emotions, screamed and demanded from Hestia an explanation of how she got there. Hestia was pleased. Even the guards were whispering in bewilderment, and our heroine calmly replied that, with the permission of the Crown Prince, she checked Potos's condition for questionable devices. But Diana's cry, what right does she have? Hestia harshly responded that, at the very least, she is the Crown Prince's assistant, and at most, a future Duchess of the Empire. Diana is in a helpless stupor, after which, in a breaking voice, she accused Hestia of wanting to boast that she was better than her. Hestia, enjoying Diana's defeat, simply replied that she was fulfilling her duties, since His Highness had now suffered such losses. Playing the most spontaneity, the girl said that there was no need to worry about the Baron and his wife. Despite all the losses, they had an excellent appetite. As soon as the detainees saw her, they immediately fell to their knees, begging her for mercy. In fact, who they were supposed to beg was crying outside. Even some men could not hold back their tears, realizing that they were ruined. Therefore, in desperation, they hoped to get to the Baron and demand compensation. It's a pity that Aranis took everyone away under the pretext of finding solutions. However, there are still people here who spread information. That's why Hestia didn't want to leave so easily, and she decided to tease Diana even more so that the guards would then pass it on. She said that if you think about it, when the Baron was detained, Her Highness was there with them too. Diana didn't know what to answer, so she stood with her eyes downcast. Recently, there was news in social circles that Dioka bragged that she constantly went to drink tea with Diana. She was the only one with whom the princess communicated. Well, Diana cut everyone off from herself, including Madame Harmony. How funny, Hestia thought, that the man who had pushed Diana away in her past life, dreaming of taking her place, was the only friend Diana had left. Of course, there was a controversial issue here, whether they considered each other friends. His Highness trusted his beloved, and probably invested money in it. Such rumors began to circulate among aristocrats. Diana tried to interject, but Hestia interrupted her again. Our heroine beamed, and noted that all the investors had decided to get together and take countermeasures.
Her Highness would probably join them too.
Diana stood there, overcome with helplessness and anger at her enemy. Then Hestia said that she would go and turned around to leave. Two women who each defended their own goals and interests, and Hestia heard her name from Diana's lips. Without turning around,
She told her not to continue living like that.
Hestia also did not turn around, but stopped and thought, after which she smiled and giggled. Thinking about the words of the crown princess, the girl quietly said,
Who would speak?
But Diana heard these words with clenched teeth. The damage caused by the sinking of Baron Potos's merchant ship was more severe than expected. As Helios figured out the extent of the damage, the amount increased, and new people were found who invested money in this ship. This case caused a stir not only in high society, but also in ordinary circles. The peasants were indignant.
Don't the nobles understand that by investing money in this, they are throwing it away?
People said that this problem also affected the imperial family.
Some who worked as servants were fired.
People were whispering that they were saying that the saint herself had invested,
But she didn't have much money.
News that the temple had given the saint the necessary amount leaked out to the people. The high priest was furious.
How is this possible? He didn't even believe Diana's words at first.
The churchmen found out and talked loudly about the money given to Diana.
The temple, which should be clean, is pursuing personal interests.
This was an annual budget.
If things go like this, they won't be able to get a penny back.
The crown prince set a deadline. If the amount of damage is not indicated within the specified period,
The imperial family will pretend that they did not know about it.
the temple authorities decided to leave the reputation whitening for later.
First, they need to try to return at least something of what was invested.
The churchman was infuriated by this cunning fox Helios,
Who had deliberately twisted everything so that the temple would openly disclose the amount.
The temple decided to demand that the crown prince return the funds borrowed by Her Highness.
Although the clergy understood that no one could do this, not even the crown prince.
The maids helped Hestia get ready for the title ceremony. Even the servants talked about Baron Potos and his bankruptcy. Suddenly, Hestia left, saying that she had more important things to do. At that time, her favorite was coming towards her. Kale greeted her with a joyful smile. They were in matching outfits, thanks to Decamera's efforts. Her Kalis would finally become a duke. Kale said he didn't want the promotion ceremony to be too elaborate,
So they decided to keep it relatively modest.
Of course, guests arrived for such an important event. Looking around at all this magnificence, Hestia was amazed
And wondered where the modesty was.
The girl standing with Kael on the balcony noticed that it seemed like the entire aristocracy had gathered there.
Seeing her confusion, Kale asked if she was nervous.
Of course, she was a little nervous he would stand in front of so many people, and she would get her lands. Looking at her with love,
Helios said that today she was more beautiful than ever.
this confused Hestia even more.
Praise from the embodiment of beauty.
While they were complimenting each other, Helios approached them. He was cheerful and beaming as he announced that today was an important day for both of them. At first they were confused,
Then they quickly began to greet His Highness. But Helios declared that he had come now for a reason.
and then Hestia realized one obvious thing. If Helios is here, then Diana will be too.
Behind his back, Diana materialized and, smiling radiantly, congratulated Kale.
Bowing to her,
Kale and Hestia noticed how Helios turned away from Diana. There was something of disgust on his face, but they had to appear together.
Hestia thought that Diana wouldn't join today because of the ship incident.
But she looks like nothing happened.
The girl looked at Diana with tension,
Demonstrating a completely happy and contented look, after which the ceremony began with the speech of the high priest.
During his speech, Kale climbed the stairs to the throne where the emperor's family sat. Helios and Diana sat and watched the ceremony. The emperor held on, but looked very tired. The guests whispered that His Majesty looked unwell.
It seemed that Her Highness's healing skills were not so good.
It had long been known to everyone that the emperor was not in the best condition.
But Diane did not admit this from her intentions.
Those present thought that it would be better to confess and earn authority in another way.
And Hestia herself thought that maybe Diana came because of Kale.
Then, he whispered about the huge sum invested by the crown princess.
And now His Highness is taking action.
The crown prince's wife could do something like that with the rights of a saint.
But to create such problems, people touched on the words spoken by Diana that the prince was her eternal love.
What eternal love? Someone interjected.
But Hestia admired Diana's brave action, given the tense situation and what she had just heard in the crowd.
What does the princess think about while sitting with her beloved husband and the sick emperor?
Under these wild glances of the crowd, who speak of her not only with coldness but also with contempt, the emperor began to give a speech, saying that today a new line of dukes had appeared in this country, so the people of the empire should also be happy.
He asked Marcus Caelus to come to him. Kajal knelt before the emperor, declaring that he honored the decree of His Highness. Kale looked calm and confident. Hestia clapped her hands so loudly and lamented that it was like a painting. She was so happy to be living such a moment that people started looking at her sideways. Suddenly, she saw that Kale also turned his head slightly towards her. He made a sign with his hand, indicating to her to rise. Hestia rose on trembling legs. Kale supported her. She did not understand anything. His appointment was now. The land should be given to her later. The emperor announced that Marquis Kalis was now emperor, as well as his companion Hestia. They, like the Duke and Duchess, become members of the most noble blood after the imperial family. Hestia was a little confused. Everyone was looking at them now. At this time, Kale looked at her and said her name. Then he said that this was the result of her efforts for him. Looking at her under the admiring applause, he continued to say that everything he achieved was thanks to her. Hestia stood there, embarrassed and flattered at the same time, but then she smiled, because she was truly happy. They stood together, loving and happy, under the gaze of the crowd. Diana looked at them tensely from her throne. She had no choice but to lower her head, frantically fingering the folds of her dress. After, when Kale and Hestia were surrounded by Helios and the emperor, she continued to sit. Here Helios remembered about the transfer of lands, and Hestia was officially given the right to own the lands of Attica. Dukes Kale and Hestia were already receiving congratulations from the guests. The promotion ceremony ended peacefully. In the evening, they held a party at their palace to celebrate the anniversary and the appointment. Hestia watched from the stairs as the beautifully dressed servants celebrated the occasion. She looked at them contentedly, telling Kale that it was good that they had a banquet. Euros and Gloria were completely overwhelmed and still couldn't get used to the new titles of their owners. Hestia felt sad. Even if the whole world changed, she would remain the same. The unchanging Hestia, or the average fantasy novel reader. Kale also suggested making some changes. At her questioning look, he proposed that they become real spouses. His hand caressed her face, and the girl whispered, "Real spouses." In her understanding, spouses are when two different people are trying to create a family. Isn't there something more needed than just affection or even love? Hestia moved away from him, saying that you can call yourself a spouse if you are confident in your future together. It wasn't about trust. Her pain was that she was Hestia and not Hestia at the same time. This tormented her. There were attempts to tell, but how? What could she give him if she didn't trust herself? Kale asked what was the reason for her worries. Hestia replied that she could be his loyal ally, but she did not consider herself a worthy life partner. It suited her better to watch him from the side. She was not such a brilliant girl to walk the same path with him. Besides this, the girl reminded him that he is young. Perhaps this is just an impulsive decision since she is just nearby, and later he may regret it. When she spoke about freedom of choice, Kale interrupted her, asking if she was serious. Hestia looked at him a little scared. Turning away, she muttered that she was not refusing him, she was simply offering to consider the situation. Maybe then he would be able to make the right decision. Our heroine simply didn't know what to do. Kale could be upset because of her. Turning her towards him, Kale asked if she really believed what she was saying. Without looking at him, she barely audibly said yes. Then Kale suggested saying it while looking into his eyes. Having started to say that he would not be able to become such an outstanding person, he did not let her finish and closed her mouth with a kiss. After looking into her eyes, he added that he didn't need someone capable or great. Kissing her again passionately and tenderly, he said that he knows himself very well. His eyes seemed to pierce the soul. His voice said that he needed only her, Hestia. How sweet and at the same time scary it was for her to hear these words. They opened their hearts to each other, to the sound of fireworks and the joyful cries of servants. Hestia knew what decisions made in the heat of the moment could lead to, and whether she should step onto that slippery slope. And the girl, almost sobbing, buried her face in his chest and said, "Forgive me." Helios was patient and asked if it was that important to her. She nodded. She used to be able to solve any problem that stood in her way, and as a result now, she stands in front of him. But now she doesn't know what to do if he leaves to establish diplomatic relations. She felt helpless, because now her gift of foresight was gone. Hestia realized that it was as if she had lost control. When she said that she didn't know their future, he confidently took her by the shoulders and said that he saw their future. And the future will be to become real spouses and be together. Let their past, in which she was able to achieve such a result, become their support, and they will be able to live in a joint present. The past and present are connected. Let her believe in the time they spent together. Hugging Hestia, who was shocked by these words, he declared that they could create a wonderful future together. Her most beloved person, the one for whom she lived here, whom she admired in his world,
now opened his heart to her. Having buried herself in it, Hestia forgot all the hardships and sorrows. Her mind, which said, "You can't stop," became silent. The voice of reason fell asleep under the jubilant voice of the heart and, forgetting about everything, they merged in a kiss. She no longer wants to live in the terrible world she had before her reincarnation. Without Kalis, her life would be meaningless. She is afraid of falling into those dark times again. But now, if she concentrates only on him, she will be able to forget about the fear that is gripping her. She wants to be close to him, and tonight is the best thing that has happened to her in her life. The next morning, Hestia woke him up. He needed to get up. It was time to go about his business. After he said that he couldn't get up because of her voice that night, she blushed and jumped up. Hestia began to put on her slippers. At this rate, Kale wouldn't even have time to eat. Suddenly, she seemed to freeze. His hands did not allow her to stand up. Putting his hand on her, Kale repeated that he couldn't get up because of her. The girl lay motionless, and he admired her as if looking at the painting. When he started kissing her, a hurricane swept through his head. Mr. Writer did not indicate that the novel would be rated 18+. After some time, when they finally got together, Hestia handed him her gift, a tie made by her own hands. In fact, she wanted to give it to him on the day of the ceremony, but it was a little short of that. Hestia, out of clumsiness, mumbled that she had remade it from her scarf. He could just hang it in the closet and sometimes just admire it. Kale, taking the gift in his hands, declared that it was the most valuable gift he had ever received. Pressing it to his chest, he sincerely admitted that he had never been given anything better. Hestia was glad that he liked it. The servants admired the young couple with tenderness and love. Kale said that he would not take off her gift until he returned. He also asked to think about him all the time. Kale was worried. And also, he leaned towards her ear and whispered something to her. These were the words that as soon as he returned, they would immediately go to the bedroom. Hestia, out of shame, began to push him into the carriage, saying it was time already. Looking at her before sitting down, he said that he was leaving. Well, she used to love to make fun of this scene, but now he hopes that Kale will return safe and sound. Duke Kalis rode clutching the precious gift of his beloved. Hestia looked after the one for whom she lived here. Her heart was uneasy. At this time, the carriage was flying down, losing control.